Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 292, Chapter 291 The Last Struggle, The Pale Era. During the tarot reading, the fool Klein thought to himself, the Hermit has explained the root of the gods' contradictions so clearly that it's hard to have any respect for them anymore. The priestess, Katlia, also sighed inwardly. She never expected that the inherent contradictions of so many advanced problems would be so simple. Even the struggles among the gods could basically be understood through the corresponding laws of extraordinary characteristics. Alger, the hanged man, realized that although this was also the Hermit's guess, it sounded quite reasonable. The Hermit Odis continued his description. It can be said that the struggle between the six gods has made the Emperor of the Underworld safe in the southern continent for the time being. Because it is difficult for the six gods to form an alliance and launch an offensive against the southern continent. When the Night Emperor had just fallen, the Underworld Emperor did not have enough power to attack the northern continent. Therefore, there was a period of relative peace after the end of the Four Emperors era. Of course, it was peaceful but not necessarily tranquil, because during this time, both the Trentist family and the vampires were attacked by the church, the Blood Moon Queen also fell, and the vampires went into hiding again. The Trensalt family must have been systematically purged, so much so that we rarely hear about them now. Emlyn, Moon, clenched his fist. Mr. Hermit, could you explain the process in detail? I can pay another £300. Odis thought for a moment before saying, I don't know the specifics either, but you can pay me the £300 and I'll tell you another very important piece of information. Emlyn immediately nodded and said, okay. Odis then said, the Solomon family, the Tudor family, and the Trenthoster family have basically disappeared from people's sight under the attack of the Church of Orthodoxy. At least I rarely get any news about them. I estimate that these three families may only have a few demigods left, or even none at all. However, 3 dukes of the vampire clan managed to escape, which must have been with the help of some god. Emlyn nearly stood up. Which god? The other members, after hearing what the Hermit said, also noticed this point, and so they all looked at the Hermit and waited for his answer. Odis replied, the Earth Mother. Emlyn and the other members were taken aback, as if it were both unexpected and expected. The priestess, Katlia, even thought, it seems that the Church of the Earth Mother has an old tradition of recruiting vampires as believers. Emlyn continued, Mother. Mother Goddess. Why Mother Goddess? Odis simply said, perhaps it's like the Church of the Goddess of Night, which also cultivates extraordinary individuals through the Death God pathway. After all, they are adjacent pathways, so it's convenient to cultivate them along the way. You can't exactly say that was your ancestor, can you? Emlyn nodded, I see. At this moment, he suddenly felt that he sometimes felt as if he was actually worshipping the Earth Mother Goddess, and thought it was shameful to have such thoughts. After hearing what the Hermit said, it didn't seem like a big deal. After all, the Earth Mother Goddess had been kind to the vampires, so it was okay to worship her casually. Klein nodded to himself first, then realized something was wrong. The Church of the Goddess of Night had a tradition of training Beyonders through the Death pathway, but they trained Beyonders from Sequence 9, not the higher-level Beyonders of the Spirit Order. At this point, he realized that there must be some hidden story, but since the Hermit did not explain, he did not ask any questions. Of the other members, only Alger, the hanged man, had official experience as an extraordinary being, but he was more like a field operative and rarely stayed in the church, so this was not noticed much. Those members without official experience as extraordinary individuals were all marveling at the connection between the Earth Mother Goddess and the vampires, and none of them made any connection to this. Let's continue our previous deal, Odis said. According to some later intelligence, the Emperor of the Underworld has become stronger at the cost of going half mad. Klein recalled some entries from Russell's diary, where Mr. Dorr had said of Pluto, he has gone mad, and he is stronger. However, Klein had already used up his chance to ask a question, so he had to wait for other members to ask questions. Fortunately, Katlia could ask multiple questions, so she quickly asked, how did he do that? I don't know exactly how he did it, Odis replied. I only learned through some channels that the Emperor of the Underworld used the uniqueness of the Red Priest pathway to make himself stronger. It would be too much trouble to explain clearly. Gadria really wanted to ask, is the channel you mentioned the mysterious queen? Because she wasn't sure if the queen would know such information. However, she ultimately held back, because she knew that even if she asked, she probably wouldn't get any results. Alger realized that there really was a clear difference between gods, but it seemed that gods had to pay a considerable price to become stronger, such as the Emperor of the Underworld, who became half-mad. The other members shared similar thoughts with the hanged men, and they realized that there seemed to be many secrets about the hierarchy of gods. Odis continued, under the leadership of the 6 gods, the 4 nobles of the Terransost Empire divided up the northern continent. Subsequently, the conflicts among the 6 gods re-emerged, and the northern continent once again fell into civil war. The Emperor of the Underworld and the Primordial Witch believed the time was ripe, so they joined forces to launch an attack on the northern continent. In extraordinary history, they launched the Pale Calamity, so this period is called the Age of the Pale. Based on what I understand, this is absolutely a disaster for the people of the northern continent. It is said that the offensive of the Byron Empire is accompanied by death and madness. He paused and then said, I didn't understand why such a disaster would happen until recently, when I encountered a military post from the Pale Age during an operation. It was only when I encountered a soldier from the outpost that I suddenly realized that the Emperor of the Underworld and his subordinates needed a large number of corpses and undead to serve as their army. After the war began, other churches and armies saw their numbers dwindle as the fighting progressed, but the Byron Empire's army grew larger with each battle, and the dead enemy soldiers would immediately join them. What's even more terrifying is that their army doesn't need to eat or drink, doesn't need to worry about logistics, and can't even be injured by ordinary weapons. As Odis described the situation, a sense of powerlessness gradually filled the hearts of the other members. They just thought about how terrifying it would be to face such an enemy. They listened intently, as if they were hearing a story that had intrigued them when they were children, and couldn't help but open their eyes wide and listen quietly. In the early stages of the Pale Age, the 6 gods still did not give a major response. Odis continued, the conflict between them remained that some gods wanted to obtain the characteristics of the Emperor of the Underworld, while the other gods were unwilling to let them obtain them. At the same time, the struggle between the Lord of Storms, the Eternal Sun, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom also became very intense after the fall of the Terransost Empire. In the eyes of many, there was no possibility that they would join forces. The reason I have this conjecture is because that period is called the Pale Era, and historical periods that are generally called eras usually last for at least several decades. In other words, for at least several decades, the Emperor of the Underworld and the Primordial Witch could do almost anything they wanted in the northern continent. The magician first took a deep breath, although the Hermit did not say it explicitly, he was clearly criticizing 6 gods' actions. Klein also lamented, sometimes it's not that the enemy is too fierce, but that the teammates don't have a common goal. The result is that even though the enemy is not that strong, they can act recklessly. I'm not sure exactly where the Emperor of the Underworld and the Primordial Witch have conquered, Odis continued. But I have received accurate information that the Primordial Witch had a daughter who died in Trier. It is said that the Primordial Witch also had a huge impact on Trier. I am not very clear about the specific impact, but it is almost certain that Trier should be the main battlefield. That would mean that they have occupied most of the densely populated areas of the northern continent. Of the 4 empires in the northern continent, the Fuzak Empire is the largest in area, even exceeding the combined area of the Kingdom of Rune and the Kingdom of Feniport, but it has the smallest population among the 4. If the war spreads to Trier, then most of Feniport, as well as the Tackwell plain of the Kingdom of Lone, will essentially fall into the hands of the Byron Empire. These places are all densely populated areas of the northern continent. Gadria thought to herself, in that case, the Pale Catastrophe really is a huge disaster. The Byron Empire rules over half of the population of the northern continent. Of course, some of them must be dead, and some must be alive. Audrey and several other members also realized this, and at the same time, they found it hard to imagine what a country where the dead and the living coexisted would be like. After giving everyone a few seconds to process the information, Odis continued, fortunately, the 6 gods eventually formed an alliance. This should be the third 6 gods alliance, and also the last 6 gods alliance to date. They joined forces and severely damaged the Emperor of the Underworld and the Primordial Witch. I believe that such a war of gods should end in a very short time. As a result of the battle, the Emperor of the Underworld perished on his way back to the southern continent, and his fall caused many landmasses to sink. It is said that during the Quaternary period, the southern and northern continents were connected by land, but these lands sank at this time, and the northern and southern continents were separated. At the same time, the barriers between the real world and the underworld were broken in some places, eventually forming the Raging Sea. Emlyn exclaimed in surprise, the Raging Sea was formed like this. Furs and Audrey shared the same surprise, but Klein, Katlia, and Alger, who were on the high seas, had all heard of such legends, so they were not particularly surprised, but felt a sense of destiny. Only son Derek didn't know much about these geography things and didn't understand why Moon was so surprised. Odis nodded in response, then continued, it is said that the Primordial Witch was also severely injured. This injury seems to have triggered other problems within her, preventing her from fully recovering to this day. The Byron Empire suffered heavy losses in this battle, which is why kingdoms such as the Highland Kingdom and others that resisted the Byron Empire later emerged in the southern continent. In the northern continent, although the 6 gods were somewhat late in stopping the Emperor of the Underworld, they ultimately ended the disaster, and people revered them as orthodox deities. In this battle, the god of craftsmen stood on the same side as the 6 gods at the time. So after this battle, he gained the recognition of the other 6 gods and became the orthodox deity. This is what we now call the 7 gods. However, the conflict between the 7 gods broke out again, the alliance was dissolved, so the power of the church and the power of the 4 countries did not reach the southern continent at that time. Later on, the gods entered the astral plane. The power of the church and the 4 kingdoms was insufficient to overcome the obstruction of the raging sea. The key was that they could not form a new alliance. As a result, people gradually got used to the feeling that the northern continent was the whole world. It was not until Emperor Russell found a new sea route that the connection between the north and south continents was re-established. Odis paused slightly, then continued, the moment Emperor Hades fell marked the end of the 4th age. There are 2 criteria for the end of the 4th age. The first is that the Pale Plague has ended and the rulers of secular regimes are no longer gods. Secondly, the gods have entered the astral plane, and beings at the level of true gods almost never appear in the real world. The new 5th age has arrived, and the history after that can basically be found in history textbooks. The members breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if a heavy curtain had fallen, a curtain that represented the ever-flowing tide of history, evoking both nostalgia and a sense of weight. It took more than 10 seconds for the atmosphere to ease slightly. At the same time, everyone began to marvel at how detailed the description of the Hermit was, giving them a comprehensive understanding of the history of the Quaternary period. Even someone like little son Derek, who had never been exposed to Quaternary history before, is very knowledgeable about the Quaternary period. After a moment of internal reflection, he said to the Hermit, Mr. Hermit, I need to trade 8 extraordinary weapons, 4 ice bombs, and 4 thunderstorm bombs this week. Odis nodded, no problem. He then asked, why don't you try trading some other weapons? Like scrolls with invisibility or flight capabilities. Derek's eyes lit up, but then he smiled helplessly and said, we'll not trade for now. I'll trade with you privately when I need it. Those 2 weapons are so useful and popular that they're now in high demand. However, Derek knew that he couldn't let his guard down yet and needed to wait before using scrolls or similar items, otherwise it would still easily arouse suspicion and vigilance. All right. Odis began to calculate, I still owe you £30 from the last gathering, and this intelligence transaction paid £400 for you. The 8 extraordinary weapons cost £400, so you need to pay £770. If converted into extraordinary materials, that's exactly 11 pieces of materials at the 9th level of the sequence. Derek nodded, okay. Then Odis did some calculations and found that after this round of transactions, almost all of his inventory had been sold off. Speaking of which, these stockpiles were prepared when Hugh and Furs were fighting against the enemy spy organization. At the time, a lot of them were made at once for convenience. But unexpectedly, there was no need for it later. After advancing to Sequence 6, more convenient scrolls became available, so it became even less necessary. With the extraordinary materials they acquired, Odis now has a stable sales channel. Last week, through the Mysticism Research Society and the Information Exchange meeting, they sold a total of 9 items, earning £1,350. So the industry chain has basically been formed, but compared with the money earned from fighting pirates, this is just extra income. After the 2 finished trading the extraordinary weapon, Odis said, I need the sap of the misty black birch tree. These are the auxiliary materials needed for promotion. Of the 4 auxiliary materials required for Astrologer, 2 can be obtained from the Shining Star Tree and the Trickster Pegasus, respectively. The other 2 are 50 milliliters of black-striped peony essential oil and 50 milliliters of misty black birch sap. Odis cultivates black-striped peonies in the suburbs of Backlund and can make essential oils herself, but sap of the misty black birch needs to be traded. Katlia glanced at Odis and then said, 50 grams, £80. Odis smiled and said, deal. No new transactions were initiated in the next few seconds, and the trading session of this gathering came to an end. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. During the Q&A session, Audrey smiled and asked, Priestess, Lady, Hermit, Gentleman, how is your exploration going? Last week, Odis and Katlia finalized their plan to explore the unknown island together, searching for the main ingredients and properties of their respective potions. Everyone heard it, which is why Audrey asked that question. It went very smoothly, Odis said. We all got what we needed, and we also had some unexpected gains. Katlia smiled, then gritted her teeth and said, it is quite unexpected. She never expected that the demigod Odis had found would actually be the queen, which truly surprised and delighted her. Alger the hangman thought to himself, judging from the priestess's tone, it seems she suffered a loss at the hands of the hermit. No way. The hermit is clearly a sequence 6. Audrey also noticed that the priestess's tone and expression were a bit off. Is the enemy very powerful? Odis smiled somewhat helplessly. I can only say that the enemy was completely unexpected. He rubbed his forehead, because this involves the privacy of that demigod, I can't go into too much detail. Well, let me share some of my observations and experiences during the exploration. So Odis began to talk about the ruins and towers on the island. After the demigod defeated the Light of Mystery, he began to greatly simplify what happened afterward, telling everyone almost only the final outcome. After listening, Klein thought, the Hermit had said that the Stiano family was the family of the god of steam and machinery. Could it be that he encountered the power of the steam church in the ruins of this family? He smiled to himself, thinking, what if, while exploring, I stumble upon one of the workshops of the steam church? That would be interesting. The other members felt it was a pity that they didn't hear the whole exploration process, but what they heard was quite interesting. At least they learned that there was a stronghold of the steam church deep in the raging sea. At this moment, Katlia said to Odis, there's something I don't quite understand. That island isn't close to the northern continent, but the Stiano family's activities have always seemed to be confined to the northern continent. Why would they establish a base there? It must be related to the fact that this family wasn't very powerful in its early years, Odis guessed. Like a secret organization, having a base on the high seas can avoid a lot of trouble. For example, they won't be so easily found by the enemy, and they can also settle some family members. Katlia nodded slowly, finding the explanation plausible. Then she asked, what's the story behind that Pale Era military outpost you mentioned earlier? Could you briefly explain it? Sure. Odis was quite agreeable. That was a commission I received last week, asking me to help find traces of the Skull pirate map. After more than a day of searching, I found the skull in the dangerous waters and tracked it into the dangerous waters. While chasing the skull, we unexpectedly discovered a ruin on the seabed. According to a piece of intelligence I had previously obtained, it should be a military outpost from the time of the Pale Catastrophe. It is said that the soldiers inside are all living corpses personally transformed by the Emperor of the Underworld. Audrey quickly asked, have you explored the ruins? No, that's too dangerous. Furs quickly followed up with, are there any soldiers inside? Odis took a deep breath, and there's more. And it's incredibly powerful. It's probably close to the abilities of a demigod. He was now relieved that the elf had been submerged underwater for over 1,000 years and no longer possessed the strength of a true demigod. Otherwise, if they encounter a demigod traveling by sailor at sea, they would be grateful if they had time to abandon ship. The other members were somewhat surprised, judging from the Hermit's tone, he must have fought against those soldiers. Audrey asked with concern, are you hurt? Odis gave a wry smile, I wasn't injured, but my ship was damaged in quite a few places, and it took a whole day to repair. Caldelia thought to herself, the Hermit did a lot last week. Not only did he explore the island with me, but he also had this kind of experience. Moreover, as a captain, she was well aware of the oppressive feeling of encountering a powerful enemy at sea, or being pursued by a powerful enemy. Although the sea may seem vast, it is open and unobstructed, offering no place to hide. Being chased by a powerful enemy would be a disaster. Alger, however, was concerned with another question, you mean, you followed that skull ship into dangerous waters? He knew very well that the man was a powerful, great pirate, and the skull was also a very strong ghost ship, which gave Captain Bulk of the Skull strength close to that of a pirate general. Yes, Odis smiled, but it's not just me chasing after them, there's a soldier from the outpost also chasing them. Later I found out that it seemed that as long as you saw that outpost, you would be chased by the soldiers inside. The Skull and Bones discovered the outpost before I did, so they were also pursued before I did. Alger was stunned for a moment before suddenly realizing what was going on. I thought those soldiers, though powerful, were just undead after all, and that the chase would only be symbolic. I didn't expect them to chase for such a long time. Being chased by a demigod for a while, it's already quite an achievement to escape. No wonder the Hermit's ship was damaged. Thinking about this, he gained a new understanding of the Hermit's strength. On the high seas, the sailor pathway of Sequence 6 has an advantage over other pathways of Sequence 6. Alger had always thought that the Hermit going to sea was like an amateur boxer fighting in underground boxing matches, and he would definitely suffer a lot of losses. But I didn't expect the other party to be so strong. Then Alger seemed to realize something and suddenly asked the Hermit, you said you spent a whole day repairing the boat. Odis paused for a moment, then said, yes. Alger opened his mouth, he had just landed on a new island in the past 2 days and obtained a lot of new intelligence. One of the intelligence reports was that Captain Bulk of the Skull was killed by Captain Gal near Norhouse Island. It is said that they encountered a storm at the time, but continued to fight even in the storm. After the battle, the Argo was also seriously damaged and spent a day repairing it on Norhouse Island. He hadn't thought of this before because in his mind, the Hermit was just a great pirate of average strength. It wasn't until he was certain that the Hermit was capable of catching up with the Skull ship that he realized this. Audrey, the Justice, opposite Alger the Hanged Man, smiled to herself, thinking, Mr. Hangman has guessed the Hermit's identity in the real world. Then she thought, Mr. Hangman seems very surprised. Is the skull ship really that powerful? Seeing the Hanged Man's reaction, Furs, the magician next to Audrey, asked, Mr. Hangman, is there something wrong with Mr. Hermit's day-long ship repair? Alger smiled and said, it's nothing, I just remembered something else. All right, Odis said, the 2 crew members at sea already know my true identity, so there's no need to hide it anymore. I am Captain Gal. In the future, when we meet at sea, we will not treat each other as enemies. Furs and Emlyn, who knew little about what was happening at sea, still didn't understand what this meant. Audrey, standing nearby, explained, I read in the newspaper that Captain Gal has wiped out 2 large pirate crews in the past 2 weeks. There are 3. Seeing that the Hermit was no longer hiding anything, Alger shared the information he had received. The Skull pirate crew was also wiped out by him, but this news may not appear in the newspapers until this week. Audrey was slightly taken aback. This was indeed news she didn't know. Furs didn't think much of it. After all, she had worked with the Hermit before and knew the Hermit's strength. In her opinion, it wouldn't be difficult for the Hermit to wipe out a pirate crew. Emlyn, the Moon, recalled what he had heard about the high seas and asked, they must have gotten quite a bounty, right? I've heard that big pirates get pretty high bounties. Odis smiled and said, it's all right, the crew members don't have a penny left. Emlyn nodded without giving it much thought. But Katlia and Alger knew that a pirate crew's greatest spoils were not the pirates' bounties, but rather their extraordinary abilities, magical items, and the pirate ships that served as their flagships. After the topic ended, a few seconds later, World said in a hoarse voice, recently, I discovered that there seems to be a defection within the School of Life. The members hunt each other down, and it seems some members have even joined the Rose School. This information was obtained the week before last, but some details were not clear at the time. Now that the information is clear, he brought it up during the Q&A session. I've received similar news, Odis said. This rebellion seems to have occurred more than a month ago. Members of the pharmacist path within the School of Life have defected to the School of Roses and are cooperating with the School of Roses to assassinate members of the School of Life. The world responded with a which was similar to the information Klein had received. At the same time, Klein thought to himself, the Hermit certainly doesn't know that this rebellion is because the leader of the School of Life has entered a new cycle. Emlyn was also quite concerned about this. I've also heard that their battles seem to mostly take place in the Rothschild Islands. Vampires are very interested in organizations with the pharmacist pathway, but the vampires have almost no influence in the Raging Sea because the sunlight there is too scorching, and no vampire is willing to stay there. However, they would also actively inquire about information about the Raging Sea, so they had probably heard about the School of Life's betrayal. Katlia and Alger, who were also at sea, were unaware of this matter because they had never specifically inquired about it. From what I understand, this internal strife is basically over, Odis said. Some members of the School of Life have been killed, and those who weren't have gone into hiding again. Emlyn nodded. The news was very useful to him. Audrey asked curiously, the Hermit, what kind of secret organization is the School of Life? The organization was originally formed to counter the Church of the True God's encroachment on the living space of extraordinary individuals, Odis said. Because initially, the main members had several avenues, internal struggles frequently occurred. However, things should be much better after this betrayal, because the main path for members of this organization has been reduced to only one, the monster path. Chapter 293, Chapter 292 An unexpected encounter with the Iceberg General. Upon hearing the Hermit's description, Alger the Hangman recalled some information he had gathered and thought to himself, the Hermit knows a lot about the School of Life. Justice Audrey then asked, the Hermit, is the internal struggle within the School of Life related to their main approach? The Hermit Odis replied, of course there is a connection. For example, I have formed an extraordinary organization whose main extraordinary individuals are the Thief and the Spectator pathways. These two approaches are not adjacent and do not have any fundamental contradictions. They came together because of a common goal, so they can get along harmoniously for a period of time in the beginning. However, because of the limited resources and channels available, this must involve the issue of the main development direction. Extraordinary individuals on the Peeping path certainly want to develop in a direction that benefits their path, and so do extraordinary individuals on the Spectator path. So even if they are not adjacent pathways, conflicts can still arise in such matters, but if an organization has a primary extraordinary pathway, such problems will not occur, and internal friction can be largely avoided. Audrey smiled and said, I see. The priestess Katlia nodded slowly, agreeing that the Hermit's analysis was very accurate. Klein and Alger shared similar views. Afterwards, several topics were discussed at the gathering, and Klein announced the end of the tarot session. Odis returned to the real world, paused for a moment, then went to the workshop outside to set up the altar, offering the extraordinary weapon he had prepared beforehand to the fool, and paying £80. About 20 minutes later, Odis received a notification to perform a gifting ceremony, in which he received £3,740 from the trade intelligence, as well as 11 master materials of sequence 9. There was also a small glass bottle containing a black liquid and a notebook filled with herbal recipes. Because he paid £400 for little son Derek, Odis was only supposed to receive £3,600. However, Moon Emlyn asked an extra question, so he paid an additional £300. After deducting the cost of the auxiliary materials purchased from Katlia and the £80 paid to Emlyn for the prescription, the final amount received was £3,740. Having carefully stored away the extraordinary materials and gold pounds, Odis made simple plans for the new week. Overall, this week was definitely not as busy as last week. The teleportation array has been built, and the construction work on Cruise Island can be handed over to Mandy. So the main task this week is to hunt shining star trees and thoroughly digest the potion in order to advance in rank. Thinking of this, Odis smirked. They've overtaken Klein. He remembered that it would take Klein about 2 more months to fully digest the potion before he could board the Star Admiral's ship to the War of Gods in search of the mermaid. However, Odis's smile soon faded, because the Scroll Professor's potion had been mostly digested ahead of schedule, and the Mystic's potion would likely also be digested ahead of schedule, but the subsequent sequence was uncertain. Klein's potions, however, are more easily digested the higher the sequence, with the sequence 1, Mysterious Servant, melting instantly upon entering the mouth. Odis shook his head, trying not to think about these things. After leaving the workshop, most of the other crew members who had been catching up on sleep and resting had also gotten up and were chatting and drinking coffee in the restaurant. Odis chatted with them for a few minutes, then went to the cockpit to check the course. At the current speed, they should reach their destination by tomorrow morning. After exploring the ruins, the Argo can return home. So Odis returned to Cruise Island again, this time mainly hoping to talk to Wells, the mayor of Plains Town and also the local indigenous representative. Using the flying scroll, they flew to the southern plains and found Wells sitting at home eating mangoes with his wife. This local young man was about the same age as Odis, but he was already married and had 2 children. Their house was relatively spacious by local standards, consisting of 3 thatched huts and a small yard. When Wells' wife saw Odis, she immediately knelt down respectfully. Wells, who had met Odis before, knew that the mayor did not like such obsequious behavior, so he quickly smiled and said, "I'm sorry, Mayor, she was frightened earlier." He then spoke a few words loudly to his wife in the local language, and his wife, with her head down, quickly left with the children. Odis glanced at the other person's hunched back and asked, "What frightened you?" Wells invited Odis to sit down on the straw mat before saying, when she was 10 years old, she was playing with her brother when Thor, a police officer in the port town, suddenly made her brother kneel down. Her brother refused, so Thor killed him. Odis was taken aback. It seemed he had developed a psychological trauma. At the same time, he also realized that the conflict between the locals and the Northern Continent people was very deep, but the Northern Continent people had firearms and were well organized, so this conflict was well covered up. There are many such cases. Wells said casually as he cut a piece of mango for Odis. "My sister was captured by Sheriff Tom and supposedly sold to pirates. We haven't heard from her in all these years. So I told my daughter not to wash her face and not to look up when she sees people from the North Continent." He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "However, I can sense that you are different from your subordinates. With your help, we may be able to protect our loved ones in the future." Odis took a deep breath before saying, "Yes, that day will come. I will soon issue new regulations to protect the interests of the local people." "That's wonderful," Wells said happily. He paused for a moment before asking, "May I ask what brings you here?" Odis took a bite of mango. During the first bite, while listening to Wells's story, she didn't taste anything special. It wasn't until the second bite that she found it quite sweet. "I really want to talk to the tribes in the mountains. I need a guide, and it would be best if I could inform them in advance." Currently, Odis actually controls only about 1/5 of the island's area, the rest is mostly mountainous. Wells thought for a moment before saying, "Many people in the villages closest to the mountains are related to the tribes in the mountains, and young people among them often marry in secret. I can talk to the village leaders and have them find a few people to notify the tribes in the mountains." Odis nodded. "I can tell the tribes in the mountains that I can provide them with some effective medicines to treat diseases, as well as open a shop there. The condition is that they stop attacking the town. Of course I don't care whether they attack the miners or not, because that's the individual behavior of the Northern Continent people." Wells took notes carefully, then smiled and said, "Although the tribes in the mountains don't like to interact with the outside world, they can distinguish between goodwill and malice." Odis smiled and pointed at the mango, saying, "Cut me a little more." While Odis was relatively wealthy in Backlund, the fruits he ate were rather limited, mostly consisting of apples and oranges, which could be stored for a long time. Let alone mangoes and pineapples, even watermelons are hard to come by. It wasn't until Odis arrived at Lacha that he essentially achieved fruit freedom. Wells quickly cut a piece of mango for the mayor, and Odis asked, "What's the situation like with the tribes in the mountains?" Only after he finished speaking did he put the mango in his mouth. "There are probably 3 tribes in the mountains," Wells said. "There's a road leading into the mountains from the town, that's the territory of the Tyran tribe. There is also a small path leading into the mountains from the south, which is the territory of the Gelong tribe. On the west side of the island is the Pulong tribe. The general relationship between the 3 tribes is that the Tailang and Gelong tribes are relatively harmonious, while the Pulong tribe is said to be more mysterious and has little contact with the other 2 tribes." Odis hummed in agreement, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Get this done as soon as possible. I'll come back in 2 days to inquire about the progress." Wells nodded, "Okay." After leaving Plains Town, Odis returned to Port Town and wandered around the docks, pondering whether to have dinner back on the ship or go to Byam. Rupert called out from afar, "Captain! That Fenneportman is here again." The so-called Fenneportman refers, of course, to Abel, the Fenneport naval officer. So Odis went to the tavern again and, sure enough, saw Abel wearing glasses and a naval uniform. The conversation between the two went quite smoothly, and they eventually settled on a price of £20,000. However, a disagreement arose regarding how to make the payment. Abel's idea was to pay for the goods after they sent someone to take delivery of the ship. Odis, of course, disagreed. "To me, this method of payment offers absolutely no security." He then proposed his own solution: "You pay £15,000 first, and then pay the rest after you board the ship." Abel disagreed with this payment plan, so Odis compromised again, agreeing to pay in 3 installments, £5,000 to mark the start of the transaction, £10,000 upon boarding, and the remaining £5,000 upon taking the ship away. Odis then hinted to Abel that if they were still unwilling, he could consider contacting the Rune Navy in Byam. Abel then agreed and promised to bring the £5,000 later. The two discussed the specific timing of the transaction before Abel quickly left. After seeing the other party off, Rupert smiled and said, "I didn't expect it to actually sell for £20,000. Odis smiled and said, "I have something to discuss with you." So the two went to the warehouse with the main teleportation array, and soon Abel's surprised voice rang out, "What? The ghost won't be sold to?" Then he quickly lowered his voice, "We're not selling to the Fenneports." Odis, sitting atop a box of goods, nodded, "Yes, we won't sell to them anymore, but we'll still take the money." For a moment, Rupert didn't know what to say, but then he thought to himself, "I'm a pirate now, so isn't this kind of behavior normal?" Seeing that Rupert had changed his mind, Odis changed the subject. "I intend to invest all the proceeds from this operation into the construction of Cruise Island." Rupert paused for a moment, not hide it, but spend it all. "Spend it all," Odis said. "Money that isn't spent can't be called money." Rupert exclaimed, "We must be the most eccentric pirates ever." Odis smiled and said, "I'm spending these gold pounds because it won't be long before I can reap even more gold rewards." "Yes, you can talk to Mandy about this when you have time." Second mate Rupert also realized that the captain's ultimate goal in going to sea was not to become a pirate general. The two chatted for a while, then went to a restaurant for a greasy dinner. Odis is now the restaurant's biggest customer. After all, the people he brought back from Chakra Island are now eating here too. At this rate, the restaurant owner will be the richest person on the island. So when Odis came to eat, the owner was very attentive, offering her drinks and wine. After dinner, Odis returned to the Argo and found that the crew had not gone to enjoy their vacation, but had already started working in the workshop again. So Odis joined everyone in assembling those extraordinary weapons while they chatted. Around 9 p.m., all the work was completed, and the crew members breathed a sigh of relief. Selena exclaimed, "I knew the prize money on this ship wouldn't be so easy to get." It must have been quite a challenge for her, an extraordinary individual who had progressed through the sailor pathway, to assemble such sophisticated extraordinary weapons. The other crew members shared a similar mentality, feeling less like pirates and more like working on a factory assembly line. However, when they thought about the bonus they had just received, they felt that doing this kind of work wasn't a bad idea. After all, they had only been with the pirate crew for a little over a week, and they had already received several £100 in bonuses, with third mate Bevis even receiving over £1,000. They have never been as wealthy as they are now, after all these years at sea. After finally finishing these tasks, Odis and everyone went to the restaurant for a beer and talked about the ruins they would explore the next day. Odis said, "That was intelligence I traded from Byam. About 3 months ago, a ship spotted a deserted island and saw a bluish light appear. There were several adventurers on that ship, they were extraordinary individuals, and they realized that there might be magical items or extraordinary creatures on that island. So those adventurers organized a group to explore the island and found a ruin on it. Unfortunately, none of them were history experts, so they couldn't deduce the age of the ruins, nor did they find any amazing items. They just looted some antiques and left. I originally intended to take you there for a tour, but I just received some definite information that there is an extraordinary creature on that island that I need." So I estimate that there should be some extraordinary creatures on that island, and maybe even some magical items, but the adventurers before us just didn't find them. Our mission tomorrow, besides visiting the ruins, also involves helping me hunt. Everyone can hunt extraordinary creatures individually or in groups. Sell me any spiritual materials from the creatures you hunt that you don't need. All the extraordinary materials you obtain are yours to sell after you land, or you can give them to me to exchange for merit points or gold pounds. Hearing that they could make another fortune tomorrow, all the other crew members' fatigue vanished, and they began to speculate about what extraordinary creatures inhabited the island. Odis further cautioned, considering that some extraordinary beings have already set foot on that island, there shouldn't be any extraordinary creatures of too low a level left. The remaining extraordinary creatures might be difficult for a single person to hunt, so you should still be careful. Furthermore, the intelligence also stated that 2 of their members were missing, but they were not found after searching the entire island, so there must be some unknown dangers. The other crew members nodded in agreement. After chatting for a few more minutes, Odis finished his beer and returned to the workshop, while the other members went back to rest. The next morning, after everyone had breakfast, they went to the cockpit one after another, because their target island had come into view. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. But as they got closer, they realized something was wrong. A huge pirate ship was already docked there. Odis then gave the order to prepare for battle, and then he brought his first mate Bazel and second mate Rupert, who had already been promoted, and the whole team prepared for a surprise attack. For them, attacking a pirate crew is now just like making extra money. The pirate ships anchored on the other side of the island also spotted the Argo. Before the huge pirate ship sails had even been lowered, the entire ship flashed with a golden light and immediately began to move forward, clearly indicating that it also had some extraordinary features. At this moment, Odis, who had been observing through a telescope, noticed that the flag on the ship's mast had the markings of books and eyes, that looks like the Golden Dream. That is, the ship of Iceberg Admiral Edwina Edwards. Bazel also picked up his binoculars and looked for a while. It's the Golden Dream, I remember their flag. Everyone looked at the captain. What should they do? He's the pirate general, should they still rob him? Odis was secretly delighted, because he was now a recognized, great pirate. He had originally planned to create an opportunity to get close to Vice Admiral Iceberg after resolving the ghost incident, but he didn't expect the opportunity to come to him like this. But he still tried to calm himself down, to get closer, but to be natural. After a moment's thought, Odis said to first mate Bazel, use flag signals to say that we are negotiating with them. Bazel immediately replied, okay. Barzil signaled from the deck and received a reply a moment later. He immediately returned to the bridge. The reply was, agreed. Odis had previously heard pirates talk about the rules of pirate negotiations in a bar. Usually, the captains of both sides, along with 1 or 2 attendants, would go ashore on an uninhabited island and talk loudly on the beach, dozens of meters apart. The reason they are so far apart is that it is beyond the effective range of a revolver. Be on guard, Odis instructed the other crew members, then went to the deck and used the flight scroll to fly towards the Golden Dream. Since both parties are extraordinary beings, they can communicate while flying over the sea, instead of shouting from dozens of meters apart. After all, the other crew members were worried because they knew the rules of negotiation, so they all stood on the deck and watched the captain's back. Shortly after Odis set sail, a figure also took flight from the deck of the Golden Dream. Bazel saw through his binoculars that it was a woman, who should be Lieutenant General Iceberg. Odis flew forward for 2 minutes, roughly between the Argo and the Golden Dream, and met the Iceberg Admiral. She was a beautiful woman with an oval face, a high nose, thin lips, and long brown hair parted in the middle and tied in a simple yet elegant knot at the back of her head. She wore a white lace top, a beige coat, a dark knee-length skirt, and tall leather boots. Although Iceberg General had a sword hanging at his waist, he didn't look like a pirate. Meanwhile, Iceberg Admiral was also sizing up Odis. The two were suspended in midair. After a few seconds of silence, Odis smiled and said, "Hello, madam. It's a pleasure to meet you here." Iceberg General Edwina didn't smile, but she wasn't indifferent either. "Hello, it's nice to meet you too." Odis said, "I wanted to talk to you about whether we could also land on that island. You're also going to explore that ruin." "I do intend to take my men on a tour," Odis said with a smile. "However, that's not my main purpose, because I've heard that the ruins have been completely looted." Edwina glanced at the location of the Argo. "I've heard about it too." Odis scrutinized Edwina's expression, and after a moment's consideration, he said, "If your goal is that ruin, I can choose not to go in, but please do not interfere with my actions." Edwina realized, "You've come here to hunt the extraordinary creatures on the island." Odis did not deny it. Yes. His goals are clearly not contradictory to Edwina's. Edwina thought for a moment before saying, "You can explore after we leave." Odis laughed and said, "Theoretically speaking, ladies first is more gentlemanly, but this exploration is very important to me, and I'm sorry, I cannot accept such a request." He then added, "My suggestion is that we go to the island together and each of us find what we need. I've already promised not to enter that ruin." Seeing that the iceberg general's expression did not change, Odis suddenly changed his tone and said, "Perhaps you need to go to another position, but I still maintain that our goals do not conflict, so there is no need to make things too tense." Edwina said, "I find it hard to believe that Captain Gal, who just wiped out 2 large pirate crews, has his eye on the pirate general again." Odis suddenly realized that his reputation might have gone too far, making even the pirate general wary. Fortunately, he had a backup plan. "I expressed goodwill to Iceberg Admiral a long time ago. One of your crew members attended the first intelligence exchange meeting and asked me about the purpose of that key. I told him what the key was for and only charged him 50 pounds. Edwina was somewhat moved. "You're the captain." When Danitz reported this to him, she didn't take it too seriously, because this intelligence was far more valuable than 50 pounds. Seeing the young man opposite her nod, Edwina pondered for a moment. "How did you come to this conclusion?" As Odis made up her story, she said, "First of all, the key is very special in size. If the key is that big, the lock must be even bigger. It's obviously not a product of humankind. Secondly, I once read in an ancient book that there was a lock in the giant's court that matched the size of the key. The legend also says that after the king of giants fell, the doors of that great hall were closed forever." These words were Odis imitating the tone of the ancient text, because it was the dark angel Sazriel who closed the door, and it had little to do with the king of giants. Edwina then asked, "Is the giant's court at the end of the Sonia Sea?" Odis truthfully replied, "Legend has it that there is only a projection of a giant's royal court there." "Projection?" Edwina asked. "What do you mean?" Odis smiled and said, "After I answer your question, may I come aboard this island with you?" He paused and then said, "Although I don't consider myself a righteous person, the pirate groups I attacked were all wicked guys, and not just 2, but 3. I've heard long ago that General Iceberg likes to chase treasures but doesn't like to kill. If you don't attack us first, we won't attack you either." Edwina considered for a moment before saying, "We can go ashore together." Since Captain Gar had expressed goodwill early on, Edwina was no longer so opposed to going ashore together. Moreover, Odis's answer was very important information, and Edwina couldn't stop her anymore, since the island wasn't hers to control. Odis then said, "I have obtained some notes from an expedition to the end of the Sonia Sea. It is said that in the dreams there is a giant palace that is always shrouded in twilight. Judging from the description, that should be the court of the giants. But the problem is that it's a royal court in a dream, not a royal court in reality. I also learned through other channels that it was actually the giant's royal court in the dream of a terrifying being, which can also be seen as a projection of the real giant's royal court. Legend has it that you can reach the real giant's court through there, but it is extremely dangerous, because you will most likely die mysteriously in the dream of the terrifying being." Edwina nodded slowly, glanced at the Argo flag again, and said, "You are a learned captain." Odis smiled and said, "I've heard that you are a learned captain. If we had time, we could have a chat, but now is clearly not a good time to do so." Edwina nodded. "After we get back, you will land on the west side of the island, and I will land on the east side. Before landing, I would wrap a white cloth around my left arm, and my crew would also wrap white cloth around theirs. If we meet on the island and you do not have white cloths on your left arms, I will assume that you are unwilling to explore the island together, and I will not rule out ordering an attack immediately." Because she was the pirate general, she spoke in a commanding tone. Odis agreed. So both sides flew back. Odis told his crew to wrap themselves in white cloth, and then ordered them to land on the west side of the island. Bazel was still somewhat incredulous. That's it. He knew very well that pirates rarely allowed other forces to act together, because such actions could easily lead to a bloodbath. The other party was a pirate general, while Captain Gal was merely a grand pirate. Normally, they would explore the area first before allowing the Dawnbreaker Sword pirate crew to land. Odis was taken aback by the question. "That's it?" Rupert also asked, "Didn't they make any demands?" "I answered a question from Iceberg General," Odis laughed. That was exactly the kind of intelligence she needed. The other members nodded in agreement. That made sense. Moreover, they did not question anything about Odis's answer to Admiral Iceberg's question, since Captain Gal would regularly convene intelligence exchange meetings. Odis said, however, everyone should not let their guard down. Be careful that they do not launch a sudden attack on the island. The crew members who remained behind kept the safety on the extraordinary machine gun off in case they launched a sneak attack. After deciding on the next course of action, everyone began to tie white cloths around their left arms, then went to the deck to prepare for landing. There is no port here, nor any good landing spot, so we can only launch small boats and land on the beach. But that was for ordinary pirates. Odis simply pulled out several flying scrolls, and all the crew members except the navigators flew onto the beach. The search then began, with the corrupted Baron, Bazel, skilled in close combat and possessing decent defense, leading the way. Then came Odis and Rupert, with 3rd Officer Bevis and Combat Captain Cleveland bringing up the rear, and Bosun Selina, along with crew members Boris and Noy in the middle. They soon discovered an extraordinary creature that looked like a rooster. Rupert, who had been promoted to Cataclysm Priest, brought it bad luck, causing it to trip and fall while trying to escape. Bazel rushed up and punched it half to death. Odis casually tossed a scroll, and the rooster was pierced and killed from different directions by many splinters that grew from the surrounding area. This is an extraordinary creature at Sequence 7. Odis will keep it for now and divide the spoils when he gets back. The reason it was so easy to take it down was because the attackers were 3 Sequence SIXS. If Eno and his team had encountered it alone, it would have been much more difficult to deal with. After walking for more than an hour, Odis and his men encountered Admiral Iceberg and his crew. The 2 sides stood several meters apart and remained in a silent standoff for more than 10 seconds. Because both of them had white cloths wrapped around their arms, after a brief standoff, Odis and Iceberg General smiled and nodded, and Edwina nodded in response. The 2 sides then cautiously separated and began their own new explorations. Once they were quite a distance apart, Edwina whispered to her crew, "This pirate crew actually has 3 Sequence SIXS. Chapter 294, Chapter 293 The Church of the Ancient Sun God. The pirate crew led by Iceberg General not only includes Edwina, who is a Sequence 5, but also 3 other Sequence 6 members, but this is the strength of Pirate General. Generally speaking, in large pirate crews, only the captain is a Sequence 6, and at most the first mate is also a Sequence 6. It is rare to have a 3rd Sequence 6, because if that were the case, the captain would not feel safe. However, the Dawnbreaker pirate crew in front of Edwina was somewhat of an exception, with 3 Sequence 6 members. Blue Walls, the first mate of the Golden Dream, said, "No wonder they wiped out 3 large pirate groups in just 2 or 3 weeks at sea. It turns out they were strong." Edwina nodded slowly, "Be careful of their attack. It cannot be ruled out that Captain Galt intended to assassinate Vice Admiral Iceberg on this island after making sufficient preparations, since eliminating a pirate general is the quickest way to become a pirate general himself." Meanwhile, the Dawnbreaker pirate crew's exploration continues. "Vice Admiral Iceberg is beautiful, and she reminds me of my grammar teacher," said Bosun Selina. Crew member Boris couldn't hold back any longer and ripped off the tape covering his mouth, asking, "You actually went to school?" Selina rolled her eyes at him. "What? Can't I go to school?" "I was just a little surprised, I felt." Boris quickly retaped the tape, because if he continued, Selina would hit him. Odis, who was walking ahead, laughed and said, "I heard that's how General Iceberg got his way. He likes to be other people's teachers." Selina was taken aback. Isn't she afraid of getting beaten up? 2nd Officer Rupert laughed and said, "On the high seas, how many people can beat her?" Selina nodded, "That's true." Then she realized, "Captain, how did you know about Vice Admiral Iceberg's extraordinary methods?" "Look at their flags," Odis said. "They have symbols of books and eyes on them, and if those 2 symbols appear together, it basically points to the reader path." Selina suddenly realized, so our flag also has an eye symbol, but no book symbol, which represents the peeping to the bottom path. So, the banner of the Elemental Dawn also has eyes, and the Mysterious Queen is also an extraordinary being of the spy pathway. Odis smiled and said, "That's right." At this moment, Bazel parted the lush vegetation in front of them, and a ruin almost completely covered in greenery appeared before them. By this time they had located the eastern side of the island, and Admiral Iceberg and her crew must have landed from this direction. Odis said, "It seems that their target is indeed not this ruin. Since we're here, let's go inside and take a look, and rest for a bit." The ruins were full of vegetation, but fortunately, the adventurers had cleared many paths. The group strolled through the ruins, feeling the ancient atmosphere of the place. They soon discovered that the city was tilted, as if it were built on a mound. After passing through 2 ancient streets, they found 2 buildings that were relatively well preserved, and it seemed that previous explorers had cleared the area and used it as a campsite. Odis and the others entered one of the ruins and looked around. Judging from the architectural style, this should be a ruin from the Tertiary period. 3rd Officer Bivis, the only one among the crew members who had studied this subject, said, "It's a pity that the markings and murals are no longer legible. Otherwise, we could have further determined whose relics these are." As they were talking, the group arrived at the 3rd floor of the building. This is one of the higher points in the area, offering a panoramic view of the entire street. Odis observed that many of the buildings exhibited a distinctly asymmetrical style in their exterior design. Bivis also noticed this. "Are there Quaternary period buildings here too?" "It seems to be a city built in the Tertiary period, but still inhabited in the Quaternary period," Odis said, then looked around. "Have you noticed? There are no churches here." It was only after Odis pointed this out that everyone noticed that there was indeed no place resembling a church in the ruins. This is rather strange, as cities in either the tertiary or quaternary periods should have churches. Continuing upwards, when you reach the top floor, your view can now bypass the treetops and see most of the island. Odis noticed that the ruins were not built on a mound, but were surrounded by a plain, with only a mountain in the distance. The low-lying area of this ruin looks like it's sunken into a pit. Odis suddenly realized, it's not that the ruins are high or low, but that part of the ruins is buried underground. Rupert joined the conversation. Was there an earthquake? Odis looked around. It doesn't seem like it. If there had been an earthquake, many buildings around here would have collapsed completely. However, what they saw was that although these ruins were covered by vegetation, most of them had not suffered any serious collapse. Third Officer Bivis asked, somewhat puzzled, why did this happen? Odis did not continue the discussion, but simply pointed in a direction and said, according to the urban design style of the tertiary period, the church should be in that direction, and it was also buried underground. Selena looked in the direction the captain was pointing. That's the direction Iceberg Admiral and the others were heading. They exchanged glances and immediately understood that Lieutenant General Iceberg and his men's target was likely the buried church. They landed on the east side and searched more slowly than Dawnbreaker, possibly because they arrived at the ruins, located the church, and then set off again. The crew members were not surprised by this. Generally speaking, churches are not only places of prayer, but can also be seen as extraordinary centers of a city. Although there was no systematic official system of extraordinary beings in the Fourth Age, the extraordinary beings of the church resided in the church at that time. Therefore, churches are a very important part of ruins, where you are likely to find extraordinary properties or magical items. Lieutenant General Iceberg must have obtained a clue and the approximate location of the church, which is why he decided to conduct today's exploration. Let's take a break. Odis sat down on a fallen stone pillar. Noi, help me with divination. What's the approximate location of the extraordinary creature I'm looking for? Noi agreed, took off her pendant, closed her eyes and silently recited the divination inscription. When she opened her eyes, she saw that the pendant was slowly rotating. She said, the divination failed. It seems they have the ability to ward off divination. Odis smiled helplessly. We'll just have to rely on luck. If you really can't find it, you have no choice but to write to the mysterious queen and ask her if she has any ideas. Odis pondered for a moment before saying, you all rest here for a while. I suddenly thought of an idea. Let's give it a try. As he spoke, he used the flying scroll to fly into the air, and then took out the pituitary gland of the trickster Pegasus from the wilderness of knowledge. Although the Sequence 5 level does not yet possess the power of extraordinary aggregation, the shimmering star tree will certainly be attracted to the pituitary gland of the trickster Pegasus. Because it can also advance by consuming such a main ingredient, another main ingredient of a potion is extremely attractive to such an extraordinary creature. Odis flew low over the forest, holding the extraordinary material, carefully observing his surroundings. Suddenly, the pituitary gland in Odis's hand flew to the ground on its own. He smiled, clearly indicating that the shining star tree was nearby and that he was manipulating the pituitary gland to move closer to it. Odis made the pituitary gland fly in front of him, and he followed closely behind. Suddenly the pituitary gland sank, and Odis chased after it until it hit the ground, but found nothing unusual. Odis realized that the shining star tree must have sensed the danger and abandoned the pituitary gland. Odis was not surprised by this. Even if it was a tree, at this level, it still had a brain. Perhaps, once it realizes the danger, it will deliberately throw the pituitary gland out, making it difficult for Odis to find it. Odis put away the pituitary gland of the deceptive Pegasus. For him, finding the approximate location of the shining star tree was enough. He returned to midair, put on the Hand of Judgment and the Harvest Gauntlets, took out several explosion scrolls from his bag, and threw them one by one into the surrounding forest. Boom. Boom. The crew members, who were resting in the ruins, heard the explosion and rushed to check. They found that the captain was dropping a scroll, so they sat back down to rest. They were already familiar with the captain's scroll and weren't surprised. Since the captain hadn't ordered them to help, there was no need for them to actively seek it out. The Iceberg General and his men, who had just located the church in the distance, immediately became alert. What happened? Did the Argo fire on the island? Iceberg Admiral quickly flew up to investigate. After watching for a while, she returned to the ground with a strange look on her face. It's Gar who's hunting with the scroll. A scroll. Second mate Orpheus thought he had misheard. A scroll could be that powerful. But he immediately realized that his question seemed to be questioning the captain, so he changed his tone and said, it seems that this Captain Gar's scrolls are somewhat special. Edwina nodded, it is indeed somewhat special. Then she ordered, First mate, you take some men and climb to the treetop. If Gar gets close, issue an alert immediately. The rest of you, continue digging. Those scrolls are very powerful. If Gal throws a few scrolls around in midair, it will definitely cause considerable casualties. When Odis threw the 5th scroll, he saw a lush vine suddenly stand up from the tree and run behind the tree to avoid the explosion. This is it. Odis used the travel ring to travel to the tree and threw a punch with his right hand, which had the harvest gauntlet. Click. The towering tree was cut in half, and the vines that had been hiding behind it were also knocked away. In midair, the vine changed shape and turned into a small tree with interconnected, star-like patterns that twinkled as it was knocked away, like stars blinking. The tree's roots are more like tentacles, which move swiftly across the ground after it lands. That's the shimmering star tree. The vines that appeared earlier were actually a disguise for the shimmering star tree. After seeing the starlight shimmering on the tree, Odis suddenly had the illusion that the surrounding light had dimmed and that night was about to fall early. The shining star tree suddenly seemed very far away from Odis, as distant as the stars in the sky. This must be some kind of illusion. Odis used the harvest gloves to set off walls of fire around them, instantly igniting the dense forest around them. The fire illuminated the surroundings, and although the shimmering star tree was an extraordinary creature, it was still a tree after all. Upon seeing the fire, it immediately used its roots to escape. The sense of night and distantness vanished instantly. Odis raised his hand and summoned another flock of fire crows, which bombarded the shining star tree. The shining star tree was surrounded by shimmering starlight and used its extraordinary abilities to create gusts of wind around it, which always managed to blow away fire crows that approached it. Odis once again used the travel ring to appear behind the shining star tree, raising the hand of judgment, imprisonment, death. With a punch, he sent the shining star tree flying again. Having learned from the previous hunt, Odis rushed forward, stomped on the shining star tree, and delivered another punch with the harvest gloves. Harvest. They simply cut the tree in two. The shining star tree remained still, but Odis stood to the side, ready to strike again at any moment. As the stars on the shining star tree converged in one spot, Odis knew that the other party was indeed dead. So the entire tree was placed in the knowledge wilderness. Once again in midair, Odis used 2 whirlwind scrolls to extinguish the fire in the forest. Returning to the ruins where they had rested, Odis said to everyone, "I'll treat you all to barbecue tonight." Selena immediately replied, "Great." Odis once roasted meat for everyone, and the taste made Selena's mouth water just thinking about it. Knowing that the captain had succeeded in his hunt, everyone smiled and agreed, one saying he would cut the meat, another saying he would start the fire. Afterwards, the crew members chatted and laughed while resting for more than half an hour. Since there was nothing important to do today, everyone treated it like a picnic, searching the surrounding area again. After hunting down another extraordinary creature, they began hunting ordinary animals. They were all extraordinary individuals, hunting ordinary animals with ease. They quickly caught some pheasants and rabbits, and even a wild boar and a deer. With a bountiful harvest, the group embarked on their return journey. However, Odis could not simply return, so he led his crew back to the ship, roughly in the direction of the church. Their ship was indeed in this direction, and they could return from here, so it wouldn't arouse suspicion. As the group walked back, chatting and laughing, Odis, who was at the front, suddenly stopped and looked up, asking, "Are those iceberg general's subordinates up ahead?" A few dozen meters ahead, Blue Walls, the first mate of the Golden Dream, parted the treetops and jumped down. "What are you doing here?" "We're heading back to the ship," Odis said. "Should we leave you 2 pheasants?" However, he clearly had no intention of staying, and before the other person could answer, he paused and asked, "What are you doing in the tree?" Blue thought to himself, "It's all to prevent you from flying over and dropping the scroll." But in the end, he simply said, "Stand on guard." Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Then Blue pointed out a direction. "You should leave in that direction." The members of Dawnbreaker all guessed that the church should be located behind Blue, and that Admiral Iceberg should be leading his crew to excavate the church at this time. Just as the crew was about to leave, Odis suddenly said, "I'm curious, is that church the church of the ancient sun god? Or the church of the true creator?" Blue paused for a moment before saying, "This is not something you should know." This caused the crew of the Argo to put down their prey and glare angrily at the first mate of the Golden Dream. Out of courtesy, they could follow the directions Blue indicated, making it convenient for them. But Britty's answer was a bit too much. He could have said he didn't know, or wasn't sure, or even refused to answer, but saying, "It's not your business," was just too arrogant. Odis raised his hand to signal everyone not to act rashly, and he sneered, "Then I'll wait on the sea and go to the church after you leave. Judging from your unprofessional behavior, you can't find anything important." Blue Walls clenched his fist, and the muscles in his arms bulged as if they were full of power. Odis put the black glove back on. Blue paused for a moment, then said in a relatively polite tone, "I'm sorry, I'm not entirely sure about your question either. He is a craftsman, and the sequence 7 of this path is appraiser." He sensed it the moment Odis put on the gloves. It was a Sequence 5 sealed artifact. Pirates may be cruel, arrogant, or immoral, but they know how to be pragmatic. Odis immediately put on a smiling face. All right, then I won't bother you any longer. Wait a minute. At this moment, Iceberg General parted the dense bushes on the ground and came out from behind. Since you are so interested, let's go and take a look together. Not only were Bazel and the others stunned, but Blue was also stunned. This invitation was somewhat hasty, or rather, according to the rules among pirates, a pirate crew would almost never proactively invite another pirate crew to join them when exploring ruins. Unless they encounter some unsolvable problem during the exploration. Odis smiled slightly and agreed, okay. Then he said to the crew, you go back first, I'll go take a look. As he spoke, Odis took off his gloves. The crew did not return immediately. Bazel had Bivis take Noy and Boris back with the game, while the rest of the crew waited there. Odis didn't insist. He tossed a bottle of mosquito-repellent oil to the crew and then approached, Iceberg Admiral, I often explore ruins, and perhaps I can offer you some assistance. If I am the one who receives spoils of war because of the help I provided, then I should also have the right to share in those spoils. I will not take any spoils if I have not provided any help. Iceberg Admiral, Edwina nodded, okay. Then she said to Blue, you go down too, and Orpheus will keep watch for you. The three of them turned back together and walked for a minute or two before arriving at the tunnel dug by Iceberg General's subordinates. The top of the church is still above ground. Once the top is dug out, you can enter from there. Lieutenant General Iceberg did not rush to let Odis enter the tunnel, but asked first, why do you say this is the church of the ancient sun god or the true creator? Odis replied, among the ruins just now, there were buildings from both the tertiary and quaternary periods. This shows that the city existed during the tertiary period. During the tertiary period, only the ancient sun god dared to openly build a church on the northern and southern continents. During the Fourth Age, neither the six gods nor the Emperor of the Underworld, also known as the God of Death, would have built a church here. At that time, the six gods each had their own divine kingdom. The only one who might have built a church on the sea, the Lord of Storms, did not have his divine kingdom here. The Grim Reaper only built churches in the southern continent, and the buildings in that ruin were clearly not in the style of the southern continent. Perhaps only the true creator would build a church in such a place back then. Lieutenant General Iceberg nodded, it seems you have extensive knowledge of occultism. Please leave. Without much thought, Odis arrived at the tunnel. After the top of the church was dug out, what appeared before Odis was a huge, downward-facing hole. He waved to the pirate who handed him the rope, then used a flight scroll to fly down. Although the church was buried in the soil, it was almost completely destroyed. It was pitch black inside, with only the brazier set up by Iceberg General's men and the lanterns they carried providing light. Odis noticed that the pirates were searching the church separately with lanterns, but he didn't know what they were looking for. He landed on the ground, and Edwina and Blue followed suit. Only then did Iceberg General say, during the exploration just now, someone triggered the extraordinary mechanism here, closing the portal to the below. Jodson and several other members are still on the lower level. Blue, find the mechanism to open the passage as soon as possible. Blue is a craftsman and is quite familiar with mechanisms. Just now, Lieutenant General Iceberg took Second Officer Orpheus to replace First Officer Blue so that he could find the mechanism. That's when he overheard Odis's question. Odis sounded like he knew a lot about ancient ruins, which is why Iceberg General decided to bring Odis along to see if he could be of any help. Then, Iceberg General said to Odis, you can walk around and see if you can find any clues. Odis nodded, okay. He thought to himself that although Iceberg General looked cold and aloof, he was quite meticulous in his work. After confirming his extensive knowledge of occultism several times on the tunnel floor, he went down to explain the problem they had encountered. Because when he was up there, Lieutenant General Iceberg had limited manpower, and the fate of the third mate was still unknown. Odis, however, was able to summon his crew to attack Admiral Iceberg and others. Once underground, Odis was all alone, while General Iceberg's subordinates were mostly there. Even if Odis had any ideas, he dared not act rashly. Lieutenant General Iceberg led First Mate Blue to the passageway. Odis did not follow, but instead glanced at the inside of the hall. There were no statues or signs there. Odis frowned. Theoretically speaking, if this were the church of the ancient sun god, there should be a huge cross here. If this were a church of the true creator, there should be a person hanging upside down on a cross, but there is nothing here. How would he make a judgment? Odis pondered for a moment, then said to the pirate beside him, I'd like to use the lantern. Admiral Iceberg also sent 2 pirates to follow Odis. Without waiting for the pirate's reply, Odis picked up the lantern and flew up again. Just as he had expected, there were still some broken murals on the top of the tall church. The 2 pirates below could only watch helplessly. Their guest had flown away. How could they possibly follow? Oedipus, carrying a lantern, saw a mural depicting a tall, majestic mountain peak with a magnificent cross atop it. He immediately concluded that this was the church of the ancient sun god. After the fall of the ancient sun god, Adam likely took over this place. At that time, the divinity of the ancient sun god had already awakened within Adam. Odis speculated that he removed the giant cross to prevent the believer's prayers from being directed directly at God and making God more active. Odis landed back on the ground and went to observe the entrance to the passage. He soon discovered some mystical characters around the entrance to the passage. These characters were neither giant script nor dragon script, but a kind of mystical symbol that Odis had never seen before. However, he quickly realized that these symbols were likely used by ancient humans, as some of them were quite similar to modern occult symbols. Odis speculated that these were symbols commonly used during the Tertiary period, similar in function to giants and dragons, but later, because truly advanced magic arrays were lost, these symbols were simplified into the mystical symbols we know today. Although the symbols of Odis at the entrance to the passage were new to me, their location was similar to that of the symbols at the ruins of the Abraham family and some of the secret doors in the underwater city. Based on his previous exploration experience, Odis could basically guess where to open the mechanism. Odis then conjectured that this design remained a relatively common structure until the Quaternary period. Later, the function of the magic array seemed to be deliberately weakened, and this kind of mechanism that uses magic arrays to open and close gradually faded from people's sight. Seeing that Blue was still measuring the ground and walls around the passage, he said, "Let me give it a try." Blue was taken aback, glanced at the iceberg general, and Edwina pondered for a moment before saying, "Please." Odis took out spiritual materials and a soft brush and began to draw a magic circle on the wall. This magic circle is similar to the one used in the underwater city before. It's essentially bypassing the combination lock in the mechanism and setting a new one yourself. His movements were very smooth and natural. In just over half a minute, he had drawn a small magic circle. This made many of the surrounding pirates swallow hard. They couldn't help but wonder how many lessons and how much practice one must have taken to draw so quickly and so well. Lieutenant General Iceberg paused for a few seconds before saying, "This magic circle is very peculiar, and I have never seen many of the mystical symbols used in it before." The magic circle drawn by Odis used garbage runes. Based on his previous research, regardless of the type of mystical characters, the spell circles written with them have little difference in function, and these symbols are universal except for the key positions of the spell circles. The other crew members were stunned. They hadn't expected that the captain wouldn't recognize these symbols. For a moment, they even felt a little horrified. Odis simply smiled and said, "I have been studying magic arrays for many years." He thought to himself, if we include the time acceleration in the knowledge wilderness, it's probably been 20 years. Later, I can say that I started studying magic arrays when I was 3 years old. Lieutenant General Iceberg simply nodded slowly without saying anything, but Odis noticed that the way she looked at her was no longer as cold as before. Odis put away the brush and spiritual materials, then infused the magic circle with spiritual energy. Clack. The mechanism was activated, opening the downward passage. However, Third Officer Jodson and the other crew members did not wait on the descending steps. They may have gone to explore if there were any other exits, Bruce said. "There should be some danger down there," Edwina said. "Blue, you stay here. Daniels, you take 5 crew members and come down with me." Then she looked at Odis. "Gal, you are not on my crew, so I can't order you around, but I hope you can come with me." "No problem," Odis smiled. "I won't refuse spoils delivered to my door." He seemed to be reminding Edwina of their previous agreement regarding the spoils, which was indeed meant to reassure her. It would be rather strange if Odis didn't mention any conditions at this point. The situation was urgent, so after a quick preparation, the group went up to the next floor together. At the bottom of the stairs, there is a long corridor with rooms on both sides and horizontal corridors, making it a fairly large space. Because there might be unknown dangers, we can't shout, we can only search along the corridors one by one. After searching for a while, Odis said, "I think we don't need to look anymore. We've been operating on this floor for so long. If they were on this floor, they should have heard us by now." Edwina nodded and immediately ordered, "Go to the next floor." As they continued walking, Edwina asked, much like Corrodes, "Do you know the structure of a church in the Tertiary period?" "I know," Odis said. "Gods go to temples, and tombs go to burial sites. The next level should be the burial ground. If there is any danger, it will likely be on the next floor." Chapter 295, Chapter 294 Rescue of Vice Admiral Iceberg's crew. The exploration team consisted of 8 people. Leading the way were Iceberg Admiral, Edwina and Odis, followed by Daniels, a sailor from the Golden Dream. This sailor was no more than 30 years old, with a large belly and short legs, looking like a moving bucket from a distance. The remaining 5 were pirates, all of whom were extraordinary individuals because this was a rescue mission. The group carefully made their way to the bottom floor, where there was a short corridor leading to 2 massive stone doors. Odis noticed a gap between the two stone doors, and guessed that the third officer of the Golden Dream must have gone inside. Odis asked, did they know the structure of the church? I know. This was also what Edwina found strange. I explained this to them before we landed. Odis did not immediately enter, but said, they knew there might be danger down there, yet they still went down. Edwina and the others also stopped in their tracks, which was indeed very unreasonable. Odis peeked through the crack in the door and vaguely saw what appeared to be some coffins inside. He had read some relevant documents, and generally, this floor had a relatively large space, since it was a public cemetery for the entire city. When ordinary believers die, their coffins are neatly placed deep inside the burial hall. Only when important religious figures die can their coffins be placed at the entrance, which is the center of the entire burial hall. As Odis was pondering this information, her spirit suddenly sensed someone inside rapidly approaching the door. However, Odis's view was blocked by the stone door, so he couldn't see who was coming. He reached into his purse with one hand, took a step back, and assumed a defensive stance. Suddenly, a pair of terrified eyes appeared through the crack in the door, and then Odis saw a face without skin, only muscles. The teeth on this face are also exposed, making it look extremely ferocious and terrifying. Even though Odis was mentally prepared, he was still taken aback. Odis quickly stepped back again, simply giving up the doorway. A ferocious monster rushed out from inside, and Odis realized that it had no skin from head to toe, with its muscles exposed. This reminded Odis of a commission she received when she was playing the role of a wizard. However, the situation in the commission was different from what we see now, because this person without skin was bleeding as he walked, not because his skin was invisible, but because it was truly gone. Upon seeing Edwina, he opened his mouth and let out several pitiful cries, as if he wanted to speak but could not utter a word. By this time, Edwina and the others had already guessed that this must be one of the crew members, but they didn't know what had happened to him to turn out like this. Odis said, I will. He tore off 2 pieces of clothing, wrapped them around his hands, then stepped forward, grabbed the other person's head, and twisted it sharply, ending the person's suffering. After a few tense seconds, Edwina said, when you return, remember to take his body with you. At that moment, they didn't even know who had just died. Odis crouched down to examine them, and after a while, he asked, do you know how to skin people? Bosun Daniel swallowed hard. Who knows how to do this? I don't know either, Odis said. But look at him, his muscles are almost undamaged, as if someone just peeled off his skin. Edwina deduced, there might be a monster with special abilities inside. Odis nodded in agreement, we can follow the bloody footprints and perhaps find the other crew members, but we must be careful in the process. At that moment, the 2 pirates pushed the door wider, with Edwina and Odis still leading the way. As the group entered the room, they were greeted by a vast space, with rows of coffins neatly arranged as far as the eye could see. Among these coffins is a path leading into the depths of a dark hall, seemingly without end, as if this path leads to the final resting place of all the dead, the underworld. Inside the door was a circular hall paved with stone slabs, with several layers of coffins arranged radially inside. Many of the coffin lids were open, as if the people living inside had left for some reason. The bloody footprints did not come from the main hall, but from the right side of the hall. There were several coffins burning in that direction. It looked like someone had just used extraordinary abilities there. It must have been Yodson and his group who fought here, Edwina concluded. Because Yodson is a fire thief, he can not only temporarily steal the extraordinary abilities of his targets, but also steal fire and release it when needed. After searching the surroundings and finding no other clues, Odis and the others continued forward following the footprints. The further we walked, the more we felt a strange smell around us, like meat that had gone bad, but it hadn't yet turned rotten. Theoretically speaking, cremation was not common in the tertiary period, so this underground hall must have had a good ventilation system, otherwise, the stench of corpses inside would be enough to create toxic gas. But after this place was buried underground, those ventilation shafts must have been covered up as well. Fortunately, no new bodies were brought in more than 1,000 years ago. Not only could you smell a strange odor, but the surrounding atmosphere also felt very cold. Although Odis and the others were used to seeing strange events, for some reason they always had the illusion that the coffins around them would be pushed open in the next second, and the people lying inside would sit up and greet them warmly. Just then, the bloody footprints disappeared. It vanished suddenly, as if the pirate had suddenly lost his skin and stumbled his way out of here. Then, Odis and the others discovered that several coffins not far away had been opened. They went over and searched them, and found that the corpses inside were still there, so it seemed that the residents inside had not opened them themselves. If there were one less corpse, Odis and the others would inevitably wonder if the person who had just left was someone who had once been lying in a coffin. Odis counted and found that 7 coffins had been opened in total. He then asked Edwina, how many crew members came down before? As expected, Edwina replied, 7. She also discovered that the number of crew members who came down earlier was equal to the number of these coffins. Then a terrifying thought occurred to them: what if the 7 crew members had already become corpses in coffins? Odis first smiled and shook his head. The one who ran out just now reacted somewhat anxiously after seeing Edwina, so he was most likely a pirate. In that case, the quantities won't match. Odis examined the coffins more closely, finally stopping in front of one. Come and see, this coffin was completely opened by force. The lids of the other coffins were all on the side, but the lid of this coffin was several meters away, and it even knocked 2 other coffins askew. It is clear that the coffin was opened by a tremendous force. Odis speculated, could it be that the 7 crew members hid in the coffin because they were in danger? One of the crew members was discovered, the coffin lid was opened, and the crew member was pulled out. Then he was skinned alive and stumbled outside, where he happened to run into Odis and the others who had come down to check on him. That means the other 6 people used the coffins to escape the pursuit of a certain monster. The question is, why didn't they run outside after the danger was over? They then began searching the surrounding area for clues about the attacker. Odis suddenly said, it would be dangerous for us to continue exploring like this. We need to discuss things before we can move forward. Then he asked, is the 3rd officer on the Golden Dream also a Sequence 6? Edwina nodded, yes. A Sequence 6, plus 6 crew members, even if we encounter a Sequence 5 level enemy, there's no need to hide like this, right? Odis analyzed. But if the enemy is a demigod, our spirituality should have given us a warning long ago. So, is our enemy someone who is slightly higher than Sequence 5, but not quite at the level of a demigod? Upon hearing this, Daniels couldn't help but ask, there are enemies like that? Yes, Edwina said. For example, creatures that possess the main ingredients for potions that can elevate one to demigod status. She gave Odis a deep look, inwardly marveling at the captain's strong analytical abilities. Such a jumbled mess of clues actually led to a reasonable guess so easily. Odis continued, then the next step is to work backward. What kind of extraordinary creatures might possess the ability to skin people? The group fell into deep thought, only to realize that this question was difficult to answer precisely, because they did not know which extraordinary beings could be promoted to demigods, nor did they know what their specific abilities were. However, Edwina quickly caught up with Odis's train of thought. I have thought of a way. She paused and then said, flesh and blood magic. Odis smiled and said, I also thought of the mystic approach. Then he stopped laughing, because the pirate's skin might not have been peeled off, but rather it seemed to have come alive and detached from the body. However, this does explain why the bloody footprints appeared suddenly. Finally, Odis said, let's rejoin the 3rd officer as soon as possible. This kind of enemy is too difficult for the 2 of us to deal with. Once a being reaches the level of Sequence 4, they already possess a small degree of divinity. Sequence 4 represents another qualitative leap. For a complete demigod, this leap is quite significant. The difference between Sequence 4 and Sequence 5 is roughly equivalent to the difference between Sequence 6 and Sequence 8. If it were just an extraordinary creature with one of the main materials for advancement, it wouldn't be so obvious, but Odis still thought that he and Edwina would have some difficulty dealing with it. Edwina thought for a moment and said to Daniels, you take the rest of the crew back. The chubby Daniels said somewhat reluctantly, Captain. Edwina raised her hand, if you're here, I might have to spare some energy to protect you, and then we might all die. Odis nodded, also supporting Edwina's decision. Daniels then reluctantly led the other 5 crew members away. After Daniels and his men left, Odis said, I am the scroll professor, skilled in using various scrolls, and also have in-depth knowledge of the occult. Since the upcoming battle would obviously require teamwork, Odis introduced herself. What he actually wanted to emphasize was the statement, I also have in-depth research on the occult. This statement, while not abrupt at this moment, could provide a prerequisite for his communication with Lieutenant General Iceberg after the incident. Edwina paused for a moment before saying, I am a secret arts instructor, skilled in various secret arts, as well as simulating some extraordinary abilities I've seen. As Odis surveyed his surroundings, he said, that monster must have been living here for a long time, but it hasn't come out to attack us yet. Either it's still hiding in the shadows waiting for an opportunity, or it's searching for your subordinates. I estimate the latter is more likely. My idea is that we make some noise to attract it. Edwina smiled slightly, that's a good idea. She had just thought of this too, and was about to discuss it with Odis. Third mate Jodson and his crew could only run away when faced with a monster of this level, but if Odis and Edwina cooperated, they could at least fight the monster for a while. With proper execution, taking down the opponent is not impossible. If we continue searching like this, we may very well find only the bodies of the third mate and his crew when we finally reach the destination. If the monsters are attracted, the third mate, Jodson, and his group will also be attracted, which might allow them to reunite. Whether to fight or retreat then depends on the situation. Edwina hadn't expected that Gale had already figured out her plan before she even revealed it. In fact, Iceberg Admiral sometimes felt quite lonely on the Golden Dream, even though her crew respected her and obeyed her orders. However, most crew members treat the study of mysticism as a perfunctory matter, and even use various methods to avoid exams. Of course, for a teacher, these are not difficult problems. She has plenty of ways to outwit and outmaneuver the crew. The problem is that when Edwina encounters thorny mystical questions, she has no one to consult and can only write to her teachers and classmates for advice, but none of them are very good at solving problems at sea. Most importantly, she and the crew members had different ways of thinking, which led to different ways of solving problems. During this operation, the collaboration with Odis made Edwina feel very comfortable, and even changed her usual serious demeanor. Odis pulled out a scroll. How about I create an explosion? Remembering the explosion in the woods earlier, Edwina quickly said, let me do it. As they spoke, the two of them skillfully found a hiding place. Then, Edwina rubbed her hands together, and a ball of light appeared in her palms. The ball of light quickly floated in midair and emitted a sharp whistling sound. The shriek wasn't very piercing, but it could travel a long distance. At the same time, the sphere of light emitted a bright light, illuminating the surrounding area. It can be said that as long as the monster has sight or hearing, it can be attracted. This way, at least it will know that someone has entered the hall again, and it will most likely come to check. Then, Edwina and Odis each hid in the hiding places they had just found. Odis chose a spot where two walls intersected, with a small section of one wall protruding out, just enough for him to hide. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. After hiding, Odis put on two magical items and immediately used an invisibility scroll to disappear into the darkness. He looked around and was surprised to find several ancient symbols on the wall, which made him realize that there was a hidden door here. However, now is not a good time to explore. We can only wait until after the battle is over. Edwina also hid and used secret techniques to conceal her tracks, quietly waiting for the monster to arrive. After waiting for almost a minute, the brightness of the orb began to dim, but the monster still did not appear. Just when Odis thought the plan might fail, he suddenly noticed that the light in the corner in Edwina's direction seemed to dim for a moment. The light from that sphere had already dimmed, so this slight dimming seemed quite natural. Odis noticed the subtle change only because he had the eye of the secrets. He immediately realized that the monster had probably arrived long ago and had already spotted Edwina, slowly approaching her. Edwina clearly hadn't realized this yet. Although the reader pathway potion also enhanced sight, the enhancement was different from that of eye of the secrets. The enhancement of reader leans more towards the essence of what is seen, while the enhancement of peeping eye is an enhancement in the direction of mystery, allowing him to see more information about the extraordinary. It was too late to warn them now. After a moment's thought, Odis came up with a solution. He threw a radiant scroll in that direction, and as the scroll exploded, the entire burial hall seemed to be illuminated. But no matter how strong the sunlight was, there was always a dim shadow that lingered in the corner of the wall not far from Edwina. Edwina immediately realized that the monster was close by. Her light blue eyes turned bright pure white, and then a beam of light descended, striking the dim shadow. Upon realizing it had been discovered, the shadow lunged toward Edwina's shadow, simultaneously dodging the beam of light. Lieutenant General Iceberg immediately drew his sword, a sharp and exquisite-looking Western-style rapier. The moment Edwina infused it with spirituality, the light of dawn formed a barrier in front of her. This is a magical item from Iceberg General, corresponding to the Guardian of the Warrior Path. Before reaching demigod status, the Reader Path shares some weaknesses with the Secret Seeker Path, namely relatively weak defense. Even the simulation abilities offer limited improvement in defense. This magical item perfectly complements Edwina's abilities. The shadow slammed into the barrier, unable to break through for a moment. At this moment, Odis raised his left hand, which was the Hand of Judgment. Shadowing is forbidden here. The dim shadow suddenly expanded and transformed into a jet-black spider taller than a person, with blades on the inside of its 8 thin, long legs, making it look like it was carrying 8 long spears. Although the shadow was just a small patch, this tall spider is its true form. When the giant black spider realized it could not break through the barrier in time, it turned to attack Odis. Just as Odis was about to use his imprisonment ability, his spirit suddenly sensed danger. He immediately drew out a scale scroll, and the moment the scroll was opened, the coffin next to Odis exploded. The flesh bomb blasted Odis away, sending him crashing into the wall. Luckily, he had the scale armor scroll, otherwise, if he had used the defense scroll, he would definitely have been injured by such an explosion. Odis thought to himself, I've always been the one bombing others, this is the first time I've been bombed. Just as he was about to retrieve the scroll, the enormous black spider rushed forward, swinging its long legs as if it were a large sword slashing down. As Odis dodged, he pulled out a scroll that emitted a black light, arbitration. This is the arbitration scroll he developed through the Stone of Iron laws. The next 3 seconds will be the arbitration moment, targeting the person being arbitrated, whose emotions, confidence and all abilities will be weakened. Odis, on the other hand, acts as the arbitrator. His spirit and mental body will be greatly enhanced during these 3 seconds, creating a very powerful illusion that requires the target to overcome certain psychological barriers before they can make up their minds to attack him. If used on extraordinary beings below sequence 7, there is a certain probability that they will serve Odis during the arbitration moment. The moment the scroll shattered, the giant black spider's leg, which was attacking Odis, hesitated. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Odis swung her gauntlet-clad right hand and delivered a harvest that knocked the giant black spider to the ground. However, just before the black spider was hit, its shadow formed a thick layer of armor, so the punch only caused it minor injuries. At the same time, Edwina's eyes turned silver-white as she chased after them, and a huge bolt of lightning struck the giant black spider lying on the ground. With a sizzle, lightning exploded, piercing the giant black spider and causing it to squeak and scream. Odis rushed forward and threw another punch, using Harvest for the second time in a row. He felt his spiritual energy pouring into the Harvest gauntlets. Using Harvest continuously will consume a lot of spiritual energy. But the effect was also very significant. This spider, which was even higher than sequence 5, was seriously injured by Odis's 2 consecutive punches. The armor formed by its shadow was also partially shattered. At this moment, it finally realized that it had encountered a powerful enemy, so it once again shadowed itself, turning into a clump of dark currents to escape from here. Odis's previous prohibition did not mean that the target could no longer use the shadowing ability, but that when the target used this ability, it would be weakened, while Odis would become stronger as a result. Therefore, generally speaking, people will not actively pursue abilities or things that are prohibited, unless absolutely necessary. For example, right now, this giant black spider is trying to escape and doesn't care about any of that. At the same time, the arbitration moment ended, and Odis's spirit and mental body recovered, returning to the sequence 6 level. However, the benefits brought by the power of Odis's spirit just now almost offset the spiritual energy consumed by him when he used Harvest a second time, which was almost offset by the scroll's additional effects. When Odis discovered the scroll, he came up with this combo. Normally, he wouldn't dare to use Harvest a second time. Because that would consume nearly half of his spirituality, it would be better to use Death. Unfortunately, if this scroll is used continuously, it will cause damage to Odis's spirit and mental body, so Odis dares not use it continuously. On the other side, after Edwina attacked with lightning, she thrust out her rapier again, and the light of dawn descended, giving the rapier a layer of light like the morning sun. Lieutenant General Iceberg's sword pierced the black shadow, which immediately spurted out a stream of black blood. Attacks using the warrior path can pierce through all extraordinary attacks and injure the target's body. However, the giant black spider knew it had to escape as soon as possible, so it offered no resistance. Odis strode forward, taking over the attack from Iceberg General Death. Realizing the power of the attack, the black spider immediately stopped and manipulated Odis's shadow to entangle Odis's legs. Odis suddenly jumped up and punched the shadow. A rare thing happened, the blow killed the giant black spider instantly. The shadowy figure expanded again, transforming into the enormous spider. Its 8 legs slashed and smashed wildly in all directions, and Odis was also struck once. Illusory black scales appeared, but he was not injured. However, the surrounding coffin suffered greatly, with many being slashed or smashed away. After struggling for more than 10 seconds, the black spider finally collapsed to the ground, motionless. Odis and Edwina exchanged a smile. Odis was thinking to herself, fortunately, this monster only has abilities like flesh magic and shadow transformation. If it could hurt its prey, it certainly wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Edwina, however, was thinking, Gar has 2 magical items that are equivalent to sequence 5, as well as some scrolls with special abilities. He already has the strength of a pirate general. The reason he is not recognized as a pirate general now is probably just because he hasn't had the opportunity to demonstrate his strength before. At the same time, she was a little puzzled as to why Element Dawn would suddenly want to cultivate such a great pirate. In her opinion, a sequence 6 holding 2 sequence 5 level seals must be due to the organization's help. What intrigued Edwina even more was why Element Dawn suddenly placed such a talented member on the high seas. Since the Elemental Dawn is already very powerful on the high seas, there seems to be no need to strengthen it further. A member like Gar would be a leader of a region no matter where he is placed, or it would be more reasonable to let him develop on his own than to put him at sea. Neither Odis nor Edwina spoke, but silently observed the characteristics of the giant black spider, which were concentrated on a hard bone on its forehead. Odis suggested, should we carry it out first? He had only spoken halfway when several figures moved in the distance. Just as Odis was about to throw out another sun scroll, Edwina waved her hand at him. Those are my crew members. Odis said, oh, first taking off his boxing gloves, then his mittens. Soon, the other person also saw Edwina and quickly walked over. Captain. Leading the way was a handsome young man with light blonde hair. This is Jodson, the 3rd mate of the Golden Dream. He seemed quite excited to see Edwina, but upon seeing Odis, he immediately became alert. Edwina then said, "This is Captain Gar. I invited him to rescue you. Thanks to him, we were able to deal with this monster relatively easily." Jodson was initially skeptical, because according to their analysis, this Captain Gal should be a Sequence 6. Jodson was well aware of the monster's strength, a Sequence 6 would have little effect. However, he quickly chose to trust the captain and politely said to Odis, "Thank you for your help." "You're welcome," Odis smiled. "This isn't the place to talk. I suggest we move the monster's body to the uppermost hall first, and then continue our conversation." With Jodson and the others around, Odis no longer needed to do it himself. They carried the body to the doorway, joined Daniels and the others, and then went back to the church upstairs. It was only then that Jodson recounted their ordeal. After the passage was sealed off, they tried searching the lower level for any other exits. At that moment, someone called their names from below. They thought the captain had found another passage and was waiting for them on the lower level. When they entered the lowest level, they realized something was wrong. Jodson set fire to several coffins and saw a shadow hanging from the ceiling of the hall not far away. Jodson quickly threw out a death pathway talisman he had obtained earlier, placing it in the center of the hall. The corpse there opened its coffin on its own, temporarily enveloping the shadow. This gave Jodson and the others a chance to hide inside the coffin. What happened next was pretty much what Odis had predicted. One of the members was discovered and pulled out of the coffin. They did not choose to rescue their companions because they knew very well that they were simply not capable of doing so and would all die there. So while the monster was toying with its companion, they fled again and went into hiding once more. Soon after, they heard a shriek and came over to investigate. After seeing the gruesome state of his companion's body, Jodson felt some remorse, but Edwina did not blame him because his choice was correct. Otherwise, the subsequent rescuers would have only found 7 bodies. After Jodson finished recounting his ordeal, Edwina said to Odis, "Let's talk about dividing the spoils." Chapter 296, Chapter 295 Clues to the characteristics of a demigod level. "Iceberg Admiral," Edwina bluntly stated, "I need this extraordinary trait more than you do. You can give it to me, and I can give you some compensation for it. Judging from the opponent's attack, this is clearly a potion material for advancing to Black Knight, which is adjacent to the reader path, so Edwina will naturally try to get her hands on this material." Odis thought for a moment before saying, "Give me the spider's corpse. In addition, I would like to obtain a magical item with the audience pathway, which must have the ability of hypnosis and dream travel, and the negative effects cannot be too great. Also, you owe me a favor. If I ever need your help in the future, you can't refuse." Dream travel is an ability available only at Sequence 5 of the audience pathway, so Odis's request can also be seen as asking for a magical item at Sequence 5 level. Odis's only weakness right now is that he is still missing a magical item with a control function. Although the Hand of Judgment also has the ability to imprison, it can only be considered strong control, and the duration is short and the scope of application is small. If Odis were to acquire another magical item with hypnotic abilities, he believed that after advancing to Sequence 5, he would become a Pirate Admiral. He's even already considering his own title. The reason for making such a request to General Iceberg is that the audience approach and the reader approach are adjacent, and the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom is very likely to have such a magical item. Moreover, Odis's asking price was just right. In his opinion, if a price had to be set for a Sequence 4 potion, the approximate reference price would be £30,000 for the recipe and the 2 main ingredients. Of course, this is the price in terms of value. If scarcity is taken into account, the price will be at least twice as high, and more. More likely, even if a millionaire squanders his entire fortune, he still won't be able to buy the potion recipe he needs, or gather the extraordinary materials required for advancement. If you really have millions in assets, instead of searching for special characteristics on your own, you might as well join a secret organization or church to seek opportunities. So, if Odis calculates the value of the extraordinary creature he just killed as £30,000 and the other extraordinary materials as £6,000, then in theory he should receive £18,000. After he also gets the spider's carcass, Edwina will have to pay at least £15,000. A Sequence 5 seal item with minimal negative effects starts at around £8,000. Magical items from the audience pathway are quite useful and cost at least £10,000. Therefore, Edwina still owes Odis another favor, and it's the kind of favor that she has to repay seriously. The reason we need Edwina's favor is that today's exploration team is facing an unexpected event for Odis. Apart from that magical item from the spectator pathway, Odis can't think of any other needs at the moment. Therefore, it would be better to leave room for future collaborations and further strengthen the relationship between the two. Lieutenant General Iceberg was well aware of the value of the extraordinary material before them, so he agreed almost without hesitation. "Okay." The surrounding crew members gasped. They all knew that the captain had some connections, but they weren't particularly interested in the Gar artifact. But the captain needed to owe them a favor, which made them all realize the sense of crisis. They then looked at Captain Gal, who was young and energetic. Although his formal attire was somewhat damaged in the battle, he still looked imposing due to his good physique and demeanor. This made them more vigilant. However, Odis didn't care about their feelings. After Edwina took away the main material, he put the black spider's corpse into the spatial magic circle in front of everyone. This surprised Edwina and her subordinates again. Edwina thought it was a rare, spatial magic. She had heard that only demigods on the apprentice path had the ability to create a space to store items. The crew members didn't have that much knowledge, they simply felt that the magic circle was very powerful. Then Odis smiled and said, "Now that the spoils have been divided, may I invite General Iceberg to explore the lowest tomb?" The third officer of the Golden Dream, Jodson, said somewhat displeasedly, "Although you just participated in the rescue operation, there is one thing that must be made clear: we discovered this church." The other pirates nodded in unison, indicating their agreement. "Of course I know that." Odis was a little puzzled. Why did these pirates suddenly seem hostile towards him? He paused for a moment before continuing, "Just now, while I was waiting for the monster, I discovered a hidden door in the tomb. I think it's worth exploring." While everyone was stunned, Edwina smiled and said, "Of course. I mean, of course we can explore together." She considered for a moment before saying, "If I'm not mistaken, the main target of our operation this time should be that secret room." Since they were going to explore together, and Edwina had already developed a certain level of trust in Odis, she no longer hid anything from him. "Last week, I found a notebook from the Fourth Age in a treasure trove. It contained a copy of a mural that seemed to depict a battle involving demigods. According to the description in the notes, a demigod died in that battle, but for some reason, his characteristics have never been recovered. The owner of the notebook hoped to obtain that special ability advancement, but he died for unknown reasons, and the notebook has been adrift at sea ever since. Because the notebook was written in Old Fussack, it had never attracted the attention of other pirates. If it weren't for my subordinates who understood Old Fussack, this notebook would still be lying in a corner, and I don't know when its value would be discovered. This concerns extraordinary characteristics at the demigod level. It's a great treasure." Edwina made this statement because these kinds of treasures are easy to miss. After all, it's been many years, and the unique characteristics may have already been taken by others, so there may not be any spoils to share. She continued, "Based on the clues in the notes, I learned that the murals should be somewhere in this church, so I wanted to come and see the murals and look for relevant clues to see if it was worth the effort to find out what characteristics they possessed." Odis nodded, "I understand." He paused, then smiled and said, "I also enjoy studying murals like these, perhaps I can help you make a judgment." After determining the next course of action, Edwina assigned the first mate to lead 5 crew members to participate in the operation. After a brief rest and preparation, their new exploration began. Jodson watched the captain and the others go down to the next level again. After they were out of sight, he questioned Bosun Daniels, "Why did you leave the captain and Gar alone in the burial hall just now?" Daniels hesitated for a moment before saying, "It's the captain's order." "That explanation is too far-fetched," Jodson said coldly. Bosun Daniels gave a wry smile. "Captain's orders?" Odis and Edwina's group returned to the lowest tomb. Blue, the first mate of the Golden Dream, was worried for the captain when he saw the messy battlefield left from the previous battle with the black spider. Blue had noticed earlier that the spider's 8 legs were extremely sharp, and now, seeing the neatly cut coffin, he realized just how sharp those 8 legs were. Odis led a few people to the hidden door they had just discovered. After observing the surroundings and confirming that there was no danger, Odis infused spiritual energy into the corresponding position on the wall. Ugh. The hidden door slowly opened, and the sound of air circulating could be heard immediately, indicating that the room inside was sealed. Edwina asked everyone to wait a moment, and her eyes suddenly turned green, as if the surroundings were suddenly filled with life. Odis felt that her breathing became much easier. After Edwina had completely freshened the air in the hidden door, the group entered in pairs, one after another. The structure inside the hidden door is not complicated. First, there is a short corridor, and beyond the corridor is a spacious space. 7 stone coffins were neatly arranged in the room, and murals covered the 4 walls. Odis glanced at the stone coffins and, after confirming that the lids were not loose, said, "This should be a more advanced tomb. Perhaps after a demigod dies, his body will be sent here." Regardless of the church, the death of a demigod must be handled with care, and the recovery of extraordinary characteristics is certainly an important reason. Another reason is that corpses that have already acquired a degree of divinity may undergo some mutations. Even without extraordinary characteristics, they might still produce some miraculous reactions. Edwina nodded slowly in agreement. Then they went to look at the murals together, starting with the ones near the entrance. Odis saw that the background of the first mural was similar to that of the murals in the church outside, featuring towering mountains and a huge cross. The only difference is that this mural is not large, and it includes a round-faced middle-aged man who is devoutly praying towards the mountain peak. Odis immediately understood that this was about the faith of the round-faced middle-aged men. The main character in the second mural is still the round-faced middle-aged man. He is engaged in a battle, with one opponent being a person with a ferocious face riding on the waves, and the other being a shadowy figure under the blazing sun. It clearly depicts a round-faced middle-aged man fighting two opponents. As Odis continued reading, he quickly realized that the round-faced man was one of the people in the sarcophagus in the room, and the murals depicted his life story. Sure enough, the description of the round-faced man stopped abruptly in the fifth picture, and from the sixth picture onwards, it began to describe another person. Based on these murals, Odis roughly deduced that these people mostly died after the ancient sun god, and that most of them died in battle. They are essentially extraordinary beings through three pathways: readers, sailors, and singers. Their enemies, identified by their clothing, symbols, and other characteristics, are almost certainly the Church of Knowledge, the Church of Storms, and the Church of the Eternal Sun. Odis speculated that after the death of the ancient sun god, there were still many extraordinary beings through the three pathways of readers, sailors, and singers who continued to believe in the omniscient and omnipotent Lord. Adam incorporated this force and organized the believers who worshipped the ancient sun god to come to some remote cities on the sea. However, the three churches, including the Church of Storms, would certainly not allow such a group of high-level extraordinary beings, beyond their control, to exist on the high seas. Of course, they will not be tolerated spreading statements that smear the three gods Feng Jibai. Thus, battles frequently broke out between them, and Odis now had reason to suspect that the reason a large part of the city was buried underground was the result of a high-level, extraordinary battle. After looking at the biographies of a few people, Odis noticed that the rest were individual murals, all of which, without exception, depicted scenes of battle. The difference is that the mural also contains some geographical information, and it is certain that someone in the mural was killed by the enemy. Odis immediately understood that this record contained some extraordinary properties that had not been recovered, or rather, extraordinary properties that both sides had failed to recover for some reason. If a demigod who only believed in the ancient sun god was killed by the three churches of Feng Jibai, there would be no need for him to leave any information behind, because that characteristic would definitely have been seized by the other churches. Leaving such information is clearly a reminder to future generations that those characteristics may still have a chance to be recovered. This can be seen as a clue that the organization provides some demigod characteristics for Sequence 5. However, there are only 3 such murals, or rather, there are as many as 3. After all, even in the Fourth Age, the various churches would not waste the characteristics of demigods. The fact that 3 demigod-level characteristics could not be recovered was a huge loss at that time. Edwina pointed to the first mural and said, "This is the mural that is recorded in the notes." Odis glanced at the mural. On the left side, it depicted the murder of a middle-aged woman. On the right, an island was surrounded by hurricanes and lightning, and in the upper right corner, a nautical chart marked the island's location. The mural depicts the idea that this property could not be recovered because it was blocked by hurricanes and lightning. Furthermore, because of the contribution made to the ocean by the Emperor of the Underworld, the raging sea was formed, rendering that sea chart completely useless, unless it was a sea chart of the Sunia Sea, which was less affected by the fall of the Emperor of the Underworld. Odis said, "This characteristic is no longer worth considering." Edwina was taken aback. "Why do you say that?" "Hurricanes and lightning generally refer to high-level extraordinary beings of the sailor pathway," Odis smiled. Since the person who painted the mural believed that this characteristic could still be recovered, it certainly didn't fall into the hands of the Church of Storms. Then there is only one possibility: this characteristic has fallen into the hands of the elves. During the Quaternary period, there were still many elves on the sea, and there should have been some elves at the level of demigods. But after entering the Fifth Age, the living space of the elven race was repeatedly compressed. Especially after the Kingdom of Rune and the Empire of Fuzak began to compete for the island of Sonia, there were very few demigod-level elves anymore. So this characteristic should have already been seized by the Church of Storms, so we don't need to consider it. First Mate Blue and the others were stunned. Was this a lie? How could so much information be deduced from just a mural? With her extensive knowledge, Edwina followed Odis's line of thought. "You're right, we don't need to consider this characteristic anymore." Next, the two went to see the second mural, which depicted a middle-aged man being murdered. This time, the geographical information depicted a sea with land in the distance and towering mountains on the land. The mural roughly means that the property fell in the sea not far from the land. "There's no need to worry about that," Odis said. "The place where it fell was so close to land, yet it couldn't be recovered. It's very likely that it wasn't found during the subsequent search. If I'm not mistaken, it may have been swallowed by some marine creature. Since it hasn't been found, that creature is most likely wandering around in a frenzy, carrying its characteristics, and has lost control somewhere, or perhaps it survived the most difficult period and became a demigod in extremely poor condition. Of course, this characteristic will not disappear from the ocean, it will certainly be discovered again in the future. Because of the extraordinary characteristics aggregation law, it is highly likely that it will be obtained by the three major churches of Wind, Wisdom, and White, with the Storm Church, which is located on the sea, being the most likely to discover it. Edwina nodded slowly, agreeing with Captain Gar's opinion. When Odis arrived at the third mural, he was taken aback and didn't quite understand its meaning. The left side of the mural also depicts the killing of a demigod, while the right side depicts an island covered on one side by red flames and on the other by a pale white light. Odis did not immediately understand the meaning of the mural. Could it be that the process of recovery was hindered by the fire and the cold light? He then realized that the red flames and pale light must have symbolic meaning, just like hurricanes and lightning. Odis then made a connection and smiled. This is something we can consider. Edwina also had some thoughts at this moment, but she didn't have any specific ideas yet. She looked at Odis with a questioning look. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Odis continued to explain, if I understand correctly, the red flames should represent the red priest, which is the hunter pathway, and the pale white light should represent the death pathway. I think the reason the recovery wasn't completed at the time was because a fierce war was taking place there, between the United Empire and the Byron Empire. At that time, the United Empire had the support of the six gods. If the United Empire had obtained this characteristic, it would have definitely given it to one of the three churches, Feng Jibai. But the fact that this mural was still preserved suggests that a battle may have suddenly broken out when the demigod went to retrieve his special properties after his death. The characteristics were not found after the battle, and it was confirmed that it was not captured by either side of the war, which is why this mural was left behind. I think this is the most likely characteristic to have survived to the present day. He identified it as the United Empire era because during the Solomon Empire era, the Solomon Empire, to which the Medici and the other two hunter families served, was an ally of the Byron Empire, making it unlikely that they would wage war. In the later era of the four emperors, only the Turnsost Empire had two angel families with the hunter pathway, and they were both sequenced too. If a large-scale battle occurred, they would definitely cooperate with the vampires or the Augustus family and the Castile family. If they fight alone, unless their opponent is of equal strength, they are essentially giving away their lives. However, if cooperating with other families, it would be impossible to represent only one side with a large fire. Only during the era of the United Empire did the Medici family and two other families have the strength to launch large-scale wars, especially the Medici family, which could fight the Emperor of the Underworld for several rounds. This analysis left Edwina deep in thought, while the other pirates listened in stunned silence. After a long pause, Edwina exclaimed, only someone with a very rich knowledge of history could make such a judgment. Otherwise, it would be impossible to specify a particular era. The other pirates were truly convinced this time. Without Captain Gal's explanation, they would have completely failed to understand the meaning of the mural. Odis added, however, this property should be very difficult to find. It wasn't found more than 1,000 years ago, and it should be even harder to find now. Edwina nodded and added, but it's at least worth seeing. Odis hummed in agreement. After all, that's a demigod-level property, we can only be at ease if we go and see for ourselves. Edwina and Odis searched the tomb again but found nothing new. Although there are corpses here, they cannot possibly possess any extraordinary characteristics. The same applies outside, those characteristics have long been recycled. After a brief exploration, the group returned to the church above. After they left the dark room and closed the door, a stone coffin suddenly slid open on its own, and a corpse sat up inside. Its face bore a striking resemblance to that of First Mate Blue. The mummified corpse faced the doorway, its withered mouth revealing a comical yet terrifying smile, 2 teeth missing. Odis and the others returned to the church above, thus concluding their exploration. As they were preparing to return to the ground, Odis invited Edwina and several key crew members of the Golden Dream to have a barbecue on the Argo. Before Blue and the others could refuse, Edwina had already agreed, okay. Odis glanced at the reluctant Blue and the others, if you have something to do, you don't have to go. They all said in unison, go away, go away, go away. Odis then realized, could these guys be seeing me as a competitor? He smiled, to be honest, I do have a better chance than you, because your captain isn't really a pirate, he's more like a professor or scholar. Unfortunately, I'm only interested in the forces behind Vice Admiral Iceberg right now. It was noon when we got back to the ground. Odis led Bazel and the others, who had been waiting outside, back to the ship and told them that he had invited Edwina and others to visit. The Argo was heading north and would meet up with the Golden Dream in the northern part of the island. Everyone was immediately on high alert, and their posture became much straighter than before. They never expected that the captain would invite the pirate general. Those were the top-tier creatures on this vast ocean, and the crew members had all heard some of their stories. The reason why Bazel and the others dared to show their displeasure to the Golden Dream was that they were well aware of the captain's strength and trusted him completely, believing that even if a conflict occurred, they would not suffer any losses. However, they were actually quite conflicted, because they were well aware of the gap between themselves and the iceberg general, and if a conflict were to actually occur, they could only ensure that they would not suffer any losses. At the same time, they held the pirate generals in high esteem, especially General Iceberg, who did not commit much killing. So there was no conflict between the two sides, and they were quite happy after inviting Lieutenant General Iceberg to visit. The kitchen immediately became crowded and busy, as everyone felt they had to treat the upcoming guests well. Under Odis's direction, basic order was maintained in the kitchen. Upon arriving at the northern part of the island, Odis, along with Bazel and other key crew members, waited on the deck. As the two ships drew closer, they realized the immense size of the Golden Dream, which was dozens of meters long and much longer than any large ship Odis had ever imagined. The entire ship reflected a golden light, and in the middle, there was a main cannon covered with patterns and mystical symbols. This main cannon looks very powerful. Odis thought for a moment and realized that it was called the Purification Cannon. Once the two sides were close enough, Edwina, who was standing at the bow, raised her hand, and all the golden light on the ship focused on the bow. Then the light spread out, forming a tangible staircase. Edwina stepped onto the deck first, followed by several key crew members of the Golden Dream. They quickly made their way to the deck of the Argo, and the golden staircase then disappeared. "Welcome to the Argo," Odis said with a smile. "This is First Officer Bazel." The two sides introduced themselves to each other. On the Golden Dream side, apart from the second officer, Orvers, who stayed on board, all the other important crew members came. This included Danitz, though he clearly did not recognize Odis as captain. They also brought gifts such as beer and weapons. When they first boarded the ship, Blue and the others held their heads high, looking as if they were coming from a big ship to a small boat. But when Blue saw Elijah, the man with a white beard in the driver's seat, he was stunned. Mr. Elijah. The members of the Dawnbreaker Sword, pirate crew and Edwina's subordinates were all taken aback. Everyone stopped in their tracks, and Edwina asked her first mate, "Do you know each other?" "It was Mr. Ilzer who took me out to sea," Blue explained. "He was the navigator on the Dawn." After speaking, he quickly went into the driver's seat to greet Elijah. This time, not only Edwina's subordinates were surprised, but even Edwina herself was quite astonished. This is because it means that Captain Gal has gained access to part of the Mysterious Queen's crew. Even if it's just a navigator from the Dawn joining the pirate crew, it still means that the Mysterious Queen values him. At this point, everyone put away their contempt and, after arriving at the spacious restaurant, sat down properly before beginning to look around. The interior of the small boat was larger than they had imagined. They had initially thought this place would be like a small, ordinary seagoing vessel with a very small restaurant. However, after a dozen or so people sat down, it didn't feel crowded at all. Sitting at the head of the table, Edwina glanced at the extraordinary chef, grilling meat in the kitchen, then asked Odis, "Are those all extraordinary puppets?" "Yes," Odis smiled. "The crew of this ship, except for the navigators, are all sitting here." Blue and the others looked at the kitchen again. The chef's exposed skin was no different from that of humans. It was only after the captain's reminder that they noticed that these people had some abnormal spirituality. At this moment, their gazes toward Captain Gal changed. As seasoned pirates, they knew perfectly well that these extraordinary puppets meant that Captain Gal had been ordered from a demigod. This proves that firstly, he knew a demigod, and secondly, that demigod was willing to help. You see, once you reach the level of a demigod, it's very difficult to sway them with things like money. Their willingness to help is the most valuable asset. Then Edwina took the initiative to talk about the extraordinary history of the Fourth Age. She asked, after the fall of the Solomon Empire, why is it called the United Empire era? What exactly was the union of forces? Odis simply replied, it was a union between Trencist and Tudor, who became the new rulers of the North after the fall of the Solomon Empire. At this point, third mate Bivis joined the conversation. Blood Emperor and Night Emperor once ruled together. Yes, Odis smiled. They may have been reluctant, but the gods of that time wanted them to rule together. The other crew members lacked the relevant knowledge and could only listen from the sidelines. The roast meat was finally served, and Odis raised his glass. "Let's welcome our friends from the Golden Dream." Everyone raised their glasses and drank heartily. After putting down their glasses, they carelessly picked up pieces of grilled meat and put them in their mouths. Suddenly, they found the grilled meat in front of them to be exceptionally delicious. Even Edwina couldn't help but ask, "The spices used in these barbecues are very special." Odis smiled and said, "This is the elven roasting recipe that I obtained by chance." He then added, "I've heard that the Golden Dream has discovered many treasures. There must have been many interesting stories during the treasure hunt, right?" This question was exactly what Blue, Danitz, and others wanted to hear, and for a moment, boasting filled the air. The sociable Rupert always asked questions at the right time, making their stories even more engaging. With the second mate holding the line, Odis had time to chat with Edwina about some mystical topics. In the afternoon, Edwina Judies went to her study to continue discussing related occult issues. Around 2 p.m., after a satisfying meal and drinks, and with everyone in high spirits, Odis and the others escorted Edwina and the others back to their ship. After resting for a while, Odis boarded the Golden Dream with some specially made dried meat and dried fish as a return gift. Edwina personally greeted him and invited Odis into her study. After closing the study door, Edwina said, "I've found the magical item you needed." Chapter 297, Chapter 296 Advancement to Astrologer. Edwina's study truly is a study, with bookshelves lining all four walls, filled to the brim with all sorts of books, from ancient texts and notebooks to modern hardcover publications. As soon as Odis entered, Edwina told him that the magical item he had requested for the audience pathway had been found. Odis made no attempt to hide his surprise, so fast. The oval-faced, iceberg general smiled and said, "That's because you were a great help in today's operation." At least that's what she thought. Upon returning to the ship, she immediately wrote a letter to her teacher, Banner, informing him of the exploration process and results, as well as Odis's joining and the contributions made by this great pirate. Bennett replied quickly, before Edwina went to the Argo, instructing her to try to win over this great pirate. At the time, she didn't pay much attention to it. After all, any force would try to win over such a promising, great pirate. However, after Edwina returned to the ship, she received a long letter from her teacher Bennett, informing her that the sealed item requested by Captain Gar was currently undergoing a gifting process and would be delivered to Edwina by a messenger by tomorrow at the latest. Bennett also gave detailed instructions for the upcoming exploration. This speed is indeed quite fast. Generally speaking, the process of the church paying off the seal usually takes at least a week. Edwina believes that it was Odis's goodwill that won the teacher's appreciation, which is why he was so proactive. After all, killing the black spider yields an extraordinary material for advancing to demigod status. Odis smiled and said, "Thank you. This is what you deserve." Edwina sat in her chair, much like a scholar receiving guests in her study. "As for the clues we obtained in the dark room, I now formally invite you to join the next exploration of that extraordinary property." This was something Edwina couldn't understand. She had thought her teacher would ask her to spend money to buy out this clue, and that the church would never be stingy with money in the face of the characteristics of a demigod. Odis was slightly taken aback. This was something he had been hoping for, but it was also something he hadn't expected. Edwina's invitation meant that if the demigod-level characteristic could be found, Odis would own half of it, and the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom would have to pay a considerable price to buy his half. Unexpected as it may have been, Odis certainly wouldn't refuse such an invitation. "All right." He paused and then said, "But we lack enough clues right now. I suggest we stay in touch and gather some intelligence before discussing the exploration." For example, Odis planned to go to Bernadette to find a quaternary sea chart to compare with the location of the island in the mural. "That's what I think too," Edwina said. "Ancient battlefields like that must be extremely dangerous, and we need to be fully prepared before we can take action." Then she added, "This is precisely the issue I invited you here to discuss with you. Theoretically speaking, I should have heard of such a dangerous island, but I don't remember seeing any information about it." Sitting next to Edwina, Odis thought for a moment before saying, "Could it be that the island is in a dangerous sea? It hasn't appeared before the world for over 1,000 years, so it has been forgotten by people." Edwina nodded, "That's possible." She took a deep breath and said, "If we need to enter dangerous waters, we'll need to do even more preparation." The two discussed it for a while, but because they had too few clues, they couldn't come to any conclusions. After exchanging instructions on how to summon messengers, Odis rose to take his leave. Opening the study door, Odis saw many crew members of the Golden Dream, some diligently sweeping the corridor, others wiping the walls. Everyone looked very busy. Odis smirked and said to Edwina, who was seeing him off, "I suddenly remembered another question that I'd like to discuss with you." After saying that, he closed the study door again, and the crew members in the corridor glared angrily at the doorway. Edwina smiled in the study and said, "The scroll professors I've met are generally very composed." The Church of Knowledge also cultivated a group of extraordinary individuals who followed the path of peeping into secrets. Those who excel in these two avenues make excellent partners in learning knowledge and exploring issues. Odis smiled and said, "A little prank now and then helps to relieve the monotony of life at sea." After chatting for 2 or 3 minutes, Odis reopened the door. The crew members in the corridor quickly stood aside, all smiles. Some invited Odis to have a drink, some invited him to go fishing, and some invited him to visit the captain's collection room. "Let's visit again next time," Odis said with a smile. "I have other things to do today." After seeing the annoying Captain Gar finally leave, smiles unconsciously appeared on the faces of every crew member. First Mate Blue, in particular, had a dry mouth, probably due to dehydration. When he smiled, he revealed 2 missing teeth. After Odis returned to the Argo, he immediately ordered the ship to set sail and return to Cruise Island. There, a small-scale naval battle might take place, and the ghost alone wouldn't be enough. Odis first divided the two extraordinary creatures that he and the crew had hunted on the island. Since Odis, the first mate, the second mate, and the combat captain were the main ones who took action, they received 60% of the spoils, and the rest was divided among the other crew members. Odis first paid to take the corpses of the two extraordinary creatures, and then promised to sell the extraordinary materials as soon as possible. He noticed that the two extraordinary materials were likely the main materials for advancing to Sun Priest and Magician, respectively. If he could contact Edwina, they should sell quite well. The two pieces of extraordinary material would easily fetch over £1,000. The crew was delighted to have received a bonus of over £100 for their simple outing. Odis then sent Bazel back to Byam and Rupert back to Cruise Island. Afterwards, Odis returned to her studio and locked the door from the inside. At this point, the potion was almost completely digested, and Odis knew how to digest the remaining potion. He planned to go to the Wilderness of Knowledge to retrieve the dreams of the true creator that he had previously obtained from Klein's Master of Mystic Puppet characteristics. If we could make a few scrolls from this level of material, the potion would be able to be digested immediately. But before that, Odis first had to examine the spoils of the operation and do some preparatory work. The spoils of this operation consisted of two items. One was the shimmering star tree that Odis currently needed, an extraordinary material that had already crystallized. Odis first collected the extraordinary materials, then picked the fruits and leaves, and used tools to peel off the bark and collect the sap. The second trophy was the giant black spider. Extraordinary creatures of this caliber are treasures from head to toe. Its 8 legs, Odis, can be crafted into melee weapons with magical effects. Its blood, internal organs, toxins, eyes, and so on can all be used to make scrolls, and its outer shell can also be used to make a suit of armor. However, in Odis's hands, this corpse could be valued at far more than £6,000. After dismembering the black spider and collecting the spiritual materials, Odis sat at her workbench, gazing at the black liquid in the glass bottle before her, lost in thought. These black slimes seem harmless now because they are currently in the Wilderness of Knowledge. If they were brought into the real world, Odis would definitely be driven crazy by their babbling. Forget about figuring out how to make scrolls, we should be thankful if things don't spiral out of control immediately. The study of these talks can take place in the Wilderness of Knowledge, but it is essential to create scrolls in the real world. Odis pondered for a while, but couldn't come up with a good solution. Just as he was about to ask the mysterious queen for help, he suddenly looked at the black spider shell that he had just put away. Odis suddenly had a good idea. He immediately took those shells to the real world, cut them with tools, and then began to draw magic circles inside the shells. After drawing the 4 magic circles, Odis assembled them into a square, activating the small composite magic circle. Then he took a deep breath and retrieved the ramblings of the true creator from the Wilderness of Knowledge. The moment Odis received the real world, he heard a sound that felt like his head was about to explode. The sound wasn't very harsh, but it felt like his brain was being magnified with iron clamps. Odis quickly threw the glass bottle into the square he had just made, and the insane babbling immediately disappeared. He took 2 deep breaths, and only after confirming that his condition was not affected did he reach into the box and touch the glass bottle again. Just as he expected, the murmured voice did not appear. Or rather, it appeared, but didn't reach his ears. If Odis hadn't just obtained the shell of that black spider, even if he had come up with this idea, he wouldn't have had any good materials to use. This black spider is an extraordinary creature of the mystic pathway. It has an affinity with the whispers in the glass bottle. The small composite magic circle designed by Odis is to allow the black spider shell to help it withstand the whispers. With such affinity, talking will prioritize attacking the newly created frame. The effect was better than expected. As long as the glass bottle was inside the frame, Odis could hardly hear the murmurs. With the most crucial problem solved, Odis once again placed the talking back into the Wilderness of Knowledge and began his research on the talking. He spent 4 or 5 days in the Wilderness of Knowledge and finally figured out how to use dreams to write scrolls. Theoretically speaking, this is a spiritual material comparable to that of a god. Scrolls made by Odis at his current level can also be used to attack demigods. However, these ramblings can only be written on 9 scrolls in total. Odis estimated that he could write at most 3 before his potion could be completely digested. After conducting sufficient research, Odis returned to the real world. He first laid out the paper, then modified the pen used for writing the scrolls, adding a tuft of bristles cut from a giant black spider to the tip. Normally, Odis would prepare the appropriate spiritual materials first before writing them down. Those few demigod-level spiritual materials, after processing, need to have some other spiritual materials added before they can be used. However, the ramblings of the true creator cannot be prepared in advance, they can only be mixed up on the spot when writing, after other materials are prepared. After making all the preparations, Odis sat in front of the square made from the shell of a black spider, reached out and took out the talking of the true creator. After being briefly shocked by the talking, she put the glass bottle back into the square. Then Odis used her modified, spiritually inspired pen to reach into the glass bottle. The black spider bristles added to the pen instantly materialized the slimy murmurs inside the glass bottle, turning them into real slime. Then Odis quickly picked up his pen, dipped it in other spiritual materials, and began to write. Upon seeing the string of characters, Odis's lips curled up slightly. The giant black spider he had hunted today had truly been a great help. When the last character of the scroll was written, the scroll rolled up on its own and emitted a gray light. Odis's spiritual senses indicated that the scroll's power was to emit a highly penetrating whisper, plunging the target into extreme pain and rendering them incapable of movement within 6 seconds. The 6-second time limit applies to an extraordinary being at sequence 6. If the target is at sequence 5, the incapacitation time is 4 seconds. It is also effective against targets at the demigod level, but it can only affect the target, causing them to lose their ability to attack, and the effect only lasts for 1 second. Odis lamented, "My level is still too low. Once I reach sequence 5, I can make the same scroll and use it to deal with demigods." However, these scrolls are already quite powerful. If he had 4 seconds, he could severely injure a sequence 5. If used at the right time, it can completely eliminate a sequence 5. Then Odis began writing again, this time creating a new scroll based on his previous research. Just like the previous scroll, once the last character was written, the scroll emitted light and rolled up on its own. Odis's spiritual perception indicated that the scroll possessed a power similar to spiritual language, capable of directly issuing commands to the target's spirit. However, it was only below the level of a demigod and could issue commands such as death and fall. However, at the demigod level, one can only issue commands such as slow down, weaken, and ignore. As the second scroll was completed, Odysseus immediately felt a long-lost sense of shattering, and the potion was completely digested. He breathed a sigh of relief and put the glass bottle containing the talking back into the wilderness of knowledge. Odis immediately wrote to Bernadette, informing her that all the promotion materials had been collected and the potion had been digested. Having written this far, Odis assessed his own condition and found it quite good, so he stated in the letter that he was ready for promotion at any time. He soon received a reply from Bernadette, telling him to be ready that evening, as she would come to pick up Odysseus at 10 o'clock. Odis couldn't help but smile faintly. He sat at his workbench, doing nothing but imagining the abilities he would gain after his promotion. Moreover, becoming a pirate general is also on the agenda. After thinking for a while, Odis recalled that the book, the scroll, From Beginner to Expert, was not yet finished. So he returned to the wilderness of knowledge and wrote down his understanding and insights about the scroll, completing the core part of the book. Odis reorganized the book, and the first part of the book explains the significance of scrolls and some techniques for making scrolls. The essence of this section lies in the fact that all scrolls can be made using only parchment as a writing material. The second part is a collection of scroll examples, which includes 54 commonly used scrolls. If you can learn all of these scrolls, you'll be considered a beginner. The third part is what Odis just completed, all his insights into the scroll, his understanding of the scroll professor, and his guide to digesting the potions. After finishing the book, Odis felt his spirit suddenly become active, and when he returned to the real world, he felt better than ever before. Odis remarked, "Finishing this book is the best preparation for promotion." After that, Odis didn't do anything else and went to the cockpit to stare blankly at the sea in front of him. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. At 10 p.m. that night, the pumpkin-shaped carriage appeared in the Argo's workshop. Odis was already prepared. He opened the carriage door and boarded the carriage, which then entered the spirit world and quickly moved through it. Bernadette was not in the carriage. When the carriage left the spirit world, Odis saw Bernadette, who had chestnut hair, was dressed smartly, and had an air of authority. This was in a not too dense forest, and Odis's spirituality probably allowed him to know that he was currently on the Sea of Mist. "I didn't expect you to digest the potion so quickly," Bernadette said after observing Odis for a moment to make sure he had completely digested it. "We need to advance quickly, only after becoming a demigod will we feel at ease," Odis said. Bernadette knew very well that the hidden sage seemed very interested in Odis. She didn't say anything, but simply tossed Odis a glasses case. "I wish you success in your promotion in advance." Odis caught the glasses case, opened it, and saw a pair of exquisite gold glasses. His spirituality told him that these glasses could seal the peeping eye, preventing him from seeing things he shouldn't see. "Thank you," Odis said sincerely. "I had completely forgotten about that." Bernadette smiled and said crisply, "Come with me." She led the way, and Odis followed closely behind. Bernadette asked, "How have you been lately?" "It's all right." Odis smiled helplessly. "I know the background of the Deep Blue pirate group. They are from the Fenipot Navy. We were originally going to sell the Ghost to them, but the Rune Navy also wanted to get involved. After thinking it over, I finally decided to side with the Rune Navy." Bernadette hummed in acknowledgement, indicating that she understood and that she did not intend to interfere with Odis's decision. Odis added, "Today I met General Iceberg. Bernadette paused for a moment. Edwina Edwards. Yes, it's her, Odis said. I intend to use her to contact the Church of Knowledge. Odis did not intend to hide this from Bernadette, or rather, it was only in front of Bernadette that Odis was willing to tell her about his plans. Bernadette continued forward, You wish to use the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom against the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Odis smiled, That's right, use the Church against the Church. That's one way, Bernadette said. Just as you said, hurry up and advance. Once you become a demigod, the threat from the Church will be much smaller. At this moment, the two left the woods and suddenly found themselves in a bright and open space. Bernadette led Odis to a meadow where the grass was waist-high and swayed gently in the breeze, looking like a green sea of wheat. The weather is lovely tonight, with stars twinkling in the sky. The beautiful starry sky, paired with the vast, undulating grassland, looks very poetic. In the grassland, Odis saw 3 long-necked animals moving under the starry sky. They look somewhat like deer, but their horns are more like cow horns. The most striking feature is their necks, which, although not as long as giraffes, are much longer than those of normal deer. They are the colorful star-eyed beasts. The ceremony for becoming an astrologer involves riding on the back of a colorful star-eyed beast and drinking a magic potion in the midnight sky. Bernadette said, There's still some time before midnight. You can prepare the potion first, and then try to tame a colorful star-eyed beast. Odis was taken aback, they have to be tamed. Otherwise. Bernadette glanced at Odis. Would you let a stranger ride on your neck? Odis found the analogy both amusing and exasperating. All right, I'll start by concocting the potion. Bernadette raised her hand, and a table that looked somewhat illusory appeared in front of Odis. He took out the materials he had prepared long ago, the first of which was the essential oil of black-veined peony that he had just refined a few days ago. It was a pure black essential oil containing some crystals. Generally speaking, only a few drops or a dozen drops of essential oil are needed in potions, but to advance to the rank of astrologer, one needs 50 milliliters of black-striped peony essential oil. Odis had already measured everything out with a graduated cylinder before setting off, so now all he had to do was pour the materials into a glass bottle that had been prepared beforehand. The second auxiliary material is the jet black liquid traded from Catlia, the sap of the misty black birch tree, which also requires 50 milliliters. This juice is a potent hallucinogen and can make the drinker directionally challenged for a period of time. The remaining 2 are 1 fruit of the shining star tree and 12 grams of the liver of the trickster Pegasus. The former is a fruit the size of a hawthorn, with some shiny crystals on its surface, the latter is a piece of blood-red liver. Odis took out 2 exquisite wooden boxes, opened one of them, and inside was a pale yellow crystal with a constant shimmering starlight. This is the core crystal of the main material, the shimmering starlight tree, which makes the crystal's starlight appear even brighter under the starry sky. Upon adding one main ingredient, the potion in the glass bottle reacted, as if a pot had boiled over, and the crystal slowly melted. The second box contained the pituitary gland of the trickster Pegasus, a small pituitary gland that shimmered with starlight, as if it contained fragments of many stars. When the pituitary gland was placed in the glass bottle, the potion instantly emitted a layer of black mist. After the fog dissipated, all that remained in the glass bottle was a mass of black liquid with starlight-like crystals. The crystals looked like clusters of flowing starlight, and they were very beautiful. Odis put the cork back on the bottle and put the potion into his pocket. An ancient stone throne reappeared behind Bernadette, and she plopped down on it. You can begin now. Make sure one of the multicolored star-eyed beasts accepts you before midnight. Odis grunted in agreement, used a flight scroll, and then swept across the thick grass to approach the colorful star-eyed beasts. The 3 colorful star-eyed beasts, which resembled deer, immediately turned and ran away in 3 different directions after seeing Odis approach. Odis chased after one of them, and when he got closer, he saw clearly that the multicolored star-eyed beast had gray fur and black eyes, which had nothing to do with words like multicolored or star-eyed. However, this was not the time to worry about that. Odis seized the opportunity and jumped onto the back of the colorful star-eyed beast, but was immediately thrown off. The colorful star-eyed beast's legs weren't very high, but its jumping ability was very strong, using inertia to throw Odis a long distance. Fortunately, the flying scroll was still valid. Odis flew over again and this time grabbed the fur of the multicolored star-eyed beast. However, the fur seemed to be soaked in oil all at once, and Odis's hand slipped, and he was thrown away again. Odis remained undeterred and pounced on the colorful star-eyed beast, only to have the beast turn its head, grab Odis's hair with its mouth, and toss its head away. Odis stopped somewhat awkwardly in midair in the grass, avoiding being thrown to the ground. He asked Bernadette, Can you knock it out? As a result, Odis saw Bernadette sitting on the ancient stone throne with her legs crossed, holding a wine glass in her hand, watching them as if she were watching a performance. No, if it is not in a sober state when midnight comes, it will be of no use. Odis had no choice but to continue chasing the colorful star-eyed beast. After being flung away several times, Odis accidentally fell onto the grass. He rolled a few times, and the force of the fall was dissipated. Odis looked at the night sky, breathing heavily, and didn't want to get up for a moment. At this moment, all he could see was the grass and the night sky. A moment later, Bernadette appeared with a beautiful face full of concern. She floated above the grass and asked, "Are you all right?" Odis smiled and said, "The starry sky is truly beautiful tonight." Bernadette smiled and said, "It's almost midnight, and you still have the mood to appreciate the starry sky." Odis sat up and stretched. "If I get promoted later, I'm going to lie down here for a bit." Bernadette sat back down on her stone throne. "Let's finish the promotion first." Odis stood up again, but this time he did not rush towards the colorful star-eyed beast. Instead, he took out two kinds of spiritual materials from the wilderness of knowledge. One was a powder made from the fruit of the shimmering star tree, which he dried on his body to mask his scent. Another spiritual material is a few leaves from the tree of Alaman. Crystal of the tree of Alaman is one of the main materials for advancing to Scroll Professor. When Odis was promoted to Scroll Professor, he hunted a tree of Alaman stored by Bernadette. At that time, Odis pulled up all the leaves, and some of them were dried, crushed, and made into powder for use. Another portion remains unprocessed, possessing the preservation ability of the knowledge wilderness, appearing as if they were recently picked from the tree. This time, Odis wasn't in a hurry to chase after the multicolored star-eyed beast. He held up the leaf and slowly walked over. "Want some? Come on over if you want some. This single leaf is worth £1. I'll be generous today and treat you to your fill." The colorful star-eyed beast looked at Odis, but this time it did not run away immediately. Odis smiled and said, "I won't hurt you. I just need your help. Come, taste the leaves." He slowly approached, and the colorful star-eyed beast actually stretched out its head, snatched a leaf, and then chewed on the leaf of the Alaman tree like a cow. Such spiritual beings naturally enjoy eating things rich in spiritual energy. And the smell emanating from the person in front of him didn't seem so unpleasant anymore. After finishing one leaf, the colorful star-eyed beast stretched out its head and snatched another leaf. After eating 3 pieces, Odis reached out and touched its head, and it stopped resisting as much. After eating 8 pieces, Odis jumped onto its back, and it could barely accept it. At this moment, Odis noticed that the color of the colorful star-eyed beast's fur had changed. It had been gray before, but now it had turned light blue. The colorful star-eyed beast also raised its head and looked directly at the starry sky. Its eyes seemed to be assimilated by the starlight and also emitted a dazzling starlight. As midnight approached, the colorful star-eyed beast's fur underwent even more changes, sometimes light blue, sometimes light green, and finally, the fur in different parts of the body turned into different colors, as beautiful as a rainbow. The most significant change was to the raised neck of the colorful star-eyed beast, which appeared almost transparent, giving it a very ethereal look. Colorful starlight appeared from her almost transparent neck, emitting a dreamlike hue that made the surrounding grass look as if it were under neon lights. At this moment, Bernadette reminded her, "Drink the potion." Without hesitation, Odis opened the glass bottle containing the potion and drank the astrologer's potion in one gulp. Chapter 298, Chapter 297 New Abilities After Promotion. After drinking the potion, Odysseus immediately felt as if he had been thrown into the depths of the universe, as if he were getting further and further away from the real world. Odis looked around, but there was nothing there. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness filled his heart. At that moment, a cluster of brilliant colors suddenly appeared in the distance in front of Odis. Odis seemed to suddenly awaken, recalling that he was currently being promoted, and in an instant, he regained his sense of self. He stared intently at the dazzling light and ran towards it with all his might. At that moment, he didn't know if he was taking a step, but he was certain that he was rapidly approaching that patch of color. Only a few seconds later, the color was right in front of them. Suddenly, a huge change occurred around Odis. First, green vortexes formed, and then these vortexes quickly calmed down and turned into grasslands. The dazzling light before them split into 2 parts, one part was the neck of the multicolored star-eyed beast, and the other part was the starry sky above. Odis noticed that starlight was flowing on his hands and body, and eventually the starlight gradually disappeared into his body. He took a deep breath. He had been promoted. Odis glanced at the colorful star-eyed beast that was gazing up at the starry sky and suddenly understood the meaning of the ritual. The advancement to astrologer transformed Odis's spirit to a certain extent, but this transformation process could easily cause her consciousness to lose itself in an unknown space. At this point, the neck of the multicolored star-eyed beast will become a landmark, guiding him to regain consciousness. Then Odis thought, this promotion went very smoothly, so smoothly that it didn't seem like a promotion to Sequence 5. However, he quickly realized that this was the best performance he had ever been in for a promotion, which would greatly help him get promoted. Then, Odis, while gathering her spiritual energy, jumped off the back of the multicolored star-eyed beast. The moment their feet touched the ground, the voice of the hidden sage appeared again, still as cold as ever. Boundless universe. You are not just a pile of material possessions. It is also a collection of information and knowledge, and a chaotic leap of spirituality. Chaotic babbling is knowledge, canal, endless. Now we can hear one more sentence. However, since Bernadette was nearby, he didn't think about it further and continued walking towards her. At this moment, Bernadette said, "First, gather your spirituality and feel your new abilities." Odis nodded, sat down on the grass, and while gathering his spirituality, pondered why the hidden sage had recited poetry to him. I can hear the first sentence now. It seems to describe the essence of the universe, a collection of information and knowledge, and the chaotic leaps of spirituality. In some mystical concepts, everything in the world is closely related to knowledge. For example, the sprouting, growth, and withering of a blade of grass can all be studied as biological knowledge. Whether humans study grass or not, this biological knowledge still exists. The grass won't stop growing just because humans stop studying it. So from another perspective, it is that knowledge that guides the growth of the grass. As for the spiritual erratic movements, it immediately reminded Odis of his previous thoughts on the relationship between spirituality and the extraordinary. He believes that spirituality and the extraordinary should be considered separately, but the two are also closely related. Spirituality and mysticism are also inextricably linked, or rather, in Odis's view, this world is special not only in its extraordinary aspects but also in its spirituality. It's more like a ubiquitous, seemingly inexhaustible energy source. Odis's current research focuses on finding ways to make the most of spirituality. Thinking about all this, Odis thought to himself, I don't believe that hidden sage is so kind as to explain the nature of this world to me. He must have his own reasons for saying this. However, because the clues were too few, Odis was also unsure what the hidden sage was plotting. Anyway, since I can't stop myself from hearing those voices no matter what I think about it, I can only leave it at that for now and wait until I have the ability to completely block out the shouts of the hidden sage before doing anything else. Then Odis began to use his spirituality to experience his newly acquired abilities. After his advancement, the new ability he mastered was Star Sand. First, these stardust can directly attack the target, entangle it, and cause it to disintegrate. Odis's understanding was that the most direct way these star sands attacked was to destroy the molecular structure of the target, turning it into individual atoms, so that the attacked target would become fine sand that could not be seen with the naked eye. Using star sand can also summon starlight pillars, which will cover a certain area and cause the target to collapse quickly. It can also use star sand to create starlight cages, which are similar to the ability of imprisonment, but the form is different. Imprisonment consumes a small amount of spiritual energy the moment it is used, and the effect disappears after a few seconds of imprisoning the target. However, the starlight cage will continuously consume spiritual energy after it is used, and can keep the target imprisoned indefinitely until the imprisonment is actively lifted. However, there are two other situations where one is passively released from imprisonment. The first is when the enemy breaks free, and the second is when one's own spiritual energy is exhausted, forcing one to release their spiritual energy. Speaking of the second situation, we must mention the changes in spirituality after advancement. Odis felt that his spirituality seemed to have doubled after his advancement. He felt he could imprison a target at sequence 5 for more than half a minute, but this ability could only create opportunities for his teammates, because once the target was imprisoned, Odis could not use any other abilities. If you want to capture your opponent alive, this is a good ability, otherwise, you might as well just use star sand to kill them. Not only can it be used for attack, but star sand can also turn Odis into fine sand so that he can pass through some extremely narrow or small places. To be honest, this ability doesn't seem like a sequence 5 level ability, because usually only when you reach the level of a demigod can you make a part of your body ethereal in order to avoid attacks or disasters. However, after thinking about it, Odis felt it made sense. It was as if the star sand had transformed Odis's body into a molecular or atomic structure, and then immediately reassembled it in an instant. It's similar to the shadow transformation of the mystic pathway and the demon pathway's incarnation of desire. Another ability is the materialization of star sand. Not only can star sand be used to acquire these extraordinary abilities, it can also become materialized, for example, as a shield, which is much stronger than a defense scroll, but it also consumes a lot of spiritual energy. Since Odis currently has the more useful scale armor scroll that consumes less spiritual energy, the shield is not very effective for him. However, star sand can also form many other structures. For example, if you are passing through a swamp, you can use star sand to create solid ground to pass through the swamp. There's no need for a spiral staircase when disembarking, just use star sand as steps. The above are the new abilities gained after acquiring star sand. In addition, star sand can also replace corresponding spiritual materials, allowing Odis to use witchcraft more quickly. In other words, there's no longer a need to worry about running out of scrolls and carrying spiritual materials around. Whenever you want to use any witchcraft, you can simply summon star sand. Moreover, the witchcraft used by star sand is about twice as powerful as that of sequence 6, and has roughly the same power as the scrolls created in sequence 6. As for the scroll, its power has also doubled. This was a complete, behind-the-scenes operation. The symbols on the scrolls were still the same symbols, and the spiritual materials were still the same spiritual materials, but the power was much greater. In Odis's understanding, this was the qualitative change brought about by extraordinary characteristics. After all, extraordinary characteristics, to some extent, bring distortion and chaos to this world. So it can be seen that the characteristics of an astrologer caused those symbols and materials to be orderly chaotic. It's like something that was originally a 1, but after being processed by certain characteristics, it somehow became a 2. Odis called this change orderly chaos because the process was so stable and reliable that it was always the same whenever Odis wrote on a scroll. In addition, Odis could achieve a higher ceiling when writing scrolls. Previously, many of Odis's ideas about scrolls were impossible to realize because their own characteristics were too low level. Now that the characteristics have become higher level, many ideas can be tested. The most direct manifestation of this is that if the scroll is written with the talks of the true creator, its power will be even greater and its abilities will be more diverse. This is why, after digesting the potion, Odis immediately put away the dreams of the true creator. Furthermore, the utilization of spiritual materials at the demigod level can also reach new heights. With the amount of high-grade materials Odis has, he can soon have another batch of high-grade scrolls. This is the enhancement of Odis's core abilities after his promotion. He also gained a new ability, astrology. Moreover, the accuracy of astrology is comparable to that of astrology by masters of occultism of the same level. However, other types of divination remain the same as before, they can complete the divination process, but they are far inferior to a diviner. In addition, astrologers can not only perform astrological calculations using crystal balls, but they also have the ability to conduct video conversations remotely using crystal balls, although this process also requires a continuous consumption of spiritual energy. The Eye of Mystery has also been enhanced. At this point, the Eye of Mystery can see most of the mystical phenomena, as well as the basic operation of mysticism, or rather, the essence of mystical operation. It can even see through some high-level occult barriers and see what it wants to see. But the price to pay is that it's easy to see things you shouldn't see. He is still only a sequence 5, and if he accidentally sees a mythical creature wandering in the spirit world, he will definitely be corrupted. Therefore, it is essential to seal away the eyes that peer into secrets at all times. Perhaps because there is so much occult information available, after advancing in rank, one can observe another person's astral body and see their luck within a week, as well as the key to changing that luck. However, this can also be done using astrology, and it's a more reliable method. If there is a similar need, Odis will use astrology to try not to break the seal on the Eye of Secrets. Finally, Odis's mind was filled with a great deal of knowledge about the stars, as well as knowledge about interpreting them. Odis took a deep breath. Overall, the improvement from sequence 6 to sequence 5 was much stronger than the improvement from sequence 7 to sequence 6. Since Bernadette was still around, Odis couldn't immediately go to the wilderness of knowledge to check on the new abilities he had gained there, he could only wait and see. Then, Odis spread his arms and lay down on the grass, sequence 5, not far from becoming a demigod. Bernadette, standing nearby, cautioned, "You're overthinking it. Sequence 4 is a difficult hurdle for any extraordinary individual. Potion recipes and extraordinary properties are not something you can obtain simply by having a need for them." Odis, however, was quite optimistic. He smiled and asked, "Didn't you say you were going to provide a clue to a sequence 4 level master material?" Bernadette sat on the stone throne. "At least you need to stabilize your condition and start digesting the potion before I tell you." "Okay," Odis said. "Don't sit, come and lie down with me. It's really comfortable to lie on the grass." Bernadette was somewhat tempted, but she simply leaned forward slightly and said, "Let's sit down." "There's no one else here," Odis said. "If you talk like this now, all I can see are your feet and your legs." He paused and smiled. "Although you are the queen, which is in line with your high status, you are also a very understanding, approachable, and beloved queen. It's just that I, an ordinary person, always have to look up to you." "All right," Bernadette interrupted, "your sudden use of the formal you gives me goosebumps." As they spoke, the rustic stone chair disappeared, and Bernadette sat down next to Odis, bringing the two of them much closer together. Odis looked at the starry sky and said, "When I was little, my grandfather grew watermelons for a few years. When the watermelons are almost ripe, we have to stay in the watermelon field at night to prevent anyone from stealing them. I love going to see watermelons with my grandpa the most, because we can eat as many watermelons as we want in the field, and grandpa seems to know everything. No matter what question I ask him, he can answer it. He also likes to tell ghost stories, which both scare and fascinate me. After Grandpa fell asleep, I looked at the night sky and thought about all sorts of things. At this point, Odis let out a long sigh of relief. I haven't seen such a beautiful starry sky since I went to study in the city. Bernadette glanced at Odis beside her before taking a deep breath and saying, when I was little, whenever I was angry with my father, I would climb onto the roof and count the stars, and after counting them, I would stop being angry. When I encounter something I can't understand or something that makes me uncomfortable, I start counting stars. As I count, my mood improves. She gave a faint smile. I also feel it's a pity. Counting stars won't help with the problems we're facing now. No matter how many times I count, my mood won't improve. As she spoke, she lay down on the grass, gazing wistfully at the brilliant starry sky. Odis asked, your home is in Trier, isn't it? Bernadette suddenly laughed. Sometimes I don't know if that's my home. Will you miss that place? Sometimes, Bernadette said with a sigh. Back then, I had a fairly happy family. Then that is your hometown, Odis said. Hometown doesn't necessarily refer to a specific place, sometimes it also refers to the place where one's heart finds its home. Bernadette turned to look at Odis, who was resting her head on her hands with her eyes closed, as if enjoying the peaceful night. That sounds quite philosophical. I've read some philosophy books, Odis said with a smile. To be honest, my first impression of them is that they're just word games. But it is only when I really want to express my inner thoughts that I realize I need these philosophical insights. This reminds me of my experience studying philosophy. Bernadette's lips curled into a smile. That was a disaster. I still can't understand why I had to study philosophy. At that moment, Bernadette heard soft snoring. She turned her head and saw that Odis had fallen asleep. She stared at Odis's handsome profile for a while before saying, you must be tired too, take a rest. Then she smiled and said, it seems you feel very safe with me around. After a few quiet minutes, Bernadette suddenly felt that the tranquility was wonderful. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Odis found herself in a confined space. It was pitch black all around. He touched the ground in front of him and felt the texture of a stone wall. There was another stone wall to his right. He felt as if he had suddenly fallen into a stone coffin. The claustrophobic feeling and the illusion of being buried alive made him panic. However, he immediately realized that he was now at sequence 5 and had many new methods, which were sufficient to deal with more complex problems. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Suddenly, Odis felt something move on his left. He was startled and tried to open his eyes wide, but the eye of the secret seemed to have no night vision effect at all, and he could not see anything on his left. Odis suddenly remembered that the mysterious queen had been to his right, so he asked, Bernard. The other person paused for a second or two before answering, Edwina. Odis was taken aback. He had sailed in different directions from Iceberg Admiral that afternoon, and was now on an island in the misty sea. How could he possibly encounter Edwina? At this moment, Edwina asked, where is this place? How did you get here? I don't know, Odis said truthfully. I was asleep when I suddenly appeared here. Me too, Edwina said. By the way, have you seen my letter? Odis paused for a moment before saying, no, I left the ship around 10 o'clock. I see, Edwina said. Later that night, some crew members noticed that First Mate Blue was acting strangely. I went to see him, and for some reason, his whole face looked gaunt, as if he was extremely dehydrated. But he didn't seem to realize it, so I used a secret technique to put him to sleep and gave him a checkup. His spirit seems to be connected to something. I've tried many methods, but I haven't been able to sever this connection. If this continues, he and the other person may completely switch places. That's why I wrote to you to ask what you think. But you didn't reply until after 3 a.m. At that moment, I thought of a way to temporarily stabilize the situation and prevent First Mate Blue's condition from developing in a dangerous direction, so I went to rest. Odis paused for a moment. I fell asleep around 1 in the morning. Then he tapped the stone in front of him. Could this be one of the stone coffins we explored during the day? Not only was Blue affected, but we were also affected without even realizing it. This sounds a bit scary, but it's a logical conjecture. The only thing Odis couldn't understand was that Bernadette was right beside her. After she suddenly disappeared, didn't she even look for her? Or did she leave after seeing that she was asleep? While thinking, Odis said, in any case, let's take a look at the surrounding situation first. As he said this, Odis reached out and created a small ball of flame from stardust. What he saw was horrifying. The person next to him wasn't Edwina at all, but a shriveled corpse. The face had empty eyes, and the lips were so dry that they revealed teeth, making it look extremely ferocious. A look of surprise gradually appeared on the other person's gaunt face. Phew. Odis suddenly became alert. The first thing he saw was a huge, colorful umbrella. Then he saw the bed reappear beneath his body. It turned out that it was raining, so Bernadette reappeared with an umbrella and the bed. The brilliant starry sky was gone, and the surroundings were dark. the only sound was the raindrops hitting the grass. Bernadette sat on the other side of the bed. Did you just dream that you went to another place? Odis was startled, then suddenly remembered her dream. Yes. He then told the mysterious queen about his dream in detail, and briefly described his exploration that morning. Bernadette thought for a moment before saying, I realized it wasn't that dangerous, so I didn't wake you up rashly. It's pretty much what I guessed earlier. Your spirit established some kind of connection with the corpse in the tomb, so a part of your spirit and consciousness returned to that stone chamber through these connections after you fell asleep. Odis nodded slowly. In other words, sever this connection, or destroy those corpses. No, we must sever the connection first, and then destroy the corpses. Bernadette hummed in agreement. Odis thought for a moment and then asked, could this just be a dream I had? That's easy to verify, Bernadette smiled. Just wait until you get back to the Argo and see if you've received any letters from Edwards. She paused and then said, however, I think it's most likely not a dream. In the tertiary period, cremation was not common, only criminals or heretics were burned to death. If a demigod's corpse is not cremated, even if its extraordinary characteristics have been extracted, it will still undergo certain mutations. Before the church was buried, the clergy there would seal it or do some other treatments, but after the church was buried, no one cared about the situation there. So the corpses there may have mutated into monsters with certain strange abilities. Odis and the others had also thought of this, so they only looked at the murals and did not open the sarcophagus. He stood up and said, I'll go back now. At this moment, Bernadette suddenly asked, how many people participated in the exploration? Odis paused for a moment before answering, 8 people. How many stone coffins are there? Odis thought for a moment, 7 mouths. He understood what Bernadette meant, I will investigate everyone who has conducted the exploration. Bernadette nodded slowly, indicating that this was exactly what she meant. There were 7 stone coffins, but because one of them contained 2 corpses, there were a total of 8 corpses in the dark room, which corresponded to the 8 people who were exploring. In the world of mysticism, sometimes many questions can be answered simply by looking at numbers. Bernadette watched Odis's figure disappear into the void, looked around with some melancholy, and then vanished as well. The colorful umbrellas and beds that were reproduced gradually became illusory and eventually disappeared without a trace. All that remains here is the sound of rain under the night sky. In the Argo's workshop, a phantom door suddenly appeared in the center. Odis pushed open the door and looked at the workbench first. Sure enough, there was a letter from Edwina. The contents of the letter were similar to the conversation between the 2 people inside the stone coffin. Just as Odis finished reading, the now flesh and blood messenger delivered another letter, also from Edwina. He had already guessed the contents of the letter. When he opened it, it indeed described the dream he had just had. However, Edwina saw that Odis was a corpse, which was what woke her up. At the same time, Edwina guessed that the problem must have been caused by the exploration of the dark room during the day. She invited Odis to the Golden Dream to discuss solutions to the problem. Odis did not immediately head to the Golden Dream because he wanted to first examine the abilities he had acquired in the wilderness of knowledge. Perhaps the new skills I've acquired will come in handy when I try to solve problems in the future. After reading the letter, Odis leaned back in his chair and entered the wilderness of knowledge through meditation. Upon entering, the entire wilderness of knowledge seemed to tremble slightly. Odis took a step and arrived at the tower composed of spheres of light. As soon as he entered, 2 orbs of light suddenly detached from the tower and flew toward Odis. Having learned from his previous promotion, Odis immediately reached out and touched one of the orbs of light. The sphere of light quickly merged with Odis, giving her an immediate way to avoid being contaminated or affected when observing the starry sky. When Odis used astrology by observing the stars, there was a certain probability that the questions he wanted to ask would be noticed by some outer gods. With the protection of the barrier, the outer gods might not be able to corrupt Odis, but being targeted by them is never a good thing. The method provided by the light sphere is a magic circle. This magic circle was exactly what Odis had dreamed of, a magic circle that would prevent the gods from seeing Odis. Odis immediately looked at the magic circle in his mind and found that it was very similar to the magic circle he had designed to block the gaze of the god of steam and machinery. The only difference is that this spell requires the use of a trickster's extraordinary property. Odis immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and couldn't help but think to himself, the direction of combining magic circles with special properties is correct. By making slight use of its extraordinary properties, it's possible to deceive even the gods. Of course, using this magic circle under the watchful eye of a deity will have no effect. It is suitable for situations where one anticipates the deity's gaze but does not pay particular attention. If you don't want to expose yourself in such a situation, you can use this magic circle. Specifically, it serves to obscure the true vision of the gods to a certain extent. However, if a certain deity is particularly concerned about the actions Odis is about to take, this magic circle will most likely be of little use. After all, that was a deity, and the properties utilized in the magic circle were merely a thief's pathway, a sequence level 8 property. If the deity paid close attention, it could find Odis. With the protection of the barrier, it's possible to deceive the outer gods, but it's somewhat difficult to deceive the gods inside the barrier. Thinking of this, Odis chuckled to himself. He was no longer fighting alone like he had back in Backlund, and he didn't need such a magic circle to prevent the god of steam and machines from finding his trail. When faced with a problem you can't solve, praying to the goddess of night is the best solution. Then the only function of this magic circle is to prevent it from being contaminated by external gods. Then, Odis reached out and touched the second orb of light. The knowledge stored in this sphere of light is how to use star sand to write occult characters and create some strange abilities. Odis was taken aback, he himself hadn't expected this. The specific usage is that by using star sand to write a Gar symbol like writing on a scroll, one can create abilities that can only be mastered through many other means. For example, by using the correct expression, one can use star sand to simulate the magician's air bullet ability. Odis grinned. His previous research on the recorder had led him to discover how to express extraordinary abilities using the Gar runes. Chapter 299, Chapter 298 The Mysterious Queen's Bedmate. The knowledge stored in the wilderness of knowledge once again surprised Odis. He never imagined that he could use star sand to simulate other extraordinary abilities. After acquiring the relevant knowledge, Odis felt that there was no problem in theory, since star sand could replace spiritual materials, allowing Odis to use witchcraft directly without the help of external forces. This is actually an extraordinary use of star sand to harness the spirituality of the surroundings. However, if star sand uses Gar symbols, it can directly leverage the extraordinary power of this world. This process is somewhat similar to how a recorder uses abilities obtained through other means. Both involve using illusory mystical characters and, under the influence of extraordinary characteristics, obtaining corresponding extraordinary feedback to express the corresponding extraordinary abilities. Odis's previous research on the recorder came in handy at this moment. The instant he obtained this method from the wilderness of knowledge, he was able to express most of the abilities of most extraordinary pathways. However, this only applies to those below demigod level, because the abilities of those above demigod level involve divinity, which cannot be simulated. Other overly complex abilities cannot be simulated. For example, Odis can simulate the air bullet ability at the Master of Mystic Puppet level, but cannot simulate the ability to turn a target into a mystic puppet. But this was enough, which gave Odis more power than a shepherd who had herded 7 targets. However, it is inferior to the shepherd in one aspect: the switching between abilities takes time, unlike the shepherd who can instantly switch between different souls to use different abilities. Odis then came up with a solution that allowed him to switch between star sand and scroll in turn, creating complementary combos. In any case, Odis's astrologer must be the most powerful astrologer. After carefully reflecting on the two kinds of knowledge he had gained, Odis touched the central processing unit again to see what new abilities he had acquired in the wilderness of knowledge. After becoming an astrologer, Odis obtained 2 intelligent puppets in the wilderness of knowledge. Odis quickly summoned the intelligent puppet, and 2 more Odis appeared in front of him. Their appearance and clothing were exactly the same as Odis's, the only difference being their dull eyes, which seemed to lack any spirit. The 2 intelligent puppets have roughly the same intelligence as Odis, and their level of intelligence is very high. They can help Odis complete some research, write scrolls, and even help him write books. However, they do not possess Odis's creativity, that is to say, the work they can do is limited to the scope of Odis's current capabilities. Work beyond Odis's current level is beyond their capabilities. Only when Odis makes new breakthroughs in his research can they follow suit and solve more problems. In addition, Odis can communicate with the 2 intelligent puppets through thought processes. Odis's consciousness can directly obtain the corresponding experimental results and work progress from their brains. At the same time, there is no need to worry about them rebelling, because they have no autonomy, they will only do what Odis orders them to do. This made Odis realize that the task of creating extraordinary parts could now be entrusted to these 2. Previously, it took the combined efforts of the entire crew to create 10 extraordinary machine guns and 10 extraordinary mortars. But that won't be necessary anymore. From producing parts to engraving runes and assembling the extraordinary weapons, Odis can do it all by himself. Looking at the 2 intelligent puppets, Odis remarked, "These are somewhat like clones that can only be used in the wilderness of knowledge." Unfortunately, Odis had just gritted her teeth and gotten through the busiest period, and for the time being, there was nothing for her clone to do. Odis thought for a moment and decided not to waste such manpower, so he had an intelligent puppet conduct the corresponding experiments to verify some new weapons. For example, Odis designed the neutron cannon to defend against the spirit wave cannon. In theory, this weapon should be able to defend against the lingboat cannon, but during the manufacturing process, some problems will inevitably be encountered that can only be discovered when it reaches the practical application stage. Now, let's have the intelligent puppet produce a neutron cannon according to the previous plan and see the effect. Then, Odis returned to the real world and stuffed a thick stack of parchment and various spiritual materials into the wilderness of knowledge, so that another, intelligent puppet, could write the scrolls that were used more often. After getting the two intelligent puppets busy, Odis went to the central processing unit to check if he had gained any new abilities. The moment he touched the orb of light, he realized that he could use more of the power of the wilderness of knowledge in the real world, and that no one would notice. This has brought him many benefits, such as the ability to see more information with his Eye of Secrets, the amount of star sand he possesses compared to a normal astrologer, and a more acute spirituality than a normal astrologer, and so on. If the teleportation array is expanded, there will be no need for a special ceremony. The wilderness of knowledge will be able to complete the same operation that Odis had performed. Another useful ability is that Knowledge Wilderness can help Odis use star sand to simulate another Odis in the real world. It can replace Odis for 3 seconds, and it is a double replacement of identity and fate. After it disappears, all the negative effects that Odis suffered in identity and fate will also disappear. However, there is a prerequisite: these negative effects apply to those below the level of angels. The simulated stardust could then return to Odis. This was an excellent ability for Odis to escape, because 3 seconds was enough for him to slip away using travel. Unless the enemy is lurking in the spirit world. After learning about the new abilities, Odis watched the two intelligent puppets work for a while before returning to the real world. It can be said that the moment he completed his promotion, he was already more powerful than all the other astrologers. He re-examined his senses and felt that his spirituality had been completely restrained. So he used the travel ring and, guided by his spirituality, arrived on the deck of the Golden Dream. The sudden appearance of an extra person on deck startled the sailor on watch. But when he recognized him as Captain Gard, he immediately invited him to the captain's study. The captain had just given the order that as soon as Captain Gard appeared on the ship, he should be taken to her study immediately. The sailors knew that this concerned First Mate Blue's life, so they did not make things difficult for Odis and carried out the order diligently. Upon entering the study, Odis smiled at Edwina, who looked much the same as during the day, and said, "Seeing you still so beautiful, I'm relieved." The sailor who brought him in wanted to curse, but because the captain was there, he didn't. In fact, Odis was not being disrespectful at all when he said this, he was simply stating the truth. After all, in the dream not long ago, Edwina in front of Odis was still a dried-up corpse. Edwina smiled and said, "I'm relieved that you can still be so humorous." This just proves that Odis had no problem. After closing the study door, the two sat down again on either side of the desk. Edwina noticed the gold-rimmed glasses Odis was wearing. His eyes suddenly deepened, then returned to normal. "You've been promoted." Odis did not answer directly, but said only, "Yesterday I found the extraordinary materials I needed on that island." Edwina nodded, somewhat surprised by Odis's action, because she knew very well that advancing to Sequence 5 required a ritual, and sometimes that required the organization's help. This immediately reminded Edwina of their conversation inside the sarcophagus, where Odis's first reaction was that she was Bernadette. On the high seas, many people know that the mysterious queen is a beautiful woman, but few know that her name is Bernadette Gustave. Edwina happened to know this, and considering that Odis said she had already rested and that her first thought upon waking was Bernadette, a logical deduction is that Odis was sleeping next to Bernadette at that time. This made Edwina realize why Odis was able to access so many resources at such a young age, because he was the mysterious queen's bedmate. At the same time, she realized that this was very likely the real reason why the church wanted her to try to win over Odis. Now, Edwina naturally concludes that Odis used her relationship with the mysterious queen to successfully obtain the opportunity for the ceremony. After his promotion, Odis slept with the mysterious queen, but in his dream, he returned to the dark room he had explored during the day. Odis was unaware of Edwina's conjectures. He said, "My idea for the problem we face is to cut off contact first, and then burn the bodies." Edwina snapped out of her reverie and began to seriously discuss the issue. "That's what I was thinking too, but the problem is how do we cut off contact?" Odis thought for a moment and said, "I need to go and check on Blue's condition." Blue was the most severely affected among them, and the first to show abnormalities. Once Blue's problem is resolved, the problems of the others should also be completely resolved. He paused and then said, "In addition, other people who have entered that dark room should have encountered similar problems. Call them all here." Edwina hesitated for a moment before replying, "Okay." The two men got up and opened the study door. Just then, a few crew members were cleaning the corridor outside in the middle of the night. Edwina told them to call the other men who had explored the dark room to the first mate's room. She and Odis arrived at Blue's room first. Unlike the craftsman Diff whom Odis had met, Blue's room was very well organized with parts, semi-finished products, and finished products. Although it feels a bit messy because there are too many things, the level of neatness is already quite good. At this moment, Blue was lying motionless on his back on the bed. His skin was dry and dull. If he hadn't been breathing, Odis would have thought he was just a corpse. The air was filled with an intoxicating fragrance, suggesting that many spiritually rich materials had been burned here. Before Blue's bed stood a small altar that had not yet been removed. He was covered by a curtain with many mysterious patterns, and on the curtain was a green lamp. This is Edwina's approach: as long as the light stays on, Blue is temporarily out of danger. Odis took a deep breath, took off his glasses, and glanced at Blue in front of him with his prying eyes. Blue's spirit was extremely thin at this moment, and it seemed to contain some unknown power, making it appear lifeless and as if it would disappear from Blue's body at any moment. Fortunately, a halo of light protected Blue's spirit, thanks to the efforts of Iceberg General, which temporarily kept his spirit safe. Then, Odis saw a black line connecting to the illusory world at the location of Blue's ankle. The black line seemed to lead to nothingness, but Odis's eye of the secrets suddenly expanded, and he saw a desiccated corpse in the void pulling hard on the black line. However, because Edwina took some measures, the mummified corpse could not be moved no matter how hard she tried. Suddenly, the surroundings of Odis also darkened, as if they had returned to the dark room beneath the church. Just as Odis was about to put on her glasses, the mummified corpse seemed to notice Odis's gaze, looked at her, and suddenly put down the black thread in its hand, running towards Odis. Odis quickly put on his glasses, and the corresponding occult connection was severed. Odis felt as if he had instantly traveled through space and returned to the first mate's room on the Golden Dream. His peeping eyes were sealed, so he no longer needed to worry about the mummified corpses rushing over. After letting out a sigh of relief, Odis pondered for a moment and said, "I do have a way to sever the connection, but after using that method, Blue will only be able to stay within the area I have designated for the time being." Edwina nodded. "Let's solve his problem first." "Good." Just then, the other crew members who had participated in the exploration of the dark room during the daytime also arrived at the first mate's room. Odis then called them to clear a space and moved Blue's bed to the center of the space. Odis took out dust of vengeful spirits and several spiritual materials from the wilderness of knowledge and mixed a special kind of ink on the spot. Then he bent down and began to draw a magic circle around the bed. The magic circle he drew was called the spirit-trapping magic circle, which could trap evil spirits and other creatures within a fixed area. However, Odis made some modifications to this magic circle, which not only trapped Blue's spirit, preventing it from being harmed, but also cut off other spiritual attacks. Odis drew the magic circle extremely quickly, completing a very intricate and complex magic circle in just 2 or 3 minutes. Edwina had been observing from the sidelines, only to find that she couldn't understand most of the characters. This made her exclaim, "The elemental Dawn has a very profound understanding of the mystical." For a young man like Gar, who is only in his 20s, to be able to memorize the magic circle so quickly is enough to demonstrate the organization's depth. What the Iceberg General didn't know was that even if the mysterious queen were watching, she wouldn't recognize most of the characters appearing in the magic circle. After drawing the magic circle, Odis infused it with spiritual power, and the magic circle immediately emitted a pale white light, enveloping Blue's bed and his entire body. Odis took off his glasses again to confirm that he had severed the thread on Blue's ankle, but the black thread was still floating outside the magic circle, seemingly searching for a target. "Therefore, as long as you don't leave this magic circle, you won't be entangled by this line again." Odis then removed the lamp and black cloth from Blue's body, and Blue's skin visibly replenished itself, quickly returning to normal skin. A few seconds later, Blue woke up in terror. When he saw the captain and the other crew members, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I had a long and terrifying dream." "Perhaps it's not a dream." Odis smiled. "Until we solve the problem, you shouldn't leave your bed." "Sorry, that's not quite accurate." "It should be, don't leave the circle I've drawn." Although Blue wasn't quite sure what had happened, he saw that Captain Gar had saved him, so he immediately nodded and agreed. "Okay." Odis said to Edwina, "It seems my method worked. The other members should stay in the magic circle. The 2 of us will go and solve the problem." Seeing that the others seemed to object, he added, "I need to make some preparations in a bit, so I can only take 1 person on the trip. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look." The other crew members were speechless. They had no way to solve the problem, nor did they have the ability to travel. Odis then said to Edwina, "Please bring 2 umbrellas." Because Odis's magic circle could sever the connection with the corpse, Odis took the lead in issuing commands in resolving this incident. Edwina nodded and told the crew to get an umbrella. During this time, Odis drew the same spirit-trapping magic circle in the restaurant, which had a considerable space, and hid the 5 crew members inside. After the umbrellas were brought, Odis drew magic circles on the inside of each umbrella. This way, Odis and Edwina could sever their connection with the dark room simply by opening the umbrellas. However, if you do that, you'll need to free up one hand to hold the umbrella. After everything was ready, Odis entered the spirit world, with one hand holding an umbrella and the other hand supporting the Iceberg Admiral's shoulder, amidst the reluctant but patient gazes of the crew. Guided by their spirituality, Odis and Edwina arrived directly outside the burial hall. Previously, there had been crew members carrying lanterns, but now, in this ancient building, there was no one else but the two of them. The thought of rows of corpses inside the stone door in front of him made Odis feel as if he were in a ghost story. Edwina's expression also turned serious. Treasure hunting often involved dealing with corpses, but they usually worked in large groups. It was rare for them to be like this, where they didn't have any hands free to carry lanterns, so they started their exploration without even a light. As the two reached out to push the door open, Odis said, "I just thought of a good way to deal with those corpses. I'll test my new ability. You hold the umbrella for me while I try to see if my method works." Edwina hummed in agreement, "No problem." Both of them had excellent eyesight, and after opening the door, the neatly arranged coffins came into view once again. It was so quiet here that it felt like ghosts or monsters could leap out of the darkness and attack them at any moment. Odis smiled and said, "I'd better make this place brighter." As he spoke, he took out a spirit storage crystal from the wilderness of knowledge. The spiritual energy in this small crystal had not been completely consumed, and the light it emitted was about the same as that of a normal energy-saving light bulb. That's enough, it can illuminate a large area around it. Odis summoned Stardust with star-like light in his palm and cast a flight spell on the spirit storage crystal, making it float in mid-air and illuminate the way as the two moved forward. As they walked forward, Odis said, "Before humans learned to use fire, countless wild beasts and monsters would suddenly rush out and attack them in the night. Therefore, the human fear of darkness is etched into our genes." "You don't need to explain," Edwina smiled. "I also feel more at ease when there's some light in the sky." Odis said, "Oh," and didn't continue the topic. The two quickly arrived at the door of the secret room. Odis looked at Edwina, and the two exchanged glances to make sure the other was ready. Odis then opened the secret door and hid to the side. It was very quiet inside, no bodies rushed out. So Odis went first, followed by Edwina, and they entered the short corridor and quickly arrived at the stone chamber. The two men noticed that one of the stone coffins had been opened by someone. Before they could even approach to check, the corpse inside suddenly sat up and turned to look at the two captains who had barged into the stone chamber. Odis immediately noticed that the corpse was the same one that had been pulling the black line off Blue's ankle. As planned, Odis handed the umbrella to Edwina, then opened her hands, revealing a cluster of glittering stardust in her palms. Ordinary astrologers usually only have star sand in one hand, but Odis has a large amount of star sand in her body, so it can appear in both hands at the same time. The star sand, in his left palm suddenly floated toward the open stone coffin, forming the shape of a giant hand that pushed the coffin lid open, knocking over the corpse inside. After the stone coffins closed, the star sand that formed a giant hand burrowed into the 7 coffins, and flames immediately ignited inside the stone coffins. These are extraordinary flames, they can burn intensely even with little oxygen in the sarcophagus. Instantly, the lid of the stone coffin began to shake. Odis scattered the star sand from his right hand, covering the coffin lid. In an instant, the stone chamber was filled with starlight, forming a huge, starlight prison. Edwina suddenly had a strange feeling, as if she were suddenly in the midst of a vast ocean of stars, and the chill and terror around her vanished instantly. But then she also noticed that Odis's ability seemed a bit off, though she couldn't quite put her finger on what was wrong. After a few seconds of thinking, she realized, astrologer can create such a large star cage. Then she realized that this starlight cage seemed to be lasting for too long. 10 or 20 seconds had passed, and Gar was still able to maintain it. Half a minute later, Odis seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and took back the star sand. By this time, most of the stone coffins had been burned and cracked, and 2 stone coffins were even burned into lime because flames came out of them. Odis also considered using star sand to turn the corpses into powder, but he still felt that burning would be a more thorough solution. At the same time, in order to test my abilities and spiritual reserves, I came up with this method. That flame, made using the sorcery employed by star sand, not only had greater power but also more extraordinary characteristics. The so-called extraordinary characteristics refer to the fact that it does not depend on the surrounding natural environment and can burn even without fuel or sufficient oxygen. Previously, during Sequence 7, the magic used by Odis was subject to many limitations imposed by natural conditions. At this moment, Odis summoned star sand again to push open the stone coffin, and a corpse that was burning like a red-hot iron block suddenly sat up. Its features were burned beyond recognition, but Odis seemed to still be able to sense its gaze. It slowly turned its head, and its head suddenly fell off and rolled a long way. The other corpses were still moving, but they had been burned and broken, so they were no longer afraid of being attacked. The flames burned for another minute or so before the bodies were reduced to ashes. Odis remarked, "The corpses of demigods are truly difficult to burn." Edwina echoed this sentiment. After all, they once possessed a degree of divinity. Then, Odis stepped out from under the umbrella, used his spiritual sense to perceive his own state, and only put the umbrella away after confirming that the problem had been completely resolved. The two waited in the dark room for a while longer, until the corpses were completely burned to charcoal and powder. Then they closed the hidden door and left together. Back on the Golden Dream via travel, Edwina announced that the problem had been solved. Everyone looked at Odis with some wariness and gave a token cheer. Odis said to Edwina, "Now that the problem has been solved, I'll head back." Iceberg General asked, "Aren't you staying for breakfast?" The eastern sky was already turning white, and dawn was approaching. "No need," Odis yawned. "I'm going back to catch up on my sleep." As he spoke, he waved his hand, summoned a phantom door, and pushed it open to enter. At this moment, the crew of the Golden Dream burst into a heartfelt cheer. Edwina immediately grabbed the umbrella and opened it, wanting to study the magic circle. But as soon as she opened the umbrella, the characters on it spontaneously burst into pale white flames. Not only on the umbrellas, but also in the restaurant and in Blue's room, all the characters caught fire and burned to nothing in a very short time. Edwina watched the flames burn quietly. She didn't think Odis was stingy. It would be strange if such an important magic circle didn't have any sense of secrecy. Although she could draw the magic circle using secret techniques, she could no longer study the original magic circle. Odis returned to the Argo, didn't think about anything, and went straight to sleep. He slept until after 9 in the morning before waking up. He first went to the Knowledge Wilderness to take a look at the work of the 2 intelligent puppets. Seeing that their work was progressing well, Odis was about to leave when a question suddenly occurred to him: could yesterday's exploration be related to Adam? He hadn't thought of this yesterday, and the 2 times he had entered the Knowledge Wilderness before, once to figure out how to digest the magic potion and once to observe his new abilities, he hadn't had time to think about this issue. Logically speaking, since Adam once incorporated the church, it seems reasonable for him to use it to write a story or something. But then Odis realized that what happened yesterday was probably not a story made up by Adam, because the person Odis was exploring with was General Iceberg. If Adam were to intervene in such an action, the god of knowledge and wisdom might intervene. Thinking this through, Odis immediately felt relieved, because even if it was a story made up by Adam, there was nothing he could do to Adam. He got the spoils and established contact with Lieutenant General Iceberg. That's a pretty good story. Then there's no need to worry about whether you've entered Adam's story. Odis returned to the real world, ate breakfast, checked the course in the cockpit, and then returned to the workshop with a pot of tea. He had to think about one question: how to digest the astrologer's potion. Sitting in the chair and taking a sip of tea, Odis used her spirituality to confirm once again that the astrologer's potion in her body was showing signs of being digested ahead of schedule. But very few, perhaps only 1/10. The good news is that the potion is showing signs of being digested ahead of schedule, which means Odis is currently in pretty good condition. The bad news is that, having digested this little bit ahead of schedule, my rapid promotion journey may be coming to an end. Therefore, it is necessary to seriously consider how to digest the astrologer's potion, unlike when we were the Scroll Professor, where we only started to consider this issue after we had been promoted for some time. In Odis's mind, the image of an astrologer was similar to that of a diviner, roughly like a charlatan holding a crystal ball. So Odis's first approach to the role was to study the diviner's code, summarized by Klein, and see if there were any signs that she could digest. The second approach is to focus on knowledge. Compared to fortune tellers, astrologers are more erudite. One could try researching mysticism and see if there are any signs of them being absorbed. Chapter 300, Chapter 299. Admiral Emilius. Friday arrived in the blink of an eye, and Odis and Abel, a naval officer in Feniport, agreed to trade the Ghost that morning. Tim, the officer sent by the Rune Navy to handle the matter, was very concerned, but in order to avoid being exposed, Odis did not let Tim participate in the conversation and also asked Rupert to keep an eye on the officer. The transaction took place in the town's tavern, where Odis warmly opened his arms. "Welcome, my friend." Abel smiled somewhat awkwardly and said, "Hello." He then added, "I saw the Argo in the harbor." "That's right." Odis smiled slightly. "This is also to show respect for this transaction. Didn't the Feniport Navy also send a fleet?" Accompanying Abel was a fleet of 5 warships, including a sailing battleship, a large cruiser, and 3 small cruisers. Warships are generally taller than merchant ships and cargo ships, especially that battleship, whose mast is about 1/3 taller than that of a normal seagoing vessel. It has 3 gun decks and can carry 106 cannons, making it look like a mobile sea fortress. Although cruisers were smaller than battleships, they were faster. Large cruisers could be equipped with 68 guns, while smaller cruisers were equipped with 36 guns. This is why pirates would run away immediately upon seeing the Navy. Even a large pirate ship would have no advantage over a small naval cruiser in terms of either the number of cannons or the number of crew members. By saying this, Odis was essentially mocking Abel to his face. "Don't you also distrust me?" However, Abel pretended not to hear and instead brought up another issue. "Before the deal goes through, I hope we can talk about establishing a long-term partnership." Odis shrugged. "I don't have that many ghost ships to trade with you." "That's not what I meant." Abel smiled and said bluntly, we hope to mine the iron ore on the island. Their plan is to win over the Dawnbreaker pirate ship through long-term cooperation, and when necessary, issue them missions to sabotage and plunder in the Rosyth Islands. Let's finish this deal first, Odis said with a smile. In this deal, we can see whether either party is trustworthy, and then we can talk about longer-term cooperation. Abel laughed and said, are you afraid we won't keep our word? Odis also smiled but did not speak. All right, Abel said, not pressuring the matter. Let's finish the deal first. He paused for a moment and then said, however, I must check the ghost first. No problem. At this time, the ghost was docked at the pier, with Basil, Rupert, Third Officer Bevis and several other crew members, as well as Tim, waiting for Abel on board. Before this, when Rupert invited Tim aboard the ship, Tim immediately became nervous, because he realized that he was either going to watch a good show or he would become the protagonist of that show, the protagonist who would be killed. In short, whether to choose Fenaport or Rune seemed to be just a matter of Odis's decision. Accompanied by Odis, Abel arrived alone on the Ghost. Because Fenaport's navy fleet was anchored near the coast, he was convinced that Odis and his men would not dare to act recklessly. Upon arriving at the captain's cabin of the Ghost, Abel said, now please tell the ship spirit that you will be stepping down as captain. Odis glanced at the suitcase in the other person's hand. Before that, I would like to check the payment. No problem. Abel didn't take it too seriously. After all, the transaction had already reached this stage, so it wouldn't hurt to check the payment first. Basil took the suitcase from the side, opened it, and found stacks of banknotes, all in denominations of £10. He quickly counted the money, nodded to Odis, indicating that it was exactly £10,000, and put away the suitcase. Adding to the previous £5,000, Odis has now received £15,000 from Fenaport in this deal. Odis hummed in agreement, all right, let's go. Officer Tim from Rune almost burst out laughing. He hadn't expected that Odis would so casually renege on Fenaport's £10,000. Abel stood there, stunned, not reacting for a moment. What? He quickly followed, Captain Gal. You haven't given me the captain's authority yet. Odis smiled and said, I asked for £40,000, and you've only given me £15,000. At this price, you can only come aboard the ship and take a look around. He paused for a moment and then said, but at this price, you can stay here for a few days, and I will send someone to bring you meals. Abel's mouth dropped open. Seeing Odis still walking away quickly, he hurriedly caught up and said, we'll be cooperating with you for a long time. As long as you cooperate with us, you'll have more money than you can spend. Didn't I say? Odis said, we'll talk about cooperation after this deal is over. We'll discuss long-term cooperation once you've paid the remaining £25,000. Abel finally understood why Odis had said that after the transaction was completed, both sides would know whether they could trust each other. At the time, Abel thought that Captain Gard didn't trust the Fenaport Navy, but now he finally realized that it was Captain Gard who was untrustworthy. This enraged Abel, who shouted, Garn, you're a liar. Odis was unmoved by this and laughed, I'm a pirate. Do you expect a pirate to keep his word? I've already been very kind to you by not ordering your death. Ebden was immediately rendered speechless. Discussing credit with pirates did indeed seem rather strange. Moreover, Odis's reminder made him realize that his situation was not good, so he immediately used the sealing artifact to leave the Ghost. Odis then ordered, Basil and Cleveland, take the Ghost, the rest of you board the Argo, sail out of port, and prepare to engage the Fenaport Navy. The crew members boarded the ship as ordered, and Tim followed them onto the Argo. In the bridge, he reminded Odis, Captain Gar, the enemy fleet has strong firepower. We can temporarily escape to Chakra Island. I will immediately report what happened here to Admiral Emilius and ask him. Odis waved his hand dismissively, can't you see? I have a fleet too. Tim opened his mouth, you. Finally, with a mournful face, he said, this is different. The combined tonnage of Odis's two ships was probably less than that of a single small cruiser in Fenaport's naval fleet. Seeing that the other party was indeed a bit anxious, Odis smiled and said, go sit over there for a while and see why I dare to take the money from the Fenaport Navy. Tim nodded, thinking to himself, the word take is too polite. Cheat and rob would be more appropriate. But then he realized that this was perfectly normal at sea, and he should be thankful that Odis ultimately chose the Rune Navy. By this time, Erwin had returned to the fleet's battleships, and those ships had already unfurled their sails and were charging towards them. Odis used a sound transmission array to tell Basil, release the fog. The sound transmission array is very useful in naval warfare, but the range of sound transmission is within 10 kilometers. Beyond this distance, the array is of little use. Although the sky was clear at the moment, the area around the Ghost was suddenly covered by fog, and the fog quickly spread to the surrounding sea, obscuring the vision of the crew on the Argo. Odis heard a majestic voice in the distance say, Ghost ships are forbidden here. The ghost was immediately weakened, and the fog it released was not as dense. The majestic voice spoke again, "The power of the dead is forbidden here." The ghost was weakened a second time, and its speed decreased rapidly. Odis frowned. At this moment, there was still a long distance between him and the Feniport navy. Perhaps only a demigod could affect the ghost at such a distance. But if the opponent had a demigod, they would have already attacked. Therefore, he concluded that the opponent must have a sealing artifact that could expand the range of their abilities. Without the cover of fog, it didn't matter. Odis immediately ordered, "Prepare the spirit wave cannon." The mechanically looking lingbow cannon quickly came to life on the deck and extended 2 mechanical rods. Upon seeing the lingbow cannon, Tim suddenly recalled some rumors about the Argo. It seemed that there was a powerful cannon on this pirate ship. He wondered if it was this one. At this point, the Dawnbreaker fleet split into 2, and the Ghost was already far behind. After the lingbow cannon completed its aiming, the majestic voice appeared again, "Use of extraordinary cannons is prohibited here." Clearly, the other side had also seriously gathered intelligence about the Argo. Odis, without any hesitation, said, "Fire." The lingbow cannon immediately fired out a small ball of light, which was not greatly affected by the prohibition. Because the lingbow cannon is not an extraordinary cannon in the traditional sense, or rather, its entire structure does not utilize extraordinary properties. Just as Odis could separate spirituality from the extraordinary, the word forbidden had little effect on the spiritual wave cannon. Boom. The cannonballs of the lingbow cannon exploded, and the fleet was instantly engulfed by the explosion. In the bridge of the Argo, Rune Naval Officer Tim gaped in astonishment at the sheer power of the cannon. Without extraordinary power, no ship could withstand such a shot. Odis ordered, "Move to one side and keep your distance." He had northwest intention of getting close to that fleet, because even for the Argo, the fleet had far too many cannons, and they were all large-caliber guns, and the shields would not be able to withstand a round or 2 of shelling. As the aftershocks of the explosion subsided, Odis saw through his telescope that the sailing battleship was almost undamaged, the large cruiser was damaged, and 2 smaller cruisers were sunk. This result did not surprise Odis. Such sailing battleships were the main warships in the navies of various countries, with a value of about £80,000. They were usually captained by a Sequence 5 or Sequence 6 captain. With such a large investment, it's impossible that there isn't some extraordinary defensive design. However, after learning the power of the lingbow cannon, the sailing battleship lost its earlier momentum and turned to flee. Odis gave the order again, "Fire." Boom. Another lingbow cannon shot, another huge explosion. This time, another small cruiser was also sunk, but the large cruiser still had some extraordinary defenses and managed to stay afloat. The small cruiser's exceptional defenses were too weak to withstand the lingbow cannon fire. The stern of that first-class battleship was also damaged by the explosion, and its hull and sails were immediately covered by a layer of black light. Then the battleship sped forward at an unnatural speed, almost as fast as the Argo and the forward 4. This acceleration must have been achieved using some extraordinary power, it can't be sustained. However, Odis did not pursue the sailing battleship because the lingbow cannon had entered its rest period, and it would be better to deal with the large cruiser as soon as possible. Odis saw through his telescope that the large cruiser had broken one of its masts and had obvious damage to its hull. He used a telepathic spell to ask Bazel, "Are you confident you can capture that ship?" Tim, standing to the side, swallowed hard. The pirates were actually going to capture a large naval cruiser. If this gets out, the Feniport Navy will lose face in the Arctic Ocean. Bazel's voice, coming from the sound transmission array, was also somewhat excited. "It's possible, but we need to prepare for close combat." Such a warship would have a crew of more than 500, and the captain would most likely be a Sequence 7. If they were to hold their ground on the ship, they would be very difficult to deal with. At this moment, Tim said, "I understand the structure of the Feniport fleet. I'll lead everyone straight to the captain's cabin." Odis nodded, "All right, engage the safety on the extraordinary machine gun." He then took over Bazel, who had fallen far behind, and quickly approached the large cruiser. The officers and men on that cruiser originally thought that if another shot came, they would be buried at sea, but the enemy quickly closed in. The cruiser's captain immediately understood the enemy's intentions and ordered the cannons to be brought out, preparing for close combat. For them, surrendering to the pirates was out of the question, they had no choice but to fight to the death. The cruiser's captain thought the pirate ship was too arrogant, daring to try and seize a naval vessel. However, this might not be a bad opportunity for them to turn the tide, since the enemy's powerful cannons couldn't be used at such close range. When the two sides were about 8 or 9 kilometers apart, the officers and men on the cruiser were ready for battle. They were just a little short of entering the range of their cannons. At that moment, the machine guns at the bow and stern of the Argo opened fire, and 2 blue shells exploded on the cruiser's hull, instantly covering the surrounding area with solid ice. Some cannons were frozen solid, some crew members were frozen into ice sculptures, and some crew members were hit in parts of their bodies, with the hit parts frozen stiff, while the unhit parts remained normal. The cruiser's captain froze in place as a blue shell came flying at him. The first mate quickly tackled him to prevent him from freezing. The Argo's bombardment lasted for about a minute, freezing the entire large cruiser on the sea surface. At this moment, several crew members of the Argo flew towards this side, with Tim leading the way. Odis did not participate in the battle, he stayed in the bridge with the navigators, while the rest of the crew went into battle. Including Tim, that makes a total of 3 sequence SIXS, which is enough. Odis saw through his telescope that the battle seemed to have started quite fiercely, since some crew members must have taken cover during the earlier shelling. Soon, under Tim's leadership, they killed the cruiser's captain and first mate, which immediately weakened the ship's resistance. The battle lasted for about 20 minutes before Bazel signaled from the deck that he had completely captured the ship. Odis came to the deck, spread his hands, and Star Sand appeared. He used flying to arrive at this large cruiser, which was 4 or 5 times larger than the Argo. Odis's first impression upon boarding the ship was that the deck was so large that one could run on it. The bridge was several times larger than that of the Argo, and it not only had a rudder, but the table and walls were covered with nautical charts, and they were the kind of exquisite military-grade nautical charts. Many crew members on the cruiser surrendered, most of them were sailors, cooks, and other support staff. The majority of the crew chose to die in battle. Odis then ordered, Rupert and Bivis, you take a few crew members and tow the ship back in the Ghost. I will also send 20 extraordinary puppets to assist you. Rupert asked, what should we do with these prisoners? Take them all to Cruise Island, Odis said. Use the Helmet of Wisdom to teach them the rune language. He smiled and said, I heard that Mandy is planning a quarry and is shorthanded right now. Send them all over there. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Try to rescue the Fenaport crew members at sea and let them work in the quarry for a while, they will be useful later. These are all experienced sailors, and they still have great value. Rupert nodded and said, okay. Tim, who looked somewhat tired, said, I need to go back immediately to report on the battle situation here. Odis nodded, yes, go ahead. He then circled the ship and said to Bazel and the others, we can try to modify it and make it my flagship in the future. Rupert asked, what should I name him? Odis thought for a moment before smiling and saying, let's call it General. Everyone immediately understood Captain Gal's meaning, and Bivis laughed. After this battle, the captain should be recognized by many pirates as having the strength of a general. Smiles appeared on everyone's faces. It was hard to believe that they had only been at sea for a few weeks and were already crew members of the Pirate General. On this vast sea, the Pirate General is a big shot that is difficult for ordinary pirates to come into contact with. After handing the place over to the crew, Odis boarded the Argo and returned to Cruise Island first. Just as he stepped onto the dock, Tim suddenly emerged from the spirit world and, upon seeing Odis, immediately said, Captain Gar, the Admiral wants to see you. Odis was taken aback, General Emilius. Yes, Tim replied immediately. He was somewhat surprised, because Admiral Emilius had always hated pirates, and he never expected that he would take the initiative to meet with Odis this time. However, considering the battle he witnessed today, Tim felt it wasn't surprising at all. After all, anyone would be interested in a pirate with a special ship and a complicated identity. Odis was also somewhat surprised, but he quickly calmed down and asked, when do we meet? Afternoon. Then there's no rush, Odis smiled. I'll go have a drink to celebrate first. Tim smiled somewhat helplessly, you'd better get ready. At least change into a formal suit and shave. Since we're meeting this afternoon, let's talk about it then. Odis waved his hand and walked towards the tavern. Tim followed closely behind him, as if afraid that Odis would run away. Odis not only had a drink, but also went to Wells to discuss the issue of contacting the tribes in the mountains. The liaison personnel sent earlier have returned, and both the Tailang and Gelong tribes in the mountains have expressed their willingness to make contact with the new mayor. Odis then planned to send Bivis to discuss the matter, and then he would step in to finalize the outcome once the discussions were nearly complete. Around 3 p.m., Odis finally got ready and changed into a decent suit, but he didn't shave. He was a pirate, not a gentleman attending a ball. Tim led Odis through the spirit world, eventually appearing on a deserted street corner. Odis's spiritual senses told him that he had arrived at the eastern part of the Roside Islands, and even at the Sunia Sea. He then followed Tim to a mansion with high walls and a huge courtyard. Odis saw that at the entrance of the spacious and solemn mansion, a plaque with gold trim read, Governor's Residence of Olavi. Oravi Island. Emilius. Odis recalls that Klein was supposed to be playing the Admiral on the island of Oravi soon. Suddenly he thought, I wonder if it's Emilius who wants to see me, or Klein. Navy personnel stood guard at the entrance of the mansion, and many exquisitely decorated carriages were lined up for inspection. In the colony, those who could afford to ride in such luxurious carriages were important figures in the military and political circles of Olavi Island. Tim showed his credentials and entered the yard without hindrance. Odis exclaimed, "This courtyard is truly vast." "I also regret not calling a horse-drawn carriage," Tim said with a wry smile. They had just learned that a grand welcome banquet would be held here that evening to welcome Admiral to visit the island of Oravi. This also made Odis realize that Klein must have started acting as Admiral Emilius's double from this banquet. Running in such a situation would be very ungentlemanly. However, the entrance is at least 2 kilometers away from the villa where the banquet was held. Odis was aware of the extravagance of the colony. Even the Sadrak Palace, where the king lived, in Backlund did not have such a large courtyard. Upon arriving at the villa, Tim found a young man dressed in a tuxedo who looked refined and cultured. He was Emilius's secretary, Louis Ran. Lou Aaron glanced at Odis. "You don't look like a pirate, more like a rugged young man." Odis laughed and said, "I heard there's going to be a banquet here. I can't exactly write, 'I am a pirate' on my forehead and walk around the banquet to let everyone know I'm a pirate, can I?" Tim smiled. He knew that Captain Gal might actually do such a thing. Lou Aaron remained serious and said, "I hope you will still have such a good attitude when you see the general." Odis thought to himself, "This is a very boring person." Then Luran had a waiter take Odis and the other person to a small reception room. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the waiter opened the door and Emilius, with his black hair neatly combed back, entered. He was of average build and did not appear very robust, but he exuded an undeniable air of authority. Odis lowered his gaze slightly, subconsciously trying to avoid eye contact with Emilius. "You don't seem to have the air of a pirate," Emilius said first. Odis thought to himself, "It seems that your secretary has been by your side for a long time and has also developed many of your ways of thinking." He smiled and said, "That's because I know I can't beat you if we meet at sea, so I've toned down my pirate nature." Tim was stunned for a moment, then felt a little frightened. It was fine to joke with Lou Aaron, but to joke like this with the general was going too far. To Tim's surprise, Emilius smiled and said, "That makes you sound a bit like a pirate." As he spoke, he sat down on the sofa. Odis also wanted to sit down, but under the constant aura of authority emanating from Emilius, he felt it would be awkward to sit down, and it was more comfortable to stand. "I heard it from Tim," Emilius said, crossing his legs. "This morning, you sank 3 cruisers, including the Feniport, and captured the USS Connaught." "The USS Connaught was that large cruiser?" "Yes," Odis said, "my ship is rather special. What's special about it is that it's roughly on the same level as the ships of the pirate generals." Emilius said, "I'm more curious, why were you so determined to destroy Feniport's warships? And why did you have to swindle them out of their money?" In fact, the best way for Odis to handle this matter was to end the deal with the Feniport Navy and spread the news that the deal with the Rune Navy had been completed. This way, they can get the £20,000 from Rune without completely falling out with the Feniport Navy. Now that Odis has done this, once the Feniport Navy is fully prepared, they will surely retaliate against Dawnbreaker. Odis said, "Given the current international situation and naval power, the Rune Navy is the dominant force in this sea area. I can only gain the greatest benefit by standing on the side of the victor and crushing the loser." This answer surprised Tim again. Do pirates these days even care about the international situation? After a pause of a second or two, Admiral Emilius asked in a serious tone, "Do you believe that war will break out in the raging sea in the future?" Odis shrugged, "That's obvious, but the main enemy of the Rune Navy doesn't seem to be Feniport." "Your answer is impressive," Emilius said. "Unfortunately, I have limited time today and cannot continue this topic." He paused, then added, "The Navy hopes to secretly incorporate the Dawn Sword pirate crew, and you will be directly awarded the rank of colonel." Odis was taken aback. "So, will I be a Navy officer or a pirate?" Tim was also stunned. He had recruited pirates before, but at most he would only give them a lieutenant or captain. This was the first time he had ever heard of giving such a high rank. Emilius continued, "I know you are part of the Church of the Goddess of Night's naval forces, and I have also sent people to gather some intelligence on you. The number of pirates you have eliminated in the past month is more than the number a naval captain eliminates in a year. The only flaw is some of your behavior in Backlund. I can formally inform you that if you agree to be incorporated, MI9 will no longer consider you an enemy." Odis considered for a few seconds before taking a deep breath and saying, "To be honest, being incorporated into the Navy sounds pretty good, but I went to sea to pursue freedom." Emilius suddenly raised his hand to interrupt Odis. "No one will give you specific orders, I will only give you 2 broad orders. The first priority is to eliminate the pirates as much as possible, the second is to harass the central shipping lanes, and to attack the Fenipot Navy when the opportunity arises. You don't need to hand over any of the loot you acquire, and you'll even receive a reward from us." Odis said somewhat uneasily, "If I anger them?" "If they send out demigods, I will get there as soon as possible," Emilius said. Odis smiled and said, "I can't think of a reason to refuse." Emilius nodded, "You can discuss the specifics with Tim." After saying that, he got up and asked Odis to wait there, while he took Tim outside for a private chat. Tim returned quickly and said, "You are very lucky to be so appreciated by the general." Odis sat on the sofa, a smile playing on her lips. "I'm certainly having good luck today, but that's not surprising." "Why do you say that?" "I just thought of that too," Odis replied. "The Rune Navy is indeed the most powerful naval force at present, but its main military force is in the Sunia Sea, confronting the Fuzak Empire. We also need to allocate some resources to guard against the Republic of Intis. Therefore, the Rune Navy no longer has much power to deploy along the Chakar Island, Nickard Island, and Norhaus Island line. This forced the Rune Navy to watch helplessly as the Fenaport Navy's forces infiltrated the eastern part of the Rothschild Islands. At this point, if even one piece were to hold that area of the sea, the situation would be much better." Odis's words shocked him once again, and he realized that the pirate in front of him had a bright future ahead of him. His expression immediately became much more flattering. "Just now, the general officially assigned me to join Dawnbreaker Sword to be specifically responsible for communication with you." Tim laughed and said, "From now on, I will be your subordinate." Then he took out a document. "Secretary Lou Aaron gave me some detailed information. We will be rewarded with £1,000 for destroying one of Fenaport's frigates. The reward for destroying a small cruiser is £2,000, a large cruiser is £3,000, a second-class battleship is £6,000, and a first-class battleship is £10,000. Finally, Tim said, "You can also make a few more requests." Chapter 301, Chapter 300 Admiral played by Klein. Odis didn't mince words with the Navy. The first officer of Dawnbreaker Sword, Bazel, and the second officer, Rupert, will both have the rank of lieutenant colonel, while Bivis will have the rank of major. The combat captain and the bosun have the rank of captain, while the other crew members have the rank of lieutenant, and their salaries are paid according to their rank. Tim wrote it down. "I can give you an answer right now, no problem." Odis added, "Help me repair the large cruiser I just captured. From now on, I will call myself Pirate General, and I ask the Navy not to interfere." "I'll coordinate," Tim said. "We can sail the ship to Chakar Island, where there's a large shipyard. I'll send professionals there." He paused and then said, "As for the Pirate General matter, the Navy will certainly not interfere, but you will definitely be put on a bounty." Odis smiled and said, "The bounty is not a problem. On the contrary, many bounty hunters will come knocking on our door." Tim paused for a moment before saying, "Wait a moment, I'll go and report your request." 3 or 4 minutes later, Tim returned and smiled, saying, "It's clear that the general admires you. He agreed to all your conditions and even allowed us to attend the banquet that is about to begin. Also, there's this." As he spoke, he took out a piece of dark black crystal. "His Excellency the General said that if you infuse this with spiritual energy, he will be able to sense your location. However, the scope is limited to the Rosyde Islands and the western part of the Sunia Sea." Odis took the black crystal and immediately understood, because these two seas were under the rule of Rune. Then he smiled and said, "If I leave like this, wouldn't it seem like I'm showing a lot of disrespect to the general?" "Yes." Tim said nervously, "The guests at the banquet are all important figures from the Rothschild Islands. Many people would do anything to get an invitation." "Don't worry, I'm not an ungrateful person," Odis laughed. "I just think it's a bit boring for a pirate to attend a party like this." Tim breathed a sigh of relief. "Then just think of it as going to enjoy a good meal." "Okay." So the two of them went to the banquet hall together. A huge crystal chandelier hung from the top, illuminating the entire venue as if it were daytime. The banquet had already begun, and the guests, holding wine glasses, were already socializing and chatting in small groups. The main character of the banquet was Emilius, dressed in military uniform, surrounded by a group of people chatting and laughing. Odis looked directly at the food on the long table, which was indeed quite plentiful, including roasted chicken, pan-fried foie gras, stewed lamb, roast goose from Backlund, and lobster from Olavi. Not only is the quantity large, but the appearance is also quite exquisite. So Odis took a plate, used food tongs to take a few of her favorite foods, and went to a corner to enjoy them. It tastes good, even better than the food in those fancy hotels. As he ate, he observed the guests at the banquet, hoping to identify Klein among them. Klein transformed into someone else, dressed in a black tailcoat and bow tie, and followed Emilius's subordinate, Bild, into the banquet hall. He had just accepted the task of being Admiral Emilius's double, and according to the plan, he was to stand in for the Admiral at tonight's banquet. As usual, he first looked around, and suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the corner. Wasn't that Mr. Gal? Wasn't he supposed to be a pirate? What's he doing here? And why is he suddenly wearing glasses? Odis's spiritual awareness noticed Klein's gaze and looked in their direction. Klein quickly and naturally turned his head away, but he was still pondering Mr. Gar's purpose and what identity he was using to attend the party. Klein then noticed the table full of food. Just as he was about to reach for a plate, Bild whispered, "Pay attention to the general's behavior." Klein had no choice but to abandon his plan to take the plate and instead observe the stand target. Afterwards, Klein and Bilt received a coded message from Admiral Emilius, went to the backyard, signed a contract, and obtained the 9th law. When he returned to the banquet hall, Klein had transformed into Emilius. He thought to himself, surely no one will stop General from enjoying the food this time. As a result, when His Excellency the General went to get his plate, several more people gathered around him and continued their previous conversation. Klein sighed, glanced at Mr. Gar in the corner, who was putting a piece of succulent lamb into his mouth with a fork and chewing it slowly. The more I look at it, the angrier I get. The banquet finally ended. Klein, who hadn't eaten much, got into the carriage, and Lou Aaron quickly handed him several documents. Klein glanced at it and felt that he had been too conservative when he submitted his expense report. A roll of toilet paper from the Navy cost £1. I returned to my lodgings by carriage, but because I had signed an agreement with Admiral Emilius, I would have to sleep in his office tonight. Bored and looking to kill time, Klein started looking at the documents on his desk. He initially thought they were all boring papers, but one document in particular caught his attention. Those were files on the Dawn Sword pirate crew, but they were all clippings and information provided by the intelligence department. Thinking of Captain Gar, who had appeared at the banquet, Klein realized that there might be some secret deal between Emilius and Captain Gar, but since some key documents were not on his desk, he had no way of knowing. He then remarked, Mr. Gar was able to quickly establish such a high-level network of relationships even after arriving at sea. Before this, Odis noticed that Admiral Emilius had left the banquet hall, and he knew very well that the admiral who returned was now Klein. He glanced at it out of the corner of his eye and couldn't see anything wrong with it, which made Odis marvel at the faceless man's advantage in impersonating others. Odis made no move to greet Klein. He ate and drank his fill in the banquet hall, and as the banquet drew to a close, he said goodbye to Tim and left early. Odis did not return to the Argo, but went to Byam because an intelligence exchange meeting was scheduled for the next day. Since acquiring the 2 intelligent puppets in the Knowledge Wilderness, Odis has had a relatively relaxed schedule. He only needs to inspect their work and personally create some advanced scrolls, and he also has plenty of time to rest at night. The next day, the intelligence exchange meeting was held as usual. Odis was analyzing and judging the intelligence reports when suddenly, one report that asked him to make a judgment caught his attention. The intelligence report stated that a resurrection incident had recently occurred on the island of Olavi. The victim was a local resident who had been laid to rest by his family the following day. However, when the deceased's family members woke up the next day, they suddenly discovered that the body was gone. Then they heard some shocking news. Someone saw the deceased walking quickly away from the street and disappearing to an unknown location. Upon seeing this, Odis thought to himself, this should be an ability of the prisoner pathway or the death pathway. The former Sequence 6 Undead has the ability to manipulate corpses, while the latter's core ability is to manipulate corpses, spirits, and so on. He continued reading and learned that the bodies of the deceased were later found, not because they were being searched for, but because a tragedy had occurred in Port Olavi where more than a dozen people had been brutally murdered. The resurrected dead person was involved in kidnapping the dozen or so living people, and also seemed to have participated in the torture of those living people. The source of this information had heard about the resurrection and happened to witness the murder scene. After doing some investigation, he learned of this astonishing news. The newspapers, however, claimed that the tragedy was perpetrated by pirates. Odis was the first to announce, this intelligence is true. These practices are very much in line with the characteristics of the Rose School of Indulgence. He also noted that the incident occurred on the day of the previous full moon, suggesting that the living dead of the Rose School had taken a spree. At the level of the undead, they are cursed to crave the warm blood and fresh flesh of humans during the full moon. Odis then began to wonder if he could use this information to find the Rose School's stronghold in Oravi. Odis's previous help to Rupert had already made him an enemy of the Rose School. At that time, he came up with a strategy to launch an attack on the Rose School in order to avoid retaliation. Odis was quite busy recently and didn't have time to deal with this matter, while the Rose School was also busy. At this moment, they seemed to be protecting the Orange Light, Hilarion, who had transformed into a great scientist. But after this is over, they might have to take revenge on Odis. Before that, Odis intended to strike at the Rose School again to distract them. After the intelligence exchange concluded, Odis sold 8 items of extraordinary characteristics at Sequence 9. After the meeting, he asked Alan to try to verify the authenticity of several pieces of intelligence he had just examined. Odis originally intended to train Bazel, but since Bazel might have other missions in the future, Odis decided to train the boy Alan who came to join him instead. Based on previous observations, Odis noticed that Alan had a good talent for intelligence, but he still needed to do a lot of practice and learn extraordinary knowledge. First, Odis gave him some knowledge that did not involve anything extraordinary. After he made a judgment, Odis gave him some guidance and talked about the methods of distinguishing the authenticity of information. Around noon, Odis went to Olavi for lunch and, following the information he had previously received about the Rose School, went to the scene of the crime. It was a clothing store. It is said that the store's employee was perfectly normal when he left at night, but when he opened the store the next day, the scene inside made him faint. The clothing store was sealed off at the moment, and pedestrians avoided it from a distance. Odis did not linger there. He went to a corner and used the spirit exorcising scroll, which emitted a pale white, faint light, to command a nature spirit to enter the clothing store. Through the vision of that nature spirit, Odis saw that the corpse inside had long been taken away, but the traces of blood were still there. Many blood stains were sprayed on the clothes rack, making them more hideous stains and spots. In the dimly lit room, the clothes seemed like ghosts standing there, watching Odis. After a quick look around, finding no clues left, Odis prepared to end his control over the nature spirit. Just then, Odis suddenly felt a darkness before his eyes, and in an instant, he realized that the nature spirit had been killed. This surprised Odis, an official extraordinary being. He immediately used an invisibility scroll to conceal his whereabouts. Only then did he realize that it shouldn't be an official beyonder lying in wait. The official beyonders should have guessed that it was the work of a living corpse, so the number of official beyonders investigating this case wouldn't exceed sequence 6. The person lurking here is most likely a sequence 7, and Odis must have noticed them when she passed by. Moreover, the method used by the official extraordinary individuals is most likely to be to find the person behind the scenes by finding the natural spirit, rather than directly killing the natural spirit. Just then, Odis, who was hiding in the shadows, felt the air around him suddenly turn icy cold. Then, a somewhat illusory shadow floated out of the void in front of him. It was a middle-aged man with an unusually pale face, dressed in a formal suit, and with a hint of barely suppressed madness in his eyes. Odis thought to herself, if you don't have Miss Sharon's looks, don't try to appear like that by suddenly floating out like that, it's kind of scary. At this moment, he realized that there was a vengeful spirit lurking in the clothing store. Because of the fact that vengeful spirits have a relatively strong ability to hide, if they hide in a mirror or remain motionless in the spirit world, only those at sequence 3 or higher may be able to detect them. The vengeful spirit was somewhat bewildered upon its appearance. It was clear that it intended to engage in battle immediately upon its arrival, but because Odis was the favored one of the night, it could not find Odis's location. Then, the vengeful spirit jumped into a glass window and appeared more than 10 meters away. What puzzled him again was that no one attacked him, and no one was lying in ambush around him. Odis did not act immediately because he believed he had not figured out who the vengeful spirit was waiting for. Theoretically, he could only wait for an official extraordinary being here, but what if this living corpse incident was deliberately exposed? Then was the Rose School trying to lure out someone or some people? So Odis chose to continue observing. However, they cannot be too far apart, otherwise the spirit will not be able to find the vengeful ghost. The vengeful spirit waited for a while, thinking that the person who controlled the nature spirit had left, and then disappeared into the void again. Odis quickly followed, and the other person returned to the clothing store. Clearly, even though he had been exposed, he still had no intention of leaving. After a moment's thought, Odis realized that the other party was very confident in this operation, and that even after the vengeful spirit was exposed, it might become a new bait. Odis thought for a moment, then cautiously left the place, found Tim, and told him about it. Tim was surprised upon hearing this. Why would the Rose School be launching a major operation at this time? Odis smiled and said, if only I had known. Tim pondered for a moment, could their target be His Excellency the General? After all, Emilius had just arrived on Oravi yesterday, and today he discovered that the Rose School was involved in a major operation with at least 2 vengeful spirits participating. It doesn't seem like it. Odis suddenly thought of the Celestial Cult, a subordinate organization of the Rose School, which was about to launch an operation against Klein in the next day or two, and then suddenly changed his mind, saying, but it's hard to say right now. Tim said, let's go, we'll report to the General immediately. Odis pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, are you sure you want to report to the General? He said, doesn't the Navy have any operational standards for reference in such matters? We still have to report to the Admiral. You don't understand, Tim smiled. We need to report this kind of thing to the General immediately, so that others don't steal our credit. Moreover, such an operation may require His Excellency the General to personally deploy the arrest operation, and may even require contacting the Storm Church to launch a joint operation. Odis regretted telling Tim. He had hoped to inform the official beyonders of his observations through Tim, and then use their power to strike at the Rose School. Let those madmen of the Rose School suffer some more losses, so they will be too busy to take care of themselves and delay their revenge against Odis. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. But the problem now is that, in Tim's opinion, this kind of thing should be reported to Emilius first. Of course, there's nothing wrong with the procedure itself. The problem is that the person sitting in the Admiral's seat is Klein, and this action will definitely increase the difficulty of his stand-in mission. However, since things had already progressed to this point, Odis had no choice but to follow Tim to the naval camp. After Tim briefly explained his purpose to Louis-Ran, the Admiral's secretary squeezed out 10 minutes from Emilius's schedule to have them report on the matter. In a small reception room, Odis and Tim met Emilius. As they got closer, Odis realized that the Emilius before her was somewhat different from the Emilius of yesterday. Although the person in front of me was also intimidating, he wasn't as unsettling as he had been yesterday. After the door to the reception room closed, Tim immediately said, "Your Excellency, Captain Gal has just discovered a major operation by the Rose School." Next, in Tim's description, the Rose School seems to want to blow the island of Olavi into the sky. Sitting on the sofa, Klein thought to himself, sure enough, wherever Mr. Gard goes, trouble is bound to follow. Then he looked at Odis. "Tell me exactly how you discovered the actions of the Rose School." Odis recounted the clues he obtained at the intelligence exchange meeting, how he found the vengeful spirit based on those clues, and his speculations. This impressed Klein. As expected of Mr. Gard, he was able to investigate so much from such a small clue, and in the end, he even came up with a very reasonable guess. Secretary Louis-Ran, who was standing by the door, was also stunned. He had not expected that Captain Gard was so meticulous. Klein said to Louis-Ran, "This matter must be taken very seriously. We should promptly notify the relevant departments and take appropriate action as soon as possible." Odis thought to himself, "I was overthinking it. Mr. Fool is also someone who understands leadership speeches. He said a lot, but didn't give any specific instructions." Louis-Ran immediately replied, "I will inform the governor's office and the Storm Church right away. If the secretary cannot discern the specific instructions in the leader's speech, then that is his problem." Finally, he asked, "Will you personally command this operation?" "I will be paying close attention to this matter." Klein certainly wouldn't take the risk, and then he added, "Let Captain Gal participate in the operation as well, and listen to his advice." Odis was taken aback. "Brother, I reported to the Navy because I didn't want to be at the forefront. Why did you drag me into the operation when you weren't going to participate yourself?" Thinking of this, Odis said, "General, I wonder if any demigods are involved in this operation, or if we need you to take command." Klein thought to himself, "What? There might be a demigod. Then I should report this to the official extraordinary beings right now." "Oh, right, I am an official extraordinary being now." This put him in a somewhat awkward position, because he wasn't actually Admiral Emilius. At this point, Odis added, "Of course, it's also possible that it was an operation involving several middle-order members of the Rose School. The manpower of the governor's office of Oravi Island and the Church of Storms might not be enough to deal with such a situation. If Admiral Emilius were to participate in the operation, Odis would be his advisor, otherwise, he might be used as cannon fodder by the official extraordinary beings. On islands like Olavi Island, the governor's mansion will most likely have a Sequence 5 garrison, and the Church of Storms will most likely also have a Sequence 5 garrison. If the Rose School has more than 2 Sequence 5 members involved in this operation, then this operation is likely to yield little result. Therefore, if this operation is to achieve any results, it will still depend on the strength of the Navy. Normally, there is only one Sequence 6 at this naval base, but among the entourage accompanying Admiral Emilius, there is also one Sequence 5 and several Sequence 6. If the Navy fully participates in this matter, only the official extraordinary individuals will have an absolute advantage. Then Tim and Louis-Ran both looked at Klein. As is customary, this operation should be commanded by Emilius. Although they do not belong to the same command system, according to some agreements within the official extraordinary, in such emergencies, the extraordinary with the highest rank or position in the vicinity has temporary command authority. However, whether or not to give command ultimately depends on the general's decision. Klein thought for a moment and said, "You guys go out first, I'll think about it." Odis knew that General Emilius was going to perform divination, so he was the first to leave the room. The others didn't pay much attention either, since cracking down on the Rose School wasn't the Navy's responsibility, and it was normal for the Admiral to weigh the pros and cons. Soon, Admiral Emilius called them back and said to Louis-Ran, "Cancel all subsequent trips, I will command this battle." His divination just now indicated that the Rose School had not deployed any demigods and would not face any danger in directing this operation. Yes. Louis-Ran immediately made the specific arrangements. Half an hour later, the first meeting was held at the governor's palace. Those who attended included Rear Admiral Barlow, captain of the Governor's Guard Cookin, and Onluin, a senior deacon of the Church of Storms. The captain of the Governor's Guard, in addition to providing exceptional protection to the governor, is also responsible for protecting the officials and administrators of the governor's office who are of Ruin descent, and is also in charge of exceptional cases that disrupt social stability. Admiral Emilius personally chaired the meeting, and Odis first gave another briefing, describing the actions of the Rose School. After listening to Odis's description, Bishop Onluin said, "If I understand correctly, most of this information is your guess. Do you have any concrete evidence?" Klein, sitting at the head of the table, was slightly taken aback by the question. Because of his understanding and trust in Mr. Gard, he immediately believed Mr. Gard's words. However, he also realized a problem at this moment. Apart from the fact that there was indeed a vengeful spirit in the clothing store, there was basically no evidence for the other guesses. If the Navy mobilizes all the extraordinary forces of Oravi Island in such a grand manner, only to face a single Wraith as its final opponent, it would damage Admiral Emilius's authority and image. Odis, however, calmly said, the evidence is the fact that the living corpses harmed ordinary people in the clothing store before, which seemed like a performance. As far as I know, the living corpses of the prisoner pathway usually have a group of living corpses under their control, especially when the full moon is approaching. They are unlikely to be in the mood to convert new living corpses to help them complete certain tasks. So from the very beginning, this was a performance to maximize the impact of the situation. Onluin was taken aback. This was something he hadn't noticed before. However, this high-ranking deacon in his bishop's robes didn't consider this evidence to be conclusive. But considering that Emilius had personally directed the operation, it meant the Navy believed the intelligence was accurate enough, so he didn't say anything more. After explaining the situation, Klein asked everyone in a serious tone, "What are your thoughts?" This was the most troublesome part of the deployment for Klein. He had always been used to working alone and had little experience in organizing such arrest operations. Based on his experience as an official extraordinary, he could certainly make a deployment, but such a deployment would definitely be one made in the style of Klein, not in the style of Admiral Emilius. Captain Curian, dressed in a rune-style knight's uniform, and Bishop Onluin were well aware of Admiral Emilius's character, so they didn't offer any opinions, only expressing their willingness to obey orders. Klein almost twitched his lips. "You told me to say it, but now you won't. I suggest we monitor them first." Odis understood Klein's predicament and said, "Because this charade by the Rose School is not for our benefit. We can observe first to see who they are waiting for, which will help us determine how many people they will be involved in this operation. At the same time, we should set up a loose encirclement. Once the encirclement is in place, if we haven't found their target yet, we can openly search for them and force out the Rose School members hiding in the shadows." Klein nodded slowly. "This plan is good, but I would like to add 2 points. First, if the enemy has 3 or more sequence 5s, we can let some of the enemies go and only eliminate 2 sequence 5s and most of the members. Secondly, this deployment needs to be coordinated. The 3 of you should discuss how to deploy the encirclement, and be careful not to attract the enemy's attention. If there are any issues that you cannot resolve, please report them to me immediately, and I will coordinate the response." This is the classic, "let me add 2 more points" approach, which makes others feel that he agrees with Captain Gal's plan, but it is not perfect enough. If anyone later feels that this plan is different from Admiral Emilius's command habits, they can completely blame it on Odis. Rear Admiral Barlow was slightly taken aback at first, then glanced at Odis. He was successfully misled by Klein, thinking that this bespectacled young man had guessed the Admiral's intentions, and that his answer just now was tantamount to speaking for Admiral Emilius. Now that the plan was finalized, it was time for the actual implementation. As expected, Odis did not participate in the front line, but was arranged with Tim to go to another street to provide support at any time. The 2 of them went to a coffee shop on the street and sat by the window. While drinking their coffee, they kept an eye on the traffic lights on the street next door through the window. Tim took a sip of coffee and smiled. "Thanks to you, we weren't in any danger during this operation, and we even got to share in the credit." Odis smiled and didn't continue the discussion. It would be ridiculous if there were spies from the Rose School here. He first talked to Tim about life at sea and asked him what he thought about suddenly joining a pirate crew. Just then, Odis saw a familiar face, a woman in her 30s with a dignified air, who was none other than Leona, Rupert's classmate. Odis had previously helped Rupert save 2 people, Rupert's teacher, Kleist, and his classmate, Leona. They are all members of the Life School. In that instant, Odis realized that the Rose School act was a performance for the Life School. By this time, the School of Life had largely recovered and was waiting for an opportunity to retaliate. Exposing the whereabouts of a living corpse at this time would definitely attract their investigation, thus revealing the whereabouts of the School of Life members. After his promotion, Odis's thinking became much faster than that of ordinary people. While chatting with Tim, he thought of these things in a second or two. So he immediately whispered, "I ran into an acquaintance, let's go chat with her for a bit." Tim paused for a moment, but didn't think much of it. "Okay." Odis left the coffee shop and caught up with Leona, saying, "Madam, we meet again." Leona was taken aback at first, then smiled and said, "I didn't expect to meet you here." Odis smiled and whispered, "Are you here to investigate that case about the living corpses?" Leona said, "No wonder the teacher said now is the best time to come, and he also told me not to take a carriage, but to walk." Odis thought to himself, this approach is indeed feasible. He said, "Come on, let me introduce you to Admiral Emilius of the Navy. Your plans and our plans both need to be revised." Chapter 302, Chapter 301 General, I want to have a child with you. When Klein learned that Mr. Gar had brought people from the School of Life, he immediately understood what was going on. So the original plan changed, and Klein began to cooperate with the life school and completed the new deployment. Half an hour later, it had gotten dark, and the gas streetlights on the street turned on one after another. At this point, I hope readers will remember our domain name, Taiwan Novel Network. Leona, who had somewhat concealed her face, arrived at the clothing store where the tragedy had occurred by carriage. After pausing briefly, she inquired about the case from the people around her. After asking around for a couple of questions, Leona's spiritual senses suddenly detected danger, and she immediately used her calamity ability towards the clothing store. If a vengeful spirit is quietly hiding there, it is indeed difficult to be discovered, but once it launches an attack, it is easily sensed by the target's spirit. Realizing it had been discovered, the vengeful spirit rushed forward, attempting to immediately possess Leona. As a result, he was affected by the calamity ability and rushed too fast, unfortunately possessing an ordinary person who was just talking to Leona. Leona seized the opportunity to run away, blowing her whistle as she went. The vengeful spirit immediately ended its possession state and chased after the target with a solid body. It did not chase too fast because blowing a whistle was obviously the target's way of summoning its companions, and it hoped that the target would attract all its companions. 2 carriages soon rushed up ahead. Kleist jumped down from one of them, put on a blood-red ring, and his pupils instantly turned red. He then rushed towards the vengeful spirit, at a speed that left afterimages. As several members of the School of Life got off the bus, the vengeful spirit laughed and crashed into Kleist. Kleist's fingers suddenly grew longer, and while quickly dodging the vengeful spirit's impact, his fingers also sliced through the opponent's shoulder. The vengeful spirit laughed heartily, its pain fueling its excitement. A large group of pale-faced people dressed in local clothing appeared around them. They were men and women with blank stares, blocking all escape routes for the life school. These are all living corpses. Pedestrians on the street realized that the 2 groups were about to fight and quickly found a place to hide. Then, members of the Rose School rushed out and surrounded Kleist and his group. With a wave of his hand, Kleist commanded all members of the School of Life to break out in the same direction, but it was too late. A vengeful spirit was already blocking their escape route. Click. A sudden bolt of lightning struck a werewolf, instantly charring him black and leaving him lying on the ground, incapacitated. Wearing a bishop's robe, Onluin flew through the air first. With a wave of his hand, the bishop unleashed a hurricane that swept through the street, blowing the undead that couldn't escape into the sky and dismembering them with wind blades. The members of the Rose School were stunned. They never expected that the Life School would cooperate with the Church of Storms. However, they quickly decided to flee immediately, because once exposed, official extraordinary individuals would appear in droves, and it would be too late to escape then. Just then, a loud voice came from the roof: "Mirror reflections are prohibited here." All the surrounding glass, water, and even the slightly shiny stone slab suddenly became dark, instantly disrupting the vengeful spirit's escape process. The Governor's Guard captain, Kurin, made his move. He had originally wanted to wait until the Rose School and the Life School were entangled before taking action. However, the Church of Storms had already launched an attack, so he had no choice but to follow suit. Almost simultaneously, a little further away on the street, 2 other vengeful spirits, and their subordinates, who had been lying in ambush on the outskirts, also immediately fled in 2 different directions. The Rose School went all out this time, gathering 4 vengeful spirits and more than a dozen middle-sequence extraordinary individuals to arrange this encirclement. At this point, the official extraordinary beings had no advantage, but the members of the Rose School still chose to flee. Because they knew very well that there was a naval admiral in this port, and judging from his rank, he was most likely a demigod. Therefore, once they are exposed, they must flee this place as soon as possible to avoid running into the demigod. The vengeful spirits that fled towards the dock were ambushed by Rear Admiral Barlow. The navy led by Barlow was the strongest squad among the official extraordinary ones, and most of the members of the Rose School were stopped. Meanwhile, the Rose School group fleeing in another direction, towards the governor's mansion, were just relieved that they hadn't been ambushed when 2 people appeared in front of them. One of them held a cluster of dazzling stardust in one hand, while the other seemed somewhat hesitant. These 2 people were Odis and Tim. They had not received a signal that they needed support. Odis had only deduced from the specific location of the battle that someone might be escaping from this direction, so he came to intercept them. Tim hesitated mainly because they didn't have to take action. According to His Excellency the General's plan, they could let some of the enemies go and just annihilate the rest. Odis said he would come over to stop these deserters. When he saw that there were 6 middle-rank members on the other side, Tim was unsure whether to bite the bullet and rush in, or to let a few go and attack 1 or 2 of the weakest members. While the naval officer hesitated, Odis had already launched an attack, first throwing out a Spirit Blast scroll. This is a scroll specifically designed to attack spirits. It can temporarily push the spirits inside the target's body out of the physical body, thereby creating a temporary effect that makes the opponent's movements stiff and sluggish. The vengeful spirit, who was running in the lead using mirror jump, had never seen the scroll before, but his spirit sensed the danger and suddenly hid in the mirror world. Although he is close to a spiritual state, he will still be affected to some extent. The zombies and werewolves behind them had nowhere to hide and were immediately hit by the scroll, freezing in place. Odis's star sand transformed into a giant pillar of starlight. The pillar fell and struck a living corpse. The living corpse's skin, known for its defense, shattered instantly, and the next second, his entire body began to disintegrate. As Odis controlled the star sand and was about to fly towards the enemy beside him, the wraith finally rushed out of the mirror world and transformed into a shadowy figure, letting out a shriek towards Odis and Tim. Odis immediately unleashed a defense scroll to block the shriek, then raised his gloved hand. Imprisonment. The vengeful spirit was imprisoned by the viscous amber-colored air. Odis rushed forward and used the harvest ability with the gauntlet-wearing hand. This punch sent the vengeful spirit flying and severely injured it, but the vengeful spirit didn't care about the extent of the injury and turned to run away in another direction. But after running a few steps, he turned around and charged at Odis. This doesn't mean he intends to launch a counterattack, but rather that it's the power of Odis's newly acquired sealed artifact, the Dream Bracelet, a reward from the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom after he relinquished the characteristics of the Black Spider. This sealed artifact has quite a few abilities. In addition to the hypnosis and dream jump that Odis requested, it also has the abilities of soothing and madness. The negative effects are indeed minimal. If one develops a tendency to spy on others' privacy after wearing the seal, this negative effect will dissipate after half an hour of removing the seal. Relatively speaking, although this negative effect is easy to embarrass and easy to be seen as perverted, it is easy to control. Because Odis could easily use the invisibility scroll to get through this time, as long as she didn't appear in people's sight, the protection of the night would ensure that Odis wouldn't be noticed by anyone. Of course, one wonders if the goddess of night would immediately unleash divine punishment upon learning that her protection had been used by Odis to spy on her. However, that happened after the battle. At that time, Odis used battle hypnosis to make the vengeful spirit make a decision against its own will. Because of the lack of sufficient psychological cues, this state can only be maintained for a second or two, but that is enough to connect Odis's two powerful offensive abilities. Since acquiring the Harvest Gauntlets, Odis has found dealing with Sequence 6 enemies effortless, eliminating them within seconds. However, this is not the case when dealing with Sequence 5 enemies, because Harvest and Death have only a very small probability of killing a Sequence 5 enemy in one hit. At this level, unless you are killed in one blow, it is easy for the opponent to escape. At this point, a control ability is needed to buy time for Odis to launch a second attack. At this moment, the vengeful spirit rushed towards Odis, and Odis also rushed towards the vengeful spirit, throwing a punch, Death. This attack wounded the vengeful spirit, once again, inflicting a fatal injury. But this was still manageable for the vengeful spirit, and it immediately used Mirror Jump to continue its escape. At this moment, a beam of starlight fell, forming a starlight prison that once again controlled the vengeful spirit. The vengeful spirit was somewhat on the verge of a mental breakdown at this point. Odis had already used 3 control abilities on the vengeful spirit. Before his advancement, he had also heard of the Starlight Cage ability, which consumed a lot of spiritual energy and was easy to break free from, making it seem somewhat useless. That's why Odis was so eager to find a magical item with control properties. However, after the promotion, due to the enhancement of Wilderness of Knowledge, it was as if Odis had taken 2 doses of Astrologer Potion at once, making all of Odis's abilities stronger than those of a normal astrologer. The Starlight Cage, which seems rather useless among control abilities, is quite powerful in Odis's hands. Thus, Odis's combo for dealing with Sequence 5 was formed. After Death, he would perform another strong control, and then use the hand wearing the Harvest Gauntlet to throw a punch, instantly turning the vengeful spirit from shadowy into a physical entity. This combo isn't actually over yet, because you can use Imprisonment again now. However, you can't use Death again, and using Harvest a third time consumes too much spiritual energy, so it's best not to use it. Although lacking powerful offensive capabilities, not many Sequence 5 units can survive to this point, and they can finish off enemies using scrolls or sorcery. Known for their high defense and vitality, the Wraiths were brought to the brink of death by Odis's series of attacks. The zombies and werewolves, who had recovered from the Spirit Explosion scroll and started to flee again, were very surprised to see this. Because for them, if a vengeful spirit wants to run away, almost no one below the level of demigod can stop them. But at this moment, the vengeful spirit was not only stopped, but also knocked to the ground and unable to get up. Tim also gained a new understanding of Captain Gar's strength. He originally thought that the captain had the strength of Sequence 5, but he did not expect that his strength far exceeded that of Sequence 5. He thought to himself, no wonder Captain Gal talked about becoming a pirate general in the future. It turns out that he already has the strength of a pirate admiral. Seeing that the vengeful spirit could no longer run, Odis summoned star sand to simulate the power of divine light. The star sand left Odis's palm and formed Gal runes. These runes were arranged in a certain order to form a cylinder. Next, a clear beam of light descended from the sky and struck the vengeful spirit. Amidst the target's screams, his body began to melt. He finally succumbed to his injuries and breathed his last. Odis had practiced this simulation process many times in the wilderness of knowledge, so the process was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, the star sand had returned to Odis's palm. If you don't look closely, it's as if he just threw out star sand and then pulled it back, and you can't see those Gar runes at all. At this moment, the star sand in Odis's hand flew out again, entangling the corpse of the vengeful spirit. The next second, the corpse of the vengeful spirit melted away and turned into fine sand that was invisible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, the extraordinary properties within his body quickly completed the extraction process. Odis withdrew the extracted properties and continued to chase after the fleeing zombie and werewolf. These two extraordinary individuals can run at extremely high speeds, even reaching the top speed of a steam train. But even the fastest speed can't outrun travel. Odis charged forward and killed another zombie and two werewolves. Odis put away one copy of the living corpse and one copy of the werewolf traits. He didn't put away the remaining copy of the werewolf traits, as well as the living corpse he had killed earlier, as a way of reporting back to the Navy. Odis then returned to the vicinity of the clothing store, by which time the battle was over, or more precisely, the Rose School members had all fled. On other battlefields, Kleist of the School of Life and Onluin, a high-ranking deacon of the Church of Storms, joined forces to kill a vengeful spirit. Afterwards, the School of Life did not pick up the spoils as previously agreed and quickly left the scene. On the other side, the Governor's Guard Captain, Curry, and Rear Admiral Barlow were unable to retain the vengeful spirit. In fact, this is the true strength of the Wraith. It takes two Sequence 5s working together to possibly keep a Wraith in place. Otherwise, they can use Mirror Jump and Shadow Transformation, and they are very durable. If they want to run away, they are impossible to stop. No one questioned why Admiral Emilius hadn't taken action, because the principle of reciprocity was generally followed in operations against secret organizations. If the target is several Sequence 5s, unless there are special circumstances, the official extraordinary ones will only deploy Sequence 5s. Only if the opponent deploys a demigod will the official extraordinary ones deploy a demigod. For the official extraordinary individuals, the number of demigods is limited, and they mostly serve as a deterrent. The zombies and werewolves were also very fast, which allowed many members of the Rose School to escape, but most of them did not escape from Port Olavi immediately. The well-prepared governor's office immediately declared martial law in Port Olavi, and a massive manhunt jointly conducted by the Navy and the Church of Storms began. After removing the magical item she was wearing, Odis said to Tim, "I have something to take care of. I'll come find you in half an hour." At this moment, he felt he could no longer resist spying on other people's secrets. He even wanted to watch two officials who went to the alley to use the toilet. "If I stay here, I'll definitely embarrass myself." So Odis simply used his flying scroll to fly away and spied on a streetwalker soliciting customers from a third-floor window. The two first negotiated prices, and then began to touch each other inappropriately. Shortly after they stripped naked and began their transaction, martial law and searches were imposed, causing panic among the streetwalkers' customers who quickly retrieved their tools and fled. 1 second Odis was smiling, the next second the smile on Odis's face disappeared, the negative effect ended, and Odis made up her mind to find a way to seal this magical item again. Doing this kind of spying too often can easily lead to psychological abnormalities. Then Odis drew a full moon and stars on his chest, praise be to the goddess. Because of the protection of the night, he was able to peek without worry. Odis returned to the governor's mansion and found Tim in a conference room. By this time, the extraordinary members of the Navy had also returned, and Odis immediately sensed that something was amiss. After looking at Tim with an inquiring gaze, the other party whispered, "General Emilius's brother, Mr. Austin, has been relieved of his post as governor." Odis said, "Oh," and said nothing more. Meanwhile, the operation against the Rose School was still ongoing. The official extraordinary individuals first obtained intelligence through interrogation, then searched for and destroyed the Rose School's stronghold in Port Olavi, and only then did they launch a citywide manhunt. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. However, Admiral Emilius was no longer in the mood to command the battle. After handing over command to the captain of the Governor's Guard, he immediately ordered the Navy to withdraw from the battle. But that doesn't mean the matter is over. After all the operations are completed, Emilius will still be in charge of distributing the spoils, but that's for tomorrow. To Odis's surprise, when Emilius returned to his mansion by carriage, he specifically requested that Odis and Tim accompany him. Odis had originally planned to leave once things were finished here, but she didn't expect to have to work overtime. However, he quickly guessed Klein's purpose, to deal with that mistress. Since arriving on the island of Olavi, Emilius has not rested with his mistress for 2 consecutive days, which is quite unusual. Odis vaguely remembered that Klein had already tried all the methods he could think of a couple of days ago. Today, with Admiral Emilius's brother being dismissed and such a major and extraordinary case occurring, Klein couldn't be happier. During the journey by carriage to the general's residence, Odis began to review the operation. He first realized a problem. He hadn't consulted the oracle at the start of the operation, which was very unprofessional for a charlatan. Since we intend to use the corresponding rules of the diviner to try to digest the potion, we must try to follow the diviner's instructions as much as possible. If you're unsure about something, consult a fortune teller. If you're about to take action, consult a fortune teller. They soon arrived at the general's residence. Klein led Odis and Tim directly into the villa and made it clear that he wanted to speak with them separately. Cynthia, a mistress with a stunning figure and youthful charm, greeted Emilius in the hall. Klein hugged Cynthia and then said calmly, "Austin has been relieved of his post as governor." He paused and then said, "A very serious incident happened in Port Olavi today, and martial law needs to be declared." "I heard," Cynthia asked nervously. "It should be all right, right?" Klein gave a soft as if all the sighs and lamentations were condensed into that simple syllable. He then glanced at Odis and Tim behind him and said to Cynthia, "I still have some work to do." Cynthia turned and accompanied Admiral Emilius to his study. Odis, who was behind, remarked, "Klein's acting is quite good. He just portrayed the helplessness of a person in a position of power very well. He must have digested the potion again at this moment." Then Odis glanced at Cynthia's back again. As soon as he entered the room, he decided that since he had encountered her, he should save her. Odis had set a standard for himself long ago. If he encountered someone like Cynthia who was affected by the extraordinary, he would save her. If not, he would let it go. So when the group arrived at the study, and Cynthia was standing at the door about to leave, Odis suddenly said, "Wait a moment." He then addressed the men in front of him, "Admiral, please forgive my rudeness, but may I take a look at Miss Cynthia's pendant?" The pendant was shaped like a black rhinoceros horn, but it was only the size of a thumb and looked very delicate. Odis's request surprised everyone around her, as it was indeed very rude. But they quickly realized that unless Captain Gard had gone mad, there must be something wrong with the pendant for making such an impolite request. At this moment, both Tim and Louis Ran immediately chose to believe Odis. This reaction was due to the reliability shown by Odis. Cynthia was slightly taken aback, holding the small ornament with a somewhat helpless expression. Klein then reassured him with a smile, "It's all right, he's just checking you out." Cynthia then took off the pendant and handed it to Odis. Stardust appeared in the palm of Odis's other hand. Then he took off his glasses, and his eyes became visibly deep, with mystical symbols flashing in them. Klein struggled to suppress his surprise. "What? This guy got promoted again? Did he fly by? 4 promotions in 4 months, really, it's just too much to compare." Cynthia saw the glittering star sand in Odis's hand and his eyes, which had become deep and profound, and covered her mouth in surprise. Tim and Louis Ran had read Captain Gal's file, so they weren't surprised by the abilities he had demonstrated. Odis summoned star sand primarily to create mystery and suspense. Another purpose was to use star sand to reseal the Eye of Secrets. He knew, of course, that the thing in front of him was related to the outer god and could not be looked at closely. In fact, the mystical symbols in his eyes were the Gar runes that sealed the Eye of Secrets. Odis pretended to look at it for a moment before asking Cynthia, "Have you taken any of the powder inside? Have you prayed to the corresponding mystical beings?" Cynthia's first reaction was to lie and say no, but seeing the serious expressions on Emilius and the others' faces, she told the truth, I took it yesterday. And I also prayed to the Mother Tree of Desire. Just yesterday, before welcoming Admiral Emilius." Klein was taken aback. The Mother Tree of Desire. This was the first time he had ever heard of such a person. Odis pondered for a moment and smiled, "The stuff in here is poisonous. Let's discuss how to solve this problem first." Cynthia was truly panicked this time. She grabbed Emilius's hand. "General." Klein said, "Don't panic. Since Gar discovered it in time, there shouldn't be any major problems. Go back and wait for news." Tears welled up in Cynthia's eyes and rolled down her cheeks. Klein hesitated for a moment, then, considering that Admiral Emilius was not an unapproachable person, he said, "Come in with me." So the group went inside and closed the door. Klein sat behind his desk, Cynthia stood pitifully behind him, and Odis and the other 2 stood in front of the desk. Odis, who had put his glasses back on, then explained, "Your Excellency, according to the intelligence I have received, the Rose School has a branch called the Celestial Cult." Upon hearing this, Cynthia said in a terrified voice, It's the Celestial Cult. I got this from the Celestial Cult. The expressions of the people in the room all turned serious. If it was related to the Rose School, it was obvious even to a fool that there was something wrong with the pendant. Then Klein and the others looked at Odis. They were surprised that he could tell from the appearance alone that the pendant was related to the celestial cult. Odis sensed the question in their eyes and explained, many people in the Roseide Islands have been deceived by this organization and spread their evil ideas. Then he glanced at the pendant on the table and said, that organization usually uses these rhinoceros horn-shaped pendants to hold drugs that can stimulate people's desires. However, the drugs in this product are somewhat special and may cause some contamination to Miss Cynthia. Pollution. Lou Aaron said, but Miss Cynthia is not an extraordinary one. Odis turned to look at Emilius. Yes, Miss Cynthia is not an extraordinary one. Everyone realized that the ultimate goal of those madmen was to corrupt Admiral Emilius. Klein turned his head and asked in a serious tone, how did they get this pendant into your hands? Yes, it was my parents who recommended it to me. Cynthia said in a trembling voice, as if she had realized the seriousness of the problem. Klein pressed further, why would they recommend something like this to you? Cynthia said, both frightened and shy, General, I want to have a child with you. The tone and expression of these words were perfectly normal, but Klein found them terrifying and felt a chill run down his spine. So he said, Lou Aaron, take Miss Cynthia back to her room to rest. Cynthia panicked slightly, General, Klein said, I will try my best to save you. He only intended to attempt a rescue, but whether Cynthia and her parents would be punished would be decided when the real Admiral Emilius returned. After sending Cynthia back, Lou Aaron immediately returned, General. Klein said in a deep voice, immediately send people to investigate the celestial cult, starting with the area around Cynthia. I am waiting for the report in the study. Yes. Lou Aaron immediately went out to investigate. Klein then asked, is there a way to save Cynthia? I do have a solution, Odis said, but it requires a trait from the thief pathway, sequence 8. The idea to save Cynthia is simple, the powder Cynthia ingested isn't the real problem. The biggest problem is that the powder has attracted the attention of the outer gods. This problem was difficult for others, but not for Odis. The magic circle he had just obtained from the wilderness of knowledge to prevent corruption by the outer gods came in handy. As long as Cynthia is not affected by the Mother Tree of Desire, and does not actively pray to the Mother Tree of Desire, in the near future, the mental pollution she suffers will heal itself. After all, the protective shield left by the original creator is still there, making it difficult for the Mother Tree of Desire to directly pollute life in the real world. Therefore, Cynthia at most suffered a mental shock. Additionally, some medications can be taken to prevent the powder from causing Cynthia to mutate. Klein thought for a moment before saying to Tim, go and have the butler search the warehouse to see if there are any fraudster traits. He didn't have it, and he didn't know if Emilius had such a thing. But Klein suddenly recalled that, according to Miss Justice's description, many important figures in the military and political circles of Rune like to preserve the value of their assets by stockpiling extraordinary properties or materials. It seems that Miss Justice obtained the two main ingredients for the audience potion from her own warehouse. After Tim left, Odis said again, even if the problem is solved, please, General, do not touch Miss Cynthia for a month. I understand, Klein thought to himself. Whether or not he would touch Cynthia in the future was Emilius's business. He then exclaimed, I made a pact with Emilius that allows me to feel nothing when facing Cynthia, which is like protecting me. But then Klein realized that this event was not a coincidence. Chapter 303, Chapter 302 The Twilight Hermit Society's Commission. Tim and the butler soon returned and reported to Klein, who was playing the role of Admiral Emilius, that they had found a scammer trait in the warehouse. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with the property, Odis said to Klein, please give me a space where I can't be disturbed. Klein then arranged a reception room for Odis and ordered that no one should disturb him. Upon arriving at the reception room, Odis had a servant bring him a hat belonging to Cynthia and instructed his steward to send someone to buy some herbs. Then he removed the lining of the hat and began to draw a magic circle inside it. He then took out the alchemy glasses, which had a level 1 seal item level, from the wilderness of knowledge, put them on, and embedded the trickster characteristic into the magic circle. In this way, something that resembled both a magical object and an extraordinary weapon was completed. Taiwan novel website ttl.tl. Next, Odis used the miracle medicine production line she had previously prepared to infuse the prepared medicines with spirituality, giving the herbs magical effects. Klein, waiting for news in his office, felt somewhat helpless. He wondered what Emilius would think when he returned. He had only been gone for 2 or 3 days, yet his brother had been dismissed and his mistress had been defiled. He slightly curled the corners of his mouth. This mission will be over tomorrow, and what happens after that is none of my business. At that moment, Klein's spirituality suddenly became aware, as if the spirituality around him had changed. He got up and used his spiritual sense to carefully sense the direction from which Mr. Gal was located. What special ability was Mr. Gal using? Or a special sealing artifact? A few minutes later, Odis returned and said, "General, it's ready." Klein grunted in agreement and instructed a servant to summon Cynthia. Odis said to Cynthia, whose eyes were red from crying, "There is a solution. You will have to wear this hat on your head for the next month or two, and when you sleep, you will have to hang something directly above you. And these 3 doses of medicine, starting today, take 1 dose every day, and you should be fine in 3 days." After handing over the hat, he added, "I've kept this hat with me for the past year or two, and I wear it for a few days whenever I feel unwell. Most importantly, stop praying to the Mother Tree of Desire. If you continue to pray to it, no one can save you. The magic circle inside the hat can sever the connection with the starry sky, and the medicine can restore Cynthia's body to normal. The power that the Mother Tree of Desire can exert on Earth at this time is limited. As long as the connection is severed for a period of time, the Mother Tree of Desire will be unable to find her." Klein offered a few more words of comfort in Emilius's tone, and then let Cynthia leave again. In the spacious office, only Klein and Odis were present. Klein asked, "You seem to know a lot about the Mother Tree of Desire." He wasn't sure if Admiral Emilius knew anything about the Mother Tree of Desire, so instead of asking Odis to tell him about it directly, he spoke as if he wanted to discuss it with Odis, hoping to glean some information. "I'm not entirely clear on the specifics either," Odis said. "All I know is that he is an evil god, and he seems to be connected to the Rose School. Klein couldn't help but frown. Another Rose School. He had previously heard Miss Sharon mention that the Rose School's deity was the bound god, but he had never heard of a Mother Tree of Desire. At that moment, a blonde man named Lou Aaron knocked on the door and entered. "General, we have found the Celestial Cult and captured their leader." This clue was provided by Miss Cynthia's parents. This sect has been quite active in Orvie in recent years. Its aim is to go naked, return to nature, and indulge one's nature. They believe that humans can achieve spiritual liberation in this state. After a pause, Lou Aaron added, "Their leader is an extraordinary being, a Sequence 8 madman named Follett Can." Klein said seriously, "Bring him here." Fordley was a man in his 30s. When Lou Aaron brought him to Klein, he was extremely listless, as if he had suffered severe mental torture. Secretary Lou Aaron reported again, "General, during his arrest, he repeatedly used reason to gain strength, and his spirit is on the verge of collapse." Klein thought to himself, "This is perfect." He stared coldly at Follett in front of him, and using the desk as cover, he switched to the soul of the interrogator using crawling hunger, his mental pierce poised to strike. The interrogator is sequence 7 of the arbitrator pathway, which is where Admiral Emilius is. However, Klein did not use this extraordinary ability directly because it is only at the sequence 7 level. If he used it in front of Mr. Gar and Lurlian, it would be immediately exposed. However, with the spiritual pressure brought by mental piercing, Klein sat there, like the real Admiral Emilius. "Do you know Cynthia?" As he spoke, he picked up a small, black pendant resembling a rhinoceros horn from his desk. "What's its purpose?" The dejected Folletkin trembled, feeling as if his spirit was being held by a sharp dagger, ready to be pierced at any moment. He couldn't help but lower his head and stammered, "I know you. Cynthia, Miss Cynthia wanted to have a child with you, General, and her parents introduced her to me. That is a fertility necklace made in a way bestowed by the gods. As long as you ingest those powders and wear it for a long time, it will make you, General, unable to resist it." After listening, Klein remained silent for a while. He believed that Cynthia, perhaps out of her own volition or perhaps pressured by others, genuinely wanted to have a child with Admiral Emilius. However, she is unlikely to be an accomplice of the Naturists, because if Emilius gets into trouble, she will also be implicated, and her parents and family members, as members of the local power, will suffer huge losses, or even completely lose their current social status. However, Mr. Gar had just mentioned that the necklace would involve some pollution, so Klein began to have some doubts about the true purpose of the procreation necklace. He gradually intensified the pressure from the mental piercing. "What use is this necklace now?" Follett, whose mental state was already on the verge of collapse, could no longer bear it and collapsed to the ground with a thud, shouting almost insanely, It can also corrupt you. As long as Cynthia ingests those powders and devoutly recites the name of the Mother Tree of Desire, she can corrupt any man who has relations with her. Then you can become a believer in the Mother Tree of Desire. Become one of his favored ones." Klein thought to himself, "Just as I expected." Then he thought to himself, "Fortunately, Mr. Gard discovered it in time, otherwise Cynthia might have undergone a significant mutation today or tomorrow, and at that time, no one would have been able to save her." Odis was now certain that his response was correct. Although his previous actions were theoretically the best course of action, he was still somewhat uncertain since it involved outer gods. However, after hearing Follett say that after taking the powder, one should also pray devoutly to the Mother Tree of Desire, then there is no problem with this treatment. Lou Aaron, who was standing to the side, lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "General, this is our mistake. We only monitored Miss Cynthia and the servants here, but we didn't extend that to their families." I am willing to accept any punishment for this, even if you send me to a military court. Klein suddenly realized that now that things had come to this point, he had to make a decision on how to punish Emilius. After a moment's thought, he said with a serious expression, "My father, the late Earl Levitt, once taught me a saying. He said, forgive your subordinate for the first mistake he made. Lou Aaron, you and those guards should thank him for his kindness." Odis, who was watching the show from the sidelines, thought to himself, although this sounds like the tone of a superior, there are some risks in saying it like this. What if this is not the first time Lou Aaron has made a mistake? That would be ridiculous. Lou Aaron's eyes flickered, and he said quite sincerely, "I admire your magnanimity. You will be the only thing I am loyal to, besides principles, gods, and kings." Odis lowered his head as much as possible, and slightly curled the corners of his mouth. What a touching master-servant relationship. But you, glasses men, seem to be loyal to more things than you are. If it were me, I would definitely turn on you. Klein then said in a calm tone, "There's a second part to that sentence, severely punish them for making the same mistake a second time." Lou Aaron nodded, not surprised by this. Klein turned his gaze back to Follett Ken, who was slumped on the ground, and asked without changing his expression, "Who ordered you to do this?" Follett looked around nervously, then stammered, It's the Mother Tree of Desire. He instructed us to do this in a dream. At first, I only intended to lend the necklace of procreation to Cynthia, Miss Cynthia to wear. I didn't intend for her to ingest the powder. Klein almost frowned, the instructions of the Mother Tree of Desire. This was tantamount to a divine oracle in some way. He then realized that although General Emilius was a big figure in the Rune military and one of the highest rulers in the western part of the Sunia Sea, and his position was quite important, it shouldn't have attracted the direct attention of an evil god. Odis thought to himself, finally, they've gotten to the point. Klein continued seriously, "When did you have that dream?" Follett forced a fearful smile and said, It was last Friday night. I remember it very clearly. I had just liberated my nature for a lady." This answer made Klein realize once again that this was no coincidence. Guided by his spirituality, he suddenly had an association. Then he suddenly asked, "What did you do last Sunday evening?" Follett Ken paused for a moment before saying, We followed the instructions of the Mother Tree of Desire, using a magical ritual and a piece of hair from a homeless man provided by a believer to amplify the other person's appetite." Klein was horrified. They really were the ones who killed Admiral Emilius's former homeless double. All to prevent the Admiral from leaving, thus leading him into a trap, having a relationship with Cynthia, and being corrupted. He instantly connected all the clues. My appearance just happened to ruin the plan. No. Klein suddenly realized that last Friday was his first day on Oravi Island. He was startled, but suddenly became unusually clear-headed. Could this be targeting me? Having had a similar experience, Klein immediately thought, that's possible. When I first arrived on Oravi Island, the Mother Tree of Desire used to dream to give Follett Ken a revelation, thus initiating the entire plan. Then he thought, if it were aimed at Admiral Emilius, the plan had to ensure that he couldn't find another accomplice if he lost his double. Clearly, they had no further plans for this. Klein thought for a moment, then turned to Odis and Louis Ran and said, "You two go out for a bit." He wanted to feed Follett to the wriggling hunger. Odis and Louis Ran went into the corridor, and a minute or two later, they heard Follett's screams coming from the office. Lou Aaron whispered, "Congratulations." Odis was taken aback by this abrupt question, "Congratulations on what?" Instead of answering the question, Lou Aaron said, "If every pirate were as powerful as you, this sea would be terrifying. Fortunately, we are not enemies." His congratulations were because, given what had happened today, Admiral Emilius would surely give Odis an important position, and might even develop him into one of his core subordinates. His statement that, "we are not enemies," meant that the two of them were handling different matters for the general and there was no significant competition between them. Although Odis was unaware of Emilius's habits, he could tell that the blonde secretary's main point was, "We are not enemies." So he smiled and said, "Of course not an enemy." Odis was well aware of the power of the secretary party. Although he had no intention of entering politics or truly joining the Navy, he still had to show some respect, as he might need the secretary in the future. At this moment, Admiral Emilius called Odis inside. When I entered the office again, the leader of the natural cult had disappeared. After closing the office door, Klein offered no explanation for the madman's whereabouts. "Do you think Cynthia's matter has anything to do with the Rose School's actions in Port Olavi?" Odis pretended to consider it for a moment before saying, "I don't think there's any connection. Those members of the Rose School had a clear objective, to ambush the Life School. He made this judgment because he vaguely remembered that there wasn't much communication or contact between the various organizations that believed in the Mother Tree of Desire. Even though the Celestial Church was a branch of the Rose School, they did not share a common plan." Klein nodded slowly, agreeing with his assessment. Then he said, "Let Lou Aaron in." Klein plans to mobilize the Navy's forces to completely eradicate the celestial cult. Even if Admiral Emilius's brother had just been dismissed, and even if the new governor took office that same afternoon, it showed that the higher-ups in Rune were intentionally hiding this news from him. However, as a naval admiral, Emilius remains one of the most powerful people in this sea. He can eliminate a small cult without reporting to or consulting with anyone. Odis went out, called Louis ran in, and then went to the waiting room to have tea with Tim. More than an hour later, the servant brought dinner, which was around 10 p.m. Odis thought to himself, when I was a beast of burden, I never ate this late. After dinner, Tim was summoned by Admiral Emilius again. After the office door closed, Klein said, let's talk about this afternoon's operation. He estimated that Emilius should be back by tomorrow during the day, so he hoped to use his authority to learn more about Mr. Gar. When Klein heard that Mr. Gar had single-handedly taken down a Sequence 5, he was certain that the guy had indeed advanced, and that he possessed at least 2 Sequence 5 level magical items, which explained his ability to kill another Sequence 5 in such a short time after his advancement. Because Tim was also fighting a werewolf at the time, he couldn't see Odis's specific abilities clearly, but he gave the impression that Odis was a rather powerful extraordinary being. After talking with Tim, it was already late at night, so Klein told him and Odis to go back and rest first. The office fell silent again. Klein sat quietly behind his desk, reflecting on the day's events. Just as he was about to find a room to rest, his intuition suddenly sensed that someone had entered the office. Only then did he look towards the window, where Admiral Emilius, dressed in a tailcoat, appeared. Phew, I'm finally back. However, Klein still cautiously asked, what items did you give me beforehand? Emilius replied solemnly, the 9th law spell. Before Gehrman Sparrow could speak again, he took 2 steps forward and calmly asked, has anything happened these past few days? Why is Port Olavi under martial law? Klein controlled the muscles in his face and said, your brother has been relieved of his post as governor, and a new governor has taken office. Emilius frowned, but it seemed to be within his tolerance. Anything else? Klein tried hard not to look away. Your Miss Cynthia worshipped an evil god and was corrupted to some extent. Fortunately, Odis discovered it in time, and the problem has been basically resolved. Odis discovered a piece of intelligence about the Rose School and, following this intelligence, investigated a major operation by the Rose School. I was forced to command an operation against the Rose School, and achieved considerable success. Emilius's expression gradually turned to astonishment, as if he was wondering if he had returned to the wrong place. I've only been away for 3 days. For a moment, the air in the room seemed to freeze. After a few seconds of silence, Emilius quickly regained his composure and said, tell me the details. Klein then described the events of the past few days without much concealment. On Monday morning, Odis, who had been put up in a hotel by Tim the night before, was notified early on that he should meet with Admiral Emilius immediately. Upon arriving at the living room of Admiral Emilius's residence, he found that Tim had already arrived, so he casually greeted him, you're here so early. Tim smiled and said, I just arrived too. At this moment, he was also a little puzzled, because Admiral Emilius had summoned him early in the morning to inquire about the process of yesterday's operation against the Rose School and Odis's specific performance. These questions were already asked yesterday. At this moment, Emilius and his entourage, including Louis Ran, hurried into the living room. Emilius patted Odis on the shoulder and said in his usual serious tone, very good. Odis understood that the other party was praising the information he had provided yesterday and his handling of Cynthia's situation. Moreover, Odis knew that it was now the real Admiral Emilius, and he smiled and said, as you should. Then the group walked quickly outside, and Odis was surprisingly placed in Admiral Emilius's carriage. As soon as the carriage left the courtyard, Emilius asked, I heard that you put away an extraordinary property of a vengeful spirit yesterday. Odis readily admitted, yes, because it was a spoil of war that I obtained on my own. If I handed it over, it might not belong to me anymore. Emilius hummed in agreement and said, keep it for yourself, consider it a spoil of war from this operation. Yes, Odis replied immediately. Today, Admiral Emilius will preside over the division of the spoils and the apportionment of those who contributed to the operation. Because the greatest credit for this operation belongs to Odis. He was the one who discovered the Rose School trap, knew the members of the Life School, and suggested joining forces with the Life School to lure out all the members of the Rose School. Since Odis was a member of the Navy, most of the credit for this operation went to the Navy, and the Navy rightfully took most of the spoils. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. However, since Odis had already taken the spoils, Emilius rewarded Odis within the Navy. Odis is still a pirate, and this award cannot be made public, only some high-ranking naval officers know about it. In addition, Emilius prepared other spoils for him, allowing Odis to choose one of them. The first option is promotion to the rank of senior colonel, the second is a 3,000 pound bonus, and the option to make one reasonable request. Odis naturally chose the latter, and his request was to obtain some spiritual materials at the demigod level. Emilius granted special permission for this, and shortly after the meeting to divide the spoils, Odis received the prize money and spiritual materials. After dividing the spoils, Odis and Tim agreed to meet at the Grand Hotel Olavi after lunch and return to Cruise Island together. Odis arrived early at the rather nicely decorated hotel, not to wait for Tim, but because he had arranged to meet Klein of the School of Life here the day before. After waiting for more than half an hour, Odis took out his pocket watch and looked at it. The people of the School of Life were actually late. Just then, a slightly hoarse voice came from the next table, "Is your friend late?" Odis was taken aback and looked at the person next to him, where an old man with silver hair was sitting in a black trench coat. Although the old man was advanced in years, he was remarkably spry, which immediately put Odis on alert. "Are you asking me?" He was alert primarily because he hadn't even noticed when the old man had sat down at the next table. He then paused to reflect, realizing that there had been no one at the next table before the old man spoke. The second reason that made him wary was that this was not the first time he had seen this old man. This all goes back to the day before he set sail, when he had dinner with Bazel at the hotel. At that time, Odis encountered two strange men. One was Tim, who would later become Odis's subordinate, and the other was this old man. "Of course it's you." The old man smiled warmly. "I've been observing you for a long time." Then, without any invitation, he sat down opposite Odis. Odis offered no resistance until the old man sat down, at which point he realized that his lack of resistance was the most problematic thing. Odis then guessed that the other party was likely a demigod. However, he wasn't nervous, because this demigod clearly had something to discuss with him, and he wouldn't be harmed until the matter was settled. "You perfectly fit our requirements," the old man said with a smile. "Oh, by the way, let me introduce myself. You can call me Mr. Kent." Odis smiled and said, "Since you've been observing me for so long, I probably don't need to introduce myself, do I?" "Yes, no need." The old man, Kent, took out a cigar and cut it open as he said, "Very good, very good. So calm at such a young age." He took out a lighter and, while toasting a cigar, asked, "What are your thoughts on the current world situation?" Upon hearing this question, Odis roughly guessed the old man's identity and said, "Relations between countries are tense, the gap between the rich and the poor is widening, and the privileged class still rules the world." Kent nodded in agreement, took a puff of his cigar, and asked, "What do you think of the conservatives in Rune? They currently seem to have the same influence as the reformers, but they will eventually fade from the stage of history," Odis stated, explaining his viewpoint. "In fact, the reformists do not mean that their direction is more advanced. In my opinion, they are just a privileged class repackaging themselves in a different way to continue to rule the country. But conservatives fail to realize that the world is undergoing tremendous changes, and if they do not adapt accordingly, they will be left behind by the times." Kent laughed heartily. "Haha, I knew it, I didn't misjudge you." Odis said, "Then may I ask a question now?" Kent made a "please ask" gesture. "You suddenly contacted me, surely not to discuss the international situation?" "Of course not," Kent smiled. "We hope to steer the world in the right direction." His smile gradually faded and became more devout. "People in this world are either too greedy or too ignorant, and they simply don't understand what the trends of the times mean. The tide of the times is rolling forward, and no one can stop it." Odis was even more certain of the other person's identity. "I basically agree with your point of view. But there are always some people who want to hinder the progress of the times with their insignificant power." The old man Kent took another puff of his cigar. "I hope to recruit a warrior to eliminate these people who overestimate their strength." Odis paused for a moment before saying, "Excuse me for being blunt, but your rank seems to be higher than mine. Why would you recruit me to do something like this?" "This is related to our mission," Kent said, taking a deep breath. "We are observers of this world and will try our best not to interfere in the course of history. Only when the trend of the times becomes clearly problematic will we try our best to reverse this trend by issuing some commissions." Odis thought to himself, "I understand now, the audience is just an audience. Not actors." He asked, "So what kind of request do you want to make to me?" Odis already had some guesses. "Assassinate Duke Negan." "Really?" Then Odis thought to himself, "This duke is really unlucky. He was doing well as a duke in Backlund, but somehow he became the assassination target of the Twilight Hermits." Indeed, Odis was now quite certain that the old man in front of him was a member of the Twilight Hermits Society. Prior to this, the Twilight Hermits had carried out 2 assassination attempts against Duke Negan. One was by Hurricane Admiral Zeringus, who went to Backlund to carry out the assassination. The mission failed, and Hurricane Admiral was killed by Mr. Azek. The second assassination attempt was secretly planned by Patrick Jason Beria, the Apostle of Desire, but Odis's appearance eliminated the assassin beforehand, and the second assassination attempt also failed. Odis never expected that the Twilight Hermits would approach him and continue this commission. Kent scrutinized Odis, smiled, and asked, "You know about our organization?" Odis realized that the old man in front of him was a demigod, a spectator, and that although he had hidden his thoughts well, they still could not escape the other's eyes. Yes, he readily admitted. Kent then asked, where did you hear that from? Odis, quick-witted, smiled and said, since you say you've been observing me for a while, you should have seen the flag hanging on the mast of the Argo. Kent immediately understood, it was through the mysterious queen, or more precisely, through Emperor Roselle. Odis nodded. He wasn't lying, he did indeed learn of the existence of the Twilight Hermits from Roselle, but the way he learned it was certainly different from what Kent had imagined. Odis brought up another topic, what reward will I receive? Since you are a member of Elemental Dawn and a good friend of Mysterious Queen, and know many secrets about Roselle, you must have heard of the blasphemy card, right? Kent asked with a smile, hinting at the question. Adi immediately understood, the Hermit card. Then he became somewhat excited, it was a complete path to God. But Odis quickly calmed down, that's not enough. Not enough. Kent smiled. Do you really know what the blasphemy card means? Of course I know, Odis had truly calmed down, it is precisely because I know what it means that I feel this reward is insufficient. Because I can get potion recipes up to sequence 2 from Bernadette, the desecration card will be meaningless to me once I actually reach that position. Kent still had a smile on his face, but this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. There were people who were not crazy about the blasphemy card, and he couldn't refute the reasons they gave. After thinking for a moment, he add another ingredient to the main ingredient of the mystic potion. Odis then became interested, I can't agree to your request right away because I also have a clue about a key material. I don't know if the key material you mentioned overlaps with that clue. This surprised Kent again, because according to his observation, Odis should have just been promoted to sequence 5, but he did not expect that he already had a clue about a master material. How about this, Odis said, we'll meet here again at 8 o'clock tonight, and then you can tell me about the main material for which you have a lead. If it's a duplicate, please find someone else to handle the commission. If it's not a repetition, then the reward is a clue to the main material and the Hermit card, but you must tell me the clue first before I will accept the commission. Okay, Kent agreed readily. Then, see you tonight. He stubbed out his cigar and slowly got up to leave. Odis longed to turn back and watch the other person leave, but his neck seemed to be under some kind of command, and he couldn't turn back at all. When he could turn his neck freely, he quickly turned around to look for the old man, Kent, but he had vanished without a trace, as if he had never been there. As Odis marveled at the demigod's abilities, he saw Klein walk in with unhurried steps. Odis then smiled and said, this method is truly remarkable. Klein hurried over and smiled, I'm sorry, the carriage broke down halfway there. However, my spirituality realized that this lateness was just right. Odis touched her hair, perfectly just right. That's good. Klein sat opposite him. Thank you very much for your help with yesterday's operation. After the operation, I contacted the teacher, who told me to thank you properly and said he hoped to pay you some compensation as a token of his gratitude. Odis thought to himself, 1 operation, 2 rewards, that's not bad. He didn't stand on ceremony with the School of Life and thought for a moment before saying, I hope to obtain some spiritual materials at the demigod level. After advancing to sequence 5, Odis's ability to create scrolls improved significantly. Scrolls made using spiritual materials at the demigod level could even be used to deal with demigods. Of course, those scrolls are unlikely to cause much damage to demigods, but at least they offer a chance to escape when encountering one. Just like before, even under the influence of the audience's power, Odis had no intention of attacking the old man Kent. But if the old man Kent wants to harm Odis, Odis's spirit will, to some extent, break free from the psychological suggestion that she does not want to harm the person in front of her. In that case, Odis's bag would contain 5 or 6 scrolls that could be used against Kent. Especially after talking with Kent, Odis wanted more scrolls to deal with demigods, so he made the same request to Admiral Emilius for the reward of the School of Life. Klein paused for a moment before saying, it should be fine, but it will take some time before I can give it to you. I will deliver the spiritual materials to you by writing a letter to Rupert. Although demigod-level spiritual materials are rare, they can be traded for in gold. Odis hummed in agreement and then asked, do you have any new information about the Rose School? They seem to be plotting something, Klein said. We haven't gathered much information about their whereabouts, but from the limited clues we have, we can tell that they've moved a lot of people to the Rothschild Islands. He was not stingy with his intelligence on the Rose School, like this operation on Oravi Island. In the past, they rarely managed to gather 4 sequence 5s to set up a trap at once, but now they obviously have more manpower in the Rothschild Islands. Odis thought about it carefully and found that his memory only contained the information about the great scientist, Tirani von Helmischen, who was the incarnation of the Orange Light and was associated with the Rose School for a period of time. He didn't know whether the Rose School was competing with another organization for Tulane, or if they were just trying to transfer him away. However, Odis immediately realized that it was clear from the fact that the Blood General had been using the most advanced wireless telegraph machine for a long time that tyranny had been in their hands for some time. So what they needed to do now was to transfer this great scientist. The fact that so many people were used to transport tyranny shows how much the Rose School valued him. Then Odis thought, perhaps these madmen don't really respect science, but rather the Mother Tree of Desire, sensed that this great scientist was the Orange Light, which is why it sent down a divine oracle, instructing the Rose School to concentrate its efforts on seizing it. With this in mind, Odis realized that now was the best time to strike at the Rose School. Because they have more important tasks at this time, even if they suffer some losses, they will not immediately launch a retaliatory action. These thoughts flashed through her mind in an instant, and then Odis and Klein began chatting, enjoying lunch together. Around 1 p.m., Tim arrived and met up with Odis, and the two of them went to Cruise Island together. Odis first arranged for the other party to stay here, and then traveled to the Emerald Palace on Lacha Island, but unfortunately the mysterious queen was not here. I learned from writing her a letter that the mysterious queen had returned to Backlund. Bernadette then sent a carriage to take Oedipus to Backlund. Chapter 304, Chapter 303 Monday Tarot Meeting Time. When we arrived in Backlund, it was around 1:30 p.m. on Monday. Odis realized that she had to control the duration of the conversation so as not to delay the tarot meeting. Bernadette, dressed in an olive green long dress, sat on the sofa in front of the fireplace and asked, "What's the urgent matter that you suddenly wanted to see me about?" Please remember the Taiwan novel website. For the fastest chapter updates. As she spoke, she pointed to the single sofa opposite her. After sitting down, Odis remarked, "I didn't expect that even in February, Backlund would still be so cold." He had grown accustomed to the sun-drenched, raging sea, and was finding it somewhat disorienting to return to the cold, gloomy Backlund. He then said, "It's like this, I met an old man named Kent today." Odis recounted her encounter with Kent and the general content of their conversation to Bernadette, omitting, of course, the part about Roselle. He wasn't worried about anyone eavesdropping on their conversation, because Bernadette was one of the stronger saints, and Kent couldn't possibly be sitting quietly in a corner listening. But if the person eavesdropping is Adam, well, let him listen, after all, it's his freedom. Of course, the main question is, what methods are there to prevent him from listening? So Odis has always been very open-minded. Even though he has entered the story that Adam created, or Adam might be observing him, his attitude has always been, please do as you please. When Odis was halfway through her sentence, Bernadette interrupted her, "They have blasphemy tablets." Odis replied, "I don't think they would lie in a place like this." He had originally intended to conceal the matter of the blasphemy card, but then he thought that Bernadette must be very eager to obtain the card, so he did not hide the fact that it was for a reward. Bernadette tried to conceal her emotions and gestured to Odis to continue. After listening, she asked, "What organization is this old man a member of?" She had heard of a very mysterious organization whose purpose was to manipulate the trends of the times, but she didn't know exactly what kind of organization it was. "I've heard it's an organization mainly composed of extraordinary individuals from the spectator pathway," Odis said. "I don't know exactly what kind of organization it is." He thought to himself, this is a bit of a mouthful, it's not that I don't know, it's that as soon as I mention the name, I know it. Bernadette hummed in agreement, then suddenly remembered her father's warning, and solemnly said to Odis, "Be careful of the audience." Odis paused for a moment, then said, "Thank you." He was well aware of the weight of this reminder. It was the mysterious queen worrying about his situation and using what she considered to be secret words to warn Odis. Bernadette thought for a moment and then asked, "Are you confident in assassinating Duke Negan?" "Yes," Odis replied almost immediately. "In my opinion, this guy isn't difficult to kill." He would think this way largely because he had killed Backlund's Apostle of Desire beforehand. At that time, the Church of Storm's privy councillor in Backlund was still a snake, the Dove of God. As long as a plan is made in advance, the assassination can be carried out in a short time, and then the perpetrators can escape Backlund. "Then you can take this commission," Bernadette said. "I don't think that secretive organization will renege on its promise. If you encounter any difficulties, I can help you, and the reward is to let me see that blasphemous card." Odis replied, "Even without your help, I will still show you that blasphemy card." Bernadette glanced at Odis, "You know." What she was actually asking was, did you know that it was the blasphemous card made by Emperor Roselle? "I've heard some rumors before that I can't be sure of," Odis said, half-jokingly. "But judging from your reaction just now, I know that some of those rumors are true." Bernadette hummed in agreement, not continuing the topic. "The clue I can provide you about the main ingredient for the potion is floater phantom hidden-tailed cockroach." She paused for a moment and said, "I will tell you the specific information after you have completed this transaction or obtained another main material." "All right," Odis smiled. "I'd like a better crystal ball. Can I buy one from you?" "I'll give you one," Bernadette said. "Consider it a thank you for showing me the blasphemy card." As she spoke, she took out a whistle that she always carried with her, put it to her lips and blew it, but no sound came out. However, Odis sensed a spiritual fluctuation. The next second, a hand with illusory scales reached out from the void and handed Bernadette a small but exquisite crystal ball. After Bernadette took it, the illusory hand immediately disappeared. Odis knew that it was a spirit creature that had made a pact with Bernadette. At the wizard level, potions contained knowledge on how to make pacts with spirit creatures. However, Odis had a wilderness of knowledge and did not have much need for it, so he never made any efforts in this regard. As soon as he got his hands on the crystal ball, he immediately felt the spiritual energy stirring within it. He guessed that it must be made of high-grade spiritual materials. After finishing their business, Odis asked about the current situation in Backlund. I've heard that Backlund is becoming increasingly turbulent. That's right. Bernadette leaned back on the sofa. More and more people are losing their jobs, making the streets of this city very unstable. But the top management of Backlund obviously did not pay enough attention to this matter, or rather, they did not have a good policy to curb such things in the short term. Odis laughed. They probably only know how to open more almshouses, don't they? There seem to be more workhouses now, Bernadette asked. Is there anything wrong with that? I also thought of some ways to deal with these problems, Odis said, but the worst thing that would be to build workhouses. Oh. Bernadette became interested as well. What's your idea? For example, work relief, Odis said. The government takes the lead in starting large-scale public welfare projects such as building parks and repairing roads. This will not only solve the employment problems of many people, but also alleviate the problem of overcapacity to some extent. Bernadette pressed further. Overcapacity. This was a new word she had never heard before. Odis said, it means that the products produced exceed the needs of society. As someone with memories of the Common Era, I am well aware that most of the problems currently facing Rune are basically caused by overproduction. Bernadette looked Odis up and down again, and she realized that Odis's words had hit the nail on the head in the current state of the Kingdom of Rune. You're wearing glasses, and you really do look like a professor. I'm not a professor anymore. Odis took the opportunity to bring up the issue of digestive potions. Astrologers seem similar to diviners, so could we consider astrologers to some extent as diviners? Bernadette thought for a moment. That's a good idea, but there are still differences between the two. The astrologer peers into fate, yet reveres it. Astrologers are more mysterious and more knowledgeable. Well, in my opinion, mystery is more important. As Odis listened, he pondered for a dozen seconds before smiling and saying, thank you for reminding me, I almost missed the point. Bernadette cautioned, how you digest it depends on yourself, everyone digests potions differently. Odis hummed in agreement, stretched, and said, there's not much to do this afternoon. I'm going back to take a nap. He stood up and smiled, saying, you look great in a dress. Bernadette replied, but it's inconvenient for me to move around. Odis summoned a phantom door. Actually, you look quite good in neutral-toned clothes too, that's a different kind of beauty. After saying this, Odis pushed open the door and entered the spirit world. Bernadette watched Odis leave before she smiled and looked up at her dress. Odis returned to the Argo. Since there were no combat missions recently, the Argo docked at the port of Cruz Island for rest. The crew of the Dawn Sword pirate crew were also able to rest, but Bazel, Rupert, and Bivis still didn't have time to rest. Bazel was handing over the responsibilities to Mandy while ensuring the safety of the ladies. The company in Byam has been officially established and is now operational. Rupert is in charge of the coordination on Cruz Island. The teleportation array is currently activated once a day in the morning to transport goods and personnel. The government on Cruz Island has also been organized under the discussion of Odis and Mandy. The reason it was organized under discussion is that Odis does not intend to set up a parliament. In Mandy's mind, even a town government should have a council to delegate certain powers to the locals in order to win them over and tie their interests to her own. However, Odis believed that such a power structure was preparing for the plunder of Cruz Island and that it was not well organized, or rather, he felt it was not effective. Odis thus strengthened the functions of government departments, clarified the responsibilities of each department, and established only a government, not a parliament. Third Mate Bivis was sent to negotiate with the tribes in the mountains. Such negotiations were bound to drag on several times, and it was estimated that there would be no results until next week. With 3 first mates and Mandy busy, Odis finally had time to lie back in her armchair and remark that the climate of the raging sea was much more comfortable. It's only relatively comfortable, the area is too humid and hot, and it's not actually the most comfortable environment in Odis's mind. At exactly 3 o'clock, Odis, lying in an armchair, found his vision obscured by a grey mist, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in a grand hall that seemed to have been prepared for giants, on one side of a long bronze table. The hermit Odis was the first to notice that the previously inconspicuous, constantly rolling grey mist around him seemed to be outlining mystical symbols. He quickly lowered his head and lowered his eyes, not looking around aimlessly. He wasn't afraid of offending the fool, but rather because he knew very well that this was the source castle, and his peeping eyes were out of control, so he dared not look around recklessly. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." With Miss Justice's cheerful voice ringing out, this tarot session officially began. Alger the hangman and Catlia the priestess both looked at the hermit during the greeting. They had both received astonishing news in the past day or two, so astonishing that they couldn't even determine its authenticity. However, after the greetings, it was Mr. Fool's reading session. Just yesterday, after playing Admiral Emilius, the fool Klein also heard some news about Captain Gal. But as a fool, he certainly couldn't verify such a trivial matter. So he pretended to read 2 pages of The Magician Fur's sacrificial diary at a leisurely pace before saying, "You may begin." Odis spoke first. "Fool, sir, I hope you can help me seal the Eye of Secrets." Klein paused for a moment, not quite understanding the meaning of hermit. Meanwhile, Catlia, sitting opposite Odis, seemed to suddenly realize that she had attended so many parties without ever thinking of this. Odis then explained, "Fool, after my advancement, my Eye of Secrets will open uncontrollably. In the real world, I have glasses that seal the Eye of Secrets, but I can't bring them to parties. I hope you can help me reseal them." The reason he brought this up in front of everyone was to remind Catlia not to look around carelessly when using the Eye of Secrets. Alger, the hanged man, stood there dumbfounded. The hermit has advanced again. This advancement seems to be sequence 5. Justice Audrey also exclaimed, "When Mr. Hermit first joined the Tarot Club, he was lower in sequence than me, but now he is already a sequence 5. Furs, the magician who had met Odis, was not particularly surprised by the hermit's promotion. In her opinion, the hermit was a capable and very reliable extraordinary person. Moon Emlyn was somewhat envious. "I didn't expect hermit to already be sequence 5, that level is a viscount even among vampires." He then remarked that he didn't know when he would be able to reach that level. The son Derek thought the hermit was amazing. To be able to advance so quickly and still be in such good condition, even knowing the method of acting, is nothing short of a miracle. At this moment, Klein, who was the first to react, said to Odis in the tone of the fool, "You can materialize those glasses with the sealing effect. As you materialize them, I will help you to make the corresponding seal." At the same time, he realized why the priestess's gaze was so penetrating. It turned out to be a power of this method. However, the hermit was much more cautious, knowing that one should not look around carelessly in such a high-level place. Therefore, after being promoted, he thought about sealing the Eye of Peeping, while the priestess obviously did not have such an idea before. With Klein's manipulation of the grey mist's power, Odis materialized a pair of glasses. After putting them on, everything around him returned to the state it was in when he attended the party, and the Eye of Secrets was restored to its sealed state. At this moment, Catlia said, "Fool, I also ask you to help me seal the Eye of Secrets." The other members then realized that the hermit and the priestess were the same path, and now they were in the same sequence. Having resolved the issue of sealing the Eye of Secrets, Alger, regaining his composure, glanced at the hermit, then at the priestess, before saying, "I heard some news yesterday." The members who weren't on the sea, including Justice Audrey and Magician Furs, were all taken aback. They immediately realized that this news must be quite important, which is why they disrupted the original transaction process and started with an information exchange. Seeing that his words had attracted the attention of the other members, Alger continued, "Argo attacked the fleet of the Kingdom of Feniport, sinking 3 small cruisers, damaging 1 first-class battleship, and capturing 1 large cruiser." Both Catlia and Klein turned their gazes to the hermit, for they too had received such astonishing news. Moreover, in Klein, Porto Lavi, "I saw the newspaper about this incident this morning." The other members paused for a moment before realizing that the captain of the Argo was none other than the hermit. Immediately, apart from the son Derek, the other members understood why the hangman had brought this up in advance. Because pirate attacks on the Navy are rare, attacks that cause significant damage to the Navy are even rarer. So everyone looked at the hermit, hoping to verify the authenticity of the news. Odis smiled and said, "That's right. I plan to convert that large cruiser into one of my own warships." Catlia immediately said, "This will definitely provoke Fenipot's furious retaliation." She really wanted to ask if this was an order from the Queen, but then she thought that the Queen probably wouldn't issue such an order that would cause a lot of trouble. Odis, however, said rather casually, "Then their losses will only be greater." Then Catlia pressed further, "What's the point of this action?" Alger and the other members discovered that the priestess was also very concerned about this matter. Odis replied, "First of all, I want to clarify that they came to me, not the other way around." Everyone was taken aback upon hearing this, realizing that there might be more to the story. "The deep blue pirate crew that I wiped out before was secretly supported by the Fenipot Navy," Odis explained. Audrey thought she had misheard. The Navy would support pirate groups. Furs, who was next to her, said, "That's not surprising. I've seen some notes from the Age of Exploration. When the new sea route to the southern continent was first opened, countries like Rune, which had relatively weak naval power, found many pirates and appointed them as captains of raiding ships to plunder and harass the merchant ships and cargo ships of the Kingdom of Intis. I remember that Mr. Hangman seemed to have shared similar information with us at a previous gathering. Alger nodded. As far as I know, many pirates nowadays also obey the orders of various countries' navies to attack other countries' ships. He glanced at Audrey and then added, not only does the Feniport Navy have such pirate power, but the Rune Navy does too. Audrey opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end she said nothing. At this point, she was no longer like she was when she first joined the Tarot Club, with a black and white way of thinking. She was now able to accept the facts relatively calmly. Odis continued, Fenipot approached me wanting to redeem the ghost, and just then, the Rune Navy also approached me. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. After careful consideration, I decided to side with the Rune Navy and attack the Feniport Navy. As for the fact that he also swindled the Feniport Navy out of £15,000, there's no need for everyone to know that. The other members thought to themselves, so there's more to this story than meets the eye. Knowing the Navy's recruitment methods, Alger also realized that the Argo should have become an unofficial force of the Ruin Navy, and perhaps even given the ranks of Hermit and other crew members. Klein also understood why there was Captain Gal's information on Admiral Emilius's desk, and why Captain Gal reported to the Navy after learning about the Rose School clues. Katlia said, you actually have a better option. Attacking Feniport directly will cause a lot of trouble, and the Rune Navy may not help you after you run into trouble. Audrey turned to look at the priestess sitting below her. From her observation, the priestess seemed to be very concerned about this matter. At previous gatherings, the priestess had never expressed such a high level of concern about anything. Alger also noticed this and wondered if their previous exploration had led to more contact outside of the party, or if something else had happened. Only Klein, who knew the most about the other members, had guessed that the priestess probably didn't want the Hermit's actions to cause trouble for the mysterious queen. Of course I know, Odis smiled. I think it's the best choice. Well, how should I put it? Actually, many times, trying to have it both ways often leads to self-destruction. Only by making certain choices and standing on one side can one gain more benefits. Katlia pressed further, what if the Feniport Navy retaliates? Not if, Odis smiled. They will definitely retaliate. He then said, I'll handle those below demigod level myself, for those above demigod level, I'll ask the Navy. Alger joined the discussion, did the Navy make any promises? Yes, Odis said. If the Feniport Navy sends out demigods, they will send out demigods as well. Alger opened his mouth, but for a moment he didn't know what to say, because if both countries sent demigods, it would be tantamount to declaring war. So his first thought was that the Navy was probably just saying that, but then he realized that the Hermit wasn't someone who was easily fooled, so he didn't say anything to remind him. At this moment, the world suddenly asked the Hermit, did you predict that the Feniport Navy would be defeated by Rune? No, Odis smiled slightly. I'm guessing that the Rune Navy is incapable of defending the western part of the Roside Islands. Katlia immediately understood, the Hermits were trying to establish their own sphere of influence in the western part of the Roside Islands by taking advantage of the infiltration and counter-infiltration between the two countries' navies. She has no problems anymore. Alger also realized, no wonder the Hermit was so certain that the demigods of the Rune Navy would make a move. It turned out that the Rune Navy needed the Hermit as a pawn. He smiled slightly at this, because he sometimes does this kind of reverse blackmail, as well. Klein, behind the grey fog, thought to himself, this doesn't seem like a pirate, he seems more like a politician. Although the other members were not yet clear about the Hermit's plans, they realized that his actions, while seemingly impulsive and not the best choice, were actually quite prudent. Odis said, I haven't read the latest edition of the Roside Daily. Should I be put on a bounty for this? Klein manipulated the world and said, you have a bounty of £25,000 on your head by Feniport, but no other country has a bounty on you. Alger remarked, for an attack on a naval warship, this bounty is actually quite low. In his view, the loss of 4 cruisers and the humiliation suffered by the Feniport Navy warranted a bounty of at least £50,000. After all, the value of that large cruiser alone was over £40,000. Odis thought to himself, does the Navy of Feniport mean that the £25,000 would rather go to the bounty hunters than to me? He smiled and said, I think I can be considered a pirate general now. The typical pirate general would first call himself a general, and then, after several battles, gain widespread recognition from pirates and the Navy. Of course, the pirates' approval stemmed from admiration and obedience to power. The Navy's approval stems from their belief that the person is indeed a heinous criminal, and they will offer a high bounty. Odis became a pirate general in a completely reversed way. The Feniport Navy offered a bounty first, and he first fought to defeat the great pirates and attacked the Feniport Navy. Only then did he remember that he should call himself a general. Katlia and Alger nodded slowly in unison. They also felt that after news of the attack on the Fenaport Navy spread throughout the raging sea, the Hermit already possessed the strength and prestige of a pirate general. Audrey's feelings were very complicated. She was happy for the Hermit to become a pirate general, but she was also afraid that the Hermit would forget his original intention and become a real pirate. That topic has come to an end, and everyone has moved on to the trading. Justice Audrey cleared her throat first and said, I need either the complete pituitary gland of a young dragon or the spinal fluid of a black hunting lizard. I also need one fruit of a psychedelic bell tree. Klein and the others instantly realized that Justice had obtained the Sequence 6 potion recipe and was now seeking to purchase the corresponding main ingredients. This caused Alger another wave of anxiety. When Justice first joined the Tarot Club, he wasn't an extraordinary, but now he's preparing to advance to Sequence 6 and is about to catch up with him. The others didn't seem to care much. After all, Justice was also a veteran member of the Tarot Club, and it seemed like it was time for him to advance to Sequence 6. At this moment, the priestess Catlia said, dragons are almost extinct. I can inquire about the spinal fluid of the black hunting giant lizard for you. Audrey immediately replied, okay. After waiting a few seconds, and since no one else had any clues about the psychedelic wind chime tree, everyone promised to keep an eye out for Miss Justice. Then Alger asked, does anyone have any clues about the recipe for the Ocean Singer potion? Odis estimated that he could buy it from General Iceberg, but it would definitely be very expensive. Moreover, he remembered that Alger later obtained the formula from the Tarot Club, or more precisely, from the world, at a relatively favorable price, so he didn't intend to make money from it. Seeing that no one had any relevant clues, Alger was somewhat disappointed. He really wanted to ask, where did the Hermit get the potion recipe? Then the world said to Odis, I want to trade with you information about the Zarathus and Antigonus families. Odis nodded, no problem, according to the price we agreed on before, the former is £800 and the latter is £1,200, for a total of £2,000. Before Klein could manipulate the world to agree, Odis added, however, I recently obtained some information about Antigonus. This angel situation is rather special. Do you intend to start the transaction before or after the Night Kingdom? Klein paused for a moment, then manipulated the world to ask, what's the difference between the two? Trading from the Night Country will incur an additional £1,000, Odis said. It wasn't that Odis was greedy, the main reason was that to start from the beginning, one had to mention the people of Antigonus, which would lead to the introduction of a god and two other angels. Klein thought for a moment before manipulating the world and said, trade from the Night Kingdom before. Odis nodded, all right, that'll be £3,000 in total. Justice Audrey immediately raised her hand slightly and said, I'll offer £1,000 and join the deal. If we hold a tarot meeting now and don't exchange some high-level information with the Hermit, everyone feels that it's like a tarot meeting without Miss Justice greeting us, it's incomplete. So everyone participated in the transaction, and they eventually agreed that World and Justice, who initiated the transaction, would each contribute £750, while the other members would each contribute £300. Little son Derek still pays with extraordinary materials. After everyone agreed on how to pay the fee, the transaction began. Odis said, let's start with the Zarathustra family. So far, there have been two leaders of the angelic level in this family. To distinguish them, we call them Old Zarathustra and Young Zarathustra. This family mainly controls the potions produced through the diviner pathway and has established a secret organization called the Secret Order, which is currently active primarily in the Republic of Intis. Audrey recalled hearing information about the Secret Order from the Hanged Man a long time ago, and only now did she realize that the Secret Order was an organization founded by the Zarathustra family. Klein and Gadria were unaware of the difference between Old Zarathustra and Young Zarathustra until then. The other members knew almost nothing about this family, so they didn't make any connections and were simply listening attentively. Odis continued, Old Zarathustra should have become an angel in the Third Age. In the Fourth Age, he first served the First Empire of Solomon, and later the Second Empire of Solomon. Among the great nobles who were previously loyal to the First Solomon Empire, only he and the Solomon family continued to support the Second Solomon Empire. In the Battle of the Four Emperors, Old Zarathustra encountered Antigonus and Mr. Gate and was killed by them. His Sequence 1 trait was taken by Antigonus. This family has always been very mysterious. I don't know much about Old Zarathustra, or rather, this family is still very mysterious to this day, and we rarely find any trace of them. However, it is said that they would actively collect and pursue the relics of the Antigonus family. Klein thought to himself, I can attest to that. The first extraordinary event I encountered in this world was the suicide case triggered by the Secret Order's struggle for a notebook belonging to the Antigonus family. Even my arrival in this world might be related to that notebook. Odis paused and then said, I did learn some information about Little Zarathustra through some channels. It is said that when Little Zarathustra was promoted to Sequence 3, he returned to the Dark Age for unknown reasons. To put it more directly, when he was advancing in the fourth epoch, he suddenly appeared in the second epoch for some reason. Actually, they were chased all the way to the second age by the Hound of Fugen. Upon hearing this story, everyone was initially taken aback, and then they were all amazed by the wonders of the extraordinary world. The magician first wondered, who exactly is Zarathustra the Younger? Who is Zarathustra the Older? Of course, the crucial question is, was the older Zarathustra born in the second age? If not, would the younger Zarathustra have witnessed his father's birth? The more she thought about it, the more she felt, this seems like a great topic for writing. Meanwhile, Emlyn the Moon thought to himself, could little Zarathustra have simply died of old age in the second age? After all, he doesn't live as long as the vampires. Other members also had their own interpretations, and in general, they all felt that the experience was quite magical. Odis gave everyone a few seconds to process the information, then continued, by the time of the fifth age, Zarathustra the Younger. What? Emlyn blurted out, he lived to the fifth age. From the second age to the fifth age. Klein was also thinking, I don't really think that diviner path leads to a long life before angels. I've thought about that too, Odis replied to Emlyn's question. I wonder if, after the second age, Zarathustra might have had a certain opportunity to become an angel. That's why he was able to live from the second age to the fifth age. Emlyn nodded, I see. Klein also thought this explanation made sense, since when Roselle first gained the support of the leader of the secret order, Zarathustra was already sequenced too. First couldn't help but ask, then, did Zarathustra see his father? I mean, when he returned to the second age, did he see his father? Everyone nodded slowly, sharing similar questions. Audrey had even imagined a scene where an old man was calling a child's father, which seemed incredibly bizarre no matter how you looked at it. I don't know. Odis hadn't considered this question before. He smiled slightly and said, perhaps little Zarathustra didn't see it on his own initiative. Perhaps he was afraid that his appearance would affect the future. Klein thought to himself, this guess is quite logical, fortune-tellers generally have a great reverence for fate. After seeing that everyone had no further questions, Odis continued, according to reliable sources, in the fifth age, Zarathustra the Younger secretly funded the then-weak Emperor Roselle. This description surprised everyone, giving them the feeling that a complete stranger actually knew one of their friends. For the members other than Klein, the name Zarathustra was relatively unfamiliar. Gadria and Alger had heard of the name, but the other members had never heard of such an angel before trading information about the fourth age. Later, it is said that after Emperor Roselle became powerful, Zarathustra's investment paid off, and he received something very important from the Emperor. Odis deliberately spoke somewhat vaguely here. Klein thought to himself, I know that. Actually, it wasn't obtained from Roselle, but rather Roselle helped us steal the Antigonus family's notes from the Church of the God of Steam and Machines, back then it was called the Craftsman's Church. The two of them worked together to steal the notes from the Craftsman's Church, and that was the beginning of everything. He took a deep breath, feeling that he had gotten the best deal this time, or rather, that the information he had heard was the most useful to him. Odis continued, I don't know exactly what that thing is, but I have received accurate information that it contains clues to the sequence 1 characteristic of the diviner pathway. Klein was stunned. What? There was such a clue in that book. Could it also contain clues about the demigod-level potion recipe through the diviner pathway? The other members all felt that, for an angel, only clues to higher sequence characteristics were truly important to them. After that, little Zarathustra disappeared. There are many speculations, some saying that while searching for a sequence 1 property, he was killed by a more powerful being of the same path. Odis deliberately left things unclear here. Some say that when he was in the first rank of promotion, he failed to advance and died. Some say it has turned into a monster and is now hiding somewhere, trying to regain its sanity. Odis said, I dare not give a definite answer to this, but I think that he is most likely not dead. Klein fell into a brief moment of contemplation, while the other members listened as if to a stranger's story, without much feeling. Odis waited for a moment before continuing. Antigonus's story begins in the Second Age. He had a relative named Ammonizes. Chapter 305, Chapter 304. A brief history of the Antigonus family. At the tarot meeting, the fool Klein and others were quite puzzled, not understanding why the Hermit introduced Antigonus by first mentioning that he had a kinsman named Ammonizes. Odis smiled slightly. This name could only be mentioned in places like Source Castle. Outside, even if it was mentioned, other members wouldn't hear it. He wasn't in a hurry to reveal who Ammonizes was, but instead started from another angle. During the Second Age, the Destroyer Wolf possessed some of the advanced extraordinary traits of the Sleepless and the Diviner. High-ranking members of the Demon Wolf clan generally come through these two channels. Klein, the fool behind the grey fog, seemed to suddenly have a connection to something, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. Remember the original website domain. Odis continued, the Demon Wolf clan was an exceptionally powerful race during the Second Era. Besides their god, Destruction Wolf, which is an ancient god, This race also has many high-sequence extraordinary beings, mainly the servants of Destruction Wolf, as well as some of Destruction Wolf's children. Among the gods are Goddess of Misfortune, Amon Isis, and God of Wishes Cordal, both of whom are demon wolves. As for God of the Dead, Salinger, as we mentioned before, he is a feathered serpent. Klein finally realized where the extra 1,000 pounds had gone. It turned out that it was used to explain the gods of the Destroyer Wolf. Odis said, I want to emphasize the Goddess of Misfortune because she will appear again later and play a very important role. He took a deep breath and said, this Goddess of Misfortune, Amon Isis, is the later Goddess of Night. For a moment, all the members of the Tarot Club seemed to turn into statues, and the entire venue was filled with an eerie silence. But in the next second, everyone's surprise was instantly ignited. Even the fool behind the grey fog nearly lost control of his expression. What? The Goddess of Misfortune is the Goddess of Night. What? The goddess is an 8-legged demon wolf. Then he understood why he had that inexplicable feeling earlier. When he heard the Hermit say that the Destroyer Wolf mainly possessed the advanced extraordinary characteristics of the Sleepless, he guessed that it might be related to the Goddess of Night. But rationally he was unwilling to admit it, which is why he had that strange feeling. Justice Audrey felt like her world was collapsing. Goddess was once a follower of Destruction Wolf. Goddess wasn't human. After his initial surprise, Alger, the Hanged Man, calmed down considerably. I had been wondering how many gods were originally extraordinary ancient beings. I only knew that the Emperor of the Underworld was once a feathered serpent, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom was a dragon. Today I also learned that the Goddess of Night is a demon wolf. Emlyn, the moon, was the first to react. He never expected that the long-vanished demon wolf would still have survivors, and that it was also a god. At that moment, he simply felt that he would be too embarrassed to say in the future that vampires were the oldest race. Derek the Sun was rather simple-minded. He just felt that this Goddess of the Night actually came from the Second Age and wondered if she had ever been to the Land of Silver. The priestess Catlia and the magician Furs were initially surprised, but quickly regained their composure, as they were almost used to hearing such astonishing news. After everyone's surprised expressions disappeared, Odis continued, and among the children of the Destroyer Wolf is Antigonus. Of course, at the beginning, he was not called Antigonus. This is the name he gave himself later. But since I don't know what he was called when he was born, I will just call him Antigonus. Antigonus was born an angel, a naturally born mythical being. But this was not a good thing at the time, because the ancient gods were extremely cruel and vicious, and it is said that they would even kill or devour their own children. People once again felt the bloodshed and brutality of the Second Age, and realized that the gods of that time were vastly different from those of today. Furs pondered, for Zarathustra, who had returned from the Quaternary to the Second Age, was this an opportunity or a misfortune? The opportunity was that, of course, the extraordinary beings were generally mad and bloodthirsty, while Zarathustra could maintain his sanity. The misfortune was that the extraordinary beings of that time were generally mad and bloodthirsty, rendering many of Zarathustra's schemes ineffective. Odis shifted his posture slightly and said, as I mentioned before, a war of the gods took place during the Second Age. This war had a far-reaching impact, and Antigonus was one of those affected by it. The Destroyer Wolf perished in this war of the gods, and Antigonus, who participated in this battle, may have even witnessed the process of his father's demise. So he and his sister fled to the Hornic Mountains in the north, where they hid. While the others didn't seem to think much of it, Klein almost showed a look of surprise. The Hornic Mountains. Antigonus had actually hidden in these mountains. During each promotion, he would hear some babbling, one of which was Honaki's, which made him realize that the babbling he heard was related to Antigonus. Odis continued, you've probably all heard of Antigonus's sister to some extent. I don't know her name, but I do know that she is the Mother of the Heavens. The priestess, Catlia, couldn't help but interrupt. The Kingdom of Night was founded by Antigonus and his sister, which means it was founded by 2 demon wolves. As a knowledgeable, star general, she had of course heard of the Night Kingdom, and had even seen some recent archaeological data about the Night Kingdom. But she never expected that the kingdom on the plateau was actually established by the demon wolf. Odis smiled and nodded. Yes, they were all once gods in that kingdom. Justice, Audrey asked curiously, what kind of country is the Land of Night? She had only heard Mr. Hangman mention this country before, and later she even looked up relevant information, but she only found some fragments, so she still doesn't know what kind of country it is. About a few decades ago, an expedition discovered many ancient buildings deep in the Hornic Mountains, Catlia explained. At first, the archaeological community thought it was just a lie. After all, the altitude there is too high, and it is impossible for a large number of people to gather there. It wasn't until a few years ago, when someone brought back a photo of an ancient ruin, that an archaeological team entered the Hornic Mountains to excavate and investigate, and made many amazing discoveries. First, the archaeologists discovered that the people of this country seemed to have disappeared in an instant. On the dining table in the ruins, there were some foods that had rotted to the point of leaving only traces, as well as wine that had been reduced to dregs. It seems that people suddenly disappeared while they were having lunch. Klein had also read related works and even remembered the shock and curiosity he felt when he saw this passage. Apart from Odis, only Alger among the other members knew some information about the Land of Night, but even he didn't know so much detailed and up-to-date information. Katlia continued, what is most amazing is the depiction of the beliefs and customs of the Land of Night through some of the murals. The deity they worship is the Mother of Heaven. As can be seen from the murals, when a family member dies, they are not buried, but are left to lie at home for a period of time. After that, archaeologists have two different interpretations. One interpretation is that after the farewell ceremony is completed, it means that the deceased family members are still by their side. Another explanation is that locals use special methods to dispose of the bodies of their family members, keeping them in their homes so that they can always keep them company. Everyone felt a chill. It was hard to imagine that the inhabitants of the Land of Night would keep corpses by their side. Katlia habitually adjusted her glasses and said, I've seen rubbings of the murals, and the description of this point is indeed quite bizarre. My understanding is that when a family member dies, the people of the Land of Night will first pray to the Mother of Heaven. However, death is not the end of everything. After a period of time, the deceased family members will be resurrected in a strange state in another form of life, and then continue to stay with their family members. Even Odis, who knew the inside story, found it a bit strange to hear Katlia's account. Audrey then asked, Priestess Lady, have they really been resurrected? I don't think so, Gadria said. I suspect it's the result of some kind of strange extraordinary ability. I even wondered if it was some kind of ability of an extraordinary person who has passed through the death pathway. But I only learned today that the Land of Night was founded by Antigonus and his sister. Perhaps it is some high-level ability of the diviner or the sleepless that led to this result. Klein nodded slowly to himself, thinking that this guess made a lot of sense. Odis remarked that if it weren't for my God's eye view, Katlia would be the most knowledgeable person at the tarot meeting. Moreover, her guesses were very organized and logical. He continued, the Land of Night is similar to the description of the Priestess Lady, and this strange custom is because Antigonus was also one of the founders of the Land of Night. According to information I obtained from another source, extraordinary individuals among the diviners have the ability to turn corpses or other people into their own puppets. And those high-sequence extraordinary individuals in this pathway seem to have a habit of building a city composed of puppets. The members, including Klein, were somewhat surprised, as this was the first time they had ever heard of such a high level of ability. Even Klein had only learned about miracles from Roselle's diary. Then Klein exclaimed, to build a city made up of puppets is nothing short of a miracle. Katlia suddenly realized, you mean, the people of the Land of Night became Antigonus's puppets after they died? That's one way to understand it, Odis said. I'm not entirely clear on the specifics of how it works, but I'm certain that the Night Kingdom is a country where puppets and living people coexist. With this discussion, the entire structure of the Night Kingdom, from the bottom to the top, has been established based on the information released by Odis and Katlia. The reason why the Land of Night has such strange customs is because they worship the Mother of Heaven when they are alive, and become puppets of Antigonus after they die. Audrey found it hard to imagine a country like this, where the people you meet on the street could be puppets or real people. Furs also had some thoughts, since it was the Kingdom of Heaven, a nation, then the population must be in the tens of thousands, and the number of dead could quickly accumulate to tens of thousands. How did Antigonus manage such a large number of puppets? If he couldn't control them, would all the puppets suddenly make the same expression or say the same thing at the same time? Klein suddenly realized, the abilities of high-sequence extraordinary individuals in the diviner pathway are quite strange. Then he thought of the master of puppetry, who had been killed before, and realized that after sequence 5, this path seemed to have started to develop in a strange direction. After giving everyone enough time to react, Odis continued, around the 4th era, Antigonus was promoted to sequence 1. The characteristics that led to his ascension must have been acquired when the Destruction Wolf fell. I also obtained another version of the information through another channel. It is said that after the Destroyer Wolf fell, a sequence 1 characteristic and uniqueness of the diviner channel were attracted to Antigonus because of the extraordinary characteristic aggregation law. However, there is a question about this information. The God of Wishes Cordal is also an angel of the diviner pathway. Why didn't he attract the corresponding characteristics? Of course, it's also possible that Antigonus was the child of the Destroyer Wolf, which is why he attracted these traits and uniqueness. Whether it's picked up or attracted, Antigonus's traits come from the Destruction Wolf. He paused for a moment and then said, as I said before, by clarifying the characteristics of a higher level of a pathway, we can sort out the history of that higher level of a pathway. Antigonus and Zarathustra could both use the extraordinary properties of high sequences to piece together their general experiences. I had been thinking about this before. Antigonus's sequence 1 trait comes from the Destruction Wolf, but where did old Zarathus's sequence 1 trait come from? Because he was also promoted to sequence 1 around the end of the 3rd age and the beginning of the 4th age. Odis paused again, and seeing that everyone was willing to listen to his thoughts, he continued, I have two guesses about this. The first guess is that the characteristics used by old Zarathustra may also have originated from the destruction wolf. After the destruction wolf fell, one of its characteristics may have been picked up by other higher-level beings, or it may have been lost. If it is the former, then that characteristic may have fallen into the hands of the true creator, after some twists and turns, and old Zarathustra obtained this characteristic from the true creator. This explains why Zarathustra continued to support Solomon, or rather, the true creator, during the Second Solomon Empire. If it is the latter, then that extraordinary property should have become a zero-level sealed object that has been activated to a certain extent. I have also heard that at the Sequence 1 level, extraordinary properties are more likely to be activated. Perhaps the properties of that Sequence 1 item were activated and hid away until the Quaternary period when it was found by old Zarathustra. Of course, the fact that no mysterious attendant has appeared is likely because the ancient sun god has always held the blasphemous tablet, and even if it has special characteristics, he dares not advance. It wasn't until the ancient sun god fell that many angels saw the second blasphemy tablet and learned the method of ascension, which led to a sudden surge of Sequence 1s in the early Fourth Age. Another possibility is that the diviner pathway had a Sequence 1 instance, but it was killed by the ancient sun god or his subordinates. Upon hearing this, the other members were once again amazed by the enigmatic nature of ancient history, as they felt that both of the Hermit's conjectures made sense, and they simply couldn't discern which one was the truth. Katlia thought to herself, this is the charm of ancient history. The Hermit knows a lot of high-level information, which is why there are so many impressive speculations. She felt that if she encountered the same clues, she wouldn't be able to make so many connections. Odis continued, my second conjecture is that the Destroyer Wolf only possessed one Sequence 1 trait of the diviner pathway, while the other was obtained by old Zarathustra and, in the early Fourth Age, he was promoted to become a Sequence 1. By considering the three possibilities of the two guesses, we can make some guesses about the experiences of the old Zarathustra. If it is the first possibility of the first guess, then he was probably one of the angels serving the ancient sun god in the Third Age. The son Derek noticed the differences in Odis's two accounts and asked, the Hermit, didn't you say before that the Sequence 1 property should have been provided to Zarathustra by the true creator? Why do you now say that he is a subordinate of the Lord? Odis thought for a moment before saying, to a certain extent, the true creator inherited many of the legacies of the ancient sun god. Everyone was taken aback, not expecting that a seemingly ordinary description would trigger such a high-level question and answer. The next second, Alger thought to himself, the true creator received many of the ancient sun god's legacies. Could the true creator be the child of the ancient sun god? Klein initially had a similar guess to the Hanged Men, but he quickly recalled the murals in the Amon tomb in the suburbs of Backlund and concluded that the true creator was not the child of the ancient sun god, otherwise there would definitely be a corresponding description in that mural. Then he thought the Hermit meant obtained rather than inherited. Perhaps it was after the War of the Gods that the true creator picked up the extraordinary items accumulated by the ancient sun god. Other members also had their own associations, but they were all similar to those of Klein and Alger. Little son Derek was about to press for more information, but Odis waved his hand and said, we'll discuss the information about the ancient sun god when we trade information about the Third Age. Now let's continue the transaction. Derek couldn't help but ask, the Hermit, when will we be able to trade information about the Third Age? Odis countered, how well are you digesting your potion? It's already starting to digest, Derek quickly replied. Odis hummed in agreement, all right, I will make a deal with you when I deem it appropriate. Derek could only nod and say, all right then. Odis continued, after Antigonus advanced to Sequence 1, he left the Hornic Mountains and developed his own power, becoming one of the angelic families. Later, he supported the First Solomon Empire and formally integrated into the extraordinary forces of the northern continent. When we were trading information about the Blood Emperor before, I mentioned that Antigonus had once made a deal with the Blood Emperor. After the Blood Emperor fell and the Tudor Empire was destroyed, many people, or rather many high-level extraordinary beings, knew about this event and left behind many related murals, records, and the like. But there is no precise date as to when the transaction was completed. This was indeed a question that even Odis was unsure about. Let me first give you a brief overview of the deal. Antigonus, through the introduction of Blood Emperor Tudor, received help from Adam and Ammon. After that, they captured a demigod from the Solomon family, and Adam hypnotized him so that the demigod believed that he was Antigonus. Ammonius then stole Antigonus's identity and destiny, and with their cooperation, gave the demigod Antigonus's identity and destiny. I'm not very clear about what happened after that. I only know that the demigod who replaced Antigonus died tragically, while Antigonus successfully absorbed the uniqueness and became the king of angels, becoming even stronger. The specific details involve the ascension ritual, which is indeed not suitable to discuss in detail. This is just a reminder for Klein, who can experience it for himself when he prepares to become a god. Even after saying this, the other members still felt the wonder of extraordinary abilities reaching a higher level. Emlyn, the Moon, couldn't help but exclaim, "No matter how many times I hear it, I still think Adam and Amon's abilities are amazing." The other members nodded in agreement with Mr. Moon's point of view. A demigod was completely transformed into another person by these two brothers, treated like a plaything. The key point is that this experience was so terrifying that he never regained consciousness until he died. The most tragic thing is that he died with the consciousness of another person. Odis continued, "Judging from the specific details of this transaction, their deal most likely took place before the Blood Emperor established the Tudor Empire. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. A widely held view now is that it was because of this deal that Antigonus supported the Tudor Empire. But it is also possible that Antigonus first expressed his intention to make a deal with Tudor, and then they carried out the specific deal after Antigonus supported the Tudor Empire. After all, they captured a demigod from the Solomon family, which was relatively easy to capture during the age of the four emperors. In addition, the transaction may have taken place during the era of the United Empire, which was when the Blood Emperor was secretly building his own power. At this time, we can also capture the demigods of the Solomon family, since this family has only been hit, not destroyed. In short, the transaction took place in the middle of the Quaternary period." Hearing the Hermit say this, everyone understood how complicated the clues about the Quaternary period were, yet the Hermit was able to find one or a few relatively correct answers based on limited clues on many occasions. As mentioned earlier, during the Battle of the Four Emperors, old Zarathustra encountered Antigonus and Mr. Gate, which led to his demise. It is said that Antigonus did not immediately devour the sequence 1 trait of old Zarathustra, Odis said. "I once guessed that he faced the same problem as Mr. the Door. After becoming the King of Angels, he dared not devour more traits. The Gate has spatial authority, which allows him to isolate certain characteristics from those outside the King of Angels, but Antigonus cannot do that. This property was always in Antigonus's possession. Later, when the Tudor Empire was destroyed, Antigonus was hunted down by the Terensis Empire and the Church and fled back to the Land of Night. At this time, the Terensost Empire had unified the northern continent, and the Night Kingdom became a country within a country of the Terensost Empire. So soon after, the Church of the Goddess of Night, which supported the rule of the Night Emperor, launched an attack on the Night Kingdom and quickly destroyed the kingdom. The Mother of Heaven disappeared in this attack, but it has most likely transformed into an extraordinary trait. Antigonus has also disappeared, but he is most likely not dead. He may have become very weak during the battle and is hiding somewhere in the Hornic Mountains. He is close to being completely out of control." Klein thought to himself, "No wonder I hear the ramblings about Honakis every time I get promoted. It turns out that this is the influence of Antigonus as a high sequence on the low sequence." Prior to this, he had already received relevant intelligence, knowing that high sequence extraordinary individuals from a certain pathway would have a certain influence on low sequence extraordinary individuals from the same pathway. Then Klein thought, "Then I definitely can't go to the Hornic Mountains. Or rather, I can't go before I become an angel. Going there would be suicide." Magician Furs and Moon Emlyn were surprised that the Night Kingdom was destroyed by the Church of the Goddess of Night, but they also felt that this was not surprising, because the Mother of Heaven was most likely an extraordinary being of the sleepless path, and the Church of the Goddess of Night would certainly not let go of an angel-level characteristic. The members, including Katlia and Alger, lamented that the Night Kingdom had been destroyed so cleanly and decisively. At this moment, Audrey asked, "The Hermit, aren't the Goddess and the Mother of Heaven of the same kind? Would he kill the Mother of Heaven?" "Goddess might have some kinship," Odis said, "but the Church of the Goddess of Night might not think so. Mother of Heaven means the possibility of becoming an angel, something many people dream of." The other members were taken aback, but Audrey pressed on, "Isn't the Goddess's idea the same as the Church of the Night's idea?" Alger and others shared this view, believing that there should be a unified goal and a unified ideology between God and the Church. "Not necessarily," Odis said. "The Church, as an organization made up of people, becomes very complicated once it reaches a certain size. Of course they wouldn't disobey the Goddess's divine decree, but there's still a lot of room for maneuver in matters outside of the divine decree. The saying, 'God is God, and the Church is the Church,' comes from this. God cannot guide every single thing in the Church, big or small. Most things must be decided by the Church members themselves. If such a situation occurs, it cannot be guaranteed that every decision the Church makes will conform to God's will." The Hermit's words caused the other members to fall into a brief moment of contemplation. They had never thought about such a question before, but now that they heard it, they all felt it made a lot of sense. Alger the Hanged Man is the most qualified to speak on this matter. Although he is a member of the Church of Storms, his personal thoughts have never been in line with those of the Church of Storms, let alone with those of the Lord of Storms. Seeing that no one had any more questions, Odis concluded, "Little Zarathustra must have learned about Antigonus's location and acquired the Sequence 1 characteristic that Antigonus had not yet devoured by researching the key item he obtained from Roselle. Ultimately, Through the Sequence 1 characteristic, they attempted to advance to Sequence 1, but something must have happened during this process that caused little Zarathustra to disappear from people's sight. It must have been when Antigonus was found that the goddess of night discovered him, since the uniqueness of the fool's path was now essentially in the hands of the goddess of night. Then, taking advantage of the time when little Zarathustra ascended to godhood, the goddess of the night imprisoned a part of her soul in a prison, causing little Zarathustra to lose control. The other members were stunned when they heard this, not expecting Antigonus and Zarathustra to have such an interaction. Odis smiled and said, "That concludes all the details of this transaction." At this moment, Klein manipulated the world and asked, "One copy of the diviner Sequence 1 trait is with Antigonus, one copy is with Zarathustra, and where is the other copy?" Odis answered simply, "I don't know. Among the intelligence I've gathered, only 2 Sequence 1 characteristics have appeared, and there seems to be another Sequence 1 level characteristic that has never appeared." He thought to himself, "You'll know where it is later." Odis actually knew that the characteristics of the last Sequence 1 had always been in the Source Castle and had entered the real world along with Klein. However, the goddess of the night used the uniqueness of the fool's pathway to cause the location of the characteristic's arrival to deviate, thus avoiding the outcome that Klein would become Sequence 1 shortly after appearing in the real world, and that the celestial venerable would awaken on the spot. Such a high-level secret cannot be revealed now. Klein paused for a moment, but didn't press the matter further. After a few seconds of digesting the information they had just received, the son Derek broke the silence. "The Hermit, I need to trade for extraordinary weapons again. This time, I need 5 thunderstorm bombs and 5 ice bombs each." Odis checked her inventory and then said, 3 of the ice bombs are the original axe shape, and 2 others are in a different shape. Is that acceptable to you? After obtaining the alchemy glasses, he gained the ability to improve the appearance of extraordinary weapons such as the thunderstorm bomb and the ice bomb. The improved extraordinary weapons were more powerful and could be thrown farther. Derek asked curiously, "What does it look like?" Odis addressed the head of the bronze table, saying, "Fool, please materialize the form of this new, extraordinary weapon for me." Klein slowly nodded, and after helping to materialize the shape of the new weapon, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Because the new weapon's shape resembled the anti-tank grenade, in his memory, it had a long handle and a thick cylinder at the front. At this point, Derek asked, "What's different about the new weapon?" "The power has doubled," Odis said. "Of course, it can also be thrown farther, which is crucial. Otherwise, the person throwing the grenade might get hurt. The reason for making it in the shape of an axe was that an axe has a large flat surface, which makes it easier to draw the corresponding magic array. However, if the magic circle is made into a cylindrical shape, it will become very unstable." Now that Odis possesses the magical items of the demigod level through the generalist pathway, he has a corresponding solution. Derek was startled. "Twice the size, what about the price?" He and the residents of Silver City used these 2 weapons the most, and they were already quite effective. If the effect were doubled, it would be completely equivalent to a Sequence 6 or Sequence 5 extraordinary ability. Odis smiled and said, "The price remains the same." Alger and the others realized that the person who created these extraordinary weapons had been promoted. Only after promotion, when extraordinary abilities suddenly improve significantly, can power increase exponentially. Derek immediately replied, "Okay, I'm willing to accept the new look. This time we have both old and new designs." Odis smiled. "Next time, it will all be new designs." His inventory of thunderstorm bombs and ice bombs was basically cleared out, but he still had some other extraordinary weapons such as flame bombs, which were his early creations. Odis plans to recommend it to Little Sun when she has time. Then he began to calculate the price. 10 weapons cost £500, and the reward for the intelligence is £300, for a total of £800. "You need to pay for 12 pieces of materials at Sequence 9, then I will owe you £40. Derek was completely unfazed. "Okay. If no new transactions are initiated after 10 seconds, the transaction session of this gathering will end." During the exchange, Alger began by saying, "The location of the Dedal treasure, which we discussed before, has been basically determined, and I will be conducting preliminary exploration soon. Deacon Dedur was the last elf, a great pirate who once fought against the Church of Storms." Odis nodded. "I'm free recently. You can let me know when the exploration time is confirmed. However, before the exploration, it would be best to tell me about the general situation there so that I can be prepared." Alger nodded. "No problem." Then he looked at the world. Klein also said, "You can contact me anytime recently." He recently planned to volunteer at the hospital to find an opportunity to digest the potion, and he had plenty of time. Katlia was also curious about their exploration, but since she didn't know the specifics and hadn't been invited, she didn't ask any questions. After this discussion, Odis added, "I have received accurate information that the Rose School is transferring personnel to the Rose Islands. If anyone gets any information about them, you can trade with me, or we can hunt together." After Katlia, Alger, and the world, the three members at sea, agreed. Alger cautioned, the Rose School is quite powerful, and they're all lunatics. It's best not to have too much hatred towards them. Odis replied, as long as we keep hunting them, they won't have the time or the manpower to retaliate. Klein thought to himself, to deal with madmen, you have to be madder than them. Alger thought to himself, this line of thinking is quite peculiar. Then it suddenly occurred to him, you haven't already hunted them once, have you? Yes. Odis did not hide anything. Last weekend, I joined forces with the Navy and the School of Life to attack the School of Roses. 2 vengeful spirits and 8 other, mid-sequence, extraordinary individuals from other sequences were killed. The Rose School's stronghold in Port Olavi was wiped out in one fell swoop. Alger said, oh, I've also heard about the martial law in Port Olavi, but I didn't expect it to be a purge of members of the Rose School. He appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly he thought, 2 enemy sequence 5s have been eliminated. This is the most successful operation against the Rose School at sea in recent years. Justice Audrey secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She had just been worried that Odis might forget his original intentions and become a truly ruthless pirate. Now that she sees the Hermit still actively attacking the evil extraordinary organization, she is less worried. Other members also felt that eliminating 2 Sequence 5 members of the Rose School in one fell swoop had caused considerable losses to this evil organization. Katlia then asked, what are they planning to do in the Rothschild Islands? Odiston paused for a moment before saying, this needs further investigation. Whatever the Rose School's schemes may be, we'll fight them if we encounter them. Katlia then added, the preparations for the new pirate tournament have officially begun. Chapter 306, Chapter 305 Bernadette visits Cruise Island. Upon hearing the news of the pirate conference, the Hermit Odis became very interested. Who is in charge of the specific fundraising? What is the fundraising process like? The person who specifically organized this gathering is Blackhand Alva, said Priestess Katlia. It is said that he secretly serves King of the Five Seas Nast. Most of the pirate conventions were initiated by Alva. The process involved inviting 3 to 5 pirate generals and a dozen or so great pirates to the gathering. The news will only be released after the meeting place is determined, in order to attract more pirates to participate. Justice Audrey asked, Priestess, don't the pirate kings attend such gatherings? Remember the original website domain. Caldelia replied, Pirate King would not easily reveal his whereabouts, much less attend a gathering whose location has been announced in advance. Because doing so might attract the attention of the demigods among the official extraordinary beings, harming both themselves and others. Katlia paused for a moment and then said, however, they will definitely send pirate crews that obey their orders to the conference. For example, the kings of the 5 seas will send Alva to the conference. Odis pondered for a moment, I also hope to participate in this pirate tournament. I wonder if I will receive an invitation. You can take the initiative to find Blackhand Alva, Katlia said. With your current strength as the pirate general, he should be happy to invite you to participate. So Odis asked, where can I find him? Caldelia smiled and said, I don't know about that. Odis nodded, deciding to see if there was any news about the other party at the next intelligence exchange meeting. That concluded that topic, and after discussing a few other topics, Klein announced the end of the tarot session. Odis returned to the real world. As usual, he stared blankly for a while before offering the extraordinary weapon he had prepared for Little Sun as a sacrifice to Mr. Fool. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the Fool informed him to perform a gifting ceremony, and soon he received £2,700 in cash, as well as 12 extraordinary items. After placing the cash and materials in the wilderness of knowledge, Odis, as usual, sat in front of his workbench and pondered his recent plans. First, after Bazel escaped from Byam, he was sent to patrol the central channel in the Argo. If he encountered any lone warships of the Feniport Navy, he was to destroy them. If he encountered any naval fleets, he was to go around them. Alternatively, a combat captain or bosun could be dispatched, leading dozens of extraordinary puppets to rob merchant or cargo ships on the central route aboard the Ghost. Ideally, we should seize the people, goods, and ships along with them. Odis is currently lacking both excellent crew members and ships. And quickly refit the large cruiser that was just captured. Its mission is temporarily to garrison Cruise Island and prevent a surprise attack by the Feniport Navy. The second important thing is to keep in frequent contact with Lieutenant General Iceberg to complete the joint exploration mission as soon as possible, and also to get to know her as much as possible before discussing the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. The third thing is to build Cruise Island as soon as possible. In fact, Odis not only wants to participate in the Pirate Conference, but also hopes that this year's Pirate Conference will be held on Cruise Island. This could greatly enhance the reputation of Cruise Island, and such a gathering could also make a lot of money. Ideally, pirates would habitually come here to sell their loot, thus vigorously developing pirate-related industries. Odis smiled slightly. There wasn't anything too urgent lately, but it was all things that required persistence and sustained effort. Finally, he glanced at the exquisite crystal ball Bernadette had given him, and decided to purchase a batch of ordinary crystal balls with spiritual properties. After establishing a sufficient connection with this crystal ball, he would send one to each of his main subordinates for convenient and timely communication. After making some plans, Odis went to Mandy's place to learn about the current situation in Backlund. He planned to take some time to scout out Backlund after reaching an agreement with the Twilight Hermits. Around 7 p.m., Odis used her travel ability to return to the Olavi Hotel. It was peak dinner time, and Odis waited for more than 10 minutes before a seat was available. Not long after he sat down, his intuition seemed to sense something, and he saw the old man Kent, smoking a cigar, suddenly appear in the seat opposite him. The waiter not far away, and the guests at the surrounding tables, seemed not to have noticed that the old man had appeared suddenly. It was as if he had been sitting there all along. Odis paused for a moment before saying, "This ability is quite powerful. This is a demigod-level, psychological invisibility." Odis's spirituality might sense something was amiss, but it would be impossible for him to perceive the other party's presence. Kent smiled and said, "You seem to admire this ability more than you praise it." "Who wouldn't envy that?" Odis said. "You can sit in a crowd for half a day and no one will notice you. And it seems like you're even more suited to assassination missions than an assassin." "The two approaches have different focuses," Kent said. "Generally, when an assassin ends his stealth state, he will follow up with the ability to deliver a fatal blow, but a spectator does not have that ability." The two of them were chatting idly, seemingly deliberately avoiding getting to the main topic. Odis flipped through the menu and said, "What would you like to eat?" "It's on me." Kent took a puff of his cigar, "Then I won't stand on ceremony." After the two ordered their food, and were halfway through the meal, Odis said, "Now you can tell me what kind of clues you can provide regarding the materials." Kent said, "You're very patient. This is something that neither of the previous two assassins possessed, or rather, neither of them did as well as Odis in this respect. Patience is essential for such high-level assassination missions." Kent finally finished his cigar, extinguished it in the ashtray, and then said, "What I can offer is a clue about psychedelic red coral. Odis nodded, "Then there's no conflict." He then said, "I mentioned at noon that I wanted to know the specific location information first." At this point, Odis shrugged, "I think you should be able to find me. Don't worry about me reneging on my promise. As long as you don't actively hide," Kent said seriously, "we can definitely find you at any time." Odis understood that the reason the other party was so serious at this point was to indicate that he had discovered something unusual about him. If Odis deliberately hides, he is favored by the night, and Kent will have a hard time finding him. Odis hummed in agreement, "I have a lot to do and I won't hide." Kent then said, "At the end of the Sunia Sea, from the northern entrance, sail along a relatively safe route for about 3 days, and you will come to an island with towering trees. What you're looking for is near that island." Odis paused for a moment, not expecting that psychedelic red coral was in Ruins of the Gods' War. He nodded first, then asked, "If I complete the assassination mission, where should I go to collect the remaining reward?" The old man, Kent, wiped his mouth with a napkin and said, "I will come to find you when the time comes." Odis hummed in agreement, believing that the Twilight Hermits would not renege on their promises in such a matter. After finishing their meal together, the two said goodbye like old friends. Odis paid the bill and returned to the Argo. After thinking it over, he decided to go to the Ruins of the Gods' War first, get the psychedelic red coral, and then deal with it later. However, this was, after all, an extraordinary creature with a slight divine quality, and one that came from the same lineage. It exerted a certain degree of pressure on Odis, and he considered whether he should ask Bernadette for help. But then Odis remembered that when he explored the Church of the Ancient Sun God, with General Iceberg before, General Iceberg still owed him a big favor, and could ask Edwina to go to the War of the Gods together. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. If they could go on another adventure together, they could maintain a close working relationship. However, this operation cannot be carried out in the near future. Odis needs to observe the reaction of the Feniport Navy before proceeding. After pondering these questions, Odis went to the deck of the Argo and stared blankly at the brilliant starry sky. April has arrived in the blink of an eye. Even after more than a month has passed on the turbulent tropical seas, there are no obvious changes in the seasons. That morning, Odis dressed in formal attire early and even shaved his face. After everything was ready, they waited on the dock, gazing at the huge construction site in front of them. Around 8 o'clock, a virtual green space suddenly appeared on the dock, followed by a virtual swing. Odis paused for a moment, then realized that the person she was waiting for had arrived. There was no one on the swing, and it started swinging on its own even without any wind. There was no one there when the swing swung away towards Odis, but the moment it swung back, Bernadette was already on it. Today she wore a fitted long dress that showed off her great figure. Her chestnut hair fell naturally to her waist, and she still had a heroic air about her. However, she seemed more relaxed at the moment. Odis smiled and said, "Welcome, Your Majesty the Queen, to Cruise Island." Bernadette looked at Odis, who had a cheerful demeanor, and said, "Just call me Your Highness." "Yes, Your Majesty." Bernadette smiled helplessly, wondering why Odis was so fixated on Your Majesty. Whenever they met, he would call her Your Majesty, and like to say things like, "Yes, Your Majesty." However, her attention was soon drawn to the large construction site in front of the dock. The entire seawater in Moon Bay has been drained, and thousands of workers are digging at the bottom of Moon Bay. This is a port expansion project, Odis explained. After the renovation, not only can a dock be set up in the middle of Moon Bay, but also around the perimeter. After the renovation is completed, not only will it be able to dock large ships, but the number of ships that can dock will also increase significantly. Bernadette nodded as she gazed thoughtfully at the densely packed construction site. Odis had told her before that he was working hard to build Cruise Island, but she never expected that there would be such a large construction project. Densely packed workers dug sand and used strange tools to knock on rocks, while others shouted instructions. Horse-drawn carts weaved through the crowd, transporting sand and stones from the steep road. Bernadette suddenly realized, such a large construction site, and there's no supervisor. "Yes, those guys who were yelling and giving orders were the foremen," Odis replied. Bernadette was taken aback. Why didn't they bring whips? And why are the workers so obedient to them? "Because I pay the workers," Odis said. "About 8 sous a week. This weekly wage isn't very high in Backland, or even in Byam. However, on a remote island like Cruise Island, the salary is already quite high, so there's no need for whips, and everyone is very motivated." Odis continued, "Of course, there also needs to be a mature assessment system, otherwise many people will definitely slack off." Looking at the huge construction site before her, Bernadette suddenly felt that she should have come to see it sooner. In fact, Bernadette had always felt that Odis's idea of transforming Cruise Island was simply to build a few villas and repair some roads. Unexpectedly, I immediately saw that the port renovation project required thousands of people, and that such a large number of people had a very mature organizational system, with almost no one slacking off. Thinking of this, she casually asked, "What kind of assessment system?" "We'll assess performance based on workload," Odis said with a hint of pride. 10 people will form a group. Each group has one person in charge of digging and another person in charge of loading. After a truck is full, the team leader will receive a wooden stick. At the end of the day, the number of wooden sticks in the team leader's hand will be counted to evaluate them. If the mission is completed, each member of the team will receive 1 sol and 2 pence as wages for the day, but it will be paid out weekly, otherwise it would be too cumbersome to pay every day. If the task is exceeded, each member of the team will receive an extra 2 to 3 pence. If the task is not completed, wages will be reduced accordingly, but as long as it is not a collective slacking off, each person can get at least 1 sol per day. There are also specialized quarrying teams, whose wages are relatively higher. In addition, 1 supervisor is assigned to every 15 groups. Their main role is to coordinate and tell each group which areas can be dug and which areas cannot be dug. These systems, which were commonplace in the Common Era, were remarkably advanced assessment and management systems in this era of mysterious forces. In the colonies of that era, the progress of projects was generally ensured by the whips of the overseers. Even in the factory in Backland, there was no concept of shifts. All workers did their own work and needed supervision from managers and supervisors, rather than supervision from each other. Bernadette laughed and said, "You really know how to spend money." She paused for a moment and then said, "But the effect is also very obvious. If such a project were to be carried out on Blue Mountains Island, the first thing the governor's office would do is to arrest a large number of locals on various charges to serve as laborers. Workers are paid wages, but no more than 3 pence per week, and most of it is deducted later under various pretexts." "Yes, the effect is quite good." Odis smiled helplessly, "It's just a bit expensive." He now understands what it means to spend money like water. He previously had over £80,000 in hand and thought that would be enough, but now he estimates that if the renovation were to be carried out entirely according to Odis's intentions, the money would not be sufficient. Actually, if the construction had been done carelessly, the money would have been more than enough. But Odis intended to build it well, not like those messy pirate cities. Bernadette then pointed to the tools in the quarry workers' hands and said, "What are those tools? I've never seen them before." She had just seen that the quarry worker had a rectangular tool about a meter tall with a thick metal handle. They gripped the metal handles tightly, pressed down hard, and moved the tools away. The area the tools had covered turned into rubble, which the workers behind could easily dig out with wide iron picks. "That's a rock-breaking machine that I designed myself," Odis said with a smile. "It can break rocks relatively easily with just a little pressure." Bernadette was taken aback. "This is an extraordinary tool, isn't it?" Odis looked around to make sure no one was watching before whispering, "Yes. But one thing no one knows is that I told the people here that it was a state-of-the-art quarrying tool that I had someone buy from Backland." Bernadette was taken aback again, then glanced at the machine and said, there are at least dozens of rock-breaking machines. But then she realized, this is like the extraordinary puppet, it can be mass-produced. Odis chuckled, that's right. All of this was created by the two intelligent puppets in the knowledge wilderness that he had. With those two guys, Odis was completely free of his hands. He only needed to provide them with materials and then pick up the finished products. Bernadette exclaimed, what a waste, what a waste. It's all right, Odis said. If these tools are made in batches, the cost of each one is only about 53 pounds. If this is a tool used by workers, then it is indeed too expensive, but if this is an extraordinary tool, then it is unbelievably cheap. Bernadette then pointed to the horses pulling the carriages. If I'm not mistaken, these horses are also extraordinary tools you've created. From the outside, the horses pulling the carriage looked no different from normal horses, but Bernadette noticed that the spiritual flow in them was quite unusual. That's right, Odis said. This slope is too steep, ordinary horses simply cannot withstand such strenuous labor. So I designed spirit-driven horses, and there's no need to use overly advanced smart cubes on them, they just need to understand some simple commands. Yes, not only here, but also in many other places where horse-drawn carriages are used. I buy the carriages and then build the horses myself. He paused for a moment and then said, however, these horses consume too much spiritual energy, so we need to replenish their spiritual energy every night. Yes, the stable for replenishing spiritual energy is right there. There's a magic array I designed underground there. The surrounding vegetation has been cleared away, otherwise it will quickly turn yellow and attract attention. For the past month or so, the two intelligent puppets have been working non-stop, constantly mass-producing various tools that Odis needs. Bernadette finally realized what was wrong. Odis was using his research to build a completely new engineering system. The rock breaker and extraordinary horses may not seem much different from other construction sites, but if you look closely, you'll find that the rock breaker can easily break up huge rocks without hammering or using explosives. The carriages pulled by these extraordinary horses were a size larger than normal carriages, yet they moved with incredible speed, climbing steep hills without slowing down at all. Time was saved through the repeated crushing of stones by the stone crusher and the transportation of waste by the extraordinary horses. These things may seem unimportant, but if statistics are compiled daily or weekly, their efficiency can be far superior to that of ordinary construction sites. Bernadette stared at it for several minutes before suddenly smiling and saying, that damn was your work too, wasn't it? Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. The dike that prevents seawater from flowing into Moon Bay was actually pieced together from wooden planks. However, it can be seen that there are magic circles on the wooden planks, and no matter how fierce the waves are, the wooden dike remains unmoved. Yes, Odis said. Designing such a dam saved a lot of time, otherwise, just building the dam might have taken 1 or 2 months. Bernadette glanced at the construction sites over Lighthouse Hill, as well as the construction sites in Port Town and the road construction sites, and asked again, there are 4 construction sites operating at the same time, which must employ at least tens of thousands of people. Where did you get so many people? Actually, there are 6 construction sites operating simultaneously, and 1 site is already completed, Odis smiled. How about we go up to the top of the mountain to see the whole picture? Bernadette nodded, okay. So she grabbed Odis, and the 2 figures instantly became illusory, disappearing in the next second. Almost instantly, they appeared on the high mountaintop, one of the highest peaks on the inner side of the island, with a panoramic view of Lighthouse Mountain, the southern plains, and even the 2 villages in the north. Bernadette indeed saw another construction site on the plain, and another on the coast where the southwestern plains meet the mountains. Seeing so many construction sites on the same island at the same time was quite a shock, even to Bernadette. This is because it indicates that the island has an extremely high mobilization capacity and a very strong organizational ability. Odis said, I have mobilized almost all the able-bodied men on this island, and 2,000 women to prepare food for the construction site. In total, I have gathered about 17,000 people. Not only residents of Gonko Town and Pingyuan Town, but also some young and middle-aged people from the mountains have come out to work. At this point, Odis couldn't help but sigh, the wages of this group of people alone are a huge expense. When we first started, it didn't cost much a day, but as various projects started one by one, the cost gradually increased. I'm spending around £3,000 a day now, and my savings are about to run out. So far, he has spent more than £60,000, and fortunately the wages here are relatively cheap. If it were according to the wage level in Backlund, Odis's previous savings would have been exhausted. Bernadette then asked, do you need me to invest? I don't think so. Not only do I spend money, but I've also been sending people to make money, Odis said. First, we opened a pharmacy in Byam that specializes in selling effective medicine for treating malaria. It's already quite well known and earns over £100 a day. I also sent my first mate to attack Fenneport's naval ships. If I sank one, I would get a bounty, which, apart from bonuses for the crew, was used to build Cruise Island. The second mate went to plunder merchant ships, sell the goods and the ships, and the income was not bad. The reason why the effective drug for treating malaria can make so much money is mainly because of its low cost. Odis sells for 15 souls per dose, while the cost is less than 1 soul. First mate Barzil and second mate Rupert were making money at a rate similar to that of a pharmacy, since they didn't encounter suitable targets for attack or looting every day. This is a very fast rate of earning money, and it's sufficient for the construction project at this time. Bernadette suddenly asked, I heard that last month you met with Emilius of the Lone Navy on the island of Tyrannius. Yes, Odis smiled. At the time, I received intelligence that there was a disagreement within the Feniport Navy about how to deal with me. Some people think that we should try to bribe me, while others think that we should mobilize several large fleets to besiege Cruise Island. So through my efforts, I arranged a semi-public meeting with Admiral Emilius on the island of Tyrannius, and the results were remarkable. After falling out with the Navy of Feniport, Odis began to establish his own intelligence network at Midway, which was already quite large by then. According to the latest information he received, the Feniport Navy has decided not to send a large fleet into the Rothschild Islands. After all, legally speaking, the Roside Islands are currently a colony of the Kingdom of Rune. Taking advantage of the fact that the Rune Navy is too busy to attend to the waters near Cruise Island, sending a fleet to circle around and demonstrate their power is something the Rune Navy can simply ignore. However, sending multiple fleets to fight, especially to attack the pirates who had just met with Admiral Emilius, was a different story and could very likely lead to conflict. The Feniport Navy is currently not keen on engaging in conflict with the Rune Navy. Of course, this meeting was also tantamount to an open admission that Dawn Sword has the background of the Rune Navy. Odis didn't care about this at all, since many people would have guessed this even without this meeting. Then Odis introduced, look, the construction of that small town on the plain is nearing completion, and the renovation of the old town of Port Town won't cost much either. The remaining projects, except for the construction of Lighthouse Hill, will be completed within half a month. Bernadette asked, what project did you just say was finished? It's the breeding base in the north, Odis said. In order to ensure the supply of meat on the island, many livestock and poultry farms were built there. In addition, there are many reefs in the northern part of the island, so some fish farming facilities have been built using those reefs. However, those farmed pigs, cattle, chickens, ducks, etc., can only be consumed after a period of time. Oh, right, a small salt field was also built in the northeast, and a brick and tile factory was built in the eastern part of the port town. They are now in use. These were not major projects, so Odis concentrated his manpower and completed them in about half a month. Bernadette was taken aback. This island has quite a complete range of industries, including livestock farming. She glanced at the 2 villages to the north and did see some brand new buildings, but those 2 villages are not very big, and they are surrounded by rainforest. How can they graze livestock? At that time, people believed that developing animal husbandry required large areas of grassland or a huge space, and the area of those 2 villages was obviously not large enough. I have bred new breeds of piglets and chickens, Odis said. To be precise, this is animal husbandry, not livestock farming. The characteristics of those new breeds of piglets and chicks are that they require little living space and can be sold quickly. I once estimated that the farms currently being built are enough to meet the meat needs of the entire island. The main problem is that the island's residents are not wealthy, and few can afford to regularly consume non-staple foods. Bernadette was somewhat surprised. What kind of magic circle did you use to make them grow faster? I used my extraordinary abilities to cultivate new varieties, Odis explained. Then I let them grow on their own. Oh, right. The reason it grows so fast is because of the feed I developed using sealed artifacts. Most of the feed consists of plant branches and leaves that can be found in the rainforest, and the rest is grain. This feed is formulated according to local conditions, which can save a lot of costs. The cultivation of new varieties and the research on feed were all research tasks that Odis had the intelligent puppets, wherewith the biological waste rings, obtained from Silver City. Upon hearing Odis's explanation, Bernadette realized that this was yet another industry she wasn't entirely familiar with. She understood the use of extraordinary abilities, but she didn't quite understand the results achieved by using extraordinary abilities. Bernadette was too embarrassed to ask any further questions, so she pointed to the construction project on the beach in front of the plane and asked, "What are they building over there?" "Build a shipyard." Odis took a deep breath and said, "We need a place to repair ships. The key is that the ships that the second mate stole can't be sold off quickly. We can't just leave those ships there to go to waste. So I thought of converting these merchant ships into spiritually driven vessels and using them for some transactions. In critical moments, they can be quickly equipped with weapons and transformed into armed ships." Bernadette nodded slowly, then asked, "Where do the workers spend their wages?" She had just thought of this problem herself. If the money earned has nowhere to go, it's just like waste paper, and the workers won't be very motivated. "Before I answer your question, look over there." Odis pointed to a mountain peak not far away. On that mountain peak, there was a wooden house. This wooden house doesn't look particularly remarkable because there are other wooden houses built on other mountaintops, most of which were built before Odis arrived. The view here is excellent, making it a great spot for a picnic or a short stay to enjoy the scenery. Those wooden houses were built by the mayor, members of the council, and others. After Odis came here, he also built a wooden house on the mountaintop, and now he spends most of his time living in the wooden house on the mountaintop. After being reminded by Odis, Bernadette noticed that the spiritual flow inside the wooden house was somewhat unusual. Is there some extraordinary arrangement there? It's the first, land-based lingbo cannon, Odis said with a smile. To be honest, if I weren't worried about provoking the Feniport Navy, I would have preferred them to send a large fleet to attack Cruz Island. The shooting angle there is excellent, and the entire island is completely protected from the east, north, and south. Moreover, the land-based lingbo cannon is more powerful than the one on the ship. An enemy's first-class battleship would definitely not be able to withstand 2 shots from it. Unless there are demigods on the ship. Bernadette pondered for a moment, but this will create a problem. At least one sequence 6 will be needed to guard this cannon. Otherwise, if this land-based lingbo cannon falls into enemy hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. No need, Odis smiled. I already have a solution for this. First of all, the angle at which this cannon fires will not hit any target on this island. Secondly, I can destroy this cannon remotely if I want to, and at the moment of destruction, there will be an explosion equivalent to being hit by a land-based lingbo cannon. Even a sequence 5 would be seriously injured if it came out of nowhere. Bernadette nodded. That's a good idea. At least there's no need to worry about the technology of the lingbo cannon being leaked, and there's no need to send someone to guard it here. Then, guided by Odis, the two quickly arrived at the construction site in Plains Town. Several large buildings have been erected here. They are all 2-story brick and tile houses, which look out of place in the surrounding environment of thatched houses. In addition to several large buildings, 2 rows of houses were also built, also brick and tile houses, which were prepared for the first residents of the town. Odis led Bernadette to a 2-story building. Bernadette saw that the word shop was written on the gate of the courtyard, and there were some goods covered with tarpaulins inside the courtyard. At this time, people were already buying daily necessities in the store, but they were mostly elderly people and children. Because most of the young and middle-aged people are on construction sites, even the young and middle-aged women are either cooking for the workers on the construction site or working in the fields. The reason they were so enthusiastic about farming was because Odis was constantly buying up grain and sending people to teach them how to farm, and they could also make money by selling the grain. Odis explained, there are 3 such shops on the island, one in the port town and one in the mountains. There is also a small shop in 2 villages in the north. The shop in the mountains was negotiated after several rounds of talks. It not only sells goods but also buys local specialties from the mountains. All transactions between the 2 parties are settled in gold pounds. So it can also be considered a trading shop. Bernadette glanced around and saw that the shop mainly sold daily necessities, but these were all industrial products that the island could not produce. She suddenly realized, you can make another profit from this, right? Odis smiled and said, otherwise, how come the construction of Cruz Island only cost £60,000? Such a large-scale construction project was like a bottomless pit. Odis spent £60,000 of his savings in 2 months, which was already the result of trying to increase his income as much as possible. He then explained, the goods in the store are actually not too expensive, only about 10% more expensive than those in Byam's store. However, for me, the transportation costs are low, and they are all wholesale prices, so the profit is still acceptable. At that moment, Bernadette heard people collectively reading words and phrases aloud. She looked toward the sound of the reading and saw the word school written on the gate of the building, and the flag of the Dawn Sword pirate crew hanging in the courtyard. Odis smiled and said, I have begun to use the wisdom helmet extensively on this island to instill the natives with the rune script and rune language, as well as some basic mathematical knowledge. However, they still need teachers to guide them so that they can master the rune language and its corresponding script. For knowledge like mathematics that requires understanding, there is more guidance needed. Apart from formulas and addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, it requires normal learning. The smart helmet can only speed up the learning process. Bernadette glanced at the flags in the yard. So you plan to teach all the natives here grammar and basic mathematics? Odis nodded. This means that the cost of education has become very low, and now it is mainly young adults who go to school, so I may not even have to charge them tuition. Because they only need 3 days to learn to read and write rune and a week to learn basic mathematics. Then they can find jobs with higher pay and less physical labor. Bernadette paused for a few seconds before saying, your invention will change the world. Odis's appearance on this island will bring about tremendous changes. He smiled and said, this is just the beginning. Odis paused, then took a deep breath and said, my power is still too weak, so I can only use so many research results for now. If his research findings can be fully implemented, it could truly create a new world. Bernadette nodded slowly, she was absolutely certain of this. She even thought that if she could be promoted to an angel, she could provide Odis with more protection. Odis didn't continue on that topic, but instead went on to introduce the place. That's the town government over there, and that's the Mysticism Training Center, also known as the Extraordinary Training Base. Bernadette immediately understood, you're training extraordinary individuals. Odis hummed in agreement, I have some properties and I know the corresponding formulas. It would be a waste to leave those properties unused. Chapter 307, Chapter 306 Heading to the Ruins of the God War. Odis's ability to use the wilderness of knowledge to crush extraordinary traits allowed him to accumulate a large number of extraordinary traits. For example, Sequence 9, the Spy, has 6 traits, the Know-It-All has 4 traits, the Arbitrator has 9 traits, and the Sailor has as many as 17 traits. The characteristics of the Sailor path are basically derived from the lucky find at the Temple of the Sea God, and even include 2 wind favorite characteristics. If all these characteristics are utilized, it would be enough to build a large squadron of Punishers. Especially at sea, this is the most practical way, and it should never be left to waste. The characteristics of the Arbitrator approach are the result of long-term accumulation, making it very suitable for administrative management. It would be a waste not to use it. The pathways of Secret Seekers and General Knowledgers can be used for future research and the creation of extraordinary parts, which are also very useful for Odis. So after Odis opened the school, he established a mystical training class. Unlike regular schools, joining this training program requires passing 2 rounds of screening, a written test and an interview. Then, after another 2 weeks of learning occult knowledge, these students will continue to be observed during the learning period. Only after a final observation will they be given the opportunity to take the potion. Another possibility is that Mandy and her men, as well as Wells and his men, are loyal enough to Odis to skip the observation phase and directly provide the potion. After taking the potion, the trainees need to undergo another half-month of training to gradually adapt to the changes brought about by the potion before they are assigned tasks. The jobs they were assigned at this point were among the highest-paying jobs on Cruise Island. They would go directly into the core ranks and earn around £3 a week. Odis explained to Bernadette, who was observing the training class, I, along with 2 crew members with extensive knowledge of mysticism, will serve as the instructors for this training class. The first batch of trainees has now graduated, but most of them were my former confidants, and they basically already had jobs. I also assigned important positions to the remaining ones. I also formed an extraordinary team, but there are only 3 members now, since extraordinary cases rarely occur on the island these days. Once the second batch of trainees graduates, my reserves of extraordinary traits will be almost depleted. At that time, this training course will be suspended for a period of time. When they advance to Sequence 8, I will train them again. This marked the beginning of Odis's cultivation of extraordinary forces, and those forces cultivated in this way tended to have a high degree of loyalty. Bernadette remarked, your ideas are very comprehensive. She recalled how, after numerous trials and errors and by drawing on the experiences of other organizations, she finally found a viable path to build her extraordinary power. Odis smiled slightly, took out his pocket watch, looked at it, and said, it's still early. I'll take you to see my secret base. Actually, he no longer needs to look at the pocket watch, his intuition tells him the exact time. However, looking at the pocket watch has become a habit, so he still carries one with him at all times. Bernadette paused for a moment, then said, okay. So Odis grabbed the mysterious queen's arm, and the 2 of them went to a jungle in the northern part of Moon Bay. The mud and sand dredged from Moon Bay are all sent here. The stones that are dug out are sent to quarries to be processed into gravel. When Bernadette arrived, she was also a little puzzled, not understanding why Odis did not dump the silt into the sea, but instead chose to clear such a large open space to preserve the silt. Odis led the way, and the 2 of them bypassed the large mounds of earth with their carriages passing by, and came to a small path behind them. After walking along the path for a few minutes, we came to a tall boulder. Odis looked around to make sure no one was there, then activated the short-range teleportation array that had concealed his presence. The so-called short-range teleportation array is a magic array designed by Odis that only requires a Honok crystal to teleport within tens of kilometers. After Odis expanded the wilderness of knowledge, the maximum teleportation distance of this magic circle reached about 100 kilometers, and it could accommodate carriages, although only one carriage could pass at a time. Through this magic circle, Odis arrived at the secret base built on the seabed. Upon entering, Bernadette first saw several fully armed extraordinary puppets wielding extraordinary machine guns. They lowered their weapons only after verifying that the entrant was Odis. Odis made this arrangement purely for peace of mind, because these extraordinary puppets were only meant to guard against extraordinary beings below Sequence 5. If a Sequence 5 or a demigod were to intrude, they wouldn't be of much use. In fact, the short-range teleportation array leading here is the most important defense system, because the one outside is the secondary array, and Odis often changes the location of the entrance, making it difficult to find the correct entrance. Even if an intruder finds the magic circle to enter this place, they won't know how to activate it. Bernadette looked around. This place is very similar to that special space in the Stiano family ruins. It's like a space built between the real world and the spirit world. Even the inspiration of extraordinary beings, or even demigods, would find it difficult to discover such a place. It has a strong sense of secrecy. They do look very similar. Odis didn't explain in detail, but pointed to a spot not far away and said, those are the two workshops that are not suitable for public disclosure at the moment. When Bernadette entered, she found that only extraordinary puppets were working here, and most of the place had been hardened with cement, while the places where magic circles were inscribed were built with steel plates to form permanent magic circles. However, the space was not dark. There was a large, glowing crystal in midair, which made the whole space very bright and even had a dreamlike feel. In this sizable space, there are two simple buildings without roofs. Bernadette followed Odis's footsteps and saw in the first workshop that there were mountains of herbs, and several extraordinary puppets were around a huge workbench, swiftly and precisely preparing the herbs. After the herbal medicine was prepared, it was conveyed to a small machine tool by a conveyor belt. Although the machine tool was not large, the magic array under it occupied half of the workshop. The prepared herbs paused for 2 or 3 seconds on the machine tool before being conveyed to another workbench by the conveyor belt. 2 extraordinary puppets wrapped the herbs and placed them in a small cart next to them. Bernadette pointed to the machine tool. This is a production line for miraculous medicines. Odis smiled. That machine tool contains an extraordinary property of the pharmacist pathway. After being processed by this property, these herbs acquire miraculous effects. After the processed herbs are loaded onto the wagons, they are covered with tarpaulins and sent out from here. He paused and then said, the factory that boils and bottles the medicine is downwind of Pingyuan town. I forgot to take you there for a visit earlier. But there's nothing much to see. It's just a big house with rows of stoves where medicine is boiled and then poured into clean glass bottles. Bernadette exclaimed, no wonder you're only selling a 10-pound miracle drug for 15 souls. Even at this price, you're making a killing, aren't you? Odis smiled and said, I made a small profit. The main reason is that we dare not produce too much, so as not to arouse suspicion from some organizations. Odis believes that the current sales method, with a daily limit of only 200 doses, has already attracted the attention of some people. However, this number is still within an acceptable range, since training a dozen or so pharmacists can achieve the same output. However, if a pharmacist were to actually process these herbs, the price would never be this cheap. Odis has begun having Mandy open branches of Garrison's Apothecary on other major islands of the Rothschild Islands to boost sales and avoid attracting attention from certain organizations. At the same time, Odis also planned to introduce some new prescriptions to attract people's attention and deliberately spread the news that Gar's pharmacy had hired many real pharmacists. If you sell less than 600 doses a day and earn less than £10,000 a month, you won't get much attention. If given the opportunity, Odis plans to cooperate with the Church of the Goddess of Night to sell the potion in Backlund. For every potion sold, she will donate 1 soul to the church, believing that the church will be happy to protect this business. However, Odis is currently severely understaffed. He plans to send more locals to school, provide them with sufficient training, and then use them as the core to recruit people from various places to expand the business. The main reason for this plan is that the personnel trained in this way have a certain degree of loyalty. Bernadette saw that more than a dozen potions had been processed in the blink of an eye. Just by doing the potion business, you could build 10 cruise islands. Then she exclaimed, fortunately, you have enough self-control to not be blinded by immediate gains. Otherwise, some organizations might have already tracked them down by following these drugs. Odis smiled and said, every time I think about this, I feel a pang of regret for my own lack of power. He paused for a moment and then said, let's take a look at the other workshop. Arriving at another workshop, at the entrance, there was a thick layer of mud and sand, which was the sand dug out from Moon Bay. Bernadette saw several large stoves and several large pots. Upon closer inspection, it becomes clear that these stoves are also extraordinary items. Although they heat the pots until they are red-hot, there is no fire or smoke. Meanwhile, in the large, red-hot pot, mud and sand from outside the workshop were being stir-fried. Bernadette was initially puzzled, but then noticed that many crystals had appeared in the mud and sand as the extraordinary puppet kept stirring it. Once there were enough crystals, the extraordinary puppet was poured into another container, which then began to rotate on its own, sifting out the sediment from the bottom. Because the mud and sand were dried out after being dry-fried, they were easily sifted out, leaving only the crystals. After being rinsed and dried, these crystals come to the final step. The crystal passed under a small machine tool, paused for a few seconds, and then the tiny crystals suddenly came together to form a round crystal the size of an adult's palm, emitting a faint light. In the end, these crystals were neatly arranged in a corner of the workshop. These crystals are the spirit storage crystals that Odis discovered by chance last year. When infused with enough spiritual energy, they can emit light for up to a year. Such a high-tech product has a very low production cost, all it requires is enough sand. Of course, the most crucial step is to use divine powers on the sand spread on the ground. This seems simple, but it is actually very difficult to achieve because it requires at least the help of a demigod to achieve mass production. Odis originally planned to begin initial mass production after becoming a demigod himself, but his previous exploration of the Stiano family ruins yielded him the alchemy glasses. One of the abilities of this magical item is that it can make all inanimate objects within a 3-kilometer radius obey the owner for a certain period of time. This ability could be used for the extraordinary processing of soil, so Odis had a second workshop in the secret base and began small-scale production of spirit storage crystals. After Odis explained the general situation of the spirit storage crystal to Bernadette, Bernadette suddenly realized, I was wondering earlier that the workers operating the crusher were all ordinary people, yet they could operate extraordinary tools. It turns out that there is a device for storing spiritual energy inside the stone crusher. Odis smiled and said, that's right. I made the spirit storage crystal into a cylindrical, detachable structure, which makes it very convenient to replace. It takes about 6 spirit storage crystals for one stone breaker to be used continuously. The crystal that has been used up by spiritual energy will be recharged in the magic circle and then it can be used again. Bernadette exclaimed, to enable ordinary people to use extraordinary tools. This could absolutely spark a global revolution. That's right. Odis said with a wry smile, that's precisely why I've never dared to start mass production. I plan to turn these crystals you see now into streetlights in the future, and I will install them in some areas. Even so, I hesitated for a long time, afraid of being overly scrutinized. Bernadette smiled and said, to be honest, I'm really looking forward to the changes you'll bring to this world after you become a demigod and an angel. She thought for a moment and said, it's not a problem if it's just installing streetlights. They claim it's the result of research on spiritual materials, that it can only emit light, and that it can't be mass-produced. If the only function is to emit light, most extraordinary individuals will immediately lose interest. Odis nodded, that's a good idea. After visiting the secret base, Odis instructed Bernadette, you are the second person to know about the existence of this secret base, so don't reveal anything about it. Bernadette simply hummed in agreement, but she was secretly delighted that Odis would share such a secret with her. The two returned to Pingyuan town, and it was lunchtime. Bernadette saw that Odis supplied soup and bread to the construction site, and that bread was supposedly unlimited. This is something rarely seen on other construction sites, where employees usually have to find their own way to eat. In railway or highway construction projects, workers don't get to eat such good bread or have any vegetable soup. They're lucky if they can get a full meal and a drink of water. Bernadette understood why Odis had bought so much grain, to feed so many mouths. Odis took Bernadette to a newly built restaurant in town. At noon, almost no one ate there. Even the managers, such as Mandy, ate their regular lunch. It saves time and is convenient. After they were seated, Odis told Bernadette, the food here is alright, it has a Fenaport style. The cooks here were prisoners of war from Fenaport's large cruisers. Odis helped order a set meal, and the two chatted while eating. Bernadette asked, you said before that you were going to the eastern part of the Suanya Sea. Odis picked up a piece of grilled fish, yes, there's a psychedelic red coral over there. He planned to get his hands on this extraordinary material first. Bernadette smiled and said, what a coincidence, I just received the news last night that I am also going to the ruins of the Gods' War. She came to see Odis today mainly to discuss this matter. However, to her surprise, the construction of Cruise Island would bring her quite an unexpected turn of events. Odis was taken aback, this meant boarding the Admiral of the Stars ship to make contact with Gehrman Sparrow. The Argo set sail a few days ago, intending to meet up with Vice Admiral Iceberg today and enter the ruins of the gods. Although the captured large cruiser had been converted into the Mystery, Odis still preferred to travel on the Argo for exploration missions. Because this ship is small and can move more flexibly. Odis realized that this operation would most likely result in an encounter with Klein and Katlia. He smiled and said, it's perfect that you can come along on my boat. I will probably board your ship, but not right from the start, Bernadette said. I'm mainly here to confirm a few things. Odis thought to himself, as expected. However, he did not continue the topic, but said, I heard that after entering the ruins of the Gods' War, you should lower your head when you encounter a golden Pegasus, and you should detour around any islands that make panting sounds. Most importantly, you should fall asleep quickly when night falls. Bernadette nodded, these are indeed some important points to note. She thought for a moment and then added, if there is a hurricane, storm, or tsunami, do not let the crew members of the sailor route go onto the deck. Odis agreed, though he had never heard of this rule before. However, considering that the War of Gods at that time included not only the ancient sun god, but also the wind angels, perhaps having extraordinary beings from the sailor pathway appear in the storm would trigger some unknown power. After finishing their business, the two chatted casually. Bernadette asked, you asked Edwina to go to the ruins of the gods with you, was it to get closer to her and contact the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom? Odis picked up the red wine and smiled, I knew I couldn't hide this from you. He took a deep breath and said, as you just saw, my inventions are too easy to cause me some unsolvable problems, so I plan to establish a certain cooperation with the Church of Knowledge. When Odis was promoted to Sequence 5, he had already briefly discussed this matter with Bernadette. Bernadette hummed in agreement, do you need my help? No need, there's no rush, Odis said with a smile. After lunch, the two had a cup of coffee, and then Bernadette got up to say goodbye. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. After seeing Bernadette off, Odis found Bazel and Mandy, gave them a few brief instructions, and then used the power of the travel ring to teleport to the workshop of the Argo. Upon boarding the ship, Odis immediately felt a refreshing coolness. Among the intelligence gathered by Odis, there are two relatively safe entrances to the ruins of the War of Gods, one in the northern part of the Sunia Sea and the other in the south. The northern entrance is roughly in the eastern part of the Khargis Islands, at a latitude similar to East Chestershire in Luni, where it is still quite cool in April. The crew that accompanied Odis into the ruins of the War of the Gods included 2nd Officer Rupert, 3rd Officer Bevis, Bosun Selina, and crew member Eno. 3rd Mate Bevis was definitely going to be taken along. He had said many times that his main purpose for going to sea was to see the eastern part of the Suanya Sea. The other crew members who did not arrive remained in the Rosyth Islands, carrying out other tasks assigned by the captain. The Reese is a whaling ship returning to the Khargis Islands. Captain Pd, who was in the captain's cabin, had just finished a bottle of strong liquor and was about to go to the warehouse to get another one when a crew member shouted, Captain, as he pushed open the door, Captain, there are pirates. Petty, with a full beard, tossed an empty bottle to a crew member and said with a grin, so, besides catching a whale, we can also earn some bounty on this voyage. Prepare for battle. You idiots, it's not like this is the first time we've run into pirates. It's Mysterious Admiral Gar, the crew member shouted. A little over a month ago, Odis Gard proclaimed himself Admiral of the Mysteries and quickly gained the recognition of the pirates with his achievements of wiping out 2 large pirate crews, almost completely eliminating the Skull pirate crew, and defeating a fleet of the Fenapot. Thus, 8 pirate generals appeared simultaneously across the 5 seas. Although the Gargas Islands were not a colony of lone, the captains and crew there had already heard the story of Captain Gargas and knew that another pirate admiral had appeared on the high seas. Petty was so frightened that half of the wine he had just drunk disappeared. He immediately ran to the wheelhouse, snatched the binoculars from a crew member, and exclaimed, by God of War, that really is the banner of eyes and swords. Raise the white flag, you fools. Do you still want to fight the Mysterious Admiral? The crew hurried to raise the white flag, their eyes fixed fearfully on the small ship in the distance. Captain Pd in the bridge quickly realized that the Argo's destination was not the Rees, they were sailing rapidly eastward. Gods above, it's incredibly fast. Petty muttered. I've never seen such a fast ship. Then he spotted a giant ship in his field of vision. Oh, that flag has eyes and books on it, it's the Golden Dream. He saw the 2 ships meet and then head east together. Petty put down his binoculars and looked at the eastern sea, saying, this is absolutely big news. We'll definitely get a good price for it when we get back to Nas. The other crew members all felt a sense of relief, and no one had any intention of selling information. To celebrate this windfall, Petty said, get me a bottle of wine. About an hour after Odis arrived on the Argo, he met up with the Golden Dream at the agreed location. After a brief exchange using flag signals, Odis summoned Star Sand and used flying technique to fly to the Golden Dream. After his promotion, Odis no longer needed many of his scrolls. For example, the flying scrolls that were used more often at sea are now rarely used by Odis himself. Because the flying technique at Sequence 5 has similar speed and altitude to the flying scroll and can carry several people, Odis generally doesn't use this type of scroll anymore. At this moment, his cloth bag contained mostly special scrolls made from extraordinary materials at the demigod level. Upon arriving on the deck of the Golden Dream, Odis saw Lieutenant General Iceberg, who came out to greet him, as well as First Mate Blue and others who were forcing a smile. Despite the crew's best efforts to dissuade their captain, who warned that the waters east of the Sunia Sea were extremely dangerous and that Captain Gar, who had become the Mysterious Admiral, was also in great danger. However, the captain ignored the advice and still chose to sail to the Suanya Sea to meet up with the Mysterious Admiral. After a brief greeting, Edwina invited Odis to the study to discuss the upcoming itinerary. Odis shared the information he had obtained about the ruins of the War of the Gods, and Edwina said she would definitely inform her crew. She then said, I've also gathered some information. It's said that some people call that place the ruins of the War of Gods. Which War of Gods created those ruins? Most pirates didn't know that it was the ruins of the War of Gods, they only knew that the strange sea area in the eastern part of the Sunia Sea was dangerous, but also had a lot of treasure. Odis replied vaguely, I've heard that it was a divine war at the end of the Third Age, and it's said that the eastern continent disappeared after that war. With her delicate oval face, Edwina slowly nodded and said, I've read some related information and speculate that the so-called land forsaken by God should be the eastern continent. Odis nodded, I think so too. Then he took out a crystal ball. The crystal ball wasn't very exquisite, but it had a spiritual energy. If there are any problems, we can use this crystal ball to communicate. He paused for a moment and then said, I've done experiments. As long as the distance is no more than 800 kilometers, I can establish a mystical connection with the crystal ball I have on me. Edwina took the crystal ball and said, the distance is enough, but I don't know if it will be affected in the ruins of the gods' war. That's what I'm worried about too, Odis said. If the crystal ball doesn't work, we'll have to rely on shouting. Edwina, whose emotions rarely fluctuate, suddenly smiled slightly, this is the only way. Then the two talked about the island they had discovered earlier, which might have demigod-level characteristics. They had communicated through letters many times before. Odis and Edwina had each found a nautical chart from the Quaternary period, before the formation of the Raging Sea, through their respective channels, and basically determined the location of the island. They are now working hard to find clues about the island and try to make more preparations before exploring it. Odis said, I still maintain my original view, in the absence of relevant information, we can conduct the exploration in multiple stages. For example, determining the location for the first time, and the basic situation. If you encounter difficulties, retreat promptly, make the necessary preparations, and continue your exploration. Edwina took a deep breath and said, that's what I was thinking too, but I just received some news that other organizations have somehow obtained similar clues. We don't know exactly how much intelligence they've obtained. Once we start exploring, it could easily expose the island's exact location. By then, if you can't get that feature in one go, you might end up doing reconnaissance for someone else. Odis was taken aback. Could the so-called other organizations be the Church of the Eternal Sun and the Church of the Storm? He thought to himself that the Knowledge Church's secrecy mechanism was terrible, such important information had been leaked. But soon, Odis took a deep breath, sensing that things might be heading in a very troublesome direction. We can only wait and see how things go, and give them some misleading information. Edwina hummed in agreement, and we need to hurry up with the exploration. Odis said, after returning from the ruins of the War of the Gods, we will take action after a period of rest. After the two finished talking, Odis got up to return to the ship, and Edwina saw him off. As soon as they reached the deck, their spiritual senses suddenly kicked in, and they saw a giant ship shimmering with starlight appear in the sky. Its bulkheads, decks, and masts shimmered with a dreamlike glow, like a starry night sky on a moonless night. Ring ring. Immediately, Rupert, who was stationed on the Argo, sounded the alarm. The electromagnetic cannon capable of attacking the air began to charge, and the safety of the two extraordinary machine guns was also released. Edwina immediately issued the order to prepare for battle, and the Golden Dream then emitted a golden light. Ugh. Amidst a violent gust of wind, the colossal ship, shimmering with starlight, landed on the vast ocean ahead. Then the dazzling sea of stars on the ship's hull gradually disappeared. Odis saw that the ship's flag indeed had a dozen or so white stars of the same size, and those stars surrounded a cold eye without eyelashes. This is the banner of the General of the Stars. Edwina also saw the other party's flag. She frowned slightly and said, Gadria. The flagship, future of Admiral Star, surprised everyone except Odis. Not only were the crew of the Argo and the Golden Dream surprised, but German Sparrow, also known as Klein, on the future was also very surprised. Just now, the future encountered the death note of the Undying King. After the opponent launched an attack, the Star Admiral used Brilliant Star Sea to make the ship fly up and land in this unfamiliar sea area. At this moment, most of the crew of the future were lying painfully on the deck due to the attack of the Undying King. The Star Admiral, having exhausted too much spiritual energy, returned to the captain's cabin to rest. Frankly, the first mate of the future scratched his head somewhat uncomfortably and said, could it be that the Undying King, the Mysterious Admiral, and the Iceberg Admiral have teamed up against us? Klein glanced at the captain's cabin window, which was still closed, and said in German Sparrow's icy tone, no. The Argo and the Golden Dream did not launch an attack immediately, and the Admiral Star did not sense any danger, otherwise, he would have already come out of the captain's cabin to prepare for battle. Frank looked at the distressed sailors on deck. In any case, we should get out of here quickly. They haven't attacked, probably because they don't know that the future is in a vulnerable state. However, at this point, he was the only crew member still able to move normally. Although German Sparrow was a very skilled adventurer, he probably couldn't pilot a ship. The two of them had no way of navigating the boat quickly to leave this area. Klein said, I know both, Mysterious Admiral and Iceberg Admiral. I'll wait a bit and go talk to them when the time is right. Frank was taken aback. This guy has a lot of connections. Knowing Iceberg Vice Admiral was not surprising to him, but knowing Mysterious Admiral was a bit of a surprise. After all, this was a new pirate general who had only been at sea for a few months, and most pirates had never seen Captain Gal. At this moment, on the deck of the Golden Dream, Odis also said, "I think there must be some misunderstanding here. I have worked with Admiral Star before, and I'll invite her to my ship for a chat later. Come here too. If it's just a misunderstanding, then we can go our separate ways." Edwina looked at the future and hummed in agreement. She knew the Star Admiral, and they had no prior conflicts, but his sudden appearance seemed suspicious. However, if the Admiral of the Stars is willing to come aboard Odis's ship, then it is still possible to sit down and have a talk. Odis then asked, "If we find that we share a similar goal, could we travel together?" He added, "Most of my intelligence on safe routes in the ruins of gods comes from the Star Admiral. Odis was not lying about this, he did only realize how terrifying the War of the Gods was after seeing Katlia and Klein's experiences. If it were just the Argo alone, Odis would be happy to travel with the future, but with Vice Admiral Iceberg present, she would definitely have to consider Edwina's feelings. However, his next sentence meant that Katlia knew more about the ruins of God's war than he did, and he subtly expressed his desire to travel with the future. Edwina considered for a moment before saying, "Okay." In unknown waters, forming a fleet for navigation can better deal with some strange dangers. Odis returned to the Argo and had Bosun Selena signal for negotiation. Soon, Frank, the first mate of the future, also raised the negotiation flag, but then raised the wait flag. Odis knew that Katlia must be very tired at this time, so he was not in a hurry. The three ships remained locked in a standoff on the sea. About half an hour later, the future once again raised the signal flag for negotiation. With long black hair, glasses, an exquisite leather bag and a short scepter hanging from her waist, Katlia walked towards this place, stepping on solidified starlight. Accompanying her was Gehrman Sparrow, dressed in formal attire, with a cold expression, who flew using the Sailor Pathway spell. Soon, the two landed on the deck of the Argo, where Odis and the entire crew greeted them, "Welcome." He smiled and said, "Gentlemen, I didn't expect to meet you here." Odis noticed that Katlia's face was somewhat pale, and her eyes seemed to show some fatigue. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of all the crew members of the Golden Dream, the Iceberg Admiral flew onto the deck of the Argo. Odis suggested, "Let's talk in the cabin." Instead of going to the cabins below deck, they went to the lounge next to the bridge. Although the space here isn't as big as a restaurant, it's still big enough to seat several people. At this moment, only 3 captains and the adventurer Gehrman Sparrow were sitting in the room. Vice Admiral Edwina maintained her usual aloof demeanor, and Admiral Katlia remained silent. Although Klein was filled with curiosity about the ship, he also resisted the urge to ask questions. After the extraordinary puppet served tea, Odis smiled and said, "If unsuspecting people saw us sitting together talking, they would definitely mistakenly think that we were going to join forces to hunt the Undying King. The reason it wasn't about hunting the King of the Sea is because attacking the other 3 kings would be suicidal for them. Only hunting the Undying King has a certain chance of success." Apart from Katlia smiling slightly, the other 2 did not react at all. Then Katlia said, "This joke isn't funny, because we really did encounter the Undying King and his death call just now." Odis and Edwina were both somewhat surprised, but one was feigning surprise while the other was genuinely surprised. "So that's how it is." Odis pretended to understand. "No wonder you suddenly fell from the sky." He paused for a moment and said, "Now that you know why you did that, I won't beat around the bush. We're going to the ruins of God's war. What about you?" Chapter 308, Chapter 307 The Ride of the Ancient Sun God. Klein, who plays Gehrman Sparrow, was slightly taken aback, not expecting that Odis and Iceberg General were also headed to God's War ruins. At this moment, Klein was aboard the Star Admiral ship to find the mermaid in the ruins of God's War to complete his advancement. He didn't know why Mr. Gar and Lieutenant General Iceberg were also going there. After all, the ruins of the God War are extremely dangerous, and no one would be willing to go there unless it was something urgent. Before Katlia, with her long black hair, could answer, Odis paused and then said, "We are now in the eastern part of the Sunia Sea, and there are no islands nearby. I think you are also going to the ruins of the God's War. Instead of answering the question directly, Katlia asked in return, "What are you going there for?" Odis hesitated for a moment before saying, "Go find an extraordinary material." Katlia was taken aback, thinking that Odis had gone to the Queen to find the extraordinary materials that Odis would be given to advance to demigod. Katlia was also present when Bernadette offered to provide Odis with a clue to an extraordinary material. She immediately thought to herself, are they already preparing for a new promotion so soon? Odis reiterated his earlier idea, we can form a fleet and head together to the dangerous War of the Gods. It wasn't just because Katlia had been to the ruins of the War of the Gods, while Odis hadn't. It was also because Bernadette was on the future at the time, and Odis felt more at ease with her there. Katlia nodded slightly at first, but then asked, which ship will be the flagship? What she was actually asking was, who should be the commander-in-chief of the fleet? Neither Lieutenant General Iceberg nor Klein joined the conversation. The former was well aware that he was a lieutenant general, while there were two generals present, making it theoretically difficult to vie for command. However, she was also not very willing to be directed by others. Klein, who was playing the role of an adventurer at this moment, was certainly not qualified to compete for command. Odis said, there's no need to set up a flagship. We'll just look out for each other and warn each other of any dangers. The main reason was that he was very clear that since they were all pirate generals, it was impossible for them to have a flagship. Not only that, but they could also very well start fighting over the flagship issue. I am in favor of the proposal, said, I am in favor of the proposal. The previously silent, Iceberg General, Edwina had remained silent. Caldelia was well aware that none of the three pirate generals present would accept the command of the other two, so she said, I agree as well. She paused for a moment and then asked, which warship is in the lead? Odis smiled and said, of course, it's reassuring to have the experienced future leading the way. Katlia smiled and said, I've heard that the Argo has very powerful weapons, so I think it's best for you to go first. Klein, sitting to the side, took a sip of tea and suddenly felt as if two seasoned veterans had been battling it out from the tarot club to the outside world. Odis then said, let's draw lots. However, let me make it clear in advance that Lieutenant General Iceberg is an assistant I invited, so she will not participate in the lottery. Katlia looked at Odis, then at Edwina, and suddenly said, I'll go first, and the Argo will be in the middle. Actually, what she said just now was mainly to be wary of Iceberg General, but she still trusted Odis quite a bit. Since Iceberg Admiral wasn't participating in the lottery, she didn't need to care about it. However, she still wanted to keep Argo away from Golden Dream. Odis smiled and said, thank you. Through the conversation just now, he roughly understood Katlia's concerns. After finishing their business, Odis took out a bottle of potion. This can quickly replenish spiritual energy and relieve fatigue. Katlia paused for a moment before taking it and saying, thank you. Iceberg Admiral, Edwina realized from the fact that Katlia was willing to accept Odis's potion that the two were more than just acquaintances. Because one wouldn't accept such a drink unless they were absolutely certain of its safety. They wouldn't even touch it with their hands, because no one knew if there was a curse on the glass bottle. The fact that Odis dared to send and Katlia dared to accept shows that they had a basic mutual trust. Klein wasn't surprised by this, but he assumed that the two were both members of the Tarot Club, which was why they could trust each other. In fact, their mutual trust mainly came from the mysterious queen. The group then discussed the precautions to take when entering the ruins of the Gods' War. Odis gave Katlia a crystal ball, and Edwina and Katlia returned to their respective ships. Frank, the first mate of the future, eagerly awaited their return from the deck. Upon seeing the captain and Gehrman Sparrow, he quickly asked, how did the talks go? Instead of answering immediately, Katlia landed on the deck, uncorked the bottle, and drank the potion that Odis had given her. Because of her relationship with the mysterious queen, Katlia trusted Odis more than Klein had imagined. Of course, trust is one thing, but on her way back she had already done a divination to confirm that there was nothing wrong with the potion and that it should be effective before she drank it without hesitation. After drinking the potion, Katlia immediately felt her spirituality rapidly recovering, and then she replied, they're not ambushing us here, they're also planning to go to the ruins of the Gods' War. Frank said, oh, and then asked, I heard that General Mystery is a very fierce man with a face full of scars. Is that true? Instead of answering the question, Gadria gave the order, Future will lead the fleet to the ruins of the Gods' War. He quickly returned to his room to rest. Okay, Frank agreed, then asked Gehrman Sparrow, is it true? Klein asked, somewhat puzzled, why are you so interested in what the mysterious admiral looks like? I've read in some ancient texts that the skin at the level 5 scar can inhibit the growth of many bacteria, Frank said. I was thinking that if I had the chance, I would ask Admiral Mystery to provide me with some skin from the scar on his face. Klein paused for a moment, don't think like that in the future. Because if Captain Gard actually did that, he might very well plant the first mate, who liked to study microorganisms, in a pot. Perhaps we can use more fertilizer because of his status as a star general. Then he realized, what kind of books is this guy reading? Is there any scientific basis for them? However, after thinking about it for a moment, Klein felt that what Frank said made some sense, because scars at the Sequence 5 level were indeed rare. After all, once you reach Sequence 5, there are ways to remove scars, regardless of the method used. If a scar cannot be removed, it must be due to some extraordinary factor that makes it so difficult to get rid of. In Klein's wild imagination, the three ships formed a fleet and sailed forward together. They sailed until the next morning when Odis, while having breakfast, heard a sharp sound, a warning from the future ahead. He immediately went to the driver's cab, where Bivis, who was on duty, pointed ahead with a mixture of surprise and excitement. Before them, the azure sea was cut off by a huge crevice, and the endless seawater fell like a waterfall into the bottomless valley. Then Bivis said, "This huge waterfall seems to have appeared suddenly. There was nothing on the sea surface at least 3 minutes ago." Odis nodded, also finding the scene before him quite awe-inspiring. The future did not stop, but rushed past the edge of the waterfall and plummeted rapidly. Then the Argo began to fall, and Odis suddenly felt weightlessness. At the same time, the Argo's balancing system activated, keeping the ship in basic balance and preventing the crew from crashing into the walls. The seawater surged up like a fountain, and just as the Argo was about to plunge into the valley, it was suddenly supported by the surging seawater. Then this spring actually tossed the Argo high into the air, from the valley back to the other side of the sea. Odis thought to himself, this is what they call a relatively safe route. Even though it was relatively safe, it was still so dangerous. He guessed that if it were an unsafe waterway and just an ordinary boat, there might not be a spring at the bottom of the valley, and it would be smashed to pieces by the rocks as soon as it hit the bottom. At this moment, the sunlight outside the window suddenly became as bright as midday. Odis knew that they had officially entered the ruins of the War of the Gods. Bevis, standing to the side, muttered, "I should have come here to take a look sooner." Odis smiled slightly and saw a ruin on the sea not far away. Most of the ruins were submerged by seawater, with only some huge grey stones and pillars above the water, piled up together to form a small hill of ruins. Suddenly, all the crew members heard a loud and clear gasp at the same time. Odis and the others immediately became alert and searched for the source of the panting. They eventually determined that the panting was coming from a pile of ruins on their left. Rupert and the others who arrived later all looked at Odis. Odis said, "Be careful and do not explore." He then explained, "This place is so close to the entrance of the ruins of God's War that if the monsters were easy to defeat, they would have been defeated long ago." Everyone thought it made a lot of sense and lost all interest in exploring it further. At this moment, everyone saw that the future in front began to turn its rudder, circling around the ruins from which the breathing sounds were coming from. Clearly, they are not confident in resolving this potential problem. As the fleet passed the ruins, Odis saw the sunlight suddenly turn golden, and then a bright spot appeared in the sky, which grew larger and larger. The golden light split apart, and a huge pillar made of 4 diamonds appeared in midair, supporting a sizable floating island. Odis was captivated by the dreamlike scene before him. Although he had visited many ruins and seen many amazing sights, this was the first time he had witnessed the many wondrous scenes in the real world caused by the War of the Gods. At this moment, the god's majestic power suddenly became tangible, and he felt that under such a vision, he would certainly not utter any blasphemous words. Finally, he exclaimed to himself, "What a huge diamond!" At this moment, the floating island in the golden light became clear, its soil scorched black, without a trace of green. Suddenly, an exceptionally bright light emanated from its depths, followed by a loud hissing sound. Before long, everyone heard the clatter of horses galloping and saw 2 magnificent horses, seemingly made of gold, rushing out of the floating island, pulling a similarly golden and ornate chariot behind them. This sight instantly awakened some memories in Odis's mind, and he immediately shouted, "Look down. Don't look. Or you'll be burned." The crew members had heard the captain mention the carriage before, so they suppressed their curiosity and quickly lowered their heads. The sunlight outside shifted, and it seemed as if only a few minutes had passed before the process from sunrise to sunset was complete. Once the sunlight returned to normal, Odis said, "There's no problem now." They all looked up, and Odis quickly glanced around. No crew members had disappeared. Then he looked ahead, where the horses and magnificent chariots had disappeared, and the diamond pillars silently supported the floating island, shimmering with brilliant light. Odis pondered whether to explore the island, but then thought it would be too dangerous, and ultimately decided to play it safe and continue onward. At that moment, the exquisite crystal ball in Odis's pocket suddenly emitted a spiritual fluctuation. Taking out the crystal ball, Odis rubbed it with her other hand while infusing it with spiritual energy. Then, the crystal ball began to swirl like mist, and eventually, amidst the swirling motion, a somewhat illusory scene appeared, revealing the figure of Edwina. She asked Odis, "Would you be interested in exploring that floating island?" Odis paused for a moment, realizing that there must be something on the floating island that had attracted Iceberg General through the sun pathway. He thought for a moment before saying, "Okay, but we'll only fly over from a distance, the ship shouldn't get close." Edwina replied, "Okay." Odis then contacted Katlia again, and the Star Admiral reminded her, "Leave that island before the Golden Pegasus returns." She then added, "I won't participate. I'll stay here and meet you. If you make any gains, you have to give me 10% of the spoils. After all, providing support is also part of the operation." Odis nodded and said, "Okay." So the 3 ships began to slow down at the same time. Odis and Edwina took off from the decks of the ships one after the other. The 2 met in midair. Odis told Edwina about Catlia's warning and her request to take 10% of the spoils. Edwina had no objections, having someone to meet them below the floating island would put their minds at ease. As the two flew toward the island, Edwina said, if it's about obtaining the sun pathway properties or magical items, I'd like to buy them with gold pounds, even if it means paying a premium. Odis said, no problem. As they spoke, the two had already reached the edge of the floating island. The floating island was very large. From below, it appeared to be covered in black mud. Upon closer inspection, they saw some golden objects in the distance, and beside them, some shapes that were not clearly visible, emitting a bright light. After observing for a moment and confirming that there was no danger, the two quickly flew towards the golden objects. This is a mountain hollow, surrounded by scorched black soil, with only a few patches of gold standing out. When they flew closer, Odis and Edwina discovered that the gold was actually made up of golden skulls of varying thicknesses. However, the skeletons were in strange poses, as if they were all reaching out to block something. Before these skeletons was a skeleton that looked like crystal, leaning against a stone. Odis noticed that the skull appeared to be made of crystal, and the inside of the skull could be seen. However, the inside is not a brain, but a mass of colorful liquid. Odis and Edwina flew in from the side, not from the front. As Odis went to check if the golden skulls were real skulls, the crystal skull's head suddenly moved and slowly looked in their direction. At that moment, a bright beam of light fell from the sky, transforming into clusters of bright rays, and the surrounding air quickly became extremely hot. Odis and Edwina's spirits immediately sensed great danger, and the two quickly hid behind the rock that the crystal skull was leaning against. Looking back, they saw the bright light sweep across several golden skeletons, which suddenly burst into flames. At this moment, Odis and Edwina finally realized that when the skeletons were alive, they were reaching out to shield their eyes from the bright light, or to block the vision of the crystal skull, in order to avoid being burned by the flames brought by the bright light. After burning for a few seconds, the skeletons visibly shrank, and soon the bright light disappeared, the flames vanished, and the skeletons returned to their original golden color. The surrounding temperature also dropped rapidly, returning to normal. Odis wiped the sweat from his brow and whispered, it seems that as long as we don't appear in that skeleton's sight, we won't be set on fire. Edwina hummed in agreement, then said, the beam of light just now didn't seem to be an extraordinary attack from the sun pathway. Odis was taken aback, he hadn't noticed that before, what is that? Edwina shook her head, indicating that she hadn't seen it clearly either. Odis pondered for a moment, then stopped talking about it and looked at the bright light emanating from behind the boulder where the crystal skull was leaning. From a distance, they couldn't see what was hidden by the light, but when they got closer, they saw that the source of the bright light was a tree stump with brass-colored bark. The metal tree stump has annual rings that look like thin lines made of colorful neon lights, constantly shimmering with different colors. Odis crouched down to study it. In those colorful lights, he felt a rich spirituality flowing through it, which made him want to dig up the soil and see what the tree's root system was like. Just as Edwina was about to suggest continuing the exploration, Odis suddenly had an inspiration and said to her, do me a favor. As he spoke, he took out the secondary array of the spatial array, reached in and rummaged around for a while, finally pulling out one end of a log. These logs were the trees of healing that were previously seized from the warehouses of the Abraham family. Odis handed one end of the log to Edwina, while he held the secondary array of the spatial magic array. The two of them retreated together and quickly produced a complete tree of healing. Under Odis's direction, the two men placed the larger end of the log on the brass-colored stump and erected the log, which was more than 3 meters tall. The moment it was erected, the colorful light vanished, and then the entire log merged with the stump, turning a brass color. Odis and Edwina sensed the surging spirituality within the log, and quickly took a few steps back. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Just then, the originally bare log suddenly sprouted brass-colored branches and leaves, which became lush and full of flowers in a matter of seconds. In the next few seconds, the dozen or so flowers quickly bloomed, withered, and grew 2 different colored fruits, which ripened almost instantly. These fruits look somewhat like translucent oranges, with rich colors inside, and they look very appetizing. As for the tree of healing, to be precise, it can no longer be called the tree of healing because its leaves have developed faint, eye-like marks. Odis paused for a moment before saying, quickly pick them. Although I don't know what these fruits and leaves are, they must be good things. The two were about to pick them when they realized that picking them like that would be too slow. After a brief discussion with Edwina, Odis took out the secondary array of the space array again and made sure the space array was open. Once everything was ready, Edwina's eyes turned deep blue, simulating a hurricane that swept towards the leaves and fruit. The leaves and fruits were easily picked by the hurricane and carried by it into the wilderness of knowledge opened by Odis. At that moment, the healing tree that the two people had just attached withered instantly, cracked in the middle with a crack, and quickly fell to the ground, turning into dust as if it had completed its mission. The original brass tree stump is still there, but the tree rings are very dim, with only a faint glow left, and little spiritual energy emanating from it. Odis roughly understood what was going on. While they still had time, the two flew to the top of a hill and looked around. The only bright light had disappeared because of what Odis and Edwina had just done. The entire island seemed to be nothing but scorched black earth, but the two noticed that there appeared to be a black building on a mountain in the distance. Just as they were preparing to explore the area, a golden dot appeared in the distant sky, a golden steed pulling a magnificent carriage back. The two quickly flew back, and when they saw the black stone where the crystal skull was leaning in the distance, Odis suddenly threw out an explosive scroll. Boom! The violent explosion shattered the black stone, and the shockwave also broke the golden skulls, causing them to fall to the ground. The crystal skull was blasted into countless pieces, the skull seemingly covered in colorful liquid, and rolled far away. Odis suddenly lunged forward, took off his coat and covered the skull with it to block the others' view, then used the coat to gather the skull and quickly left with it. Edwina was taken aback by this move, but Odis quickly caught up, and the two of them swiftly left the floating island. Almost as soon as they left the floating island, the light around them turned golden, and the horses and carriages returned. During the rapid descent, Odis saw that there were mystical symbols on the 4 diamond pillars. When they landed on the island, they came from a different direction, at a distance from the diamond pillars, so they didn't see them. Now that they were closer, Odis saw that there were characters on it. However, the temperature overhead was rising rapidly, and he didn't have time to study it. He flew with Edwina to the nearest future at top speed. As they flew onto the deck of the future, the golden light emanating from the horses and the magnificent carriages vanished, the floating island became illusory, and quickly disappeared from sight. Katlia, wearing glasses, along with Gehrman Sparrow and others, quickly approached, but they did not rush in. Instead, they maintained a certain distance and observed cautiously. Odis licked her lips with her tongue. "Give me a glass of water, I've been sweating a lot." Seeing that no one moved, he said to Katlia, "When we were exploring the ruins together before, we encountered a big rat." Katlia nodded and said, "They're fine." Then she instructed the crew, "Pour each of them a glass of light beer." "No, a glass of water." Odis didn't stand on ceremony and gulped down the whole glass of water. Edwina hesitated for a moment, then, seeing that Odis had almost finished her drink, she picked up her glass and took a few sips as well. Next, they arrived at the dining room of the future, where Captain Katlia, First Officer Frank, and Adventurer Gehrman Sparrow sat opposite Odis and Edwina, listening to them recount their exploration. When Odis was talking about the crystal corpse, Edwina interjected, "I noticed at the time that the way the crystal skull summoned the pillar of light was a bit strange. I only realized it when I got back that it seems to be a simulated ability." She didn't explain in detail what the simulation ability was like. A few people, including Gadria, knew about it, but some of the crew members who were just watching the excitement didn't. However, it wasn't the right time to explain it to them. Upon hearing the Iceberg Admiral's conjecture, Odis nodded slightly. "It does seem that the surrounding area is indeed filled with the power of the reader pathway, but I haven't found any extraordinary characteristics. The leaves of that big tree had obvious eye markings, and the bark was brass-colored. Eyes and brass color are the two main characteristics of the reader." At this moment, Odis had some doubts. Was there some extraordinary, high-level property buried beneath that scorched earth? Odis added, "I wonder if the skull that summoned the pillar of light earlier can still summon flames and pillars of light after it leaves that location." He paused and then said, "My spirituality was touched just now. After leaving that floating island, the skull underwent some subtle changes and may no longer be aggressive." The others had no contact with the skull, so they had no say in it and offered no opinion. After thinking for a moment, Odis suddenly took out a defense scroll from his bag and used it on himself. He then fiddled with the skull and took out a scale scroll, ready to use it at any time. With 2 layers of protection, the defense scroll and the scale armor scroll, even if a beam of light descends, it cannot harm him. Although Odis didn't say anything, everyone understood what he was going to do, so they all got up and moved aside, ready to block the beam of light that might be summoned. After making thorough preparations, Odis positioned the skull's eyes toward herself and then removed the clothes covering it. The moment the crystal skull appeared on the dining table, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Odis stared at the empty eye sockets of the skull for a second or two, but no beam of light or flame appeared. He then put the scale scroll away and smiled. "It seems my intuition was right." At this point, Gadria breathed a slight sigh of relief and said, "This approach was too rash." Odis smiled and said, "Though rash, it is quick enough. The main reason is that he is quite confident that no danger will occur." Then everyone sat down around and carefully examined the crystal skull. While on the floating island, Odis and Edwina had no time to observe it properly. Now, looking at it closely, they felt it was like a work of art, golden and exquisite. However, its skull shape is somewhat eerie. After looking at it for a long time, the group couldn't find any clues, so they had to wait a while before studying it further. As Odis continued her story, when she mentioned grafting the tree of healing onto the tree stump, Katlia couldn't help but ask, could you talk about the logic in your mind when you had this idea? Klein and Edwina also thought Odis's idea was very clever. The general idea is that there must have been a tree there before, Odis explained. And there was a great deal of spiritual energy emanating from it, as if the roots had absorbed so much spiritual energy that there was nowhere else to send it. At this moment, I remembered that I had previously obtained several logs of the healing tree. You should have heard that it is a type of tree that farmers like very much, and it has extremely strong vitality. My initial thought was to see if I could use that log to absorb the rich spiritual energy. I never expected that it would grow leaves, flower, and bear fruit. Everyone nodded slowly, feeling that while the idea was novel, it seemed to be within an acceptable range. Odis continued, after harvesting the fruit and leaves, I suddenly remembered that there used to be a tree there that often bore such fruit, but that tree must have been a good spiritual material, so it was cut down by the previous explorers. Fortunately, the horses and carriages will be back soon, otherwise they might have dug up the tree stumps and taken them with them. Everyone else nodded, feeling that this guess was quite reasonable. Finally, Odis mentioned that there seemed to be a building on the mountain of the island, from which the golden horse may have come. But because it was too far away, there was no time to explore it. Odis took out the pile of leaves and a dozen colorful fruits from the wilderness of knowledge, and placed them on the dining table. These were all the spoils of this expedition. Then Odis took out the craftsman's pocket watch, a magical item corresponding to sequence 6 craftsman, from the wilderness of knowledge, to assess the function of these items. There was no need to use the alchemy glasses. Furthermore, it's best not to use this level 1 sealed item in front of others. After Odis put on the pocket watch, his eyes immediately became deep. He picked up a fruit with a predominantly cyan color and looked at it for a few seconds before saying, eating this fruit will grant you the ability to imitate for 3 minutes, and it will be a sequence 4 level imitate. There are some side effects. After the ability to imitate ends, blurred vision and headaches may occur, but they will return to normal after 10 minutes. Odis understood this side effect. Since the fruit didn't possess any extraordinary properties, it was meant to stimulate the user's potential so that they could use the imitation ability. For ordinary people, it will definitely hurt their eyes and brain. However, those extraordinary individuals who follow the secret seeker and general knowledge pathways will not suffer as much damage, or even any damage at all, because the potions used in these 2 pathways also continuously strengthen the brain and eyes, thus preventing significant harm. There are 12 fruits with cyan as the main color, which is equivalent to having the ability to imitate 12 times. Odis picked up the fruit, which was predominantly green, and examined it for a few seconds before saying, eating it can heal a fatal wound once, with no side effects. There are 5 such fruits in total, which are more practical than the ability to imitate. Finally, Odis examined the leaves. The knowledge of a book can be infused into the leaves, and by eating the leaves, one can obtain the knowledge of that book. At this moment, Frank, a robust man with thick body hair, suddenly said, some books have a lot of words, and some books have few words. For books with few words, is it possible to combine 2 books and use 1 leaf? Odis smiled slightly but did not answer immediately. Katlia answered on her behalf, no. In a mystical sense, a book is a book, and 2 books are 2 books. No matter how many words there are, a book is a whole, and even if 2 books are stacked together, they are still 2 wholes. Frank nodded slowly, I see. Klein, standing to the side, thought to himself, this isn't a hard drive, it's not measured in memory. Since these spoils were mainly obtained by Odis, Katlia did not take even a tenth of them, only taking 1 fruit with the ability to imitate, and 8 leaves. Edwina, who went on the adventure with Odis, took 2 fruits with the ability to imitate, 1 fruit with the ability to heal, and a dozen leaves. Odis didn't stand on ceremony and took the remaining spoils to the wilderness of knowledge. After chatting for a while, Odis and Edwina returned to their respective ships. After they left, Frank said, the mysterious admiral doesn't have any scars on his face either. At this point, he suddenly slapped his forehead and said, I forgot to ask, General of Mystery, for a fruit and a few leaves to try planting that magical tree. Klein glanced at him, you can go to your captain and ask for that fruit in her hand to study it. Frank smiled wryly. The captain won't give it to me. Klein resisted the urge to twitch his lips, how can you be so sure that the mysterious admiral will waste a fruit on you? The fleet of 3 pirate ships continued its voyage. Seeing that the sea was relatively calm, Odis returned to his workshop and took out the crystal skull to study it. Before conducting the study, he first used a crystal ball to perform a divination. As he rubbed the crystal with his hand to let it flow with spiritual energy, he asked the divination inscription, my research on the crystal skull is dangerous. After asking silently 7 times, the misty structure inside the crystal ball suddenly dispersed, revealing a scene filled with a dazzling sea of stars. Odis interpreted the corresponding celestial phenomena and concluded that there was no danger in continuing the research. For the past month or so, Odis has gotten used to divining before doing anything, but he has found that the potion is hardly being digested. Last month, he made a corresponding summary: astrologers are not diviners. Ordinary divination cannot digest the potion. Divination must be done in front of other people, and the more mysterious the other party feels, the better the feedback will be. For the past month, he has been frequently performing divination for the ordinary people on the island. Because the divination results are surprisingly accurate, a sense of mystery is created, and the potion begins to be digested. However, Odis concluded a few days ago that divination should not be performed too frequently, otherwise the sense of surprise and mystery would be greatly reduced. Now, when Odis performs divination for the island's residents, it can only be considered acting, as she can hardly digest the magic potion anymore. Odis planned that, if he had the time, he would go to an unfamiliar island and act as a charlatan, which might have a good effect. Because of this period of playing the role, Odis has developed the habit of consulting the oracle when something happens. Odis put away the crystal ball, took the crystal skull, and carefully examined the colored liquid inside the skull, but found no clues. So Odis tried to infuse the skeleton with spirituality. As soon as he did, the skeleton's colored liquid began to surge, and then, images appeared in Odis's mind. These scenes are all from a first-person perspective, representing the crystal skull's memories from its previous life. The first scene is set on a mountain peak with a tall cross, where the crystal skull leads out a golden horse and a magnificent carriage. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the carriage, and Crystal Skull immediately bowed in greeting. As he straightened up, the figure that had suddenly appeared had already driven away in the carriage. From behind, he looked as dazzling as the sun. Ancient Sun God. Odis immediately realized that the horses and chariots on the floating island were the chariots of the Ancient Sun God. Chapter 309, Chapter 308 Exploring the Shared Dream with Klein. Odis was somewhat surprised by the information he obtained from the Crystal Skull. In the ruins of the War of Gods, the horses and chariots on the floating island are actually the chariots of the Ancient Sun God. He continued reading and learned that the Crystal Skull was a servant of the Ancient Sun God in his previous life. The Crystal Skull is not an angel, but a low-ranking servant who does things like serving tea and water and feeding horses. Even such a servant seems to possess the level of a demigod. Odis thought to himself, the gods are so extravagant, and continued reading, but suddenly stopped in front of a particular scene. The main figure in the picture is the Ancient Sun God, who always looks like a giant light bulb. He is taking a walk with others, or rather, walking and talking, because the Ancient Sun God may no longer have the idea of taking a walk. The provider of this image is Crystal Skull, who follows from a distance as a servant. Odis observed carefully before finding another figure in the intense light emitted by the Ancient Sun God. That figure was also a familiar face to Odis. It was the one dressed with an oriental charm. He has appeared in the murals of the Elven race and in the murals of the Stiano family. Moreover, Odis remembered that the god of steam and machinery appeared in the murals of the Stiano family. Of course, at that time he was still Hugo Stiano. The murals related to Hugos depict this being conversing with the Ancient Sun God. At the time, Odis didn't pay much attention, but now, looking back, he realizes that the two really did talk, and that what they talked about must have been very important. At this point, Odis could not only see images, but also hear sounds. Although the Crystal Skull was far removed from the Ancient Sun God and that being with Eastern charm, some voices still drifted into its ears. The being spoke in a somewhat ethereal voice, "Your plan will fail." The other party seemed to be speaking the language of giants, but it was not quite the same as the language of giants that Odis remembered. However, with the Crystal Skull acting as a translator, Odis was able to understand what the other party was saying. The Ancient Sun God said in a deep voice, "I have no choice, just as you have no choice." Odis was taken aback. Could the plan they were talking about be the Ancient Sun God's plan to suppress the awakening of God through rebirth? The ethereal voice said, "I have no choice because I have to fight against the source matter all the time, but you are different." This conversation was packed with information, and Odis listened intently, her mind racing, fighting against the source matter. Which source matter? Ancient Sun God, yes, your problem is more serious than mine. It's already quite remarkable that you've managed to survive from the First Era until now. His voice held a hint of emotion. You've been wearing Western continent clothing to enhance your humanity. Has it been effective? Odis then realized that the being had always worn Eastern clothing in order to enhance its humanity. Then his heart skipped a beat. Besides the Elf King, that being also came from the East, that is, the Western continent. However, he then thought, during the First Era, the Western continent was still on the western shore of the Misty Sea and had not been sealed off, so it was normal for a few people to come from there. It works, the being said in an ethereal voice. However, a new problem is that my humanity is increasingly resembling that of the Eastern immortals. I never imagined that most of the gods in myths and legends actually existed. What? Odis was quite shocked. Most of the gods in the East existed. So they were also related to the extraordinary. He thought about it carefully and came up with quite a few characters in mythology who were connected to Fifan. For example, Kwafu in Kwafu chasing the sun is a giant, and he is a descendant of Hutu, the god of the underworld. These seem to correspond to the Twilight Giant pathway and the Death God pathway, respectively, and since the two pathways are adjacent, it seems normal for them to have a family relationship. And then there's the Yellow Emperor. Looking back, the things he did seem like things that could be done through the channels of a judge or a Dark Emperor. Fuxi used symbols to explain the natural world and predict the development of events, which is somewhat like being a hermit. Gongong was the god of water, and he angrily rammed Buzhou Mountain, which is somewhat like a hot-tempered old man. The tribe of Yu the Great worship the sun, yet possess the ability to control floods. Furthermore, the sun and storms are adjacent in path, suggesting a connection. It doesn't matter if you don't think about it. But once you start thinking about it, Odis thinks of many legendary gods who seem to have some connection with the extraordinary. But a new question arises: for the extraordinary world today, that is a legend of a prehistoric civilization, so how could it be related to extraordinary? Could it be that extraordinary briefly awoke during the primitive tribal era of the prehistoric civilization? Immediately afterwards, Odis stood up abruptly. In the future, I can recreate some of the things these gods did. Theoretically speaking, the fewer people know about certain extraordinary history or extraordinary figures, the greater the power of their reproduction. Therefore, Bernadette's reproduction is basically inseparable from Grimm's fairy tales and Andersen's fairy tales. Although the fool knows those Eastern myths, he does not have the ability to recreate them. Odis took a deep breath to calm himself down, eager to advance quickly and give it a try. He then placed his hand on the crystal skull again, and the scene continued. The being with an oriental charm continued, "The only effective method for me right now is to go into a deep sleep and fight against divinity in my dreams. Last time I slept for over 100 years, and I don't know how long I'll sleep next time." Odis then realized that this was a conversation between two gods deeply troubled by their divine nature. The ancient sun god project ultimately failed. I wonder what happened to this being with Eastern charm afterward. The ancient sun god asked in a deep voice, "What are your plans for this?" "My plans cannot be known to too many people." After saying this, the other party suddenly turned around. The crystal skull saw a face made up of scrolling symbols, and on this face that kept producing new symbols, there was a pair of indifferent eyes. At that moment, the scene ended, presumably because the crystal skull was stunned by some kind of force from the other party. He did not die, because there were still many scenes to follow. At the same time, Odis realized that it was very likely because he had made eye contact with that being that caused some kind of mutation in the crystal skull's brain, and that his memories had remained in this state thousands of years after his death. The plan of that being was clearly something they didn't want this servant to know. Odis immediately recalled the other person's face, a scrolling stream of information and a pair of cold eyes. Rolling information flow is generally a characteristic of high-sequence Hermit pathway. Could it be a certain entity in the Hermit pathway? Then Odis realized that after discovering the ruins of the Stiano family, he knew that the Stiano family most likely rose to power in the Third Age and that a true god appeared in the Fourth Age. Odis is currently unaware of the situation of the Ascetic Order of Moss, but he speculates that the hidden sages must have appeared during the Third Age. However, during the Third Age, apart from the power of the ancient sun god, the powers of other gods could only be considered as secret organizations, so not many records of the Ascetic Order of Moss and the Stiano family were left. In any case, Odis always believed that no true god had appeared through either of these pathways before the Fourth Age. However, today's scene has shaken Odis's original understanding. It's not that true gods have never existed, but rather that they very likely have existed, but because they left no records, they are not known to people today. Then he recalled some of Bernadette's brother Benova's words, which suggested that the god of steam and machinery had done something to conceal information about that being. The end result was that a deity disappeared into the extraordinary river of history, and not even any legends about him survived. At this moment, Odis suddenly realized that the path of the hermit was inseparable from mystery and knowledge. Since it was related to mystery, it was very likely that the being deliberately made itself mysterious, unlike the ancient sun god, who was a god in the open light. It is believed that the god of steam and machinery can conceal most of the traces of the other party's existence without much effort. Finally, Odis thought, this god said he was struggling with source matter, could it be that he was trying to contain the wilderness of knowledge? But in the end, he failed. He thought of Klein's situation and wondered if the knowledge wilderness had a structure similar to the portal in the source castle. Did it also collect many doomsday survivors in advance and release them at the right time, so that some ancient being could be resurrected in someone's body when the time was right? This being was the first, and Odis felt he might be the second. The first one was constantly fighting against divinity, and perhaps that struggle failed. However, that ancient being, similar to a celestial being, also failed to be resurrected. So, at the right time, Odis was brought out again. This made Odis frown. In other words, although he could use some of the abilities of the wilderness of knowledge now, this process was equivalent to borrowing from the wilderness of knowledge, which he would definitely have to repay after becoming an angel in the future. The struggle against divinity must be a long process, possibly lasting hundreds or thousands of years. Odis felt exhausted just thinking about it. However, now that we've embarked on this path, there's no turning back. We can only make more preparations to deal with the future. Thinking about all this, Odis continued reading. The following scenes were rather dull, until the very last one. The scene was very blurry, and it was only vaguely visible that the crystal skull had hurriedly run from an indoor structure with a long corridor into the open field. It was also vaguely visible that a figure taller than a mountain was being attacked by many smaller figures and then crashed to the ground. The smaller figures immediately retreated. Soon a bright light, a thick bolt of lightning, and a flying dragon rushed towards the tall, fallen figure. At this moment, a figure scrolling through information appeared, blocking the three figures. But the next second, a blood-red object suddenly appeared, slowing down the scrolling information figure and giving the three figures a chance. The three figures finally rushed to the tall figure's side. In an instant, three different weather conditions and colors appeared between the earth and the sky. A sun rose in the sky on one side, dark clouds covered the middle, with lightning and thunder, and a tall white tower rose from the ground on the other side. Immediately afterwards, the earth shook, and the air seemed to crack. The screen went black, and the memory stopped. This was the last memory of the crystal skull. Odis took a deep breath and guessed that the figure taller than a mountain must be the ancient sun god, while the slightly smaller figures must be the members of the Redemption Rose. After the ancient sun god fell, the members of Redemption Rose retreated together, leaving space for the ancient sun god to recover its unique and extraordinary characteristics. Just then, the pure white angel, wind angel, and cherubim suddenly rushed towards the corpse of the ancient sun god, but the deity of the Hermit path, who had already sensed it, stepped forward to stop them. However, he was entangled by a blood-red object, and the three angel kings finally had the opportunity to obtain the uniqueness and characteristics they needed, and at the same time became gods. This led to the complete fall of the ancient sun god, and the earth underwent tremendous changes, as if cracks had appeared in space itself. The owner of the crystal skull died at the very beginning of the cataclysm. Odis estimated that later a part of space completely collapsed, and the sun, lightning, and knowledge all underwent significant changes. Ultimately, nearly half of the world's land became the forsaken land of the gods. Thinking of this, Odis couldn't help but frown, because this was very different from some of the information he had previously obtained. In particular, the appearance of that figure with illusory characters almost completely changed that period of history. Odis noticed that the three angel kings were completely blocked by the other party, but the blood-red object, whatever it was actually holding back the figure with the illusory characters. Thinking about all this, Odis noticed that the crystal skull on the workbench had changed, the colorful liquid inside the skull had disappeared, leaving only an empty crystal shell. Odis sighed and said to the skeleton, "When I land on the island, I will find a chance to bury you." At that moment, the Argo suddenly sounded its alarm, followed by Bivis's voice coming from the sound transmission array, "Night has fallen. Find a place to sleep. Night has fallen." Odis was startled and looked out the porthole. The midday sun had vanished, and a thick darkness quickly enveloped him. The change was so rapid and abrupt that Odis even had the illusion that someone had turned off the lights. Odis had repeatedly emphasized the terror of the night in this space. If one did not sleep when night fell, one would be forever lost in the darkness. The crew members were prepared, so after hearing the third mate's reminder, they quickly returned to their rooms. Odis was prepared, the armchair was right behind him, and he had even drawn a magic circle around it to keep him awake in his dream. Odis settled into the armchair, and the instant she closed her eyes, she entered a dream. He then found himself on a mountain, with a cluster of black buildings behind and to the left and right, which, judging from their style, belonged to the tertiary period and seemed to be a series of monasteries. Before Odis lay a bottomless cliff, and on the other side of the cliff was a mountain covered with countless palaces, towers and majestic walls. The buildings were magnificent and ornate, unlike anything one would expect from a human dwelling. The colors of dusk bathed the city, as if the light had solidified. This imbued the towering structures with an indescribable sense of epic grandeur and wonder. Odis thought to himself once again, indeed, hearing about something and seeing it are two completely different things. He had heard of Giant's Court more than once before, and thought it was just a place name. But now he felt the awe of the abode of the gods. At that moment, a voice appeared in Odis's ear, "Where do you think that magnificent building on the other side of the cliff is?" Odis was taken aback when he saw Klein, who was wearing the face of Gehrman Sparrow, walking quickly towards him. He naturally asked the question he had just asked. "It should be the Giant's Court," Odis said without hiding anything. Klein then asked, "Where is this shared dream?" At this moment, Odis suddenly realized that the magic circle around his armchair seemed redundant. He was a favored one of the night, and could move freely in the dream, so why did he need to draw that magic circle? His hesitation prompted Klein to ask, "You don't know where this is either?" Odis paused for a moment, then realized that Klein thought he was in a semi-conscious state and wanted to extract more information from him. So he pretended to be a little confused and said, "This is a dream of an existence." He appeared as early as the Second Era, and his power reached its peak in the Third Era. Klein's expression grew serious as Odis described it, and he pressed, "Who is that?" At the same time, he already had some guesses in his mind. Odis feigned confusion and said, "His name is Sherlock Moriarty." Klein's pupils narrowed, as if he had heard the most terrifying ghost story. He then became visibly flustered and even had the urge to run away. Ha ha ha. Odis finally couldn't help but laugh. "If you have a way to stay awake in a dream, why can't I?" Actually, it would have been more effective to say that this was Klein Moretti's dream, but they hadn't discussed anything about Tingen City, so Odis's joke went too far. At this moment, Klein's lips twitched. He had just felt the hairs on the back of his head stand on end. People can scare each other to death. He asked, "Where exactly is this place?" Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Odis laughed and said, "I learned from some sources that this is indeed a dream of an existence. As long as one appears in the ruins of the Gods' War, and falls asleep in the ruins of the Gods' War, one will appear here." Klein didn't ask any further questions, but instead said, "I'd like to go down and explore. Want to come along?" "Okay," Odis said. So the two of them went down the mountain, and Odis naturally asked, "How have you been lately?" "Still the same," Klein said. "And you?" "Relatively speaking, my life is quite exciting," Odis said. "Fighting pirates, dealing with the navy, and building an island." Klein also reflected, "Actually, my life over the past few months has been quite exciting, such as hunting pirates, doing volunteer work, and even playing the role of a naval admiral." Thinking of this, Klein's lips curled up slightly. "My life isn't as exciting as yours. But I did give you orders." Odis didn't notice the subtle upturn of Klein's lips. "Sometimes we really should get together and talk about what's been going on lately." "Well, how should I put it, our goals are roughly the same." Klein was taken aback. "It's not quite the same, is it?" He thought to himself, "I want to improve myself and get revenge on Insangwell." "Are you going to get revenge on that guy too?" Odis smiled, knowing that Klein had misunderstood him, but he did not explain at this moment, and instead changed the subject. During their conversation, the two arrived at the gates of the Black Monastery. The gate is nearly 10 meters high, and it looks quite similar to the Giant's Court on the other side of the cliff, so it doesn't seem to be designed for humans. The two people pushed the gate open slowly, revealing two somber towers and rows of black buildings connected by a covered bridge, with a plaza made of gray stones in the middle. The square was riddled with craters, studded with huge arrows, and several fires burned, suggesting it had been attacked. Frank Lee, the first mate of the USS Future, Bruce Walls, the first mate of the USS Golden Dreamland, Rupert Shawn, the second mate of the USS Argo, and other crew members were all in this huge square. Odis and Klein entered the square. Frank Lee was closest to them, shoveling rubble with a shovel. Next to him were many pieces of food that had fallen to the ground in the restaurant when the Future entered the Gods' War ruins. Klein stepped forward and asked, "What are you doing?" Frank continued working, a smile spreading across his face. "I've cultivated some little creatures. They need to bury themselves in the soil for a while before they can grow and reproduce." Klein asked with a mixture of curiosity and concern, "What are they for?" Frank spoke with a broad smile, as if talking about his own children. "They are a hybrid bacterium that can make bulls produce milk, so we will harvest more milk and allow more people to drink better milk." Klein almost covered his face. "Let those bulls go." At this moment, Odis smiled and asked Frank, "If the bulls also go to produce milk, who will plow the fields?" Frank paused noticeably for a moment. "Yeah, or should we let the cows plow the fields?" Odis was also taken aback, then he said, "I have a better idea." Frank stopped what he was doing and looked at Odis. "What are your thoughts?" Odis smiled and said, "This allows cows to focus on producing milk and bulls to focus on plowing the land." Frank, somewhat confused yet earnest, said, "That makes sense." Klein quickly turned his head away, already laughing. If this were the real world, Gehrman Sparrow's persona would have been ruined. The two continued forward and arrived at the crew of the Golden Dream. First Mate Blue and Third Mate Jodson were sparring with rapiers. Because they were in a dream, their movements were a bit sluggish, so the battle was not intense and seemed more like they were playing around. Many crew members sat on the sidelines watching, some with expressions of amusement and others with anticipation. While fighting, Blue and Jodson also kept verbally attacking each other. After Blue thrust his sword out and was blocked by Jodson, he laughed and said, "Do you think your sword swinging is cool? The captain won't pay attention to a tasteless guy like you." Jodson, however, was not angry. After thrusting his sword, he said, "The captain doesn't care about an old and rude pirate like you." Blue does look a few years older than Jodson. Most of the surrounding crew members were gloating and had no intention of mediating the fight. Odis and Klein recalled what had happened on the Golden Dream, exchanged a smile, and continued onward. Upon seeing Rupert sitting thoughtfully by the fire, Odis said, I think there must be some key clues inside the monastery. Let's go take a look. Klein, recalling the prank he had just been played on the mountain, ignored Odis's urging and quickly walked up to Rupert, who had no choice but to follow. Klein asked Rupert, what are you thinking about? Rupert looked at Klein with a blank expression and said, I was wondering, why did the mysterious queen suddenly arrive at Cruise Island yesterday? Klein was taken aback. The mysterious queen suddenly went to the island that Captain Gal was building. Then he thought of some intelligence he had heard. It seemed that the Argo was not just a simple ship flying the Elemental Dawn flag. The mysterious queen seemed to value this pirate crew very much. Odis was also taken aback, because he had not mentioned Bernadette's trip to Cruise Island to anyone on the Argo, and Rupert had gone to sea a few days earlier, so how did he know about what happened on Cruise Island? However, he soon realized that Rupert seemed to have recently found his messenger, probably because Bazel had written to Rupert after learning that the mysterious queen had arrived on Cruise Island. Then Rupert added, I'm still thinking, if the mysterious queen marries our captain in the future, will the mysterious queen marry the captain, or will the captain marry the mysterious queen? Klein's lips curled up again, barely managing to suppress a laugh. No wonder the mysterious queen valued the Sword of Dawn so much, there was another reason behind it. Odis's entire face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Rupert continued, I was thinking that it's a good thing that the captain is sometimes too reserved and has gained the appreciation of such a big shot as the mysterious queen. They're giving us hats and flags, and they only want 10% of the spoils. They're clearly interested in our captain. Our captain should. Odis interrupted, all right, stop thinking about it. If you keep thinking nonsense, I'll beat you into a brain-damaged brain, and then we'll see what you think then. Klein tried his best to suppress his laughter and continued with Odis toward the monastery. Odis explained, it's not what you think. Klein nodded, I know. You. Odis said helplessly, you know nothing. Klein felt a sense of revenge, yeah, I know what bullshit is. Odis gave a wry smile and offered no further explanation. The two of them arrived at the black gate of the monastery in silence, and Odis pushed open the gate, which was also nearly 10 meters long, on his own. Behind the main entrance is a spacious hall supported by 2 rows of sturdy stone pillars. There were no candles in the hall, it was only as the main door opened and the outside light shone in that the space became clear. Klein saw brightly colored murals, mainly in gold, on the walls and the dome. They were connected to each other without gaps, giving the place a grand and sacred feel. Thump. 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 A figure with his back to Odis and Klein was chopping a long, giant log with an axe. The figure was young, with short blonde hair, wearing a white shirt and a black vest. He was not one of the pirates from the Argo or the other 2 ships. Klein then realized something, it seemed there were other people in this area. So he went up to them and asked, what are you doing? Where is this place? The young man continued his work, why are you asking these questions? My boat has sunk, and I'm busy making a canoe. I don't have time to talk to you. Odis then said, isn't this Anderson? What are you doing here? Klein was taken aback, Captain Gal's acquaintance. Anderson looked up at Odis, mysterious admiral. Why do you know me? Odis smiled and said, you know me because of my bounty, and I know you to avoid having my head used to pay the bounty. Anderson laughed and said, only a fool would hunt, mysterious admiral. The 3 pirate crews you took down were all very strong, and they had been fighting the Fenaport Navy for the past month. The Rune Navy only offered a symbolic bounty of 10,000 pounds. It is said that you were also flying the Element Dawn flag. If I hadn't gone mad, I wouldn't have bothered you. Odis laughed, no wonder we've been waiting so long and not a single bounty hunter has come to die. Then he asked, what are you doing here? Didn't I just say? Anderson sighed. I'm making a canoe. I am now unlucky Anderson. Ever since I saw that mural, I have been plagued by bad luck. As he said this, he pointed in a direction, and Klein and Odis followed the direction he pointed in and saw a mural. The mural depicts a sea of burning flames, split in the middle to create a road. Along the road, there was a long line of people, some bowing their heads in devotion, others kneeling on the ground, praying. Their object of worship was the depths of the sea. This immediately reminded Klein of the murals that Little Sun had discovered in The Forsaken Land. Chapter 310, Chapter 309 Klein's favoritism of firepower suppression. In the shared dream of the ruins of the War of Gods, in the Black Monastery, Odis and Klein, guided by Anderson, see the mural that brings misfortune. At the head of that long pilgrimage procession was a tall, thin man with long silver hair. He had gentle features, closed eyes, and layers of wings on his back. Odis and Klein exchanged a glance. They both recognized him as Auro, the tail leader depicted in the murals of the Temple of the True Creator, which the Little Sun had shown them earlier. Odis then said, this is the On the Road mural. Klein nodded, understanding that Odis meant that these were murals left on the way to the Forsaken Land. He also discovered differences between the murals provided by Little Sun. For example, the background of this mural is a sea burning with golden flames, while the mural provided by Little Sun is a desolate and lifeless plain. The destination here is the depths of the sea, while the destination provided by Little Sun is a distant mountain with a huge cross on its summit. This mural was clearly left behind on the way to the Forsaken Land. At this moment, Odis laughed and said, "A great escape," turned into something like an outing to sketch by this King of Angels. It looks like Ulrich was drawing as he walked. Odis asked Anderson, who was continuing to build his canoe, "Where did you find these murals?" Klein was taken aback, and immediately realized that the murals in the Black Monastery must have corresponding real murals somewhere in the real world. "We've discovered a ruin," Anderson said. "In that ruin, we found quite a few special properties, as well as several magical items. Then we went inside and saw this mural." Odis asked, "You've come here together to search for treasure?" Anderson continued working on his canoe. "This sea is full of treasures. As long as you can get it and get out alive." At this moment, Klein looked into the depths of the hall and said, "Do you know what's in there?" Anderson glanced at Klein before saying, "I don't know." As he swung his axe, he said, "At least a third of my companions went there to explore, and never came back." Klein pressed further, "Do you mean the real world, or the dream world?" "Of course, it's the real world," Anderson said with a smile. "The other third of my companions were exploring in the dream, and they didn't come back either." "When?" As he spoke, Anderson's axe struck the wood again, but with a metallic clang. His axe shattered into two pieces, one of the smaller fragments shooting towards him. Bright red blood immediately flowed from between Anderson's right chest and abdomen. He covered his wound with his hand and looked at Odis and Klein, saying, "I told you, ever since I saw that mural, I've been plagued by bad luck. Fortunately, it's not too bad. At least they didn't ruin my ordinary, handsome face." Klein thought to himself, how did these two adjectives end up together? The two watched as Anderson quickly removed the shards, treated his wounds, and administered medication. They noticed that he was calm and skilled, seemingly accustomed to such treatments. Klein considered his question carefully before asking, "While your companions began their exploration, did you and the rest of the group stay behind to study the murals?" Anderson paused for a moment, then tied the medicine pouch to his belt. "No. I belong to the third that is exploring forward." As he spoke, a warm smile gradually spread across his face. Klein's pupils contracted, and he immediately hunched back and stepped back, raising the hand that wore the wriggling hunger badge. Even Odis, who knew the truth, couldn't help but take a step back. This guy deserved his bad luck. His acting was so convincing. Just then, the blinding sunlight came into view. Odis, aboard the Argo, opened her eyes and found that it was noon again outside. Odis sensed something. The moment he reached out and took out the crystal ball began to surge with spiritual energy. It was Admiral of the Stars, Katlia, trying to contact him. But after Odis established a spiritual connection, Klein appeared in the crystal ball first, asking, "What are your thoughts on Anderson, whom you met in your dream?" "I don't have any ideas," Odis smiled. "It was probably just one of his pranks." Klein was visibly taken aback, recalling Anderson's personality, and realized that such a prank was indeed possible. "I understand." He then disconnected. Odis stared at the crystal ball for a moment, then thought, "This reminds me of those people who hang up the phone incredibly fast." On the future, after disconnecting, Klein handed the crystal ball to Katlia, who was standing next to him. After receiving the crystal ball, Katlia seemed to recall for a moment before saying, "In the dream, we seem to have talked." Klein did not deny it. Yes. He first encountered Katlia, and then met Odis, who was gazing at the giant's court. Klein thus misjudged the situation, assuming that Odis, like Katlia, was in a dazed state of dreaming. Katlia then asked, "Both you and Odis can move freely in dreams?" Klein replied half-jokingly, "Yes. This is a gift from my lord." "My lord." There was a noticeable flicker in Gadria's eyes behind her glasses, but she didn't ask any further questions. Then something seemed strange. The world was able to move freely in dreams because of a gift, but what about Odis? Why could he do the same? The fleet had sailed forward for a short while when an island covered with huge trees appeared to the side and front of the future. Caldelia felt that they had been sailing for quite some time and should dock for a short rest, so she had the crew signal to the two ships behind them that the future was about to dock. The Argo and Golden Dream ships also indicated they would dock together. There is a very nice harbor on the island, where 3 ships docked one after another. Katlia said to her subordinates, "You may go out onto the island for a while, but do not venture too far in, you must remain within artillery range." Klein also came to the island, where he simply walked back and forth on the beach, enjoying the feeling of his feet touching the ground. At that moment, he noticed a black dot moving at high speed, rushing towards him from the edge of the cliff. The black dot grew larger and larger, and it turned out to be a human figure. The crew members who had disembarked to rest immediately became alert. However, Katlia, who remained on the Future, Odis, who remained on the Argo, and Edwina, who also did not disembark, simply observed the situation carefully without taking any immediate action. In other words, the target is not very dangerous. The figure drew closer, wearing a white shirt, a black vest, and short blonde hair. Klein recognized him. It was Anderson. Poor Anderson. Without hesitation, Klein, playing Gehrman Sparrow, pulled out a talisman and produced the ancient Hermes word, storm. As spiritual energy was infused, the sound of the wind in midair suddenly surged. Klein threw the talisman at Anderson without any expression. One after another, condensed into cyan wind blades shot towards the target, while Anderson raised his right hand with a smile, as if to greet him. Upon seeing the wind blade, he quickly fell to the side and rolled over repeatedly. The wind blade pierced the sand, cutting out obvious gaps, but it was still a little short and failed to hit the target. Anderson shouted, "I have no hostility. No malice. I can have Edwina as my witness." Admiral Starr also disembarked from the ship and stopped Klein, who was continuing to take the talismans. Anderson hood. Klein recalled his conversation with Odis earlier, so he stopped attacking. However, he was a little puzzled as to why Anderson would have Lieutenant General Iceberg testify for him. Although he didn't throw out any new spells, Klein kept a close eye on Anderson. Anderson, with his blonde hair, quickly explained, half laughing and half crying, "I was just joking in the dream to lighten the mood. Don't you think it's great to suddenly have a scary environment?" Klein said coldly, "I don't think so." Anderson paused for a moment before forcing a smile and continuing, "I was planning to tell you that I was joking and ask for your help, hoping you could come and take me away, but then the dream ended. Damn it. This is so unlucky." Klein then took out a coin and performed a divination in front of Anderson to confirm that he was not lying, and then said nothing more. Then, to dispel everyone's concerns, Anderson took the initiative to tell his own story, which was similar to what he had said in his dream. He had formed a treasure hunting team with some bounty hunters and came to the ruins of God's War to search for treasure. At first, they found a lot of good things, but after they saw the mural that appeared in their dream, the whole team became very unlucky. In just 2 days, team members died or went missing for various reasons. Anderson was quite strong, which is why he managed to swim to the island despite the constant misfortunes. As he was building the canoe, his axe, much like in his dream, shattered in two. After recounting his experience, Anderson smiled at the Star Admiral and said, "Would I have the honor of boarding your ship and leaving? I will pay the fare." Caldelia said, "I have no problem with that, but if you want to board another ship, you need the other captain's permission." Although she had received payment from Klein for the boat trip, which brought him to the ruins of the God's War. However, once on the high seas, Captain Katlia held unquestionable authority in dealing with matters concerning the future. Anderson's gaze lingered between the future and the golden dream before he said, "Of course I'd like to board the future. Katlia asked bluntly, "Why didn't you choose the golden dream?" Anderson chuckled twice. "When I was in school with Edwina, we didn't get along very well." This answer surprised Klein slightly. "You went to school. You were classmates with Lieutenant General Iceberg." "I grant your request," Katlia said, "but once we leave the sea, you must give me half of your belongings. If you have nothing, then I will take nothing." Anderson paused for a few seconds before saying, "Deal." He then laughed and said, "I must remind you that although my misfortune is limited to myself, you should still be careful, as it might attract monsters." "Of course, I believe." Just as I finished speaking, the entire island trembled slightly, and dust billowed out from the primeval forest. Anderson's lips twitched visibly. Could it be that a monster has really arrived? As they were speaking, a figure nearly 3 meters tall appeared at the edge of the primitive island. Its entire body is grayish-white, seemingly composed of giant rocks, and the pits and craters on its face form rather abstract facial features. "Stone Giant," Katlia whispered the monster's name. At this moment, Odis, who had been looking out from the deck and had basically heard their conversation, shouted the order, "Bow machine guns, aim the water bombs, fire." Just as Katlia was about to remind her that ordinary cannons would have little effect on this monster. Because its core is one of the main materials of the Guardian in the Warrior Pathway Sequence 5, it has very high defensive capabilities. But before she could speak, the turret at the bow of the Argo suddenly changed position and unleashed a barrage of blue shells at the Stone Giant. These shells did not explode, but they still forced the Stone Giant to retreat repeatedly. Some trees in the primeval forest were unfortunately hit, and were instantly cut in half by the highly penetrating water bullets. The stones around the Stone Giant that were unfortunately hit by the bullets were either pierced directly or smashed in half. In that area, fallen trees and broken branches flew everywhere, and rubble and soil bounced around. After the Stone Giant withstood several cannonballs, cracks began to appear on its body. Soon it could not hold on any longer, its extraordinary defensive power disappeared, and water bullets pierced its body, First its limbs were broken off, then its head was blown off, and finally its torso split into several pieces and fell to the ground. Odis raised his hand. Cease fire. 2 or 3 seconds later, the pebbles and branches that had been kicked up finally fell to the ground. The crew members of the Future and Golden Dream were stunned. They had initially thought that the Argo, being such a small ship, wouldn't have much firepower. To their surprise, just one cannon on the Argo had such power. On the beach, Anderson spoke first. With such intense shelling, even someone as agile as me would find it difficult to dodge. The only solution he could think of was to summon fire crows to engage the cannon in a firefight, and in the process, retreat as quickly as possible to escape the cannon's range. Klein and Gadria also put themselves in the shoes of the stone giant they had just encountered, thinking about how they would deal with such an attack if they were that stone giant. Katlia immediately thought of several targeted spells, but before that, she had to get close enough to attack the target. She then realized that it was impossible to get close to the cannon while it was firing, and she had no confidence in blocking all the shells. The only way was to temporarily leave the firing range and look for another opportunity. Klein discovered that without his creeping hunger, he would have had a hard time escaping. At this moment, Odis, who was looking into the distance from the deck, said, "Strange, this stone giant has not extracted any extraordinary materials. In this sea area, there are some extraordinary creatures that do not contain extraordinary materials," Katlia explained. Odis looked at Anderson and laughed. "Is this your bad luck, or mine?" Anderson said with a wry smile, "It must be my bad luck. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look." Odis sighed, "I was just thinking of having you run around inside the island to attract some monsters and bring them here. I would then use the machine gun to wipe them out, and we would split the materials we got. I don't have that thought anymore." Klein thought to himself, "Is this the legendary, luring monsters?" Anderson breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, "Looks like there's a benefit to being unlucky." With the stone giant incident, the rest period on the island ended early, and the fleet set sail again. On the Argo. Odis was in the bridge, watching the navigators draw up nautical charts, when he suddenly sensed the spiritual fluctuations of the crystal ball. He took out the crystal ball and saw that it was Katlia contacting him again. After establishing a connection, Gehrman Sparrow appeared. The other party expressed their desire to visit the Argo. Odis knew that Klein was very curious about the extraordinary machine gun, so he agreed to the other party's request. A few minutes later, Klein used the flight spell to land on the deck of the Argo. Odis greeted him on the deck, tired of being on the Future. Klein used Gehrman Sparrow's analogy, "Didn't you just say in your dream that we should get together more often?" Odis gestured for him to proceed and smiled, saying, "I didn't expect you to be so proactive." Klein didn't follow Odis to the restaurant, but instead looked at the extraordinary machine gun on the bow of the ship. "When I came before, I didn't have a chance to see it. Aren't you going to show me around and introduce the weapons here now?" He was indeed very interested in this machine gun because it was exactly the kind of firepower suppression he had previously admired. "All right," Odis said. "You've seen this extraordinary machine gun before, it's actually a modified version." Over the past month, Odis has used the convenience provided by the alchemy glasses to upgrade the weapons on the Argo. While its power isn't significantly greater, it's more convenient and easier to use than before. For example, regarding the extraordinary machine gun of the gate, Odis explained, in previous versions, the firing angle was limited, and targets above 70 degrees could not be hit. The improved version has the following slide. Klein just noticed that there's a slide in the middle of the turret, dividing the entire turret in two. Does this allow for 180-degree firing with no blind spots? There are still blind spots, Odis smiled. After all, you can't shoot downwards. If the enemy gets close enough, you won't be able to hit them. Furthermore, to prevent crew error, shells could not be fired at angles that might hit the sails or bridge of the Argo. Klein exclaimed, "That's so advanced." Although he had never visited the ironclad ships of Rune, in his memory, ironclad ships only had some large-caliber cannons and did not seem to have such flexible and powerful weapons. He then asked, "What if the enemy gets close to the Argo?" Odis answered Klein's question with action, calling out to an extraordinary puppet, "Open that extraordinary machine gun." Following the captain's instructions, the extraordinary puppet opened a wooden crate standing upright on the port side of the Argo. These wooden crates look quite sturdy, but they are actually very easy to open. Once the lock in the middle is opened, the crates can be tilted to the sides, revealing the metal gun racks and machine guns inside. The extraordinary machine gun is mounted upright, so it doesn't take up much space. Once the extraordinary puppet pulls out the retaining ring, the angle of the machine gun firing can be freely changed, and it can hit even directly below the ship's side. Klein had previously wondered why the Argo had several wooden crates fixed to its side, but now he understood that the crates were full of weapons. Just as Odis was about to lead Klein on the tour, the two of them, as if sensing something, looked together at the future ahead. The two men saw that the cannons on the future were spitting out milk. Klein remarked, "In these waters, Frank is more dangerous than Heath Doyle, the second officer of the USS Future, and even more dangerous than Anderson." In a previous dream, Frank mentioned that he was researching something that could make bulls produce milk. Whether that thing would actually make bulls produce milk was uncertain, but what was certain was that it made the cannons on the future ship produce milk. Odis recalling the relevant events, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding sea, "It's very likely the result of Anderson and Frank adding together." Klein nodded, "That makes sense." At this moment, they saw a large number of vines suddenly emerge from the deck of the future. In just over 10 seconds, the nearly 100-meter-long giant ship turned into a forest of vines. Klein also realized something was wrong, but instead of rushing back to provide support, he chose to observe further and find the source of the strange phenomenon. Then they heard Katlia's amplified voice, "Perhaps the breath of the Earth Mother Goddess remains here." Odis was unfazed, but Klein was quite surprised. The words of the Star Admiral overturned his previous guesses about a divine war in this sea area. "It's here." Odis's sudden, seemingly random words brought Klein back to his senses. At the same time, he saw a giant hand suddenly emerge from beneath the sea and slap the side of the future. The hand has 5 long fingers, nearly half a meter long, and is a grayish-black color that seems devoid of any life. Then it grabbed the side of the boat and quickly climbed upwards, pulling out the part below the sea inch by inch. The monster seemed to be haphazardly pieced together from countless gray and black corpses. Behind its enormous hand was a withered arm, which itself came from the corpse of a giant. The giant's single eye was tightly closed, and several heads were stuck to its neck. From beneath those heads extended fish-like bodies covered in scales, the remains of lizards, and twisted human corpses. Layer upon layer, they formed floating island-like chunks of meat. From the different corpses and from the gaps between the pieces, streams of yellowish-green gas emanated and spread outwards, seemingly enveloping the area. Odis remarked, "The higher-level abilities of the cultivator pathway are very similar to those of the death pathway." He now suddenly understands why sequence 3 of this pathway is called the coffin bearer. Klein paused for a moment, but still didn't rush back to help because he couldn't think of a good solution. Immediately, the mystical symbols on the future lit up in distinct layers, transforming the entire ship into a dazzling sea of stars. The pervasive yellowish-green gas was blocked by starlight. Bosun Nina and First Mate Frank were leading the sailors to adjust the sails and get away from this area as quickly as possible. However, the enormous, gray-black monster had already wrapped itself around the front of the ship, and its underwater body was connected to something unknown, forcibly holding back the future. Odis immediately gave the order, "Turn left and proceed forward 4 steps. Set distance from the future and prepare the bow guns for fire." The Golden Dream followed the Argo as it turned. As the Argo came to the side of the future, Odis was about to order the cannons to fire when the atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Everyone's emotions were affected, and even Odis felt like he had become an emotionless zombie. At this critical moment, a giant sailing ship, also nearly 100 meters long, emerged from the void in the sea ahead. The ship was predominantly black with a hint of dark green, and its pale mainsail was painted with a blooming, jet-black tulip. This is the flagship of Admiral Ludwell, the Black Tulip. It is said to be a frequent visitor to this area, and it is unknown what it is searching for here. Klein's gaze sharpened. Although the Black Tulip did not launch an attack immediately, it was clearly observing and would launch an attack as soon as the opportunity arose. After glancing at the other party, Odis said to the pilot, "Start charging the spirit wave cannon." The bow's extraordinary machine gun fires at the chest and abdomen of the monster that's entangled with the future. If we only shoot the arm, the target is too small and it's easy to accidentally injure the future. Bang 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 bang. The extraordinary machine gun began firing, and a series of shells hit the monster, exploding and spreading in flames, causing both explosions and fire. In an instant, severed limbs flew everywhere, breaking the monster in 2 from its chest and abdomen. The future was finally able to move forward. At the same time, while defending against the enemy's toxic gas, Katlia organized her men to cut off the 5 fingers of the giant hand, and the upper half of the corpse fell into the sea. But in the instant of the fall, many corpses that were connected together suddenly separated from the giant's corpse and used the giant's corpse as a springboard to jump onto the future. The crew of the future immediately launched a counterattack, but they soon discovered that the severed parts of the corpses suddenly transformed into a new monster. The injured monster then grew back its severed body. As a result, the number of monsters on the deck increased with each kill. At this moment, the Black Tulip suddenly moved out, and the ship's cannons were aimed at the future for a round of calibration firing. Odis and Klein were both slightly taken aback. They hadn't expected the Black Tulip to launch an attack on its own initiative. Odis immediately realized that, from the perspective of the Black Tulip, the scene of the Argo firing at the future looked like the Argo was driving the giant corpse to attack the future while simultaneously using its cannons to attack the future. Admiral Ludwell planned to attack from both sides, severely damage the future, and then retreat immediately. Even if they can't severely damage the future, given the speed of the enemy, they can quickly withdraw from the battlefield and avoid being attacked by the future. This is a common tactic of pirates, kicking someone when they're down. Whether or not the stone hits the person at the bottom of the well is irrelevant, the main thing is to take advantage of this moment to throw the stone out so that they will feel comfortable. Odis stopped Klein, who was about to play the adventurer and rushed towards the black tulip. Klein paused for a moment, but did not try to be brave. He held the talisman he had taken out tightly in his hand and did not use it. Odis observed the battle situation on the deck of the future. The situation was not too critical, but it would take time to get rid of those monsters. After a moment's thought, he ordered the cockpit, lingbow cannon, fire at the black tulip. The next second, Klein saw a tiny point of light being launched at an extremely high speed, and because of the close distance, it hit the black tulip almost instantly. Boom. Klein watched in astonishment as the explosion enveloped the black tulip and formed a mushroom-like cloud of smoke in midair. Immediately following was a violent shockwave. Because the explosion had occurred just a few kilometers away, the shockwave and the resulting waves and air currents caused the future to tilt severely, as if it were about to capsize. After the seawater relieved the pressure, the Mirai ship was able to right itself. Many monsters on the ship fell into the sea. Although some crew members were also thrown out, Katlia intervened in time and caught them with starlight that materialized, then thrown them back onto the deck. The next second, the shockwave reached the Argo and Golden Dream, which were a little further away. Klein then came to his senses and quickly dove down to reduce the area in contact with the shockwave. Immediately afterwards, the Argo also shook violently. At that moment, Klein felt like a leaf in a storm, extremely small and helpless. Fortunately, thanks to the enhanced physique from the Joker ability and his excellent balance, Klein managed to grab the ship's side and avoid being thrown off. Jumping back onto the deck of the Argo, Klein saw that Odis had already used the defense scroll to block the violent shockwave, and he was standing there unharmed. Klein glanced at the Golden Dream behind him. The large sailing ship was now radiating a golden light, having withstood the shockwave with its extraordinary design. The explosion several kilometers away ceased, and Klein saw that the black tulip had been sunk. Chapter 311, Chapter 310 The Library of the Moor's Penitentiary. Charge! Ram the black tulip! Odis shouted the order. He knew perfectly well that the flagship of Hell Admiral was a ghost ship far more powerful than the Skull and the Ghost, and that a single spirit wave cannon shell would be utterly incapable of destroying it. It appears to have sunk, with only a small portion of its hull floating on the surface, but it should be able to return to the surface at any time. Klein understood Odis's concerns and kept an eye on the black tulip on the deck, ready to strike at any moment. This book is first published online by Dot. The Golden Dream followed closely behind, preparing to join the Argo in a further pincer attack on the black tulip. Currently, the future ship carries Gadria, Anderson, and others who do not require assistance. If Odis and Edwina were to board the ship with their subordinates without warning, it might lead to misunderstandings. Then it would be better to launch a full-scale attack on the black tulip. The combined forces of Admiral Mystery and Vice Admiral Iceberg should theoretically be enough to take down Admiral Hell. Of course, this is only in theory, because there is still the huge variable of the black tulip. At the level of pirate generals, the ships they pilot are by no means ordinary vessels. Whoosh! Just as Odis had predicted, the black tulip flipped itself up from the seabed shortly after the Argo's attack began. The attack of the spirit wave cannon was very sudden. By the time Hell General Ludwell sensed the danger, Odis had already given the order to fire. So Ludwell took emergency measures, causing the black tulip to capsize completely into the sea and summoning the undead for protection. But it was a giant ship over 100 meters long, it wasn't something that could be capsized so easily. The violent explosion and turbulent roll had already damaged the black tulip, with one mast broken and a large section of the hull severely displaced, as if that section of the hull could fall apart at any moment. Even for a ghost ship, such damage would be quite severe. Upon seeing the Argo and the Golden Dream charging towards him, the Hell Admiral immediately summoned a massive gateway to the underworld adorned with intricate patterns. With a creak, the door swung open suddenly, filling the surroundings with an indescribable sense of profound stillness and death. Inside the gate was an impenetrable, boundless darkness, like a black hole, seemingly swallowing all the light that shone through. In the darkness, it seemed as if countless indescribable eyes were hidden in the deep gloom, densely packed everywhere, yet their specific forms remained unseen. Then, one after another, skinless, bloody arms reached out and firmly grasped the black tulip. Black vines, resembling the faces of infants, stretched out and tightly bound the black tulip. They were struggling to pull the flagship of Hell Admiral so that the giant ship could enter the underworld as soon as possible. Odis immediately ordered, Spirit-Destroying Cannon, charge up. The two mechanical rods that extended from the lingbow cannon, which had a mechanical aesthetic, suddenly slid to the sides of the cannon, and the two bone-white mechanical rods immediately extended out of their original positions. This is also a new design, which allows for the rapid replacement of the barrel when changing guns. At this point, half of the Black Tulip had already entered the massive bronze gate. Once Odis had finished charging, he immediately ordered, "Target, gate to the underworld, launch." A pale beam of light shot out and struck the gate of the underworld, almost instantly. The enormous gate to the underworld trembled violently, and the arms and dark blue vines that stretched out from it were instantly shredded by the spirit-destroying cannon. The undead on the Black Tulip were also affected, with most of them lying on the deck and turning into real corpses. The remaining undead stood there motionless, and Ludwell was unable to give them any commands. Even Ludwell himself dared not look directly at the pale white beam of light. For a moment, the Black Tulip was stuck there, half in the underworld and half in the real world. Ugh. The gate of the underworld suddenly emitted a strange, wailing sound, first tilting, then tilting faster and faster, before crashing into the sea. However, before the gate to the underworld could completely collapse, it suddenly became illusory and eventually disappeared from the real world. Then, as if a cold wind was blowing in all directions, it stirred up many icy waves. This sight once again left Klein and the crew of the Golden Dream speechless with astonishment. They had never seen the gate to the underworld being smashed down by an extraordinary weapon before. Not only them, but even Admiral Ludwell was stunned. He had almost escaped, but now he was back in the real world. Having had similar experience before, Odis and his crew remained calm and, taking advantage of the previous opportunity, had already approached the Black Tulip. "Activate Sharp Edge." Odis shouted the order again. A white light appeared at the bow of the Argo, which quickly solidified, as if an extra cone-shaped section of the ship's hull had appeared. Thump. The Argo, traveling at a speed of forward 4, collided with the Black Tulip, which was over 100 meters long, crashing directly into its hull, breaking the mainmast, and nearly splitting the Admiral in two. The Black Tulip was much taller than the Argo. Odis and Klein had to look up to see Ludwell wearing a metal mask. Meanwhile, the deck of the Black Tulip, and even the level below it, was higher than the deck of the Argo. On the deck below, Odis saw two skeletons emitting a pale, faint glow, standing motionless. The impact was so violent, yet they weren't knocked down. Just as Odis was about to charge at the General of Hell, Ludwell uttered a series of difficult syllables, the language of the dead, which the living could not understand. The two skulls in the cabin suddenly moved and turned to look at Odis and Klein on the deck of the Argo. They bent their legs, jumped over, and reached out to grab the two people on the deck. Immediately afterwards, figures emerged from the cabin. They were either skeletons or visibly decaying corpses. Without exception, they all emitted a pale white light, clearly distinguishing them from normal zombies and skeletons. This is the culmination of the Black Tulip's long-term accumulation. This ship can enhance undead, evil spirits, and skeletons, but it will take a long time to complete the process. If we hadn't stormed the deck of this ghost ship, we wouldn't have needed these enhanced undead artifacts at all. At this moment, the skeletons and the undead swarmed out of the cabin. Klein and Odis both chose to retreat tactically, giving the undead and skeletons enough space. Klein's gloves were suddenly bathed in a golden light. He made a gesture of embracing the sun, and a pure and holy light descended from the sky, purifying the few undead and skeletons charging in front. Ludwell, who had originally planned to rush over together, stopped and chose to continue observing. At this moment, more than a dozen extraordinary puppets had completed their formation and, under the command of Second Vice Admiral Rupert and others, were charging towards the skeletons and undead. Odis suddenly shouted, "Let's go." He summoned Star Sand with his right hand and used flying to fly towards Ludwell. Klein immediately understood Odis's intention and used the Sailor Domain spell as well, rushing towards Hell Admiral with him. Ludwell looked at the two men, opened his mouth again, and uttered the words of the dead. Odis and Klein, who were flying in midair, suddenly felt their muscles stiffen and their joints become difficult to bend, as if their spirits were suddenly unable to control their bodies. Klein quickly raised his hand, completing the spirit form switch in Crawling Hunger, Mental Pierce. Ludwell's words of the dead attack paused, and Odis and Klein immediately felt much better. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Odis immediately used the power of the travel ring to appear behind Ludwell. Harvest. He sent Ludwell flying with a single punch. Stepping onto the deck of the Black Tulip, Odis immediately felt a chill rise from the soles of his feet and spread throughout his body. However, this chill wouldn't affect Odis immediately, and his combo continued, imprisonment. Ludwell, who had just fallen to the ground, lost his composure. The small skull pendant he wore around his neck suddenly cracked, emitting a puff of white smoke. Odis's combo had reached its climax, death. Another heavy blow struck, and Ludwell was seriously injured. He quickly summoned the vengeful spirits that guarded the ship to shield him. As Odis watched the shrieking vengeful spirits drifting out of the cabin, he tossed a spirit explosion scroll over. After a silent explosion, a vortex seemed to form around the scroll, instantly pulverizing the nearby vengeful spirits. Even the vengeful spirits that were farther away seemed to be thrown away by some kind of shockwave. Klein, who was originally going to help stop these vengeful spirits, suddenly stopped in his tracks, feeling that he wouldn't be able to help at all by coming along. At this moment, Odis faced Ludwell again and used her battle hypnosis ability to make the Hell General temporarily give up resisting. At that moment, Odis and Klein both felt a strong sense of unease, and the two of them flew into the air again. Suddenly, two enormous mouths full of sharp teeth appeared where the two of them had just been standing, and they bit down hard on the two people in midair. Klein's gloves were once again enveloped in a golden glow, and a pure beam of light reappeared, meeting the two gigantic mouths, purifying and dispelling them. At this moment, Odis and Klein noticed that the heavily damaged Black Tulip had suddenly undergone a significant change. The entire ship, which was approaching the Argo, suddenly split open like a giant, monstrous mouth, about to devour the Argo. Odis and Klein's spirituality immediately reminded them of the pendant around Ludwell's neck earlier, which was clearly a process of calling for help. The reinforcements they summoned were at least at the level of demigods. However, this sea area is extremely dangerous for demigods, so that demigod must be hiding in the underworld, maneuvering the Black Tulip to launch a counterattack. In other words, under the control of the demigod, the Black Tulip has more uses. Without a second thought, Odis and Klein immediately chose to retreat. Even though the demigod couldn't show himself, it was still extremely dangerous for the two of them. Full speed back. Odis shouted the order. However, the Argo seemed to be stuck and could not reverse. As the crack in the Black Tulip widened, the bow of the Argo was now caught in the grip of the Black Tulip. Just then, a cylindrical, rich, golden light suddenly struck the Black Tulip. The light pierced through the ghost ship, leaving a huge hole in its open mouth. Odis and Klein saw that the Golden Dream had come to their aid and attacked the Black Tulip with the Purification Cannon. The Purification Cannon only has its extraordinary effects when 5 Priests of Light perform the ritual together, and it can only be used 10 times. After 10 uses, 5 Priests of Light must be invited to perform the ritual again. Without the church's backing, such a cannon simply couldn't be maintained. However, the Purification Cannon was also very powerful, causing the Black Tulip to unleash the Argo. The Argo was then able to reverse and leave the danger zone. Immediately afterwards, another huge gate to the underworld appeared on the sea surface. With a creak, it opened instantly, and the next second, the wrecked Black Tulip entered the underworld. Thump. The gate to the underworld quickly closed and disappeared into the void. If it weren't for the living corpses and skeleton remains on the deck of the Argo, one would have the illusion that the fierce battle had never happened. Odis ordered the extraordinary puppet to clean the deck, while simultaneously using flag signals to express his gratitude to the Golden Dream. Then Odis said to Klein, "So close. We were almost there, 55,000 pounds. The bounty for General of Hell is 55,000 pounds, and that's a national bounty. If we activate the relevant channels of the Church of the Goddess of Night, we should also be able to receive the bounty from the Republic of Intis. Even if we don't receive the full amount, we can still get a little over 100,000 pounds in total." Klein also felt it was a bit of a pity, because if he had given Mr. Gar at most 3 more seconds, he could have taken down Hell General. Klein then gained a new understanding of Captain Gar's strength. He could kill a lone Sequence 5 within 10 seconds. Then Odis looked at the sea with some frustration. "After searching for so long, we haven't caught anything." Klein said, "Given what happened just now, we're lucky we even managed to escape." Odis laughed and said, "You really know how to comfort people." With the deck cleared, the Argo and Golden Dream returned to rejoin the future, by which time the monsters on the future had been eliminated. After a short rest, the crew held a funeral for the crew members who had just died on the deck of the future. After resetting its course, the fleet continued forward. After sailing for more than an hour, the Argo and Golden Dream separated from the future at the designated location. A few dozen nautical miles ahead, they reached the approximate location of the psychedelic red coral mentioned by the old man Kent. The island with mermaids was in another direction, and they would have to sail for a while longer. Seeing that everything was normal on the sea, Odis returned to his studio. As soon as he sat down, he felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, he stood up from his seat and opened the bedroom door. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Bernadette, dressed in dark trousers and a top, was reclining in an armchair, looking at the sea through the porthole with a contented expression. Odis was taken aback. "You didn't go with Katlia." Bernadette smiled slightly. "What? You're not welcoming me?" "Welcome," Odis said. "I feel relieved with you here." After all, Odis was unsure what would happen on the rest of the voyage, and felt somewhat uncertain. Odis, seated in his chair, asked, "Has the purpose of our voyage been achieved?" "Soon," Bernadette replied simply. Then she asked, "Do you know whose dream it is after nightfall?" Odis shook his head. "I don't know." Bernadette took a deep breath, try not to actively explore that dream, it's very dangerous. Odis smiled and said, I know. He leaned back in his chair and said, why didn't you make a move just now? We could have even split Ludwell's bounty. That would only trigger a battle at the demigod level, Bernadette said. I don't dare to mobilize too much power in the waters near the ruins of the gods. Odis said, oh, that demigod was lucky, otherwise he would have become the mysterious queen spoils. Bernadette laughed and said, that's not necessarily true. Demigods who use the death pathway are very difficult to kill. Then she asked, what are your thoughts on the monster that attacked the future just now? I didn't expect there to be remnants of the power of the Earth Mother Goddess here. Odis said, since entering the ruins of the gods' war, higher-level powers such as the Singer pathway, the Reader pathway, and the Sleepless pathway have appeared. Bernadette said, there are also the powers of the Mystic pathway and the Audience pathway. Odis pondered for a moment, you mean the sea area where the panting sound came from? And the stone giant we killed earlier? Bernadette nodded, while Odis frowned and said, a battle involving so many high-level beings inevitably brings to mind the Great Cataclysm at the end of the Third Epoch. So, it's possible that we can find an entrance to the Forsaken Land in the sea area. Bernadette clearly had a similar guess. At this moment, the light outside began to dim again, and night quickly descended upon the sea area. Odis quickly lay down on the bed, and before closing her eyes, she heard the mysterious queen say, I need to confirm something. In the dream, I won't continue discussing the previous issue with you. Before Odis could react, he found himself in a long corridor. The doors to each room were open, and inside were rows and rows of bookshelves filled with neatly arranged books. Odis then realized that Bernadette seemed to be able to perform more actions in the dream. He wasn't surprised by this, after all, this was a demigod. Odis guessed that he was currently inside the Black Monastery, which was indeed quite dangerous, and it was best not to explore it. However, those dangers are usually inside closed doors. Open doors like the one in front of us don't pose much of a problem. So Odis decided to read a book in his dream. Stepping into the room in front of him, Odis saw Edwina reading a book in front of the bookshelf. Sensing someone enter, Edwina looked up and said, I thought there was no one else here. Odis was taken aback, you can maintain consciousness in a dream. After seeing the information you mentioned in your letter about the ruins of the gods' war, I made some preparations, Edwina said. Among them was finding a secret technique that allows one to remain conscious in a dream. However, in actual application, the effect is not very good. Once you enter the dream, you can only stay where you are and cannot explore the surroundings. Odis nodded slowly. No wonder he didn't see General Iceberg when he entered the shared dream last time. Are there any good books here? Odis asked, walking toward Edwina. After taking only 2 steps, the two seemed to sense something and looked towards the doorway together. A woman in her 30s appeared at the doorway. She was dressed in a classical robe, wore a classical wizard's hat, and held a staff. She smiled and said, it's been a long time since anyone has come here to read. Odis and Edwina immediately became alert, because the woman was not a crew member on the 3 ships, including the Argo. Of course, Odis appeared quite relaxed on the surface, we just met, and I didn't expect there to be so many books here. He then introduced himself, saying, my name is Gar. What is your name? My name is Teresa, the woman said with a smile as she entered. This used to be the library of our Moss Ascetic Order. Odis paused for a moment, back then. The Moss Order? The woman who called herself Teresa had just said something so revealing that Odysseus was momentarily at a loss for words. Edwina, who was standing nearby, suddenly said, Miss Teresa, your staff is very special. Is it a goose staff? Teresa smiled and said, I didn't expect anyone to recognize the goose's staff. Odis had never heard of such a staff, so he asked, what kind of staff is it? I also saw it by chance in a book, Edwina said. It is said that the craftsmanship of that kind of staff originated from the elven race, and that the craftsmanship was lost in the 4th Age. Edwina emphasized the phrase, quaternary period, and Odis immediately understood what she meant. She was guessing that the person in front of her was not a modern person. Odis examined Teresa again and saw that her clothing was indeed very different from modern clothing, but it was not the asymmetrical style of the quaternary period. This is one of the 3 existing goose's staffs. Teresa was clearly pleased that the staff in her hand had been recognized. This lady is a learned person. Odis nodded in acknowledgement. In many respects, he was indeed less learned than someone native like Edwina. Then he asked, Madam, what is your purpose in coming to this area? Of course we're here to find the library that rightfully belongs to us. Teresa said. I'm lucky to have found this place after going through so many hardships. She looked at the rows of bookshelves and smiled with satisfaction, then I stayed here to protect them. Odis said politely, I'm sorry, we looked through the books here without your permission. It's all right. In response to Odis's politeness, Teresa also said very politely, the great sage, once said that kings and beggars have the same right to learn. Whoever comes to the library of the Moss Ascetic Order should not be stingy in imparting knowledge to them and discussing issues with them. Edwina was about to ask, is it the hidden sage? However, he was stopped by Odis's gaze, because he was not sure if the sage was the hidden sage. If he asked the wrong question, it would easily ruin the harmonious atmosphere of the conversation. Odis pondered for a moment before smiling and saying, you should be able to tell that I am an extraordinary individual on the secret seeker path, and I long to join the Moss Ascetic Order. I just didn't have the right channels, but I never expected to be fortunate enough to enter the library of the Moss Ascetic. He told the other party about his approach as a strategy, to be frank about his situation first, and then ask questions. Moreover, Odis estimated that the other party should be able to see through his approach. Odis then asked, I've heard that the Moss Ascetic Order is a very ancient organization, but I'm not entirely sure what kind of organization it is. Could you please explain? Of course, Teresa readily agreed. The Order of Morth was an organization founded by the Great Sage in the Second Age. The original members all saw the first profane tablet. Edwina was clearly taken aback, because as far as she knew, the Morse Penitentiary seemed to be an organization established during the Tertiary period. However, she did not refute it, but chose to listen quietly. Teresa continued, our principle is to fight madness with knowledge and to fight distortion with asceticism. In that long dark age, the Moss Ascetic was a beacon of wisdom, illuminating the way forward for those who were lost. The great sage and the equally great sun god led humanity in fighting against the ancient gods, and ultimately established a third era dominated by humankind. That period was referred to by extraordinary scholars as the Twin Era. Odis almost showed a surprised expression. Twins refers to the sage and the ancient sun god. I always thought it was the era when the ancient gods coexisted with the ancient sun god, or it referred to the more active giant king and elf king. He was well aware that the sun god Teresa referred to must be the ancient sun god, because although the eternal sun was the currently recognized sun god, it had never called itself the sun god. Because if he calls himself the sun god, his followers, when praying to him or performing corresponding rituals, are likely to be referring to the ancient sun god. He calls himself the eternal sun to distinguish himself from the ancient sun god. The more learned Edwina also realized that the sage and the hidden sage were not the same thing. At least, the Moss Ascetic that Teresa mentioned was not the same as the Moss Ascetic in her memory. Although the Moss Ascetic is not a particularly evil secret organization, it often creates some bizarre and extraordinary cases. It has no awareness or magnanimity to impart knowledge to ordinary people. It seems that all they teach is madness and corruption. Later, for unknown reasons, the sages always fell into a deep sleep, Teresa continued. So in the middle of the Third Age, many extraordinary beings only knew about the Moss Ascetic Order but were unaware of the existence of the sages. By the Fourth Age, the sage appeared even less frequently, only stepping forward when outer gods invaded. Wait a minute, Odis said, thinking he had misheard. You mean, the invasion of the outer gods? Teresa was taken aback. You know about the outer gods. All I know is that they are evil gods, Odis said. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics. It's better not to know, Teresa said. If you at your level knew this knowledge, you would be corrupted. Odis nodded, vaguely remembering that this knowledge was dangerous and could only be recalled in the wilderness of knowledge. Then he recalled the scene he saw in the crystal skull and roughly understood that the sage must be in a very poor state, so he often fell into a deep sleep and struggled with divinity. Edwina listened intently, as she had only just grasped the concept of outer gods today. That history is indeed little known now, Teresa continued. The barrier formed before the original creator fell asleep was created unconsciously and has many flaws. During the Second Age, some outer gods attempted to corrupt the ancient gods by exploiting those loopholes. At the beginning of the Third Age, through the joint efforts of the sage and the sun god, the barrier was modified, making it impossible for the outer gods to penetrate it. But when the sun god fell, all the efforts made back then were in vain, and the power of the outer gods became active again. Only the sages could fight against them. Odis nodded, sensing that this must be very important information, but he also knew that such associations could only be made in the wilderness of knowledge, so he simply memorized the information carefully. Teresa added, it is said that the sage has already devised a way to repair the barrier, but when I arrived in this sea, his plan had not yet been implemented. Odis was taken aback. Could that plan be to have the seven gods fill the hole? Chapter 312, Chapter 311 Fantasy and Reality. At this moment, Odis also realized that Teresa, who was guarding the library of the Moss Ascetic, was indeed not a modern person. She must have arrived here during the Fourth Age, and the way that sage repaired the barrier was very likely that the gods moved their divine kingdoms to the astral plane to prevent the outer gods from infiltrating the real world. Odis then asked further, why aren't you wearing those asymmetrical clothes? This is a privilege reserved for members of the Moss Ascetic Order, since the Solomon Empire, Teresa smiled. you're not wearing any either, are you? Odis replied, somewhat confused, because asymmetrical clothing is no longer required. Taiwanese novel website TV.tv. Teresa was taken aback. Knight Emperor, Trensis did not unify the northern continent. When I set off, the war launched by the Trencist Empire against the Tudor Empire had already gained an absolute advantage. Iceberg General, Edwina's eyes lit up as she listened intently to the conversation between the two. Odis finally determined that this Teresa was a figure from the end of the Age of the Four Emperors, which was more than 1,000 years ago. So he said, the Empire of Trencist has indeed perished. Teresa paused for a moment. What about the Sage and the Knight Emperor's plan? Odis asked, what plan? Teresa, who was always quick to answer questions, did not immediately reply to this one. Instead, she smiled and said, it seems they didn't succeed. Otherwise, you would have heard about their plan. Then she asked, what happened after the fall of the Terensast Empire? Did the Emperor of the Underworld achieve final victory? No, the Emperor of the Underworld did launch an attack on the northern continent. Odis then briefly recounted the events of the Pale Age that followed. Edwina never imagined that the Pale Era would cause such great damage to the northern continent. Teresa listened quietly to Odis's account, then said with certainty that Sage must have fallen into a deep sleep at that time, otherwise he would not have allowed such a tragedy to happen. Seeing that the conversation had reached this point, Odis said, I have only heard of a hidden sage, who is the god of the Ascetic Order of Moss. Teresa was immediately shocked. The sage. The sage, he. No, I have to go back and see what's going on. She keenly realized that hidden sage and sage are two different things. But after a brief moment of shock, she smiled bitterly and said, I almost forgot, I'm already dead. The other party seemed to have said it casually, but Odis and Edwina immediately adopted a defensive stance. Odis thought to himself, since he's dead, he shouldn't come out and chat with people anymore, it's kind of scary. Seeing their expressions, Teresa explained, don't worry, I committed suicide. Odis twitched his lips, what the hell is the difference? Only in this way can I protect this place forever. Teresa said with a hint of melancholy and helplessness, this has made my power drop considerably. Suddenly, she looked sharply towards the door, you all stay here and don't go out. Odis was taken aback, what's wrong? There's an intruder. Teresa pointed her staff at the door and walked out step by step. Odis asked, is there anything we can do to help? The biggest help is to stay here and not go anywhere, Teresa said. If you find out that you have suddenly become 3 people, well, you won't find out anyway. Don't worry, even if it goes to the real world with you, it will have to come back here when night falls again. As she searched outwards, she cautioned, if your goal is that island with the big tree, remember, do not go into the tree hollow. As they were talking, Teresa seemed to have already searched another room. After she had walked a distance, Edwina said, Sage isn't hidden sage. Now it seems that the two are related, but not the same, Odis said with a sigh of relief. At this moment, he realized that if his predecessor could be compared with the ancient sun god, then he must be even more powerful than an ordinary true god. Perhaps he had already encompassed the wilderness of knowledge. But later, for some unknown reason, he failed, and at least now, in the wilderness of knowledge, there is no trace of him left. However, perhaps he completely gave up resisting, transforming from the sage who repaired the barrier into the current evil god, hidden sage. Odis gently shook his head. If that were truly the case, he could not possibly abandon the wilderness of knowledge. Odis had no clue about this problem and stopped thinking about it. Then Edwina asked, why have I never heard of a sage? Most extraordinary individuals have heard of the deeds of the 4 emperors or the angel family, as many notes from that era have been passed down. However, few people know about the history of the tertiary period. Knowing what the ancient sun god is all about is considered quite knowledgeable. Edwina, who follows the reader pathway, is among the more learned extraordinary individuals. She not only knows about the ancient sun god, but also about the 8 ancient gods. Logically speaking, she should have heard of the sage as well, since according to Teresa, he was a figure as important as the ancient sun god, and there should be some legends about him. Because of mystery. Odis smiled and said, I suddenly understand what mystery means now. It means that it really existed and had a huge impact on the world. Even if no one remembers that person's existence, people are well aware of the impact he had. Or rather, you don't need to remember him, just know the traces of his presence. He had this thought because he suddenly remembered Teresa's description of the sages in the Third Age during their conversation earlier. People only know about the Moss Ascetic Order, but not about the sages, perhaps that was a deliberate creation of the sages. Then, Odis suddenly felt the potion being digested, which further solidified his current digestion strategy centered on mystery. At this moment, crew member Bernadette said, the captain is absolutely right. Perhaps forgetting that wise man is the wise man's true purpose. Odis nodded, her spirit suddenly sensing something was wrong, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what it was. Edwina continued the previous topic. That seems like a very advanced question. She glanced at the unassuming Bernadette and thought Odis's explanation as a crew member was quite good. At the same time, Edwina's spirit also felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what it was. At that moment, sunlight suddenly appeared on the ceiling of the room. Odis woke up in his bedroom, got up and glanced at the armchair. Bernadette was nowhere to be seen. Odis felt somewhat lost and suddenly felt a lot of complicated emotions, but for a moment he couldn't understand why. After a moment's reflection, he realized that it wasn't his own complicated feelings, but rather that something felt off. However, he couldn't figure out what it was after thinking about it for a long time. Odis took out the crystal ball and communicated with Edwina to see if they could find any clues. As a result, Edwina said, I felt the same way after I woke up. I felt like I had thought of a very important question, but when I tried to think about it carefully, I just couldn't remember what the question was. Odis realized that it might be related to some power in the sea area, so they didn't continue the topic and instead talked about Teresa. As they chatted, he felt a little hungry. Since arriving at the ruins of the Gods' War, the time between noon and night had become unpredictable, disrupting his normal rest and meal times. So during this period, I ate whenever I was hungry and slept whenever I was tired. Odis sometimes had the illusion of jet lag. Odis then ended her contact with Edwina and went to the restaurant. Seeing that the bosun Selina and her crew member Bernadette were having a meal, Odis sat down at the table and said to the galley, give me a breakfast, a proper meal too. The chef in the kitchen at that time was hired from Byam, and his skills were quite good. Odis smiled and asked, what were you talking about just now? Selina said, Bernadette is telling a ghost story. She laughed and said, how come I didn't realize before that Bernadette is quite good at telling ghost stories? Odis picked up the aperitif that extraordinary puppet had poured for him and smiled, you all continue, I'd like to hear as well. That story happened a long time ago. Bernadette, who was plain looking and seemed to have no distinguishing features, continued with a smile, there was a small ship with 10 crew members searching for a treasure on the high seas. After going through countless hardships, they finally found the island where the treasure was buried. As he spoke, his expression suddenly turned serious, as if he too had experienced those arduous voyages on the high seas. Bernadette continued, but when they dug up the treasure, they found only 11 coffins inside, and on the wall was written, this is for you. When he said the last sentence, his tone suddenly became somewhat detached. Odis and Selina felt a chill run down their spines, as if they saw the ghost that buried the treasure, and wrote down the sentence with an eerie smile. Then Bernadette suddenly returned to normal in both tone and expression. When the captain saw this sentence, he laughed out loud because they only had 10 people but 11 coffins, and thought someone was joking with them. Bernadette's tone changed again, becoming low and slow. Just as the captain ordered the coffins to be pried open, the first mate suddenly reminded him, Captain, when did we become 11 crew members? Gulp, Selina swallowed hard, completely lacking any self-control. Bernadette spoke well, his tone and expression were just right, and his tone suddenly became urgent. The captain felt a chill down his spine and his hair stood on end. He counted and there were really 11 crew members. Those coffins were prepared for them. Selina crossed her arms and rubbed her skin, I've got goosebumps. Odis said nothing. He also found the story somewhat creepy, but as the captain, he certainly couldn't rub his arms like Selina. Just then, his steak was served, and Odis picked up his knife and fork to eat, but suddenly realized something was wrong. So he asked Selina, how many official crew members does the Sword of Dawn have? Selina blurted out, 8. Odis hesitated to bring down the knife in his hand, how come I counted 9? Look, here I am, First Officer Bazel, Second Officer Rupert, Third Officer Bevis, Combat Captain Cleveland, Bosun Selina, and crew members Boris, New and Bernadette. Bernadette, standing to the side, said with a grave expression, there are indeed 9. Gulp, Selina swallowed again. How come there's suddenly another person? Bernadette smiled and said, let me tell you why. Selina nodded quickly, go ahead and tell me. Because, when you were counting the official crew members, you never counted yourself, Bernadette laughed. Selina suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Then she smiled sheepishly and said, I was wondering why there was suddenly one more person here. Odis smiled, this did indeed seem like something Selina would do. He then used his knife to cut the steak on his plate. But just as he was halfway through the cut, his intuition told him that something was very wrong. Odis realized he couldn't ignore the spiritual reminder, so he jumped up and strode towards the driver's seat. Bernadette and Selina sensed something was wrong and quickly gave chase. Odis turned around and said, don't follow me. Bernadette and Selina exchanged a glance, wondering what was wrong with the captain all of a sudden. Odis strode to the cockpit and asked Bevis, who was on duty there, how many official members does Dawnbreaker have? 8, Bevis blurted out. Odis asked, which 8 are they? Don't think about it, just tell me. Bevis paused for a moment, Captain, First Mate, Second Mate, me, Combat Captain, Bosun, Boris, Neuer, Barnett, wait, how come there are 9? Odis took a deep breath. Where's Rupert? Bivis snapped out of his reverie. Rest in your room. Odis strode down to the lounge and knocked on the second mate's door. I have something important to discuss with you. Rupert quickly ushered the captain into the room, and only after closing the door did he ask, what is it? Can you help me recall how I met First Mate Bazel? Odis asked solemnly. He was assassinating members of the Red Lion pirate crew at the time, Rupert said. I was there too. You and Bazel were among the first crew members to join me, Odis said. You two are fine. If either of them were missing, it would be like the butterfly effect, and many things would become incomplete. For example, Bazel's subordinates are still protecting Mandy and others in Byam. Odis only got to know the members of the School of Life through Rupert, and with this premise, it was only natural that he later cooperated with the School of Life in Port Olavi. Then, Odis began with Bevis, discussing with Rupert one crew member at a time, the two men sharing many memories of each of their crew members. For example, the combat Captain Cleveland is taciturn and has little presence, but he is extremely brave when fighting. For example, the bosun Selina is quite cheerful and has a very easygoing personality. Leonard, who had previously visited the ship, even praised her. For example, Barnett is a great storyteller and always notices changes in the emotions of other crew members, always saying the right thing at the right time. Only then did Odis ask, how many crew members does the Sword of Dawn have? Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Rupert blurted out, 8. Odis said, haven't you noticed? There are 9 crew members now. Rupert paused, including Tim, the officer sent by the Navy. No, even without Tim, there are still 9. There really is an extra crew member. Rupert's expression gradually became serious. Which one is the extra one? Odis laughed and said, if I knew who it was, I wouldn't be here discussing this with you. He suddenly realized that if he entered the wilderness of knowledge and eliminated external interference, he might be able to figure out what was going on. Odis smiled, amused at his own impatience, wondering why he hadn't thought of this sooner. He told Rupert, this is something only the two of us know for now. Don't tell anyone else. Rupert nodded solemnly, okay. Leaving the second mate's room, Odis strode toward his studio, preparing to enter the wilderness of knowledge. At that moment, Bivis, in the cockpit, suddenly shouted, Target Island spotted. Repeat, Target Island spotted. Odis noticed that Bivis's tone seemed a bit off, so she pulled back the leg that was leading to the workshop and quickly went to the driver's seat. Upon entering the driver's seat, Odis was also taken aback, because the island he was looking for was right in front of him. When Odis entered the driver's seat, there was nothing in his field of vision. The reason why Bevis sounded so urgent was because if he had been even slightly slower in giving the order, the Argo might have crashed into the island. After the danger was averted, Bevis quickly reported to his superior, this island appeared suddenly. It wasn't there a second ago, and it appeared the next second. In front of the Argo was a reef, with waves constantly crashing and washing over it. Inside the reefs was a lush forest, seemingly untouched by human presence. In the distance, roughly in the center of the island, stands a towering tree. This tree is ridiculously large, even exceeding everyone's imagination of what a tree is. It seems that if you climb up here, you can reach the sky. The Argo and the Golden Dream began sailing along the beach in search of a landing site. Finally, they arrived at the northern part of the island, where the waves were much smaller, making it safer to anchor. Odis ordered, Rupert and Noi guard the ship, while Bivis, Selina, and Barnett come with me. After briefly assigning the personnel, Odis summoned Star Sand and used a flying spell to take them to the island. On the Golden Dream that followed, Edwina, along with Second Officer Orpheus and Third Officer Jodson, disembarked, and the 7 of them formed an exploration team to explore the interior of the island. Once inside the woods, the sound of the waves was quickly cut off. The silence here was almost unsettling. Edwina cautioned, there are no animals in the forest. There might be animals, Odis laughed, but they dare not come out. Then he said, everyone should know why I came to this island, right? Before entering the ruins of the War of the Gods, Odis told his crew his purpose and also told Edwina in a letter. But I don't know if Edwina told her crew. Seeing that no one raised any questions, Odis asked, what are your thoughts? Edwina said, since it's called psychedelic red coral, could it be underwater nearby? Odis smiled and said, I've thought about that too. That's why he brought Selina with him, to facilitate the underwater search. Odis added, however, before I came here, I did some research on this extraordinary creature and learned that it often comes ashore and releases a hallucinogenic mist under the stars. This was the nature of psychedelic red coral that he had learned from Bernadette. Odis concluded, therefore, it's easier to find its tracks if we search from the shore. At this point, Odis suddenly stopped. A cloud of mist suddenly appeared in front of them, then dispersed and enveloped them. In the mist, it seemed to twinkle, as if there were stars shining behind it. Odis looked at the sky, which was not yet obscured by the fog, and confirmed that it was noon and the wind was quite strong. He took out several small glass bottles from his bag. These contain a potion that I had someone prepare in advance. After drinking it, you won't be affected by the fog and won't experience hallucinations. This is a potion that Odis asked Emlyn the Moon to concoct at a previous tarot meeting. After each person was given a bottle, Odis uncorked the bottle and drank the potion in one gulp. After everyone drank the potion, Edwina asked, "Isn't it said that psychedelic red coral only releases hallucinogenic mist under the night sky?" "I don't know what happened either," Odis said. Bernadette wouldn't provide inaccurate information on such a matter, so it's very likely that something is amiss with the situation at hand. Odis said, "Everyone, stay together and don't get separated. If we find psychedelic red coral, Iceberg General and I will be the main hunters, and the others should protect themselves." Just then, 8 figures suddenly rushed out of the mist. Some of them were dressed in the style of the Fuzak Empire, some in the style of the Rune Empire, some dressed like pirates, and some like adventurers. However, at this moment, their goals were very unified, to defeat Odis and his companions. Odis frowned. 4 of the 8 were Sequence 5 and 4 were Sequence 6. Since advancing to Sequence 5, with the Eye of Insight becoming stronger, he can now generally distinguish the approximate sequence level of any extraordinary being he encounters. However, there is a prerequisite, below the level of demigod. Imprison. Odis immediately raised his hand and used the Hand of Judgment to imprison one of the Sequence 5s. But instead of launching a combo attack on the Sequence 5 as usual, he charged towards another Sequence 5, Death. It knocks the opponent flying and injures them. Edwina also drew her sword, and her eyes suddenly turned golden. The next second, a holy halo appeared around her, giving everyone a strong sense of courage. At the same time, much of the surrounding mist was dispelled, and one of the Sequence 5s was noticeably pushed back by the halo. Her first mate and second mate were tasked with dealing with a Sequence 5 and a Sequence 6, respectively. However, the 3 crew members of the Argo, including Bevis, had to face 3 Sequence SIXS, who were clearly no match for them. Fortunately, the captain had given them defense scrolls in advance, and Bevis used the first defense scroll to block the first round of attacks from the 2 Sequence SIXS. At this moment, Odis was being besieged by 2 Sequence 5s and 1 Sequence 6. Although one of the Sequence 5s was injured, it did not prevent him from continuing to launch attacks. Looking around at the situation, Odis understood that his side was at a disadvantage and could only hold out for a little while, but it was possible that they would not be able to hold out at any time. Taking a deep breath, Odis dodged the enemy's attacks while taking out a scroll that glowed with black light, Whispers. This scroll is made using the talks of the True Creator, which allows a single target to hear a highly penetrating talk, plunging them into extreme pain and causing them to lose all ability to move. Odis's target was the Sequence 5 who had just been injured. This was a Priest of Light, and even in his injured state, the holy light he summoned was extremely damaging, causing Odis considerable trouble. The Whispering Scroll we just saw, if used on a target at Sequence 5, can trap them for 3 seconds. After those 3 seconds, it will continue to affect the target. The scroll shattered at the feet of the Priest of Light, whose expression first twisted and became ferocious, then turned into one of great pain. Another Sequence 5 Dreamwalker and the Sequence 6 Scroll Professor quickly stepped in front of their companion to block Odis. Imprison. Odis imprisoned the Dreamwalker again, then let the Scroll Professor kick him. He stepped over the 2 enemies and punched the Priest of Light, who was in pain, flying away. Harvest. The Priestess of Light was immediately seriously injured, while the spot where the Scroll Professor kicked Odis appeared with a layer of illusory black scales. This was the protection from the Scale Scroll, which could completely ignore the attack of a Sequence 6. Odis's attack on the Priest of Light continued. He summoned Star Sand in his hand, which immediately detached from Odis's palm and instantly formed Gar runes. As these Gal runes appeared in an orderly fashion, the surroundings were instantly filled with the light of dawn, and Odis also held a sword that shone with the light of dawn. This is the Sword of Dawn that Odis simulated using Star Sand. However, the original Sword of Dawn is a 2-handed greatsword, while the sword in Odis's hand is just an ordinary straight sword. However, the sharpness of this straight sword is similar to that of the Sword of Dawn. Odis used the straight sword in his hand to pierce the left eye of the Priest of Light and protrude from the back of his head. Immediately, the Sword of Dawn that had been formed transformed back into Star Sand and returned to Odis's hands. The Priestess of Light collapsed to the ground due to severe head trauma. Although she did not die, she was almost beyond saving. Then Odis drew out a scroll shimmering with black light and chanted an ancient Hermesian incantation at the Dreamwalker who had just been imprisoned, Arbitration. This is another scroll with special abilities that Odis created using the Iron Law Stone, a spiritual material of demigod level. These special scrolls were extremely precious to Odis. To prevent them from being taken by mistake, Odis designed different opening spells for each scroll with different abilities. Having just escaped imprisonment, the Dream Walker immediately entered arbitration time. All his extraordinary powers were weakened, while Odis's power correspondingly increased, especially his spirit body, which suddenly appeared tall, majestic, and beyond question in the eyes of the Dream Walker. The Dream Walker's combat hypnosis ability had little effect on Odis, the arbitrator, at this moment, so he simply turned and ran, deciding to wait until he could get through these few seconds of arbitration time. Odis threw a punch with his glove-covered hand, Harvest. After using the arbitration scroll, Odis's spirit and spirituality were strengthened, to the point that she could use Harvest 3 times in a row. Odis punched the Dream Walker, who turned and ran away, and a layer of illusory scales immediately appeared on the target's body. This was the Dragon Scale ability possessed by the Hypnotist sequence, which had a strong defensive capability. Therefore, Odis's strategy was to first deal with the relatively weak Priest of Light, and then focus all his efforts on dealing with the Dream Walker. This tactic was employed because he charged toward the target from the outset and imprisoned the Dream Walker, denying him any opportunity to create distance. For extraordinary individuals in this path, the best tactic in group battles is to roam the edge of the battlefield, constantly guiding or hypnotizing the target. Of course, when Odis first used imprisonment, he didn't know it was a Dream Walker. When he discovered this, he naturally wouldn't give the other party a chance to distance themselves from him. In close combat, the Dream Walker can basically only use the abilities Intimidation and Combat Hypnosis, and at most, can use Dragon Scales to enhance defense. That's why Odis used the Arbitration Scroll against him, because this would prevent her from being intimidated by him and would also greatly reduce the effectiveness of his battle hypnosis. Odis's tactics were able to proceed so smoothly partly due to factors within the enemy themselves. He discovered that although the enemies in front of him were of high rank, they lacked sufficient coordination, which prompted him to quickly devise a plan to defeat them one by one. Odis punched the Dream Walker away, then strode forward and threw another punch, Harvest. 2 consecutive harvests that could ignore defense severely injured the Dream Walker. Chapter 3:13, Chapter 3:12 A Piece of Flesh and Blood of the Ancient Sun God. Odis used the Arbitration Scroll to severely injure the enemy's second sequence 5. He did not let this opportunity pass and summoned Star Sand again. The Star Sand flew up and instantly formed Gar runes in a certain order. These runes surrounded Odis's palm, causing his fingernails to suddenly grow longer and be engraved with mystical symbols that emitted red mist. This is the vampire's ability to enhance his palm. Odis reached out and pierced the Dream Walker's relatively soft eye, stirring it inside the other's brain. Then, the hand was pulled out, the extended nails transformed back into Star Sand. As the fingernails disappeared, the enemy's blood and brain tissue also fell to the ground. Odis glanced at the fleeing scroll professor and casually tossed him an explosive scroll. Boom. The scroll exploded, knocking down 3 large trees, and the scroll professor, who had relatively weak defenses, was also seriously injured by the blast. Not every scroll professor is as powerful as Odis. After Odis dealt with her enemies, she first helped Edwina take down the sequence 5 enemy she was fighting. Then the two separated to support their own crew and quickly wiped out all the enemies. The quick battle ended just like that, and the others looked at the enemy's corpses on the ground, somewhat incredulous. During the battle just now, although they did not know the exact sequence of the enemy, they all felt the enemy's strength. They had expected it to be a fierce battle, the kind that would result in death, but to their surprise, only 2 crew members were injured in the end. Soon everyone discovered a problem: the dead enemies did not extract any extraordinary traits. Odis summoned Star Sand and pulverized the corpse of one of the enemies, leaving only a small pile of extremely fine dust, without any trace of any extraordinary properties. Edwina asked, "Is this a hallucination?" "No," Odis said with certainty, "we have already drunk the potion." Edwina frowned. What if the experience of drinking the potion was also a hallucination? Odis fell into deep thought. He glanced at the corpse on the ground again, then suddenly kicked it. It definitely felt like the touch of a corpse. "I have another idea." He said to everyone, "Do you remember the stone giant that was killed before?" Edwina immediately understood. "You mean, these are enemies that are imagined?" Odis nodded, then suddenly asked Edwina a question. "Do you remember my third mate, Bivis?" Edwina glanced at Bivis. "What do you mean?" Third mate Bivis was also taken aback, wondering why the captain would ask such a question. "I mean, before today, what impression did you have of the third officer Bivis of the Argo?" Odis asked further. "Of course I remember. We discussed mystical matters when we went to the Argo for barbecue last time." Edwina seemed to understand Odis's meaning. "You mean?" She glanced at Selena and the others, but didn't continue speaking. At this moment, 8 more figures appeared in the mist. They were dressed in the style of the Fuzak Empire, some in the style of the Rune Empire, some dressed like pirates, and some like adventurers. These 8 people were the same 8 people that Odis and the others had just defeated. Selena and the other crew members looked at them, then at the identical-looking corpses on the ground. It really was those 8 people. Even after seeing it with their own eyes, they still wondered if they were blind. However, Odis and Edwina remained relatively calm. Odis said, "It seems that the other party does not want us to discuss the crew of the Argo. This further confirms that there were indeed problems with the crew of the Argo." Edwina asked, "What should we do now?" "Find the source of all imaginary power," Odis said. "Let's fly away." Before the 8 imaginary opponents launched a new attack, some of them used their abilities, while others used the scrolls that Odis had given them in advance, and they all took to the air. The fog was much wider than I had imagined. Even after flying over the treetops, I was still surrounded by fog. Suddenly, the 8 people imagined long wings and actually took to the air. Odis exclaimed, "The ability to imagine is truly useful." He then noticed that this time the enemy's attack was not as urgent as before, but rather trailed far behind. This gave Odis and the others time to discuss countermeasures. Odis said, "What we should be most wary of is not an enemy that is imagined. It's a change in our subconscious that's happening, and the key is that we ourselves are unaware that our subconscious has already changed. So whatever decision we make next, we should ask ourselves whether the decision is reasonable, or ask each other whether the decision is reasonable." The other crew members nodded in understanding. None of them had experience dealing with such a force, so they simply did what Odis told them to do. But Odis couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, because he knew very well that doing so wouldn't make much of a difference. Although the fantasy ability they encountered has not caused them much harm so far, Odis could sense that the level of that ability was very high, and that he and Edwina, both sequence 5s, could not deal with it. But if we back down now, something even more dangerous might happen, so we have no choice but to grit our teeth and move forward. Just then, a very rough high wall suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Odis and the others were taken aback, not expecting that there would be a wall on such an island. They immediately flew upwards, but even at the limit of their flying skills, they could not get over the high wall. Then they flew to the left, and after flying for several minutes, they still couldn't find the end of the wall. Just when Odis thought the wall was a figment of imagination, she noticed that it seemed to have a slight curve. A bold conjecture came to his mind, and he rushed to the wall, reaching out to touch it. Instantly, an ancient aura wafted over him, causing Odis's spirit to feel a sense of awe. Suddenly, the surrounding fog disappeared, and the 8-winged pursuers vanished without a trace. Suddenly, everyone's view opened up, and they saw that the high wall in front of them was actually a tall tree trunk. It's that towering tree in the center of the island. Upon closer inspection, everyone realized just how enormous the tree was. Its trunk resembled an insurmountable wall, and its canopy seemed to pierce the clouds, with clouds appearing and disappearing around it. Odis and the others suddenly had a new understanding of big, never imagining that there were such tall and imposing things in the world. At the same time, everyone felt an unprecedented sense of vicissitude, as if this tree had existed for a very, very long time, long enough to have witnessed the changes of time and the evolution of eras. With a sigh, the group landed on the ground beneath the tree. There were no tall plants in the vast area around the tree, but the low weeds on the ground were lush and green. Amidst the weeds, several large rocks stood there, giving it none of the feel of a secluded forest, rather, it resembled a meadow perfect for a picnic. As everyone stepped onto the grass, they couldn't help but glance at the large tree in front of them again, momentarily unable to distinguish between reality and fantasy. At that moment, Bernadette pointed ahead and said, "Look, there's a tree hole over there." Following his finger, everyone saw a tree hole where the tree trunk, which resembled a wall, met the ground. The tree hole was shaped like an archway, and strange lights flickered inside. Odis and the others were stunned, as if something very strange was attracting them from the tree hole. Then, without realizing it, they started walking towards the tree hole. At this moment, Odis asked somewhat bewilderedly, "What are we going to do?" He asked the question, but his eyes never left the tree hole, and his legs involuntarily moved toward it. Edwina, with a similar expression to Odis, stared blankly ahead and replied, "Because there are the answers to all questions, the answers to this universe, books that record the most mysterious knowledge, and everything I want." Vivis replied, "Because there I find the answers to why I so desperately wanted to come to the ruins of the gods' war, and all the potions and recipes I need for my advancement." The other crew members continued walking towards the tree hole while speaking. Odis realized that what was in that tree hollow couldn't possibly satisfy all of everyone's desires and needs, but he just couldn't help wanting to go into that tree hollow. Remember this, never go into the tree hole. The words Teresa had spoken in his dream suddenly flashed into Odis's mind, causing his legs to stiffen abruptly and him to fall straight to the ground. At this moment, Odis's body seemed to be out of his control. He did not use his arms to support himself, nor was he able to roll to avoid vital points. He simply fell to the ground, his face hitting the ground heavily. His left eye hit a rock on the ground, the pain bringing tears to his eyes, and the scent of wild grass filled his mouth and nose. Since becoming an extraordinary one, or rather, since he had any memories, he had never been this disheveled. But it was this disheveled state that seemed to bring him back to his senses, and his consciousness began to rebel. In that instant, Odis had an urgent idea, to enter the wilderness of knowledge. In the moment of intense meditation, he was able to enter the wilderness of knowledge. Upon seeing the tower made of spheres of light, all of Barnett's memories first became distant, and then Odis clearly realized that these memories were very fake and not her own. Suddenly, Odis immediately distinguished between her real memories and realized that the crew member Barnett had suddenly appeared beside her and Edwina in a dream. They suddenly joined their conversation without them even noticing. Then Odis recalled that he had almost entered the wilderness of knowledge before, but the sudden appearance of this island distracted him and prevented him from entering the studio. After that, Odis completely forgot about it. At this point, he dared not linger in the wilderness of knowledge and immediately returned to the real world. Odis struggled to her feet and regained control of her body. He saw that Edwina and the others were still some distance from the tree hole, so he first looked at Barnett behind them. Barnett still looked harmless, and said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to be able to wake up on your own." Then he exclaimed, "Your intuition is very strong. There were several times when you almost saw through my disguise." Odis reached into his purse. "Who are you? Or rather, what are you?" "I am this tree," Barnett said, gazing up at the tree before him. Odis paused for a moment before realizing what was happening. You are a character imagined by this great tree." Then he seemed to realize something. No wonder Barnett didn't guide them to kill each other. It turns out he simply doesn't understand human nature. That's why he imagined enemies out of thin air. Odis glanced at Edwina again, then moved a little closer to the tree hole. He took out another scroll made from the talks of the true creator, and was about to throw it, but his hand froze in midair, unable to move. At this moment, Odis was somewhat helpless. He wanted to attack Barnett, but his body was unwilling to do anything to harm Barnett. Barnett smiled and said, "Your spirit and spirituality are very strong, but unfortunately, you don't possess any divinity, so you have no way to attack me." "And what about me?" Suddenly, a figure with a great figure, long chestnut hair, and wearing a dark coat and dark trousers appeared on the rock next to him. It was none other than the mysterious Queen, Bernadette. She smiled and asked, "Can I attack you?" Barnett's expression changed instantly, and he turned to leave. Suddenly, a spear burning with dark red flames appeared above Bernadette's head and flew out, striking Barnett in the back. "Ugh!" Barnett screamed as dark red flames engulfed his body, and branches and leaves sprouted from his body, tearing through his flesh and quickly growing into a large tree. It seems to hope that if its size increases, the flames will be unable to cover it. But the dark red flames quickly grew larger, completely engulfing the tree. The tree stretched out its branches and struggled, but soon turned into dead wood, and then quickly burned into charcoal. Odis breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, I knew it. As long as you're here, there's no danger." At this moment, Edwina and the others stopped in their tracks, momentarily lost in thought. But soon, they came to their senses and saw the mysterious Queen not far away. Although Edwina had never met Bernadette before, she guessed that this must be the mysterious Queen, after seeing the other woman's signature chestnut hair. She never expected that the mysterious Queen would escort Odis on her exploration of the ruins of the War of the Gods. At the same time, it made her feel that there was no point in Odis asking her for help. Bivis and Selena breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Bernadette. They knew they were safe now. Bernadette said to Odis, "When I woke up from the dream, I realized something was wrong, so I started investigating secretly before you woke up. At first I was misled, and I also remember that there was a crew member named Barnett on the Argo. Then she looked at the big tree in front of her. Barnett, or rather, this big tree, wasn't burned to death." Odis glanced at the charred charcoal. That's just an imagined shell," Bernadette said, disappearing from the rock and reappearing beside the large tree in the blink of an eye, stroking its rough bark. As if sensing something, she said to Odis, "Beneath this tree lies a piece of divine flesh." Odis immediately realized that it must be the flesh and blood of the ancient sun god, which must have fallen here during the War of the Gods, causing the tree in front of him to mutate. At the same time, Odis also understood why Bernadette hadn't realized Barnett's problem, because this fantasy was at a very high level, and even Bernadette couldn't immediately see through it. Then Bernadette said, "At our current level, we can't kill it. However, it dares not imagine creating new clones for the time being." After saying that, she suddenly raised her hand and slapped the tree trunk hard. The tall tree, which seemed to reach into the clouds, visibly swayed. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Then, something fell from the tall tree, and just as it was about to hit the ground, Bernadette raised her hand, and it immediately hovered in midair, more than a meter high. Odis saw that they were a dozen or so golden fruits shaped like crosses. The fruits flew to Bernadette's side. Bernadette stared at one of the fruits and examined it carefully before saying, "These fruits have a special spirituality and can be used in certain rituals." Then, 5 fruits flew toward Odis. Odis quickly caught the 5 cross-shaped fruits that looked like hidden weapons, and immediately sensed the special spirituality contained within them. Bernadette said, "That's your spoils." Odis didn't stand on ceremony, "Thank you." After Bernadette collected the remaining fruit, she added, "There are some extraordinary characteristics in that tree hollow, characteristics left behind by the 8 people who attacked you earlier. However, those characteristics are already connected to the tree, making them very difficult to remove. Don't take the risk." Odis nodded, "Of course we won't go to that tree hole. That's courting death." Bernadette added, "I've already found the trail of the psychedelic red coral for you. It's on the west coast of the island. I think you should be able to hunt it yourselves without any problems." Odis asked, "And what about you?" "I'm going back to the future," Bernadette said. "I foresee that we will meet again on the return journey." As she spoke, her figure dimmed and quickly disappeared without a trace. In her last dream, she had just tested Gehrman Sparrow, and when the next night came, she planned to talk to this adventurer who seemed to be a fool's companion. Seeing that the other person had left, Odis then walked towards Edwina. "Let's get out of here quickly." So the group used their abilities or scrolls to fly away again, heading towards the west coast of the island. Looking back at the tall tree, Odis and the others felt as if it were watching their every move. After calming down a bit, everyone immediately went to search for traces of the psychedelic red coral, hoping to finish the hunt as soon as possible and leave this place. After a quick search, Odis noticed several marks on the beach that looked like they had been dragged by a hard object. Along a trail, you can see that many trees have been knocked down. Odis said, "It should be in this area of the sea. Selena, go into the water and check the situation." He then added, "Don't actively search for psychedelic red coral, just use your abilities to simply measure the depth of the water. If you feel something is wrong, immediately use the crystal ball I gave you to call for help." As Selena took off her clothes, she said, "Yes." She knew her mission very well, so she wore a swimsuit under her clothes, tossed the clothes to the 3 pairs of bivas, and jumped into the water, swimming like a fish. About half an hour later, Selena returned to the surface of the sea to get some fresh air. By then, she was quite far from the shore. She rested on the surface for a few minutes before going back into the water. About half an hour later, Selena returned to the beach, and Odis immediately used the star sand to perform a water-absorbing spell, which quickly dried Selena's hair and body. As she dressed, she said, "You would never guess that this island is actually a small piece of land floating on the sea." After swimming about 20 kilometers outward from the coast, a fault line suddenly appeared, and the seawater suddenly became very deep. At first I thought it was an underwater cliff, but after swimming a little further down I discovered the bottom of the island. "This is the first time I've ever seen anything like this," Selena remarked. "This kind of terrain will save us a lot of trouble," Odis smiled. "Psychedelic red coral likes to be in shallow waters, so we just need to look for it on the islands. That is to say, it is roughly underwater within a radius of 20 kilometers. Then Odis took out paper and pen and, based on Selena's description, drew a rough outline of the surrounding seabed. He then took out a backpack that he had prepared beforehand from the wilderness of knowledge. "I'm going to force out the psychedelic red coral, everyone get ready to hunt. The strategy remains the same, Iceberg General and I will be the main hunters, while the others will protect themselves and ensure our operations are undisturbed." After briefly assigning tasks, Odis summoned Star Sand and flew to the sea. Once at the designated location, Odis took out a giant grenade-shaped flame bomb from her backpack. If Klein were here, he would surely marvel at how this extraordinary weapon resembled an anti-tank grenade. This bomb is different from a normal bomb. Odis first glanced at the sea chart he had just drawn to determine the approximate depth of the seabed beneath his feet, and then twisted the metal ring on the outside of the grenade. That's a timing device. After setting the timer for the detonation, Odis threw the grenade into the water. Odis quickly flew to the side. About 10 seconds later, Edwina and the others on the shore felt a slight tremor. The seawater suddenly surged up where Odis had just thrown the grenade, as if a spring had suddenly appeared on the seabed. The mud and sand from the seabed, as well as some crabs, shells, dead fish, and other things that had been blown up, all surged to the surface. When Edwina and the others on the beach saw such a large expanse of sea churning, they roughly understood that the grenade was extremely powerful. They hadn't expected that it would be used in this way to force out the psychedelic red coral. At this moment, Odis threw a second grenade, and soon the sea began to churn again. Then came the third, the fourth, and so on until the 12th. Suddenly, the surging seawater rose and transformed into tentacles made of water, which violently wrapped around Odis's legs. Odis immediately rose to his feet, found it. He immediately summoned Star Sand, and was about to fight the underwater forces for control of the seawater when suddenly the Star Sand in his hand transformed into the shape of a small section of coral. Odis immediately felt that many of his abilities as an astrologer were severely restricted. This is the effect exerted on him by psychedelic red coral, which is half a sequence higher than him. Odis, who had drunk the potion earlier, knew it was an illusion, but she was unable to break free from the other party's control. After a slight pause, Odis did not linger in midair but quickly flew towards the beach. The tentacles behind him suddenly stretched forward and wrapped around Odis's left leg. He quickly threw an explosive scroll backward. Boom. The violent explosion severed the seawater tentacles, allowing Odis to break free. At this moment, Edwina arrived to provide support. Her eyes suddenly turned azure, and she imitated the power of lightning, sending a bolt of lightning crashing down into the sea. But the lightning bolt was suddenly caught by a giant hand that emerged from the sea, and tossed into the distant ocean like a discarded branch. Sizzle. In an instant, arcs of electricity leaped up in the seawater where lightning had struck, killing many of the surrounding fish. Then, a tall figure sat up from the seawater. It had a head of azure blue hair and a solemn and sacred face. Phew. Suddenly, a strong wind blew up, the sky darkened instantly, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. Its tall figure stood on the water, and the waves pushed it as it chased after Odis. Edwina was stunned for a moment. The scene in front of her looked turbulent, with dark clouds hanging low and creating a sense of oppression. It even gave Edwina the illusion that she was facing an angel from the sailor pathway. "This is an illusion," Odis shouted as he flew toward her with all his might. "It won't last long. This is not a complete reproduction, but rather a shaping of certain characters, deceiving the surrounding natural environment into reacting accordingly. Or rather, this is using illusion to deceive nature." Just as Odis said, the enormous figure failed to catch up with Odis and only lasted for 3 or 4 seconds before suddenly becoming illusory. Immediately afterwards, the surrounding dark clouds, lightning, and gale force winds all vanished. Odis quickly turned around and saw a small coral on the sea surface. In the middle of the coral, a small section emitted a pale red light. Although that small section of coral clearly had no eyes or other facial features, Odis and Edwina both felt that they were being watched by this coral. Imprisonment. Odis charged forward as soon as the opponent's power dissipated, shouting, "Death!" It sent the coral flying, breaking several of its outward extending branches, but unfortunately missed the coral in the center that was emitting a pale red glow. At the same time, Odis infused the dream bracelet with spirituality, thus hypnotizing the psychedelic red coral. Edwina also launched a swift attack, thrusting her exquisite rapier, which shimmered with the light of dawn, and managed to pierce 2 ordinary corals. However, psychedelic red coral dodged the attack and failed to hit the opponent's core. At this moment, psychedelic red coral began to change form again, first manifesting a large mouth that bit Edwina. Iceberg Admiral imitated a hurricane, blowing himself away, and Odis and Edwina once again hid in midair. This time, the psychedelic red coral transformed into a giant sea serpent, standing on the sea surface to bite 2 humans in midair. Odis and Edwina flew away to dodge, and after 3 or 4 seconds, the sea serpent suddenly became illusory, turning back into coral on the sea surface. This time, Odis changed tactics, tossing out a scroll shimmering with black light, words of power. This is another scroll he created using the talks of the true creator, which can be used with spiritual words such as fall, slowness, and death. After the scroll shattered, Odis opened her mouth and uttered a single word with difficulty, "Death." The light on psychedelic red coral dimmed instantly, and it remained motionless, as if it were truly dead. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Odis delivered another powerful punch, Harvest. Edwina rushed over, her eyes turning pure white, and a beam of pure light descended, striking the core of the psychedelic red coral. While the psychedelic red coral was still under the influence of the scroll, Odis used the trap to deliver a second blow, which was still harvesting. Under the relentless attacks of the two, even though psychedelic red coral possessed a trace of divinity, it was already severely injured. That section of coral, radiating light, left the cluster of red coral that had been protecting it, transformed into a small fish, and leaped into the sea in the blink of an eye. But the fish didn't escape, instead, it swam towards the beach. Starting just now, Odis's hypnosis has finally taken effect. He knew very well that using combat hypnosis against psychedelic red coral would not be very effective. So at the very beginning of the battle, Odis began to hypnotize and guide it. Even though it was a piece of coral, it still possessed sentience. So when it is injured and becomes weak, the hypnotic effect appears, and the idea of psychedelic red coral and escaping for its life turns into swimming on the Shanghai beach. When it disappeared in its fish form, it had already swum to the shallows. Odis, who had caught up, punched the coral again, and harvested it once more. After using harvest on the same target for the 3rd time in a row, Odis felt that her spirituality was almost completely exhausted. However, this punch also cracked the piece of coral, which lay motionless on the beach. Edwina's rapier was once again enveloped in the light of dawn as she pierced through a section of coral. The light emitted by the coral disappeared instantly. Odis plopped down on the beach, a smile spreading across his face as he watched the coral gradually reveal its properties. His first extraordinary material for advancing to demigod status was now in his hands. Chapter 3:14, Chapter 3:13 The 10 Pillars of the Moss Order. Odis, whose spiritual energy was somewhat depleted, sat on the beach, waiting for the properties of the psychedelic red coral to be released. He said to Selena, "Go and retrieve the clump of red coral that fell into the sea earlier." That was part of the psychedelic red coral, a spiritual material at the demigod level, which Odis certainly couldn't afford to waste. A few minutes later, the properties of the psychedelic red coral formed a crimson bead surrounded by some misty aura, which was mesmerizing at first glance and impossible to look away from. Odis quickly put it away, waiting for Selena's return. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Selena, who had 4 clumps of coral hanging on her body, emerged from the water and smiled, "Captain, we've struck it rich. There are several clumps of red coral around there." Red coral is inherently valuable, so a cluster of red coral could easily sell for 1 or 2,000 pounds. Odis smiled and said, "When we get back and sell the red coral, I'll give you a big bonus." Selena immediately beamed with joy, "Thank you, Captain." Odis only put away the spiritual materials, leaving the other 3 clusters of red coral as spoils for Selena to carry. The group then used their extraordinary abilities to fly back to the ship that was moored on the other side. Odis had achieved his goal of coming to the ruins of the War of the Gods, and he immediately ordered a return journey. After sitting in the cockpit for a while, Odis brought up Bernadette's matter. If it weren't for his reminder, no one seemed to have noticed that there had been an extra crew member, and now that crew member had disappeared. Odis then recalled Roselle's warning, "Beware of the audience. Those extraordinary individuals through this route are truly difficult to deal with." After chatting for a while, Odis still felt very tired, so he returned to the captain's cabin and prepared to lie down on the armchair and take a nap. Just then, the light outside suddenly dimmed, and darkness returned. Odis was momentarily dazed, and then reappeared in the library that was once filled with books, supposedly the Ascetic Order of Moors. Edwina also appeared there, and the two of them looked towards the window together. The windows here are tightly closed, and outside the windows is a courtyard within the Black Monastery. In front of the window, there is a row of tables and chairs for reading. At this moment, Teresa was sitting on one side of the table, deep in thought. Seemingly sensing the arrival of Odis and Edwina, Teresa looked at the two of them and smiled, "Come and sit down." Odis and Edwina walked over and sat down opposite Teresa. The quaternary, Moss Ascetic, member carefully examined the two of them before saying, "It seems that you saw through the intruder's disguise while you were outside." Odis truthfully replied, "With the help of a demigod." Teresa then asked, "Could you tell me, what kind of deity is the hidden sage?" Odis thought for a moment before saying, "People generally believe that he was an evil god." Teresa was somewhat surprised, the answer seemed unbelievable to her, an evil god. She then asked, "What about the Moss Ascetic?" Odis answered truthfully again, "It is a secret organization that still advocates asceticism, but the direction of their asceticism seems to be to make themselves better able to accept the knowledge instilled by the hidden sages. Furthermore, according to some intelligence I have obtained, some members of the Moss Ascetic Order seem to have been corrupted by Outer God and have begun to believe in Outer God." Edwina glanced at Odis, she hadn't heard of this news. Teresa was stunned for 3 or 4 seconds. She simply couldn't accept that the organization that had once fought against the Outer Gods had now become their followers. After more than 10 seconds, she asked Odis, "You were lying to me when you said you were going to join the Moss Ascetic Order, weren't you?" "No," Odis said. "I do want to join this organization, but not because of admiration or love." Teresa looked at Odis, "You want to destroy them." "To be precise, it's about reshaping the Moss Ascetic Order," Odis said. "I originally thought that many members of this organization became members of the secret society because they were influenced by something. And coincidentally, I also need my own power, so I can try to win them over and make them my subordinates. Of course, if they don't listen to advice, they can also support my cause in a way that demonstrates extraordinary qualities." Edwina, who was standing nearby, was taken aback when she heard this, and then she felt that this was indeed something that the mysterious admiral could do. Odis had always struck her as a cautious person who wasn't very rule-abiding. Teresa, however, stared intently into Odis's eyes, listening very carefully. Odis continued, "However, after hearing your description of the Moors penitentiary, I suddenly changed my mind. The Moss Ascetic wasn't like this at the beginning. Someone led them astray. It's not the fault of the Moss Ascetic or its members." Edwina thought to herself, could it be the fault of the hidden sage? Then she looked at Teresa with some unease, afraid that the other might get angry because she was secretly criticizing the hidden sage. To her surprise, Teresa smiled with satisfaction, "So you're planning to rebuild the Moss Ascetic?" "Yes," Odis said earnestly, "although it might sound like I have such arrogant thoughts because I don't understand my own power, that's really what I think." Edwina, however, was thinking, no one knows whether the mysterious queen is an angel or a demigod, but one thing is generally accepted, the hidden sage is the deity of this path. Although she doesn't seem to be at the level of a true god, she seems to be close to it. She couldn't understand why the mysterious general would have such thoughts. Wasn't he afraid of the hidden sage's revenge? Even the mysterious queen probably wouldn't be able to protect him then. Teresa sighed with some emotion, then asked, "How did you become an extraordinary one of the secret seeker pathway?" "I was influenced and corrupted by something during an extraordinary case, and became a voyeur," Odis replied. Through their previous conversation, he realized that the original Moss Ascetic Order was indeed different from the one now. People like Teresa, who are willing to give their lives for a library, are the kind of pure-hearted people who can produce such pure-hearted individuals. And an organization that can produce such pure-hearted people cannot have a bad atmosphere. Therefore, he chose to treat him with sincerity during this conversation. "This is the choice fate has made for you." Teresa smiled and then asked, "And where did you get the potion recipes from later on?" "Some of the potion recipes came from the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, and some came from Elemental Dawn. Just as Odis had expected, Teresa then asked, "The God of Steam and Machinery? Dawn of Elements?" "The Elemental Dawn is an organization that has only emerged in the last few hundred years, and its leader is a high-sequence extraordinary individual through the secret seeker pathway," Odis replied. "I also learned through other channels that the predecessor of the Steam Church was the Stiano family." Edwina sat up straighter immediately. She seemed to have heard of this family somewhere before. Teresa nodded as if she understood something. "So, is this God of Steam and Machinery Elabella, or YGGS?" Odis was taken aback. "You know those two?" Teresa glanced at Odis and asked, "You know too?" Odis smiled and said, "Elabella was severely injured in the fourth epoch and hid in the spirit world. By chance, she became my messenger." Edwina recalled Odis's messenger. "No wonder I felt that the messenger was of a very high level. She must have been an angel in her previous life." "Your choice, Lady Elbera, is not wrong." Teresa then explained, "In the Third Age, Elbera and Yugos were two of the 10 pillars of the Moor's penitentiary. Later, the wise men sent the siblings to the Sun God as a liaison between the two gods, and also as the Sun God's advisors." At this point, Teresa smiled and said, "Back then, only angels could become the 10 pillars of the Moor's penitentiary, and it wasn't until the Fourth Age that saints had the opportunity to become the 10 pillars." Odis was taken aback. "So, the Ascetic Order of Moors had at least 10 angels back then. They were quite powerful." This reminded him of Redemption Rose. The first edition of Redemption Rose is completely different from the current Redemption Rose. The situation of the Moor's penitentiary sounds quite similar to Redemption Rose. Odis then asked, "Why are the main members called pillars?" He remembered that it seemed to be a very important title, but he could only recall what it specifically represented in the wilderness of knowledge. He only remembered that he had felt more than once that daring to use such a title was a bit presumptuous. Teresa gave Odis a deep look before saying, "The sage once said that the true pillars of this world are those who have awakened, not those one or two Frankenstein's monsters." Odis paused for a moment, instinctively feeling deeply moved by the words, but lacking sufficient memory. She didn't know exactly what had touched her. Teresa picked up her staff, looked at it with loving eyes, and said to Odis, "This was a gift from the sage after I made a constructive suggestion at an important meeting of the Ascetic Order of Moors. I don't have any use for it now, so I'm giving it to you in the hope that it will be of help to you." Although Odis didn't know what the Staff of Gus was, he knew very well that it was important to Teresa, so he declined, saying, "It's too precious." "Giving it to you comes with conditions," Teresa said. "From what I heard you just said, I suspect that many members of the Moor's penitentiary have been influenced by the gods through this channel. In the process of rebuilding the Moss Ascetic Order, please try to save as many members of the Moss Ascetic Order as possible." Odis took a deep breath. "Okay, I promise you." As he spoke, he became less polite and accepted the staff, immediately feeling a rich spiritual energy flowing through his palm. Teresa added, "This staff is not just a weapon, it is also my token as one of the 10 pillars. You can use it to enter the Temple of Knowledge." She paused and then said, "If one day the Moss Ascetic becomes a respected organization again, remember to let me know. If the sage awakens, tell the great sage that I have not failed his expectations and have found the lost library." Odis opened his mouth, thinking that the sage should have already perished, but perhaps some spiritual remnants remained with the hidden sage. After a slight hesitation, he agreed, "Okay." Then he wondered, "Where is the Temple of Knowledge? I've never heard of it." Teresa looked up and said, "The night is almost over. Goodbye, both of you." Odis was momentarily dazed, then opened her eyes and realized she had returned to the real world. Suddenly, he felt something in his palm. He lifted it up and saw it was the Gus staff. This staff is about the length of a forearm, and its main body is made of rough wood. A round, pure crystal, like a glass ball, is fixed at the head of the staff. From the outside, it doesn't look particularly special. But Odis sensed its surging spirituality. Odis took a deep breath, and the spirituality had learned how to use it from the staff. Odis gripped her staff and summoned Star Sand. The stardust he summoned was instantly absorbed by the crystal at the top of the staff. The crystal, which had been perfectly pure just moments before, suddenly became dazzling and colorful, as if it contained a sea of stars. Odis suddenly realized that his various abilities as an astrologer had suddenly doubled. With the enhancement from the wilderness of knowledge, Odis was essentially taking 2 doses of the astrologer's potion, making her more than twice as strong, with some of her power approaching that of a demigod. However, this level of skill only allows Odis to escape in battles against demigods. Fighting demigods is out of the question, since even if his spirituality reaches the level of a demigod, he does not possess the extraordinary abilities of one. Odis's spirituality also realized that the Staff of Gus would not only enhance the power of the astrologer and help him become a demigod, but would also bring corresponding enhancements at the demigod level. He re-examined the staff in his hand, somewhat doubtful, was this really a product of the elves? It seemed to be designed entirely for secret seekers. Thinking of this, Odis withdrew the star sand, and the Gus staff became ordinary again. He pondered for a moment, then got up to greet the crew, went to the deck, and used his flying spell to reach the deck of the Golden Dream at the back. Upon meeting Edwina, the two went to the study. Edwina heard from Odis that she had come to ask about the Staff of Gus, so she got up and went to the bookshelf. After browsing the rows of books for a while, she took out a book and opened it. Found it. Edwina handed the book to Odis. Odis took the book, its pages slightly yellowed, and saw that the section on Gufsack that Edwina had opened contained a description of the Gus staff. He quickly skimmed through it and, using his experience in discerning the authenticity of intelligence, discovered that this chapter was basically composed of hearsay. The only 2 pieces of information that can be confirmed are, first, this staff did indeed come from the elven race, and second, it is said that there were once 10 of them, but most of them were later lost. After closing the book, Odis talked to Edwina about the function of the staff, and finally exclaimed, "I never imagined that ancient craftsmanship could produce such a wonderful thing. I really want to take it apart to see what the structure is, but I'm afraid I'll break it and won't be able to put it back together." Edwina smiled and said, "Can I borrow it to take a look?" Odis handed her the staff, and Edwina's expression quickly turned to shock. "This? I can use it too. I feel my abilities have been greatly enhanced." The ability to imitate has probably doubled. As she spoke, the tip of the staff underwent a slight change, emitting a rainbow-like 7-colored radiance. If it can really be doubled, the abilities she imitates through other means will be almost the same as the original ones, and may even be more powerful than the abilities used by some Sequence 5 abilities. Odis was taken aback. "I thought this was designed specifically for secret seekers." Then he felt he should conduct an experiment, so he said to Edwina, "Could you please ask your first mate, second mate, and third mate to come over?" Edwina immediately understood what Odis was up to, so she used her secret technique to broadcast the message to the entire ship, summoning her 3 first mates to her study. The 3 first mates, eager to know what the 2 captains were talking about, arrived at the study within 10 seconds of each other. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Odis smiled and said, "I just got a staff. This staff is a bit special. I want to test whether it enhances all the ways. So please give it a try." Before the 3 first mates could speak, Odis continued, "Don't worry, this staff has no negative effects or any pollution. At least neither your captain nor I have noticed any negative effects." He paused and then said, "If I'm not mistaken, first mate Blue should be an extraordinary of the generalist pathway, second mate Orvers should be an extraordinary of the singer pathway, and third mate Jodson should be an extraordinary of the thief pathway." The 3 first mates were taken aback for a moment, but then, remembering that they had fought together before, it shouldn't be too difficult to tell which path they belonged to, so they nodded one after another. Odis smiled and said, "Then let's begin with Mr. Blue." Edwina handed the staff to first mate Blue. After Blue took the staff, the crystal ball at the top of the staff underwent a slight change, and some dazzling light flowed out. Blue was stunned for a moment before saying, I can actually use some of the abilities of the astronomer ahead of time. The sequence 5 of the generalist is astronomer, while Blue is currently only a sequence 6. Odis nodded. There is also a noticeable improvement. "Please, Mr. Orpheus, take the staff and feel it." Blue reluctantly handed the staff to the second adjutant, Orpheus. The blonde-haired Orpheus took the staff, but the crystal at the top of the staff remained unchanged. Orpheus said, "I feel my spirituality has been enhanced." Odis hummed in agreement. "Please give it a try, Mr. Jodson." Jodson, who wasn't particularly handsome, took the staff and sensed it with his spiritual power, saying, "I also feel that my spiritual power has been enhanced." Odis took back his staff and smiled as he thanked them, saying, "Thank you all for your cooperation." Edwina frowned and said, "Goose's staff isn't helpful for all avenues." She then said, "It's not surprising that Blue's abilities have been enhanced. After all, he is an adjacent pathway to the secret seeker. But why has my strength increased?" Odis pondered for a moment and said, "Perhaps the reader approach also represents knowledge to some extent." Edwina nodded, finding this to be an explanation, and then said to the 3 first mates, "You can go back now." The study door closed again, and the two discussed the Gus staff again before talking about their plans after returning. Odis said, "I've thought about this issue seriously recently. Since other organizations are also eyeing that feature, and we don't know how much intelligence they currently possess, we can test them with some actions." Edwina was taken aback. "How do we test them?" Odis said, "Let's have the Argo and the Golden Dream operate together and see if they follow." Edwina paused for a moment, then understood what Odis meant. If they come along, it proves they don't know much and are hoping to gain some intelligence from our actions. "That's right," Odis said, "provided that they actually know about that extraordinary characteristic of the demigod level." "I can confirm the accuracy of this intelligence," Edwina said. "It was intelligence we just received before we met up in the Sunia Sea." Odis sat down again, leaning back in his chair. "Both of our ships completed their final resupply in the Gargas Islands. This operation has been going on for about 3 days now. Including the return trip, it should have taken about 5 days in total, which is enough time for them to make some arrangements." Edwina brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. "So, does that mean we might be followed as soon as we get back?" Odis smiled slightly. "Very likely." Edwina pondered for a moment and felt that Odis's plan was quite good, so she asked, "Where do the 2 ships need to sail together?" Odis thought for a moment. "I do have a good place, but I'll have to confirm it when I get back." Edwina hummed in agreement. "I'll wait for your notification." By saying this, she meant that she fully supported Odis's plan. After finishing their business, the starving Odis had a proper meal on the Golden Dream before returning to the Argo. Back in her studio, Odis took out the Staff of Gus again, and the more she looked at it, the more she loved it. Suddenly, he thought of using the Wilderness of Knowledge rank to investigate the staff, so he first put the Goose Staff into the Wilderness of Knowledge, and then entered it through meditation. Upon arriving at the tower composed of spheres of light, Odis immediately saw that the Gus Staff was floating in midair within this space. Above the central processing unit appeared 10 bright stars, one of which was emitting a dazzling light. Odis was taken aback, not expecting that the Gus Staff could cause the Wilderland of Knowledge to react. He then realized that each star represented a Gus Staff, and the shining star represented the staff in the Wilderness of Knowledge. Odis scratched his head, unsure how to verify his conjecture. He pondered for a moment, looked at the central processing unit, reached out and touched it, and immediately understood that he needed to use the central processing unit to establish a connection with those stars. Odis first connected with the star that was emitting a dazzling light. The scene inside the towering sphere of light appeared in his mind, and he could even see himself touching the central processing unit inside. The feeling was like seeing yourself on a surveillance camera. Odis disconnected and connected to another star, where he immediately saw a woman dressed in Inta-style clothing. She was probably around 30 years old, with fair skin, delicate features, and a look in her eyes that seemed to have seen a lot of life. At her waist, Odis found another Goose's staff. Odis's field of vision is not in the same position as the Staff of Gus, but looking down. He can also use the central processing unit to adjust the perspective and see the surrounding situation. The woman was deep in thought, completely unaware that Odis was watching her. At the same time, Odis's spirituality also detected that not only could she see the holder of the Gus staff, but she could also use it as a medium to send power and influence the other party. Looking away, Odis realized that the Staff of Gus was more advanced than he had imagined, and clearly had a close connection with the Wilderness of Knowledge. This is somewhat similar to the antiques that Audrey and Alger obtained before Source Castle. These 2 initial members of the Tarot Club entered Source Castle by relying on a special antique. It was through this antique that the Fool noticed Katlia and saved Admiral Star, who was showing signs of losing control. Odis took a deep breath. Before learning the woman's true identity, Odis did not intend to use the Staff of Gus to influence the real world. But first, we can take a look at where these staffs are. So Odis used the central processing unit to connect to the 3rd star. As a result, all that could be seen was darkness. Odis adjusted his perspective and then saw the continuous lightning in the sky. By the faint light of the lightning, Odis could see clearly the scene in the distance, a desolate land, and in the distance, some strange creatures seemed to be moving. A land forsaken by God. Odis immediately realized that the Staff of the Ancients wasn't a land forsaken by the gods. Clearly, it was difficult to retrieve the staff, so Odis turned her gaze to the 4th star. This time, Odis saw another figure, a middle-aged man around 50 years old with a square face and a clean-shaven beard. He was wearing the bishop's robe of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery and was whispering to another bishop. Odis immediately realized that this was a demigod of the Steam Church. The other person was speaking Intis, so this scene was obviously taking place in a church in the Republic of Intis. Odis listened for a while, and when he realized they were discussing a personnel appointment, he stopped listening, turned his gaze to the 5th star. Odis saw that the scene in this star was a meadow, the sky was gray, and it was drizzling. There seemed to be some skeletons hidden in the grass around, and in the distance were some shadowy figures that looked like monsters, wandering aimlessly. Odis felt a sense of familiarity with this place at first glance. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that this place seemed to be the same place that a sealed artifact he had obtained before had teleported him to. It was a sealed artifact with the ability of the Apprentice Pathway, comparable to the Traveler at Sequence 5 level. But the only ability of that sealed artifact is to teleport others to an unfamiliar place, which is an endless grassland that is constantly raining. At that time, Odis and Klein were both teleported there, and it took them a great deal of effort to return to the real world. Afterwards, this trophy belonged to Odis, but because its abilities were so useless, Odis never used it. A few days ago, Odis had even thought about simply shattering this sealed artifact and using its properties to build another teleportation array. At this point, Odis felt that they should explore the area first. Thinking of this, Odis looked at the location of the sixth Gus staff and found it in the hand of a monster that looked like a phantom. Odis adjusted his perspective and was immediately stunned. There were 3 suns in the sky there. He looked around for a while longer. Apart from the rocks and water, which seemed somewhat familiar to Odis, everything else was completely unfamiliar. The final conclusion is that this is very likely a scene from another planet. This puzzled Odis. Did that staff of Gus have clients from other planets? He thought for a while, then looked at the other stars. Of the remaining 4 Gus staffs, 1 was clearly in the Forsaken Land, and the other 3 seemed to be on another planet. This reminded Odis of Teresa's earlier description, in which she said that the goose staff in her hand was one of only 3 remaining staffs. So, during the Quaternary period, only 3 Gush staffs were still in the hands of the Moss Ascetic Order. 2 more staffs were clearly lost in the land of the Forsaken during the Cataclysm, and another was lost in the place where it always rains. Odis felt that it was not on an alien planet, but rather in a rather peculiar space. He still couldn't understand why there were 4 Gus staffs on an alien planet. In the realm of mysticism, there is the concept of the starry sky and the concept of extraterrestrials, but this does not mean that you can actually deliver goods to extraterrestrials. Odis shook his head. There were too few clues, and he didn't continue thinking about the problem. It is now certain that a Gus staff is in the hands of a demigod of the Steam Church, but who is that woman with a sense of vicissitude in her eyes? Chapter 3:15, Chapter 3:14 The Projection of the Giant's Court. After some thought, Odis guessed that the woman with a sense of vicissitude in her eyes was probably one of the 10 pillars of the Moss Ascetic Order. It is clear that in the late Quaternary period, or perhaps in the 5th period, a Gus staff was taken by the Church of the God of Steam and Machines. In this way, the whereabouts of the remaining 9 Gus staffs are basically clear. 4 of them are suspected to be on an alien planet, 2 are in the Forsaken Land, 1 is in a rainy meadow, and the last 2 are in the hands of the demigods of the Steam Church and the Moor's Penitentiary Order. If we're going to recycle it, the staff in the grass during the rain seems to be the easiest to retrieve. Odis then noticed that there were 10 Gush staffs in total, and the 10 pillars of the Ascetic Order of Moss. Was this a coincidence? Could it be that in the beginning, each pillar had a Gush staff in their hand? Thinking of this, Odis recalled the sage's description of the pillar during her conversation with Teresa. He was moved because he felt that those were words that no one from this mysterious world could say, and he could even preliminarily determine that the sage was also a time traveler. Odis thus speculated that the Knowledge Wilderness should also have a structure similar to the Source Castle for storing transmigrators, which would periodically send a transmigrator directly into reality. But what Odis couldn't understand was, who would want to use the Wilderness of Knowledge to revive? First of all, it can't be God or Celestial Venerable, so who could it be? Who else could use source matter to achieve their own goals? Odis slapped his forehead, realizing that he too had too few clues and didn't even know which direction to take in his thinking. Finally, Odis recalled Teresa's description of the barrier and the outer gods. He had not expected that the outer gods would be so rampant during the 2nd and 4th ages. However, upon reflection, it seemed to be true that the fallen mother goddess had some influence on Lilith, the progenitor of the vampires, during the 2nd era, and even corrupted this ancient goddess to some extent. During the 4th age, it is certain that both the Black Emperor, Solomon, and the Night Emperor, Trensis, seem to have made some kind of connection with the uncertain fog. This is what Odis knew, but there may be other things he didn't know. In the Tertiary period, with the ancient sun god present, the outer gods certainly wouldn't dare to reach into the barrier, otherwise they would likely get a beating. By the 5th age, it seems that apart from the arrival of the god Evil Sea, there was basically no trace of the outer gods. Moreover, the arrival of Seer did not seem to have produced any serious consequences, so it can be said that since the 5th epoch, the real world has been relatively safe. This situation was largely thanks to the 7 gods moving their divine kingdom to the astral plane to plug the hole. Recalling Teresa's description, Odis couldn't help but wonder if this was the sage's plan. After all, in Odis's view, the holes in the barrier were no ordinary holes. The specific methods for blocking it should be a coordinated process, and the methods should be carefully considered, since the 7 gods also have to confront the external gods directly. They are at a lower level, half a sequence, and could easily be contaminated if they are not careful. Thinking of this, Odis suddenly smiled, because this question also lacked enough clues. He couldn't very well pray to the goddess of night and ask her if she had been hung up by that sage. If you ask him that, the most likely response he'll get is 2 big arguments. No, it could also be 8. Taking a deep breath, Odis decided to put those issues aside for the time being. He took the Gus staff and touched that central processing unit again with his other hand to see if he could analyze the staff. Only by using the knowledge wilderness level can one realize that the crystal on this staff is of a very high level, even reaching the level of spiritual materials at the level of gods. This material makes it impossible to mass-produce this staff. Odis pondered for a moment, then conjured a crystal ball and used the power of the wilderness of knowledge to perform astrology. He silently recited in his mind the process of making the staff of Gus. The process of making the Gus staff. After silently reciting it 7 times, Odis looked at the crystal ball that had displayed a constellation. The constellation was very complex, and it took him a long time to understand what it meant. Astrology is different from divination. In astrology, you can't see the images directly. You can only see different celestial phenomena and interpret the divination results by analyzing the celestial phenomena. There's no need to worry too much about interpretation issues. The astrologer's spirituality is generally sufficient to arrive at a correct understanding. Even so, one cannot ask overly complex questions. If they were outside, Odis would conduct the astrology in several parts. For example, the first question would be whether the goose staff was made by the elves. The second question would be whether the goose staff was related to the sage. However, in the wilderness of knowledge, you can ask complex questions such as the process of making the staff of Gus, and the resulting celestial phenomena will also be quite complex. According to astrological observations, the crystal at the head of the Gus staff came from the outer gods. It seems to be a substance that the sage tore off from the outer gods and, after being processed by the sage, commissioned the elven race to make 10 staffs. This interpretation surprised Odis as well, who hadn't expected the staff of Gus to be of such a high level. However, he did understand why the Gus staff would appear on an alien planet. It turns out that the main materials used in its creation came from outer gods. Then Odis used the crystal ball to divine the stars again, this time silently asking himself, why is there a staff of Gus on another planet? After reciting it 7 times, a complex constellation appeared in the crystal ball. Odis deciphered the story and understood that the 10 pillars of the Moss Ascetic often fought against the angels of the outer gods. The Gus staff on the outer planet was taken away from Earth by the angels of the outer gods after the members of the 10 pillars had fallen and could not be retrieved in time. This result filled Odis with awe, because it proved from another perspective that the Moor's penitentiary had indeed risked their lives against the outer gods. In response, Odis felt that if given the opportunity, they should try to recover those Gus staffs. After resolving all her doubts in the wilderness of knowledge, Odis returned to the real world, bringing the staff of Goose with her. He plans to make a leather case when he gets back, to hang it on his waist, specifically to store and protect the Goose staff. Then he began to consider his plans after returning. Although he had obtained one main material, it didn't seem too difficult to obtain the other one. However, the promotion ceremony seems a bit difficult. Odis remembers that it requires a drop of blood from a mythical creature. If we're waiting for the umbilical cord blood from the Serpent of Destiny, it seems we'll have to wait several more months. Another issue is the digestion of the potions. So far, the astrologer has not digested even a quarter of the potions. At this rate, it will take at least another 6 months to complete the digestion. Odis believed that once they returned, they should actively seek opportunities to digest the potion whenever they had time. Just as Klein would volunteer at the hospital to find an opportunity to digest the potion, he also planned to go to an unfamiliar island to become a charlatan, to see if the potion could be digested as a result. There are many other things to do, such as searching for demigod-level characteristics with Iceberg General, the Pirate Conference, the assassination of Duke Negan, and so on. At that moment, the voice of Second Officer Rupert rang out from the sound transmission array, "Captain, we have spotted the future." Odis was taken aback, not expecting to meet again so soon. He took out the crystal ball and contacted the Star General. Looking at Katlia's figure in the crystal ball, Odis asked, "Have you achieved your goal?" "It's done," said Gadria. "My objective has been achieved," Odis said. "How about we form a fleet and return together?" "No problem." Odis then contacted Edwina again, informed her of the reformation of the fleet, and relayed the order to the cockpit. With nothing much to do today, Odis poured herself a glass of red wine to celebrate the successful completion of her previous mission. "It seems your hunt was very successful." Bernadette appeared beside Odis with a smile. As Odis stood up to pour Bernadette a drink, he said, "I also want to thank you for the clue that made it easier for me to find the psychedelic red coral." Bernadette took the glass. "Congratulations." "Thanks." The two clinked their glasses and drank it all in one gulp. Bernadette looked around. I think this is my first time in your studio. Odis nodded. It is indeed the first time. How are you feeling? Bernadette sat in the chair. It's a bit like a craftsman's workshop, but much neater than their workshop. Odis sat at the workbench, chatting with Bernadette across from her. That's for sure. The biggest characteristic of the secret seeker is composure. This is quite similar to a magician. Only by being fully prepared can one be relatively composed. Odis asked, after returning to the real world, do you still plan to go back to Backlund? Bernadette took a deep breath. I foresaw something big happening there, and perhaps I'll find a promotion. Having said that, Bernadette, who was well aware of the difficulties she faced in getting promoted, let out a sigh of relief and didn't continue. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, Odis comforted her. You're already at sequence 3, which is quite impressive. Bernadette shook her head and said, it's only capable of protecting itself. Moreover, it only has the ability to protect itself when it has a level 0 sealed artifact. This sequence is actually in a rather awkward position. It's already considered a high sequence, but it's only just beginning to come into contact with things that are high sequences. It was only when I understood what a high sequence was that I realized how weak I was. It's mainly because your power has developed too well, Odis said with a smile, offering advice from another angle. If you were on your own, sequence 3 would be enough. However, when a power grows to a certain level, it needs a certain strength to protect its subordinates. Bernadette paused slightly, then said, I suddenly feel that what you said makes a lot of sense. That makes perfect sense. Odis stepped down from the workbench and poured 2 more glasses of wine. Relax, don't push yourself too hard. The two clinked their glasses again and each took a sip. Bernadette smiled and said, that makes sense, but we still need to get promoted as soon as possible. This will also provide you with more protection, and some of your inventions can be released earlier. She paused for a moment, then suddenly stood up and said, I have something to do, I'll be going now. Oh, right, I came here to tell you something. Bernadette stopped and said, the other main ingredient is in the Misty Sea. My suggestion is that I take you there after you've had a good digestion of your astrologer potion. Odis nodded, no problem. The next second, Bernadette disappeared from the studio. Looking at the empty studio, Odis paused for a few seconds before scratching his head and sitting down again, his feelings a mix of emotions. Clearly, the mysterious queen felt that her words had been a bit too blunt, which is why she immediately took her leave. Odis had not expected that Bernadette's desire for a quick promotion would include him as one of her reasons. Since it was always noon outside, Odis didn't know whether it was night or day. As night fell during a formal meal at the restaurant, Odis hurried back to her room, only to find Bernadette already reclining in her armchair, pointing towards the bed and indicating that Odis should get into it. This made him pause slightly, wondering if Bernadette had disappeared and ended up in the armchair next to him, separated by a wall. But now is not the time to think about this. Odis lay down on the bed and drifted into a dream. Odis appeared in the courtyard of the Black Monastery, with Bernadette beside him and the crew of the other 3 ships a little further away. The mysterious queen said, I'll show you a good show in a moment. Odis chuckled, you're not going to blow up this monastery, are you? Suddenly, Third Officer Bivis, who was not far away, exclaimed, no, we can't blow it up. Very dangerous. Odis was taken aback, initially thinking that the other party also had the ability to maintain consciousness in a dream. But he soon realized that the other person's eyes were still blank, and the answer just now seemed to come from a subconscious source. This struck Odis as somewhat odd, since Bivis should be visiting the ruins of the War of the Gods for the first time and shouldn't know much about the place. So Odis asked, why do you think this place shouldn't be blown up? Very dangerous. Bivis said, still somewhat bewildered. Very dangerous. Odis pressed further, what specific dangers are there? We will all die. Bevis suddenly pinched his temple and said, ever since I was a child, there has been a voice in my head that keeps telling me to go to the end of the Sunia Sea. Now that I'm here, the voice has disappeared again. The voice told me that he was being held in a black monastery here and that I must come and find him. But we can't destroy the monastery, because if we do, everyone will die. Bernadette was also intrigued by Bevis's answer, and she asked Odis, what's so special about your third mate? Why are you drawn to the sounds here? I don't know, Odis said. He never mentioned it. However, he quickly recalled, before joining my pirate crew, he had said more than once that he wanted to go to the end of the Sunia Sea one day. At the time, I thought he wanted to come to this ruins of the War of Gods to do some research. Bernadette cautioned, hearing strange noises is not a good thing, you should take it seriously. Odis hummed in agreement, I'll talk to the third officer about this when I get back. At that moment, the door to the main hall of the monastery, the hall where Odis, Klein, and Anderson had met, was suddenly pushed open, and a man dressed in a linen robe rushed out. Bernadette explained simply, this is a saint from the Aurora Society named Leomaster. Odis suddenly recalled that in the Dark Monastery, there seemed to be a demigod of the Aurora Society, who had developed split personality, with his kind side and evil side hiding and chasing each other. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. The one that just came out should be the kind side of Leo Master. The other party seemed not to have seen Odis and Bernadette, and quickly ran towards the gate. Then, a tall figure dressed in full black armor, carrying a huge straight sword, came out in pursuit. Judging from the other party's fierce appearance, this was the evil side of Leo Master. One fled in front, the other chased behind, until they left the Black Monastery and reached the mountain peak outside the monastery. Bernadette and Odis followed closely behind. Odis also noticed that Klein had come out of the hall earlier, presumably to see what Leo Master was planning to do. Soon, they arrived at the edge of the cliff on the mountain peak. Leo Master, who was running in front, with his kind side facing the projection of the Giant's Court on the other side of the cliff, prayed in ancient Hermes, "O Creator of all things, you are all-knowing and all-powerful. You are the source of all greatness, you are the beginning and the end. You are the God of gods, you are the ruler of the vast starry sky." As this revered title ended, the valley separating the two mountains suddenly trembled, and a path rose up, seemingly leading directly to the Giant's Court. At that moment, Bernadette suddenly raised her hand, and the two Leo Masters vanished. She simply explained, "I sent them back to the monastery." Odis pretended to understand, "You want to use that saint of the Aurora Society to find a way into the Giant's Court?" Bernadette responded with an At this moment, Klein was also standing not far away, looking at the passage in front of him, lost in thought. "This passage is wrong." Bernadette stared at the passage for a while and suddenly said, "It can't lead to the Giant's Court or the Forsaken Land, it will only lead to a very dangerous dream." Odis asked, "Do you want to go to the Forsaken Land?" "No," Bernadette laughed. "I just want to find a way to get there." Klein, who was not far away, looked over and noticed that something seemed off about the way the two were talking. After thinking about it for a moment, he realized that when he was talking to me, the mysterious queen had a tense expression, but when she was talking to Mr. Gar, she seemed to be very relaxed and at ease. Thinking of this, Klein glanced at the two people chatting again. "Your Majesty, your cabbage is really going to be eaten by a pig." Neither Bernadette nor Odis felt anything was wrong, they were already used to their current way of chatting. Odis pondered for a moment before saying, "Legend has it that the shared dream we are in is a dream of the omniscient and omnipotent Lord of the Third Age, who is also known as the ancient sun god. Bernadette frowned and said, "Just as I suspected, this war of the gods witnessed the cataclysm. Klein, standing to the side, was taken aback and couldn't help but guess, the great cataclysm was a consequence of a war of gods. Then, light appeared above them, and the night was over. Back in the real world, Odis sat up and looked at the armchair where the mysterious queen was still lying. The discussion between the two continued, and Odis said, "The correct path to the projection of the Giant's Court must be found in a specific location in the real world." Bernadette looked out the window. "I think so too. One thing is certain now, the projection of the Giant's Court should have some connection with the real Giant's Court. Odis suddenly realized that the Dark Angel must be in the Giant's Court, which is why it has some connection with the projection of the Giant's Court in the ancient sun god's dream. Only then can a corresponding channel be established to connect the real world with the Forsaken Land. Bernadette noticed Odis's dazed expression and asked, "What are you thinking about?" It suddenly occurred to me that the formation of the Forsaken Land is closely related to the ancient sun god. If this dream truly belongs to the ancient sun god, then this dream must be the link between the outside world and the Forsaken Land. Of course, Odis couldn't voice what he had just been thinking. Because very few people know that the Dark Angel is sleeping in the Giant's Court, or more likely only the members of Redemption Rose, as well as Amon and Adam, know this. These guys are either angel kings or gods. It's ridiculous that a Sequence 5 would know such things. Bernadette nodded slowly, "Your idea is very good." Then she asked, "What do you think of the followers of the Fool?" "On the surface, he went to sea because of the Great Smog of Backlund incident," Odis said. "But actually, he must have received some orders from the Fool. You see, the places he goes to are often accompanied by some major events." Bernadette thought for a moment and said, "That's true." Then she laughed and said, "Speaking of which, the fake identity he used after going to sea was actually provided by me." Odis nodded, thinking to himself, "Actually, I already told him this before." He continued, "At least neither he nor the Fool have shown much malice toward the world so far. I think we can maintain contact with them and continue to observe." Bernadette nodded slowly, she had the same idea. Odis got out of bed. "I'm going to talk to the third officer." Bernadette remained in her armchair, showing no intention of getting up, only humming in response. As Odis emerged from the studio, he saw 3 bivvies standing in a daze in the restaurant. Odis took 2 glasses of beer, handed one to the third mate, and sat down opposite the third mate with the other glass in his hand. Bivvis took the beer, paused for a moment, and then said to the captain, "Thank you." Odis volunteered, I have a way to stay awake in the dream world. Bivis took a sip of beer, a slight look of surprise on his face, but he quickly realized it wasn't so unexpected. I think I mentioned something to you in my dream just now. That's right, Odis said. You said you've heard a voice since you were a child, telling you to come to the ruins of the God's War, to rescue someone imprisoned in the Black Monastery. Looks like I've told you everything. Bivis smiled wryly. Actually, I don't know what's going on either. Many times I wonder if it's just a hallucination. You should have told me about this sooner, Odis said, taking a sip of beer. Perhaps I could have made some preparations in advance and helped you find out what was going on. Moreover, there must be some danger involved. Fortunately, it didn't cause any serious consequences. If it had triggered some strange power, we might have died without knowing why. Bivis's expression also turned serious. I'm sorry, Captain, it was my oversight. Odis waved his hand and said, now let's talk about this properly. When exactly did you first start hearing that voice? Bivis thought for a moment before saying, it seems that when I was young, after being baptized, I became a believer of the God of knowledge and wisdom. Odis was taken aback. Isn't your faith in the Lord of Storms? My father was from Masai, Bivis smiled, and, when I was young, I worshipped the God of knowledge and wisdom for a period of time. After I went to sea, I gradually converted to Christianity and am now a believer of the Lord of Storms. Odis slowly nodded, but thought to himself, fortunately, you don't believe in the God of steam and machinery. Then he couldn't help but frown. What you heard, could it be related to the God of knowledge and wisdom? Bivis gave a wry smile. I'm just an ordinary person, how could I possibly have any connection with gods? Odis pondered for a moment and then asked, how often do you hear it? Or is it only under specific circumstances? I can hear it about once a month, Bivis replied. There's no specific situation, I can just hear it occasionally. Moreover, the voice was very indistinct and always intermittent. Over the years, all I knew was that the voice was asking me for help and roughly told me that he was imprisoned in a black monastery, and also described some details of the black monastery. Odis stroked his chin, but why did that voice disappear when you arrived at the Forsaken Land? And your appearance didn't elicit any reaction from the other party at all. Bivis said, I'm also a little confused. These past few days I've increasingly felt that it's just my imagination. Odis shook his head, however. Auditory hallucinations couldn't last that long, and there would be connections between the continuous hallucinations. His first thought was, could it be that some force here severed the connection between Bivis and that voice? Or had Bivis been affected or corrupted in some way, but no one had noticed? Odis took a deep breath before saying, keep a close eye on this matter. If you hear that voice again, come find me immediately. Okay, Bivis readily agreed. Odis returned to his room, where Bernadette was still reclining in her armchair. Just as he was about to tell the mysterious queen what they had just talked about, the mysterious queen raised her hand and said, I heard your conversation. Odis laughed, the abilities of demigods are truly convenient. Then he asked, what are your thoughts? My opinion is that your third mate is too weak, Bernadette said. Assuming that someone was indeed imprisoned in that monastery and did indeed appeal to Bivis for help. But when he sees how weak Bivis is, he may decide to temporarily stop contacting him. After all, it was not easy to find someone who could save me. If the rescuer is too weak, not only will the rescue operation not be completed, but it will also expose us. So, it is best not to make contact. Odis nodded slowly, that is a very reasonable guess. He continued to speculate, if that's the case, then after Bivis leaves here, he will definitely hear that voice again. Bernadette smiled slightly, she thought so too. Odis wiped his face with his hand and said, now there's only one question left, why did Bivis only hear that voice after he had been baptized and began to believe in the God of knowledge and wisdom? Bernadette looked out the window, you'll have to ask the God of knowledge and wisdom about that. Odis twitched his lips. It would be ridiculous if, after praying to the God of knowledge and asking him this question, the other party retorted, how should I know? This issue can only be temporarily shelved until an opportunity arises, or when the level of investigation is reached, before conducting a full investigation. The rest of the journey was uneventful. The future, carrying the Argo and the Golden Dream, bypassed the dangerous ruins and rubble, avoided the hidden dangers in the safe passage, and finally returned to the vicinity of the exit of the God's War ruins. Odis looked through the window again at the ruins that were mostly submerged by the sea when he first entered the place. He was finally about to leave. Just then, the crystal ball on Odis's body suddenly showed signs of spiritual activity. Odis took it out and glanced at it, then said to Bernadette in the room, it's Catlia. On the return journey, Odis chatted with Bernadette about a wide range of topics, from childhood anecdotes to occult knowledge and Odis's inventions. The two of them hadn't had such a pleasant conversation in a long time. Bernadette said, she can't see me. Odis said, oh, and established contact with the crystal ball on Catlia's side. Catlia's figure appeared in the crystal ball. We have found a clue that may be the fountain of youth.